Chapter 1 The Marksman. P. S. Ngwny be good, leave your brain with him, and it shall help you out a kit. A newcomer with a fresh manuscript, seeking support, please begin till with the hour critique. As the blood-red sun begin to set, a killing wind swept through the air. In the northern region of Great Wei Dynasty, at Anning Pass, an ominous street loomed. At this moment, the foreign tribes were at the gates. Led by the malevolent Hindus XENWNG, a formidable army of 100,000 approached, intent in breaching the Pasund advancing southward. With such of us the stat the gates, the flames of war were about to ignite. SHNG Huen stood transfixed, observing the encroaching garme beyond the city walls, his grip on the bow trembling with perspiration. These was his inaugural experience on the battlefield. Feeling nervous, inquired an old veteran beside him. It was evident that SHNG Voina Pareto be more novice. Yes. Fear flickered in his. After all, he was indeed a novice, having crescent light reversed into this world. He had merely stepped out to explore the surroundings when he was conscripted to defend the city. He couldn't fathom Therius and Ingotosius and soldiers who had zeized him, a common citizen devoid of battle experience and strength. Was she mean to serve his cannon fodder? The townsfolk, the veteran Simed to perceive everything, his gaze wise and penetrating. SHNG Huen nodded, his shins shaken uncontrollably. He had transmigrated into the body of a scholar, also named SHNG Huen. Justasha ventured out to ascertain his new environment, who apprehended the conscription of a Sursan force into service. Do not fear what blink off the eye, and it will be over. There's nothing to dread, the veteran reassured him. SHNG Huen. Your comfort is commendable, but perhaps refrain from offering it next time. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, Thor drums thundered, reverberating through the heavens. Keep your head down, do not expose yourself. Then do army is commencing their assault. They must first endure this barrage of pharaohs, the veteran cautioned. He crouched behind the parapet, peering through a narrow opening in Jinthul to observe the enemy forces. SHNG Huen hastily joined him in a crouch. In the next moment, arrows rained down like he ate him pest. The air was filled with sharp whistling off projectiles in flight. All the defenders atop the city wall huddled behind the parapet, none daring to stand upright. Those who hooded would merely serve V-star jets, offering their heads as tribute. White Hindu army besieging the city, how could afford to stand like a hedgehog? As Thero storm continued unabated, the Attican forces set up their ladders, preparing to scalathals. When the Rhinopharos finally ceased, the veteran shouted, quickly prepare to counterattack, they must hold Thuls to survive. Seeing the veteran rise, SHNG Huen followed suit. His allocated weapon was a dilapidated bow, barely functional, accompanied by a meager supply of either Rosaine abysmal or Sinel indeed. After all, he was merely cannon fodder, not requiring superior equipment. Hey, kid, stop dawdling and shoot, the veteran urged. As she gazed upon the surging tide of the army, SHNG Huen upped back to reality. These was nothing like the dramatizations in television. The portrayal on screen paled in comparison to the stark reality before him truly. It was for beneath expectation. Thousands of soldiers besieged Thuls, a dense front that exerted immense psychological pressure. Now, as thin a madroner with their ladders, the Rhinopharo shad finally ceased. SHNG Huen, staring at the dense lepect Hindo soldiers bellow, disregarded disincurtant about shooting. Hainak had an arrow under the string aiming at the crowd beneath. Whoosh! One Hindozul diafella full slide of the ground, I swadio pen in death. A stroke of fortune had struck a target by sheer happenstance. In this lefenthenixt it was his first time a shooting gabo, and he hadel redislina and my soldier. After that singular feat, SHNG Huen felt a note sensation in his mind. Oh no, he shedded chedwashibado gain intelligence? He discovered a golden screen appearing within his consciousness. Upon it were inscribed golden characters. Name SHNG Huen. Race human. Cultivation method none. Talent useless rookie archer. Kill value 1. A golden finger?
Shnghuan gazed at the golden screen hat materialized in his mind, awavio felation washinjavarum.
The essential golden finger for transmigrators truly theancients do not deceive. System, hello? No response. Could it be they was activating Jitan correctly? Hi, greetings, system. Still, no reply. Shnghuan felt a pang of anxiety. Was this golden finger nata system, why was the renori action? Had hoped forth a system to grant them a beginner's gift package, transforming Hymento ega dofward slayin genemies with ease. What was Toto stranded on the battlefield of Syria, with Osla system? Inderanido of assistance, Hugh waited anxiously. Alas, mere longing does not guarantee response. Noticing the plus sign exto useless rookie archer Shnghuan having immersed himself fine in line literature for years, decisively allocated points. In such circumstances, it surely resembled a on-click point-allocation system for cultivation. Indeed, with Amara thought he located points, and instantly knowledge and experience surrelatito archery flooded his mind. In the blink of an eye, Shnghuan had successfully upgraded from a pathetic croquier chair to an ordinary archer. Simultaneously, a warm current coursed through his body, enhancing his strength considerably. So, it seems I only need to allocate kill value. Simple and straightforward. I feel immensely powerful na, Shnghuan declared Shinoka Dano Thorero, exuding gunner of confidence sebefitten gun archer. Within swift release, another Hindozal dier was pierced through his heart, collapsing lifeless lighteth the ground. Having slain a marine me, his skill value reverted to 1. However, this time, there was no plus sign following ordinary archer. It was clear that the single kill value was insufficient for him to level up again. Hey, not but a veta ken donatherone. The veteran, observing Shnghuan's remarkable feat of shooting down 12 foes in quick succession, was to ken aback. These was n'ordinary conscript. Just lucky, Shnghuan replied, nalongaring sayes butrather wearing a smile. Thena me thank you for your luck, boot could you please refrain from being so fortunate, though surrier leves at stake. Such an irritating lack of awareness in Thena me. Armed with a golden finger, what died Havita fear, under the protection of the protagonist shallow, he was destined to grow formidable. Many protagonists in novels were precisely like these. As the Ando army besieged Thessaly, their soldiers ascended Thelader Swila to defend their Sherald Stonus Danupanthum. With a very stone cast, a melon-wold split upon. Some soldiers poured scalding molten gold upon the invaders, who, drenched in the searing liquid, screamed and agonist they fell. The defending side held advantage while it hiaticur scuden liris their levesto prevail. If thenami breaches thules, fall back, the veteran instructed. With a rare archer merging, the veteran certainly did not wish for Shnghuan to perish in close combat. Don't worry, uncle I value my life, Shnghuan assured him. At that moment, had forgotten the terror of battle, fixated solely on accumulating kill value. Strangely, his adaptability was remarkably pronounced. Shnghuan continued to nokeras in shootet and dormibello, taken jadvantage to densikrod, ensuring fushat swumus. Whoosh! Anotharanemi crumpled, struck down beyond a rathat pierced through him. His skill value increased donsmary, yet the plus sign still didn't tap her after ordinary archer. Realizing that the plus sign was yet to materialize, he understood he must continue his rampage. Fortsikov growing stronger, for survival in Thyssen familiar world, Shnghuan coldly apologize. No need for thanks. Once more, Hainakedinero one released it, extinguishing Ganner Hindosol Deer's life. Off the Fiboros, for Hadel Redi been expended. Shnghuan net falter, continuing to Nakandra, his circumstance becoming increasingly proficient. Hashotigan, striking and dozol de square li between t eyes. All 5 vero shad found Thirmark. Kid, truly a fresh like conscripted soldier, the veteran asked, incredulous as regarded Shnghuan. The appearance of a clean Kachalar believed the fact that they had just felled 5 enemies in the battlefield, achieving gay perfectaccuracy rate. Having slain 5 foes without a flicker of a reaction waste the strully conscripted soldier? Even zesend recruitsel do mechabite such prowess. No ton li the veteran but several other soldiers near belukta tesichenji huan with astonishment. With Ashabibo haha dispatched fivinami asan impressive ifethatirnet here respect. Although 5 kills might see a modest, it was to lack a mendoba achievement. Regrettably, since if they were a defending the city, he could not claim the headsoft Heslane, and thus the merit would gone recognized. It was worth noting that if the rushers, they said with such a multitude of dos soldiers bellow, would like Linus theatre gets. It was improbable they tanyon could achieve the simi curaces as HNG huan. Was it sheer luck, or did it possess an extraordinary archer's talent? Moreover, it was baffling that the Thuasinoli conscripted soldier with the recruits were currently trembling at the sight of the attacking army. Is that even a question? SHNG win replied really, glancing at the veteran. Alright, you might take a break. Soon, it will devolve into close quarters combat. With the our slender arm sandlegs, I will 20 oda jethard, the veteran advised, eyeing SHNG huan with concern. No, I must continue to slay Thenami and defend me homeland, SHNG huan declared with righteous fervor. The veteran starred Dathamine disbelief could a fresh like conscripted soldier utter such words? When did newly conscripted soldiers develop such ideological awareness? Other soldiers regarded SHNG huan with zemal astonishment was the Strulia conscript? What conscript would wish to remain atop fools instead of allaying? Uncle, please fetch me Moreros. I feel terrifying powerful right now, SHNG huan proclaimed with confidence. Chapter 2 The Strength of the Reckless Bull. The surrounding soldiers exchanged lances, bewildered. Terrifying Listron. With tot delicatefation slender limbs, Sheng Weian resembled a frail shaller, utter lion conspicuous in terms of strength. Seeing that Sheng Weian was reluctant to retreat at the back, an old soldier spoke up, go fetch him a fine bow, and bring back dineros. Uncle, I need 50 euros, today, and 10 to hunt with great fervor, Sheng Weian declared with grand enthusiasm. The old soldier was left speechless. This fellow had transitioned too rapidly. Just minutos ago, he had been trembling like a frightened quail, no worries humbled Asias in warrior. Though puzzled, the old soldier completed bring him 20 euros. One a soldier hurried off to retrieve a thebo wanderos, while it he others continued to defend, wielding steel blades and spears, crushing Thenama soldiers attempting to clean felladers. Boiling molten gold wasel so poured down indiscriminately. As long as they could slay heat tacking foes, that was all that mattered. Sheng Weian it said several aros hot bethina milaying gun the ground who promptly approached and pulled them out. Not bad, still usable. After extracting 6 arrows from the ground, Haresami dozing the old bodo shoot at the enemies. Whoosh! Onero claim life and discal count increased slightly. Soon, Hahadex house death of 6 arrows, having slain 6 eyeing new soldiers. Vishnu left the surrounding soldiers dumbfounded. Was this truly not a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Is thighs watiokala conscript? Ho has a conscript thought looks like these, effortlessly killing Nanemius without a changing expression? His skill controsita 10 points, and finally, an addition appeared behind the ordinary Arkarank. Hekuded point Satha to Chofa button. Without hesitation, Sheng Weian allocated 10 points, transforming from an ordinary Arker to a Bronzercher. A wealth of archery experience flooded his mind, and simultaneously, his strength increased slightly. Having become a Bronzercher, Sheng Weian felt an overwhelming surge of power. Thegas of the old soldier and the other soldiers shifted when they looked at Sheng Weian. With just a shabby bow, had slain Leven animius these archery talent was indeed formidable. If he could collect the heads of TC-11 foes, such military merit would surely elevate him to the rank of squad leader. In the Great Wei dynasty, a 5-man squad was led by a sergeant, while the squad leader commanded 10 soldiers. The old soldier was a squad leader, overseeing 10 soldiers, including Sheng Weian. With the emergency of the sharpshooter, the old soldier felt a protective instinct arise. Soon, the soldier who went to fetch the Boanderos returned. Kid, do your best to slay the enemies and strive to survive. Perhaps any day you can become a general, the old soldier said with a grin. Having Gakwarden weapons, Sheng Weian Testetheman found them significantly superior to the old bow. To kill for the contrarius de revi elements trunature. Uncle, watch closely shall send the zang nu brat straight to hell, Sheng Weian proclaimed de shinoka de nero. Having gatten et the rank of bronzercher, heffelt the teven his postury while drawing the boad becomer markable elegant. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, striking Gazayang the soldier squarely in the forehead, leaving him bewildered ashafalifelis. In a time, 20 rouse claimed the lives of 20 Zion new foes. A this moment, some Zion the soldiers had begun to scale thules, but they were as we fly cut down bethedfending troops, plummeting to the ground below. Thebes oft you also was no pile high with the corpses of Zion new soldiers. Blood-stained thules crimson. Yet, the Zion the soldiers continued to ascend, stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, undeterred be theater. There drums for retreat were resilient the siege would Nazis. Those who hodered to retreat without cause would be executed. Their kin would be reduced to slavery. Thus, the Zion new soldiers, even Indiath, would not take a step back. When Sheng Weian had ex-house to Disseras, the old soldier de redemptorist. The brittle rigid and until noon, when Zion new forces finally be their drums to signal a retreat. The Attakine soldiers flowed back like a receding tide. That morning, the Zion Nu had failed to breach Thules, leaving behind thousands of corpses. Regrettably, this golden finger of fortunately granted him kill points for anemia personally late otherwise Sheng Weian could have zored to greatness. The Zion Nu army did not withdraw twice of in that the day's conflict was for fromover. As Sheng Weian stepped back tourist, examined the luminous screen. Name Sheng Weian. Race human. Cultivation technique none. Talent bronze archer. Kill points 20. With 20 kill points, an addition appeared behind the bronze archering, but Sheng Weian did nothing still alakatethum. Currently, while at offending Thesity, the experience of a bronze archer was barely sufficient. He needed to consider learning martial arts in this world martial arts existed, and to survive on the battlefield one must grow stronger. During the noon break, everyone introduced themselves as to become acquainted. My name is Sheng Huayan Shangshir Huayan, has stated. Shangshir Huayan, not bad, a splendid name, the old soldier replied, then sighed softly. Shangshir. In the northern frontier of Great Wei dynasty, where battles raged continuously, countless braves had perished. Hitul wished to see what a prosperous sage looked like. I am Wang Wu, a rugged man introduced himself. I am Jean Digno, boomed the burly Jean Digno. I am Li Bussy, sate the seemingly frail Li Bussy. Li Busan. Li Busan fell silent after speaking, appearing aloof, standing to Lanlian. Theory two brothers, genuine siblings, Wang Wa chuckled. Sheng Wei and Yarli drop a disjot of the ground did these brothers' parents name them so carelessly? Busan and Bussy. Once Iverionate introduced themselves, only the old soldier remained silent. Uncle, what is your name? Sheng Weian inquired with curiosity. The squad leader simply called old soldier, without name, Jean Digno replied. No name, could there be a story behind it? An emise moria designation, the old soldier said nonchalantly. Sheng Weian scratchedish thyssen lipoquis curiosity about the old soldier even more. After becoming familiar with theaters, Sheng Weian turned to the old soldier and asked, Uncle, Arathura martial arts and the military? The old soldier glanced at Sheng Weian and replied, Indeed, it's essential to learn some martial skills otherwise, with the our slender arms and legs, the Zion Nuban descudicilis leia with just 12 strikes. Uncle, is it necessary to belittle my that? Sheng Weian retorted, exasperated. You Hazelin 31 enemias today are now officially amambara for ending pass garrison. I can take charge and pass in the martial arts practice seed in their matoya. Upon hearing that martial arts were available, Sheng Weian shiartsored with joy. The martial art practice said within Ning pass garrison iskald reckless bull's strength. When cultivated, one can possess the strength of a reckless bull with arm strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, the old soldier explained. Iwan Toliern. Very well, ish'll teach you your way, the old soldier nodded. Taken advantage to midday break after lunch, the old soldier imparted the cultivation mantrin techniques of reckless bull's strength doshing awayan. The old soldier demonstrated technikians the nas chingawayan, so didio yuramberit? Chingawayan nodded, I have a memorize it. Cold henet mariziet, the golden screen hado redi displayed reckless bull strength. Name Shanghuayan. Race human. Cultivation technique reckless bull strength. Talent bronze archer. Kill points 20. Didio utraler memberit, the old soldier questioned, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Shanghuayan affirmed earnestly. The old soldier regarded him with skepticism. Had hetrolima morazedit after just in a glance, could Shanghuayan be martial arts prodigy? Show me your practice, the old soldier instructed. All right, Shanghuano deaded confidently. Hethanelok Ted points and a warm current surged through his body, filling him with newfound strength, as if Hekud fell with a single punk. Simultaneously, the memories and experience of cultivating reckless bull strength appeared in his mind as if they were innate. 10 kill points were directly consumed, and reckless bull strength had been said to Aminor master a level. Shanghuayan assumed Theston Sian Dexikitathetic Nikio reckless bull strength. The old soldier and the other soldiers watched, utterly astonished. Was this level of proficiency truly achieved after on Leona viewing? The gazadat Shanghuayan asif Uriaminster. Didorially on licitants, have I never practiced it before? The old soldier asked, unoblito believe it. Shanghuayan nodded, that's right. Is there a problem? A prodigy, Zhang de Nayamuda de breath. A martial arts talent seldom seen in 1,000, Li Busayad. It feels as though warial justiceless, Wang Yuzolf deprecating liar-marked. When they had first enlisted, they had practiced it for 2.5 months before Berlin mastering Thetic Nikio Freckless bull strength. Thiwe Everiona Lukadaching Wayan Reason bled Thatov stirring a ton anomaly. Reckless bull strength required the combination of technique and cultivation mantrato be effective. Shanghuayan rubba disnos what could he say, with a golden finger wasn't that just a prodigious talent? This battlefield at the northern frontier was perfectly suited for him. A she glance the golden screen on Smurry. Name Shanghuayan. Race human. Realm martial apprentice initial. Cultivation technique reckless bull strength beginner. Strength 300 pounds. Talent bronze archer. Kill points 10 a golden curtain unveiled Torium Zonofan Theotherov. Shanghuayan transitioned from an ordinary individual to a martial practitioner at the initial stage of. Uncle, is there a classification of realms in martial cultivation? Shanghuayan inquired. Indeed, there is a classification of realm, the old soldier affirmed with an O. Chapter 3, The archer may also wield a blade. Shanghuayan stretched his neck, beginning to listen earnestly. This unfamiliar world was replete with information beyond his ken. After all, his previous incarnation had merely been a delicate scholar. Oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, engrossed solely in the study of sage texts. To put it bluntly, he was lacking in worldly experience, ensconced in his own realm, and had little contact with the outside world. Akin to a socially anxious recluse, however, despite his scholarly pursuits, he had failed to excel even in the examinations for the position of scholar, a truly lamentable fate. The old soldier began to speak slowly. The cultivation of martial arts is divided into several stages: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, post-heaven, and pre-heaven. A martial apprentice focuses on refining the body, establishing the first realm of martial arts aimed at strengthening and toughening the physique. Upon reaching the realm of martial artist, one can generate true essence within. Primarily refining essence into chi, condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into personal true essence. Advancing to the realm of martial master involves the refinement of chi and blood. Beyond that lies the post-heaven realm. Focusing on the forging of tendons and bones, the pre-heaven realm entails the washing of marrow and the vanquishing of bones, resulting in a complete transformation, transcending the mundane. Only upon reaching the pre-heaven realm can one truly be considered a formidable martial artist. Once one becomes a martial apprentice, their single-arm strength can reach between 100 and 1,000 pounds, easily dispatching 10 untrained commoners. Upon becoming a martial artist, their strength can escalate from 1,000 to 3,000 pounds. Capable of shattering stone with a mere punch. A martial master can wield between 3,000 and 5,000 pounds of force, with blood as heavy as lead. A post-heaven warrior possesses skin as tough as bronze and bones as strong as iron.
With strength ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 pounds, finally, a pre-heaven warrior can attain a strength of between 10,000 and 50,000 pounds, capable of standing against 1,000 troops.
Shang Huayan listened intently, astonished by the sheer power described. A punch with a force of 10,000 pounds, what an unimaginable concept! Could one truly pulverize a child with such strength?
The old soldier paused. Halting his discourse, "What comes next?" Shang Huayan, caught up in the narrative, inquired. "What follows?" The old soldier cast a sidelong glance at Shang Huayan and replied, "Young man, do not aspire too high, one must remain grounded in their endeavors." Shang Huayan scratched his head, contemplating the arduous path of cultivation. Was it truly that difficult? A mere click of a button could suffice, since the old soldier refrained from elaborating on the subsequent martial realms. Shang Huayan had no choice but to let the matter rest. As the ceasefire commenced, everyone relaxed and took a breather. The old soldier handed Shang Huayan a suit of armor, advising him to wear it for protection against enemy arrows. Shang Huayan felt exasperated. Why did he always have to mention death? It was rather ominous. The old soldier helped him don the armor. Not bad. You do have a semblance of a warrior now, he remarked, nodding with approval. However, Shang Huayan felt uncomfortable in the armor, unaccustomed to its weight. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat echoed from beyond the walls like a summons to fate. "Quickly, grab your weapons and ascend the city walls." The old soldier bellowed. Everyone hurriedly armed themselves and rushed to the ramparts. Soldiers from other squads mirrored this urgency, racing to their posts. With bow and quiver of over 30 arrows, Shang Huayan followed closely behind the old soldier. Upon reaching the battlements, they beheld the Xiongnu forces launching their assault. A squad leader shouted, "Archers, step forward and unleash your arrows." The archers from various units advanced, knocking their arrows and aiming at the invading Xiongnu. A torrential rain of arrows fell from the walls. Shang Huayan, adept at drawing and releasing, identified a target, a robust Xiongnu warrior on the move, and let an arrow fly, striking true. With the kill count increased by 1. As the arrows rained down, Xiongnu soldiers fell one after another, succumbing to the relentless barrage. In that moment, Shang Huayan acclimated to the battlefield, shooting arrows with cold precision, each one claiming the life of an enemy. This was war. It was a matter of survival, devoid of anything else. He swiftly released all 35 arrows, each finding its mark, raising his kill count to 45. Once the archers exhausted their quivers, they retreated, allowing the melee fighters to engage the encroaching enemy. The afternoon assault was even more brutal than the morning. The Xiongnu forces had doubled in number, surging forth like a tidal wave, unfazed by death. The Xiongnu warriors pressed on, quickly breaching the city walls, retreating to the backlands. Shang Huayan prepared to enhance his cultivation. Name: Shang Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Early Martial Apprentice. Technique: Bull Strength. Novice. Strength: 300 pounds. Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill count: 45. Shang Huayan allocated points into Bull Strength. Recognizing the urgency of advancing his martial prowess. A warm current surged through his body, invigorating every cell. Upon reviewing the golden interface, name: Shang Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Mid-Martial Apprentice. Technique: Bull Strength. Minor Achievement: Strength: 700 pounds. Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill count: 25. His cultivation had instantaneously shifted from early Martial Apprentice to Mid-Martial Apprentice, and his strength had surged to 700 pounds. Transitioning from early to mid-martial apprentice required 20 points of kill count, and his technique in bull strength had reached a minor accomplishment. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, Shang Huayan's anticipation grew as he observed the fierce battles atop the walls. The Xiongnu adversaries were a wellspring of strength for his own growth. "Captain, grant me a blade. I wish to join the fray," he implored a nearby commander. "You've just retreated from battle. Archers are not to engage in close combat," the officer replied. "Who says archers cannot fight? I will take up arms to defend my nation. As men, we must shed our blood to protect our borders," Shang Huayan declared with righteous fervor. The officer regarded Shang Huayan with bemusement. Where did this fool come from? Rushing to his demise, "Give him a blade." A soldier handed over a sword, and Shang Huayan expressed his gratitude before ascending the walls once more to confront the enemy, observing his retreating figure. The other soldiers mused that such reckless valor was a rarity in these times. Who would willingly engage the Xiongnu without orders? On the battlements, he sought a target and charged at a Xiongnu warrior engaged in combat with an ally. In a swift ambush, Shang Huayan delivered a lethal blow, cleaving through armor and flesh with his 700-pound might. Having dispatched one foe, he turned his attention to another. Suddenly, a Xiongnu soldier scaled the wall. Spotting Shang Huayan and leaping to attack, he raised his sword to parry, but the force of the strike sent him staggering back. The assailant was a fellow martial apprentice, broad-shouldered and menacing. "Die!" the enemy roared.
Bringing his blade down upon Sheng Huayan responded instinctively, striking back with raw power, devoid of any formal technique. He pushed the Xiangnu back, reassured by the realization that his opponent was not as formidable as he had presumed. Perhaps the prior momentum from his leap had lent the enemy undue strength. Confident in his advantage, Sheng Huayan pressed the attack, driving the Xiangnu warrior into a corner, feeling the mounting pressure of his blows. The Xiangnu warrior realized that this seemingly frail scholar possessed surprising strength. Cornered, the enemy fought back with desperation. Sheng Huayan saw his opportunity and delivered a decisive blow, severing the Xiangnu's weapon and leaving a bloody mark upon his brow. As the foe collapsed, Sheng Huayan continued his pursuit of battle. With a swift stroke, he beheaded another enemy. Noticing this, a nearby Xiangnu soldier charged toward him. Sensing the imminent threat, Sheng Huayan turned to face a robust foe who swung his weapon with lethal intent. Not bad for a kid. No wonder you managed to kill my brother, but your strength is insufficient to accompany him in death, the Xiangnu taunted, unperturbed by his sibling's demise. Sheng Huayan raised his blade to defend himself, but was sent flying by a powerful kick, landing hard on the ground and struggling to rise. The impact had dislocated his insides. The Xiangnu warrior, a peak martial apprentice, wielded a strength of 1,000 pounds, far beyond Sheng Huayan's capacity to withstand. As the enemy approached, brandishing a sharp warblade, Sheng Huayan braced himself, thoughts racing through his mind. Was this how it would end? Just as he closed his eyes in resignation, a metallic clang echoed through the air. Upon reopening his eyes, he saw that the incoming strike had been deflected by another blade. Kid, didn't I tell you to retreat? What are you doing back on the walls? Are you courting death? The old soldier's voice rang out, and Sheng Huayan felt a wave of relief wash over him. I wish to slay enemies, of course I would return, Sheng Huayan replied, determined. You're an archer. Engaging in melee is our duty, the old soldier admonished. Who decrees that archers cannot wield blades? Sheng Huayan countered. Get up quickly, it's cold on the ground, the old soldier commanded. Before re-engaging in combat with the Xiangnu warrior, Sheng Huayan, filled with gratitude, found himself utterly devoid of it. How could he not feel the chill of the ground beneath him? Was this not akin to being struck down by an enemy's foot, leaving him breathless? Despite the elderly veteran appearing somewhat hunched and frail, his strength was far from lacking, as he relentlessly forced back his opponent. After catching his breath, Sheng Huayan rose from the ground, massaging his aching chest, and resumed his assault on the enemy with his blade. This time, he had learned to be cunning, targeting those foes who appeared weaker. He could not contend with the stronger adversaries. After all, he was but a novice himself. Chapter 4. The Master of Kidney Stabs. This was a world of martial arts, where ordinary soldiers were primarily martial artists at the apprentice level. And many of the Xiangnu soldiers were stronger than he. One must pick the ripe fruit, and thus Sheng Huayan began to employ underhanded tactics. Observing others engaged in battle, he seized the opportunity to stab a Xiangnu soldier in the left flank from behind. You? The Xiangnu soldier turned to face Sheng Huayan, blood pouring from his mouth. Truly despicable. With a swift strike to the kidney, this unfortunate soldier met a humiliating death, never imagining he would perish in such a manner. A friendly soldier witnessing Sheng Huayan's decisive action felt a chill run down his spine. Sheng Huayan offered a disarming smile but had no time for pleasantries as he continued to seek his next victim. His next target, seeing Sheng Huayan's innocent smile, sent shivers down the spine of his comrades, who resolved to keep their distance from him, spotting a Xiangnu soldier just scaling the city wall. Sheng Huayan lunged forward, his blade swift as the wind. The soldier barely had time to draw his weapon before Sheng Huayan's strike ended his life, sending him tumbling down from the battlements. Another Xiangnu soldier, upon witnessing Sheng Huayan at the parapet, raised his sword to strike. The Xiangnu forces attacking the wall aimed to secure the parapet, allowing more of their comrades to ascend and seize control of the fortifications. As the enemy charged, Sheng Huayan swung his blade, relying solely on brute strength without any semblance of technique. This Xiangnu warrior, merely at the initial stage of the apprentice level, quickly found himself retreating under Sheng Huayan's relentless assault, who seized the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Soon, two more Xiangnu soldiers climbed the parapet, and raged at the sight of Sheng Huayan slaying their comrade. They charged at him in unison, their gazes fierce. With adrenaline coursing through his veins and confidence surging, Sheng Huayan welcomed the challenge of facing two foes alone. However, he quickly began to feel the strain, lacking any formal combat training and relying only on raw power. He found himself at a disadvantage. As he dispatched an enemy, Wang was blade dripped with blood, and upon seeing Sheng Huayan overwhelmed, he called out, "Huayan, hold on, I'm coming to help." Wang Wu rushed forward to engage one of the adversaries.
Alleviating some of Sheng Huayan's burden with Wang Wu's timely assistance, Sheng Huayan felt the pressure lift considerably. Damn it, they think they can bully me just because I lack skill and experience. Seizing the moment, Sheng Huayan launched a fierce counterattack, focusing on a single foe. After a fierce exchange, he struck down the Xiongnu warrior, while Wang Wu had already dispatched his opponent and was now engaged in a fierce battle with a new adversary. Wang Wu's combat style was sharp and agile, a stark contrast to Sheng Huayan's reliance on brute force. Witnessing this, Sheng Huayan resolved to drive back the enemy and then seek out the veterans for guidance on techniques and martial arts. Without such skills, facing opponents of equal or greater strength would leave him at a disadvantage. Kill. The battle cry reverberated across the walls, with flashes of steel illuminating the chaos as the Xiongnu forces continued their relentless assault. Faced with an ever-increasing number of enemies, the defenders began to send reinforcements to hold the line. Sheng Huayan, having learned his lesson, opted for a more discreet approach, targeting the kidneys for a safer kill. Spotting an enemy engaged with a comrade, he seized the opportunity for a swift and brutal strike, quickly racking up over 10 kills in this manner. With each successful stab, Sheng Huayan's confidence grew. His blade becoming an extension of his will. Thank you, brother, a fallen enemy's comrade said, though his gaze held a peculiar wariness as he regarded Sheng Huayan's unusual tactics. No need for thanks, we are all comrades here. United in our cause to vanquish the enemy, Sheng Huayan replied, flashing a wide grin. He then returned to the hunt for more enemies, the thrill of the chase igniting his spirit. As dusk fell, the battle raged on, with the Xiongnu forces being systematically cut down on the walls. Ultimately, they were unable to seize control, and the Xiongnu retreated in disarray. As Sheng Huayan observed the retreating tide of enemies, he noted the deep gashes on his blade, a testament to the day's carnage. The ground was strewn with bodies, both Xiongnu and defenders alike. The Xiongnu began to send small contingents to collect their fallen. A tacit understanding fell over the battlefield as both sides paused to honor their dead. The north wind howled, banners fluttering atop the walls, while the crimson sun cast a bloody hue over the landscape. Observing the retreating Xiongnu, the defenders felt no elation, only a heavy gravity in their hearts. Sheng Huayan gazed at the setting sun, then at the soldiers clearing the battlefield, handling the lifeless forms with grim determination. The bodies of Xiongnu soldiers were unceremoniously discarded over the walls, their comrades left to collect their remains. Blood stained the cobblestones, creating an unsettling atmosphere as the dying light painted the scene in shades of red. Enough of this sentimental nonsense, fall in and regroup, called the veteran to Sheng Huayan. Suppressing his emotions, Sheng Huayan fell in line with the others as they departed the walls, replaced by fresh troops. On the way back to the barracks, he noticed that among the 10 soldiers the veteran had led, 4 were now missing. This grim reality signified that 4 of their comrades had perished in the afternoon's battle. The journey back was steeped in silence, the battlefield a relentless meat grinder, mercilessly claiming lives. None could tell when their turn would come. Chapter 5, The Bloodthirsty Blade Technique. The townsfolk rejoiced at the news of the defenders' victory. Having successfully repelled the Xiongnu forces once more, the people living along the border had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, as long as the enemy did not breach the walls. They felt secure. Should the walls falter, they would flee with their families. Living on the frontier, their fate hinged upon the defenders' strength. The garrison was not large, with many merchants stranded within the walls due to the Xiongnu siege. Upon returning to the barracks, the soldiers quietly finished their evening meal before seeking rest. After a day of combat, they were physically and mentally exhausted, and Sheng Huayan was no exception. After a long day of hacking at foes, he felt invincible. As the 2 defending battalions had been at full strength when they ascended the walls, only half returned alive by nightfall, underscoring the brutality of war. Lying down, Sheng Huayan finally had a moment to assess how much slaughter value he had accrued. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Level, mid-apprentice. Technique, bull's might. Minor accomplishment, strength, 700. Gene talent, bronze archer. Slaughter value, 70, having accrued 70 points of slaughter value. He recalled that he had 25 points of life value remaining from the morning. After slaying over 30 enemies in the afternoon, he had gained an additional 45 points. Was it not that one gained a point of life value for each kill? Why had it suddenly changed? Pondering this perplexity, he noticed that an additional plus sign appeared next to his martial arts level, indicating he could further enhance his cultivation. Without hesitation, he allocated his points. There was no time to delay in strengthening his abilities, for death could come at any moment. One-click enhancement. In an instant, a surge of power enveloped his entire being, continuously fortifying his body, flesh, and bones. As if he were undergoing a rigorous trial and metamorphosis, simultaneously, the experiences and memories regarding the cultivation of the reckless bull technique flooded into his mind. It felt as though he had practiced the reckless bull technique countless times. Those experiences and memories were indelibly etched in his consciousness. The enhancement concluded. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, late martial disciple cultivation technique, reckless bull technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 999 gene talent, bronze archer, kill value, 30 to elevate his cultivation to the late martial disciple realm. He had expended 40 points of kill value. The kill value seemed to deplete far too quickly. He had fought valiantly throughout the afternoon, and the kill value he earned barely allowed him to ascend a single level. Observing the remaining 30 points of kill value, he could still allocate more towards his bronze archer talent, yet Sheng Huayan chose not to enhance his archery ranking further. He intended to conserve it for the following day to request a sword technique from the veteran. Aiming to improve his swordsmanship, otherwise relying solely on brute strength during combat against opponents of the same realm would prove quite arduous. Since I have come, I shall find peace, although this world lacked the charming guiding stars of his previous life. And the over 100 gigabytes of memory he possessed found no heir. He held a golden opportunity in this realm and was destined to reach the pinnacle of his life. Experiencing diverse splendors, he would no longer be just an individual enjoying the perks of 007 in his past life. The vast world, teeming with beautiful women, surely would not be inferior to those enlightening instructors he once had. With these optimistic thoughts, Sheng Huayan drifted into a deep slumber. Upon the break of dawn, Sheng Huayan was roused for morning drills. The border guard troops could only survive through self-improvement, suddenly awakened for drills.
Sheng Huayan felt somewhat unaccustomed. Rising early for such exercises reminded him of the youthful aspirations of a bygone era. After rehearsing the reckless bull technique for a few rounds, it was time for breakfast. Although their camp was not required to guard the city walls that day, they could not afford to be idle and had to remain on standby within the military camp. After breakfast, Sheng Huayan sought out the veteran and uncle. Sheng Huayan rubbed his hands together with a beaming smile. What is it? The veteran regarded Sheng Huayan. Is there any sword technique for training in the army? Please teach me. Sheng Huayan chuckled. Yes, that all. You make it sound like a thief. The veteran shot him a glance. You killed quite a few enemies yesterday. I've reported your military achievements. As long as you survive. Attaining the rank of sergeant won't be a problem, the veteran explained. Above the sergeant is the captain, who commands 50 men, while the sergeant leads 100. The sergeant is considered a minor officer within the military. Holding a 9th grade martial official position, the veteran's assertion that Sheng Huayan could easily achieve the rank of sergeant was not mere bravado, it was well-founded given his military accomplishments from yesterday's battle. Unfortunately, soldiers at the border faced a high mortality rate, many of whom perished before they could be promoted. Uncle, let us set aside those matters for now. Please teach me the sword technique, Sheng Huayan insisted. Prioritizing the acquisition of combat skills to enhance his fighting prowess, survival was paramount. Only by living could one afford to discuss other matters. What are you so anxious about? The veteran glared at Sheng Huayan. Brother Huayan, even if you don't ask, the captain will still teach you the sword technique. Wang Wu chimed in with a smile. During yesterday's battle, we noticed you possess strength but lack swordsmanship. Watch closely, I will personally demonstrate it for you, the veteran declared, brandishing his sword to illustrate the technique. Sheng Huayan nodded eagerly, his eyes fixed on the veteran. Afraid to miss any crucial detail, the veteran began the demonstration. His blade executing each maneuver with lethal precision, as if born for slaughter. A layer of bloody aura seemed to envelop the sword, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. The sword moved in his hand with the ease of an arm. After completing the demonstration of 18 forms, the veteran sheathed his sword and looked at Sheng Huayan. So, did you remember everything? Would you like me to demonstrate it again? Sheng Huayan nodded and smiled. I've memorized it all. Thank you, uncle. Did you truly remember everything? The onlookers stared at Sheng Huayan. Indeed, Sheng Huayan affirmed, confident in his retention. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, late martial disciple cultivation technique, reckless bull technique, minor accomplishment, bloodthirsty sword technique, novice, strength, 999 gene talent, bronze archer, kill value, 30. Upon seeing the sword technique recorded by his golden opportunity, with a plus sign appearing, Sheng Huayan wasted no time in selecting it. A single click, and he was on the path to martial transcendence, simple and swift. Instantly 10 points of kill value vanished, and the experience of the bloodthirsty sword technique surged into his mind, making him feel as if he had practiced it for 2.5 years. And now, show me what you've got. The veteran tossed the sword to Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan caught the sword and immediately began practicing.
With swift and powerful strikes, he executed the 18 forms of the bloodthirsty sword technique with remarkable proficiency. Zheng Dainio, Wang Wu, and others watched him with expressions akin to that of observing a marvel.
To achieve such a level after merely watching once, could this lad truly be a martial prodigy?
Zheng Dainio exclaimed in admiration. Sometimes I truly resent the unfairness of fate, Wang Wu sighed, gazing at Sheng Huayan. A scholarly-looking fellow like him turns out to be a martial genius. Where is the justice in that? I merely possess good comprehension, Sheng Huayan replied with a silly grin. Enough of that, don't let pride go to your head. There is still much for you to practice. Consider this merely the beginning, the veteran cautioned. Yes, uncle, I understand. Sheng Huayan nodded. Name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, late martial disciple cultivation technique, reckless bowl technique, minor accomplishment, bloodthirsty sword technique, novice, strength, 999 gene talent, bronze archer, kill value, 20. Noticing that he could still allocate points towards the bloodthirsty sword technique, Sheng Huayan promptly did so. The technique advanced from novice to minor accomplishment, consuming 20 points of kill value. With the kill value depleted, his combat prowess surged to a new level. Observing the empty kill value, Sheng Huayan felt a sense of discomfort akin to a person devoid of savings staring at a zero-balance bank account. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the fort, the war drums echoed. The Xiongnu army commenced their assault once more. Within the military camp, Sheng Huayan gazed longingly at the city walls, eager to join the fray. Without slaying enemies, there could be no kill value, and without kill value, one could not grow stronger. This predicament weighed heavily on him. Chapter 6. The kill-crazed. Regrettably, it was not their turn to guard the city today. He could only remain within the camp, listening to the sounds of battle from outside. Soon, the logistics officer arrived to replenish the ranks. Filling in for the missing soldiers, their unit received 4 new soldiers, 2 of whom appeared to be local recruits, while the other 2 seemed to be robust fellows brought in from who knows where. There was no choice. The war had been ongoing for half a month, and the attrition among border soldiers was severe, necessitating such reinforcements. The court had yet to dispatch a large army for support. The 2 new recruits, upon hearing the clamor of battle outside, wore expressions of sheer terror. The veteran regarded the 2 recruits with a resigned expression. These recruits were merely fodder meant for the battlefield. Of course, Sheng Huayan was an exception. He was a prodigy. Recruits who had not undergone training or martial cultivation were indeed destined to be mere cannon fodder. Everyone remained quiet. Wang Wu silently polished his sword. Zheng Dainio gazed up at the clear northern sky, and Li Busan and Li Busi sat together, resting. Uncle, how long do you think the Xiongnu army will besiege the city? Sheng Huayan inquired. Until winter. The veteran replied nonchalantly. The Xiongnu army is pressing southward to pillage the grain of the border populace for winter survival, and perhaps to abduct some women to make their winter a bit warmer. Then we'll have a chance to fight. Sheng Huayan's eyes brightened. What kind of look is that? The veteran shot him an exasperated glance. While others dread war, Sheng Huayan seems to welcome it. Wang Wu remarked. Ahem, it's just that I was thinking if I could slay more Xiongnu bandits and accumulate military merit, I could earn a rank or 2, buy a few acres of land, and perhaps a couple of wives to enjoy a good life. Sheng Huayan rambled on. Several wives. Has your little bird matured yet? Li Busi chuckled. Haha, brother Huayan is probably still a novice. Zheng Dainio joined in the laughter. Sheng Huayan's face darkened. I am 17, my little bird has matured, and the feathers have grown in. Would you care to compare? Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? The veteran chastised. Comparing little birds in the military camp? You truly have a death wish. Reluctantly, Sheng Huayan fell silent, and Zheng Dainio ceased teasing him. The group busied themselves with preparing their armor and sharpening their swords, the morning slipping away as they listened to the sounds of slaughter. Sheng Huayan retrieved his hand token from the veteran to collect equipment. Upon arriving at the armory, a logistics officer inquired, Whose subordinate are you? What brings you here? I am a soldier under the veteran. I have his hand token to collect equipment, Sheng Huayan replied, presenting the token he received from the veteran. The logistics officer inspected the token, nodded, and said, So you belong to that fellow. Very well, wait a moment. He then turned and entered the storeroom. Hey, brother, are you here to collect weapons and gear as well? A robust man asked Sheng Huayan. Upon hearing the sound, Sheng Huayan turned around and nodded at the burly man. Finding him somewhat familiar, I guess at you, the kidney-piercing master. The burly man gazed at Sheng Huayan, his face filled with astonishment. Kidney-piercing master? What is that? Sheng Huayan was utterly baffled. The burly man seemed to recall something. Quickly shutting his mouth while instinctively guarding his waist with both hands. And nothing, he stammered, turning on his heel and hastily departing. Watching the man leave, Sheng Huayan felt perplexed. Dang Wu, why have you returned? Where are the weapons you were assigned? Deng Wu turned back to respond, guess who I just saw? Mysterious, could it be the esteemed general of Ping Bei? Pei Yong interjected. No, I must tell you, I encountered the kidney-piercing master, Deng Wu replied. The kidney-piercing master? Is he the one notorious for stabbing the kidneys of our Xiongnu foes? Pei Yong inquired. Indeed, that is him. I witnessed him brutally pierce 5 or 6 Xiongnu soldiers through their kidneys yesterday. They met a gruesome end, Deng Wu recounted, shuddering at the memory. But why are you afraid of him? Will he stab your kidney as well? Besides, even if he did, it would be the Xiongnu bandits he targets. So why are you so frightened? Pei Yong remarked. It's not that I'm afraid. What if he gets carried away and suddenly comes for me? I can't be incapacitated. My beloved Xiaohong back home is waiting for me to return and marry her. Deng Wu explained. The logistics officer retrieved 30 arrowheads and handed over a new battle knife. Sheng Huayan had intended to request more arrowheads but was rebuffed by the officer, who cited the current scarcity of supplies and the need to hold out until the main forces arrived. Reluctantly, Sheng Huayan acquiesced, acknowledging that 30 arrowheads were sufficient to take down 30 enemies. After departing the supply depot, he rejoined his unit. After a midday meal, the Xiongnu forces had yet to sound a retreat. And the old soldiers furrowed their brows, gazing anxiously at the city walls. Today's siege appeared even fiercer than yesterday's. Not long after, the military officer urgently gathered them, leading their battalion to the walls for support. As the defending unit was failing to hold upon receiving the command to assist, Sheng Huayan felt immense joy. He would have the chance to fight again atop the walls, with his bow and arrows slung across his back. A battle knife at his waist, and clad in armor, Sheng Huayan swiftly ascended the walls behind the seasoned soldiers. Today, the number of Xiongnu assailants on the walls exceeded that of the previous day. And many defenders had already perished. In the chaos of close combat, Sheng Huayan could not use his bow to slay foes. He unsheathed his battle knife and charged at the enemy. As he swung his blade down at a Xiongnu soldier, the foe quickly raised his weapon to block. The clash reverberated, and Sheng Huayan's strike forced the opponent back several paces. Seizing the moment while the enemy was still dazed, he advanced swiftly and executed a precise slice, cleaving the soldier in two. Wang Wu, witnessing Sheng Huayan's ruthlessness, felt a chill run down his spine and resolved never to provoke him again. This lad, whether piercing kidneys or executing lethal strikes, was far too ferocious. With a single slice, claiming an enemy's life, Sheng Huayan noted that he had earned 2 points of slaughter value. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly turned to attack another Xiongnu soldier, an ordinary warrior newly initiated into the ranks. With a single blow, Sheng Huayan shattered the soldier's weapon and bisected him along with his blade. The proficiency of his blood slaughter blade technique significantly elevated his combat prowess. He was no longer merely relying on brute strength. With each strike, he felled another Xiongnu foe, his power now exceeding that of yesterday's by more than double. Enemies of lesser cultivation swiftly fell before him like ripe fruit. Sheng Huayan recognized a familiar figure amidst the fray, a burly man he had encountered while collecting weapons. Deng Wu was currently engaged with a formidable adversary, their duel evenly matched. Seeing this, Sheng Huayan's innate instincts flared. Seizing an opportunity, he plunged his knife into the waist of a nearby Xiongnu soldier with swift precision. The familiar scene sent a shiver down Deng Wu's spine as he felt a sudden chill at his own waist. He's back. The kidney-piercing master has returned, wearing that gentle, benevolent smile again. Are you all right, my friend? Sheng Huayan asked with a warm smile. I am fine, thank you, Deng Wu replied hurriedly, turning to distance himself from Sheng Huayan. This was a battlefield rife with chaos. He feared that Sheng Huayan might develop a taste for stabbing and target him next. Observing Deng Wu's retreat, Sheng Huayan was left bewildered. Was he truly that fearsome? Why did it seem as though the other man was terrified of him? Baffled, Sheng Huayan continued his search for the next victim. As he relentlessly dispatched his comrades, a group of 4 or 5 Xiongnu soldiers closed in, intent on ending his life. You lowly way scum, how dare you slay so many of my kin? You shall pay, one of the burly men seethed, glaring at Sheng Huayan. In no time, several of their number had fallen to Sheng Huayan's blade, drawing the attention of numerous Xiongnu warriors. The Xiongnu bandits deserve extermination. It is you who should perish. I shall send you to meet your shaman one by one, Sheng Huayan declared, showing no mercy. It is said that those not of my kind harbor different intentions. He was now a man of way, inherently standing opposed to the Xiongnu. The conflict was one of life and death. Moreover, Sheng Huayan required slaughter points to aid his cultivation, both for personal gain and the greater good. He would eliminate these Xiongnu foes without hesitation. Once our royal army breaks through, I shall ensure your complete annihilation, way scum. A Xiongnu soldier howled as he charged at Sheng Huayan, joined by 4 others. Employing the blood slaughter blade technique, imbued with a menacing aura, Sheng Huayan confronted the 5 Xiongnu warriors alone. The leading soldier was no weakling. he was a mid-level martial artist on par with Shang Huayan. However, Shang Huayan's strength far surpassed his, and with the blood slaughter blade technique, he held his ground against the assault without faltering. A typical mid-level martial artist possessed an arm strength of around 700 pounds. While Shang Huayan boasted an impressive 999, such power was typically reserved for those who had attained the pinnacle of martial cultivation, having reached mid-level martial artist status following his mastery of the blood slaughter blade technique. He dared to claim there were none who could rival him within his realm. The blood-soaked battle raged on. He executed a flurry of strikes that left 5 Xiongnu soldiers sprawled in a pool of their own blood. After dispatching the 5 who had encircled him, Shang Huayan flicked the blood from his blade. I am now a force to be reckoned with. If this were my past life, I would boldly proclaim that I could take on 100 foes. Having slain these 5 Xiongnu warriors, Shang Huayan did not pause. Instead, he continued his assault against the relentless tide of Xiongnu soldiers climbing the walls. The enemy showed no fear of death, relentlessly attempting to scale the walls. In a short span of time, Shang Huayan had already claimed the lives of over 20 foes. Those Xiongnu soldiers lacking the strength to reach the mid-level martial artist stage fell before him. One by one, atop the battlements. On the ramparts, a general took note of Shang Huayan's prowess. Whose subordinate is that? How remarkably fierce, he exclaimed. General, it appears he is merely a low-ranking soldier, likely one of the subordinates of the 7th Battalion's martial officer. A nearby lieutenant replied, indeed, in such a short time, he has felled over 20 enemies. He exhibits considerable valor, the general remarked with a smile. Shang Huayan resembled a tireless harbinger of death, charging at every Xiongnu soldier he encountered. As he cut down one after another, traversing the walls from east to west, he decimated a pathway of destruction. This young man is impressive, brave in battle, willing to fight and kill. He could be a leader. The general nodded in appreciation. Among ordinary soldiers, few exhibited such fervor and ferocity as Shang Huayan. The lieutenant noted Shang Huayan's name for future reference. In the midst of his exhilarating slaughter, Shang Huayan remained unaware that he was drawing the attention of the military elites. Relishing the carnage, he felt as if a latent combat gene within him had been awakened. Despite having slain numerous Xiongnu foes, this also attracted the interest of Xiongnu elites. One formidable Xiongnu warrior, having dispatched 3 defending soldiers, directed his wrath toward Shang Huayan. Among the defenders, strong and weak alike existed, and the Xiongnu army was no different. Sensing a chilling intent approaching, Shang Huayan turned to see a hulking Xiongnu man bearing down on him. He parried with his blade, but the opponent's strike was powerful enough to send him reeling backward. Shang Huayan felt the force of the opponent's weapon as if it were infused with true essence, causing pain to radiate through his arm and splitting his palm. A martial artist? Shang Huayan's expression turned grave as he realized he had attracted the attention of a martial artist within the Xiongnu ranks. The Xiongnu warrior Jibo Xiao was taken aback by Shang Huayan's ability to withstand his strike. You can endure my blow. No wonder you have slain so many of my kin, but today, your time is up, he declared. As a centurion of the Xiongnu vanguard and a mid-level martial artist, Jibo Xiao regarded Shang Huayan with newfound respect, noting his ability to withstand an attack unharmed, yet, that respect was fleeting. Let's see how you fare against a martial artist. With a powerful leap, Jibo Xiao propelled himself forward, his curved blade raised high as he aimed to cleave Shang Huayan in two. In response, Shang Huayan executed a swift maneuver to evade the strike blood slaughter blade technique. Night battle in all directions, his weapon shimmered with a faint crimson aura as he engaged in fierce combat with Jibo Xiao. Their blades clashing with sparks flying. Shang Huayan's speed was remarkable. Though he lacked sheer strength, he compensated with rapid movements. Before long, Shang Huayan found himself gasping for breath, his shoulders and back marred by deep gashes from blades, blood oozing from his wounds. He had been injured. Indeed, a true warrior should never be underestimated. Jibosho was also in a dire state, as Shang Huayan's strikes were too swift, infused with an aura of lethal intent. Many of the blows had gone unblocked, leaving him with several wounds, and his battle attire was stained crimson. Not bad, young one. You've managed to wound me. You have every reason to feel proud. Dying wouldn't be a loss for you, Jibosho remarked, glancing at his injuries before fixing his gaze on Shang Huayan. With so many murals, does your family deal in paintings? If you wish to kill me, then come forth, Shang Huayan retorted, raising his middle finger. Although Jibosho did not comprehend the gesture, he sensed the mocking tone behind it. A mere late-stage martial apprentice dared to ridicule him, igniting a fierce rage within Jibosho. Die, he vowed, determined to sever Shang Huayan's head and take it home as a trophy. Bloodthirsty blade technique, sweeping slash. Shang Huayan executed a roll, lifting his blade in a vicious arc aimed directly at Jijin. Jibosho's brother Ijibosho was taken aback and hastily dodged, not expecting Sheng Huayan's technique to be so ruthless, targeting his lower body, bloodthirsty blade technique, sever your feet. Sheng Huayan followed up with a sweeping strike. Old soldier, is there such a move in the bloodthirsty blade technique? I don't recall a bloodthirsty blade technique, sever your head. Sheng Huayan transitioned from a low strike to a high one, aiming for Jibosho's neck. The old soldier reflected, in the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. Sheng Huayan's strikes were incredibly swift. Even Jibosho, a seasoned martial artist, found it challenging to gain the upper hand against him. In that moment, he cast aside his previous disdain. Sheng Huayan was an adversary worthy of serious consideration. As Jibosho adapted to Sheng Huayan's rhythm, he sought openings while defending against the relentless onslaught. Although he possessed greater strength, Sheng Huayan's speed ensnared him in a relentless dance of combat, forcing him to continuously parry. Upon discovering a slight weakness, Jibosho seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick that sent Sheng Huayan sprawling. Clutching his chest, Sheng Huayan involuntarily spat blood. What good is speed if your strength is still too feeble? Jibosho sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Submit to your demise, in the face of absolute power. All struggles are in vain, curse you. Sheng Huayan rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and massaging his chest. It was evident that fighting above his level was no simple feat. His strength was still vastly inferior to that of a true martial artist. Prepare to die, little brat. Jibosho charged forward, blade raised, intent on claiming Sheng Huayan's head. Old Wang hasn't acted yet, I can hold him off. Sheng Huayan shouted, glancing behind Jibosho. Upon turning, Jibosho noticed that the Xiongnu army and the Anning defenders were locked in battle, with no one at his back. Thud, Jibosho turned back to find an arrow protruding from his side. My kidney, you scoundrel, he roared, clutching his side, pain racking his features. All's fair in war. If you don't understand that, you might as well return home to dig potatoes, Sheng Huayan quipped. Time was short, and he had only managed to draw his bow and release an arrow. His aim faltering as it struck Jibosho's waist instead of his chest. Clearly his archery skills required further refinement. Damn you, how dare you shoot my kidney, I shall tear you limb from limb. Jibosho bellowed, fury igniting within him. Without a kidney, his beloved Suihua would surely abandon him for a stronger man. What significance would his military achievements hold then? It was all due to this wretched boy. And Jibosho's rage reached a fever pitch. With a snap, Jibosho broke the arrow, leaving the shaft embedded in his body. Discarding the broken end on the ground, he charged at Sheng Huayan, intent on cleaving him into 18 pieces. Only then would his fury be assuaged. Sheng Huayan slung his bow over his shoulder and grasped his battle blade, preparing to engage Jibosho in fierce combat. He refused to accept that he could not defeat Jibosho. Even after having shot him in the kidney, he intended to drag his opponent down into the depths of bloodshed and weakness. As Jibosho advanced, each step sent waves of agony through his wounded side. The arrow embedded in his kidney causing excruciating pain. Observing Jibosho's grimace, Sheng Huayan could not help but burst into laughter. Ha, how does it feel? Come on and hit me, you fool. His expression was infuriatingly smug, rivaling even that of Fang Tangjing. Perhaps his taunts caught the attention of a nearby Xiongnu soldier. Captain, allow me to slay him, the soldier shouted, brandishing his steel blade and rushing at Sheng Huayan. Thud, blood sprayed as the Xiongnu soldier fell, his throat severed by Sheng Huayan's blade. Looking down at the lifeless body, he remarked, fool, what kind of incompetent captain cannot deal with me? Have you always been this brave? Jibosho, witnessing Sheng Huayan's arrogance, shouted, I'll be the one to slay this way, dog. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his kidney, Jibosho lunged at Sheng Huayan. Chapter 8, Slaying a Warrior. Sheng Huayan struck with a powerful blow. Now emboldened by Jibosho's injuries. If he could not overpower him with sheer strength, he would exploit his weakness. Jibosho staggered back, blood seeping from his wounds. The arrow lodged in his body had severely diminished his combat ability. He was not strong enough to ignore such a grievous injury. It seems today I might just kill a warrior. Sheng Huayan, riding the tide of fortune, unleashed the bloodthirsty blade technique with ferocity, forcing Jibosho to retreat continuously. Though other Xiongnu soldiers attempted to assist Jibosho, they fell swiftly to Sheng Huayan's blade. With each passing moment, Jibosho's injuries deepened, blood flowed freely, and his armor lay in tatters. The weight of his wounds became unbearable, rendering him unable to withstand Sheng Huayan's onslaught. Even if I die, I will take you with me, Jibosho resolved, launching a desperate attack against Sheng Huayan, intent on ending both their lives. Seeing Jibosho's reckless determination to bring him down as well, Sheng Huayan could only think how naive he was. No longer would he clash head-on, instead, he would wear Jibosho down, outlasting him in this brutal exchange. As the battle raged on, Shang Huayan continued to reap a harvest of enemies, dispatching those of lesser skill with ease. Name: Shang Huayan. Race: Human level, late stage martial apprentice. Technique: Mighty Bull. Strength: Minor achievement. Bloodthirsty Blade Technique: Minor achievement. Strength: 999. Gene Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill value: 55. Unbeknownst to him, as the fight progressed, he had already slain 30 to 40 Xiongnu foes. He began to grasp the mechanics of gaining kill value. 1 point for a martial apprentice in the early stages, 2 for mid-stage, and 3 for late-stage opponents. Most of those he had dispatched were early-stage martial apprentices, with fewer in the mid and late stages, seeing the potential for growth in his cultivation. Shang Huayan wasted no time in allocating points to enhance his abilities. A surge of power coursed through him, invigorating his body as if it had been tempered by 1,000 hammers. Jibosho, witnessing the sudden increase in Shang Huayan's momentum, felt a wave of despair wash over him. The boy had broken through in the midst of battle, with his own strength already diminished and his energy waning. He could hardly believe that Shang Huayan was gaining power while he was faltering. In an instant, Shang Huayan's strength surged dramatically, forcing Jibosho back with a single blow. Name: Shang Huayan. Race: Human level, perfected martial apprentice. Technique: Mighty Bull. Strength: Minor achievement. Bloodthirsty Blade Technique: Minor achievement. Strength: 1500. Gene Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill value: 15. Having consumed 40 points of kill value, he ascended to the status of a perfected martial apprentice. His strength now reaching a formidable 1400 gene, comparable to that of a freshly ascended warrior. Jibosho, too, boasted such power, but he was burdened with the essence of martial energy. However, newly ascended warriors often possessed only a weak reservoir of martial energy. With a flourish, Shang Huayan displayed his blade. Now emboldened by his recent breakthrough, he refused to delay any longer. He had to eliminate this formidable foe before moving on to confront others among the Xiongnu ranks. In this world where might reigns supreme, one's true power is the foundation of survival. On the northern battlefield, according to his observations, the situation had yet to reach its most perilous phase. There were still battles to be fought. Shang Huayan sprang into action, closing the distance to Jibosho in an instant. Bloodthirsty Blade Technique: Throat Slice. With a swift motion, blood erupted as Jibosho's head fell to the ground, stepping through the pool of blood. Shang Huayan did not glance back at Jibosho's lifeless form. This marked the first warrior he had slain, yet it would surely not be his last. The severed head lay on the ground, eyes wide and staring, reflecting the image of Shang Huayan dispatching another Xiongnu soldier. Thud! Another Xiongnu soldier fell beneath Shang Huayan's blade. Now, he moved with the ease of a wolf among sheep. The ordinary Xiongnu soldiers, lacking in strength, were no match for his deadly strikes. Soon, the area around him was devoid of Xiongnu soldiers, their corpses littering the ground, blood-staining the cobblestones of the city walls. Those who attempted to scale the walls were met with the same fate at his hands. Alone, he had defended a section of the battlements. Witnesses to Shang Huayan's ferocity were left in awe. The number of foes he had slain had surpassed 50. This young man has truly mastered the bloodthirsty blade technique to such a degree. The veteran cast a fleeting glance, noting the sinister aura of bloodshed surrounding Shang Huayan's blade. Internally, he was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had imparted this sword technique to Shang Huayan, and now, merely a day later, he had grasped the blood slaughter blade technique to such an impressive degree. Simultaneously, he had slain a martial artist of considerable prowess, a feat that only they could truly appreciate for its astonishing nature. Few could engage in battles across ranks, and even fewer could decisively eliminate an adversary of a higher tier. Shang Huayan, as a martial apprentice, had managed to vanquish a martial artist, marking him as a remarkably radiant presence. After all, he had only been practicing martial arts for a mere 2 days. What a prodigy! The Xiongnu forces continued their relentless assault, scaling the city walls and clashing with the defenders. One after another. Soldiers fell, their lives extinguished in the brutal chaos of battle. Kill him! A group of 6 or 7 Xiongnu soldiers closed in on Shang Huayan, intent on overwhelming him with the blood slaughter blade technique. He unleashed a devastating strike. Shang Huayan surged into the fray like an unparalleled deity of death, exuding an aura of menace, and swiftly dispatched the attackers. The veteran, observing from a distance, muttered, "What blade technique is this? 5 horses dismemberment? Is there such a move within the blood slaughter blade technique? Kill him!" In the next moment, a dozen spear-wielding soldiers encircled Shang Huayan, vowing to end his life. Their motivation stemmed not from anything else but the glaring prominence of Shang Huayan, who had already slain nearly 100 of their comrades, creating a clear zone amidst the chaos. At this point in the battle, Shang Huayan's armor was battered, his cloak torn, and he bore several wounds. Yet his spirit remained undeterred, his blood still boiling with fervor. Undaunted by the encroaching spearmen, he charged forward with his blade raised, an unstoppable force, embracing the prospect of death. Huayan, my brother, be cautious, I'm coming to assist you. Wang Wu, witnessing Sheng Huayan besieged by the spearmen, rushed to his side. Sheng Huayan longed to protest, don't come over, those kills are mine. With Wang Wu joining the fray, the dozen spearmen that had scaled the wall were swiftly dispatched by the two warriors. Goodness, your strength has grown tremendously. Wang Wu gazed at Sheng Huayan as if he were an otherworldly being. Mediocre, I was merely contemplating a swift breakthrough to the innate realm to eradicate these Xiongnu foes. Sheng Huayan replied with a casual smile, you dare to dream of such a leap to the innate realm? Wang Wu couldn't help but scoff, what audacity, you'd only dare to entertain such fantasies in your spring dreams. Ha! What is there to fear in dreaming? Sheng Huayan retorted, executing a swift strike that felled another enemy who had just ascended the wall. Be less conspicuous, lest the sharpshooters among the Xiongnu set their sights on you. Wang Wu cautioned, Sheng Huayan's remarkable feats had made him exceedingly noticeable, and should the sharpshooters target him, he would be in grave peril. Despite the numerous Xiongnu soldiers he had slain, the sharpshooters remained conspicuously absent in their aggression towards him, leading Wang Wu to believe that Sheng Huayan was extraordinarily fortunate. As if blessed by the heavens, within the tent of the left Xian king of the Xiongnu, a general reported, my lord, the great Chanyu has inquired when we shall breach the Yanning Pass. What of the right Xian King's offensive? Left Xian King Yi Jihan asked without answering. The right Xian King is close to capturing the Qishan fortress, was the reply. Then we must hasten our siege. I demand that Anning Pass be taken within 2 days, commanded the left Xian King with firm resolve. After besieging the pass for half a month, he felt he had lingered long enough. He intended to seize Anning Pass before the right Xian King could claim the Qishan fortress, thus sweeping through the interior. As the left Xian King's orders were issued, the Xiongnu forces mobilized additional troops for the assault. The horn sounded, and yet another contingent, numbering over 5,000, joined the fray. This is bad. The Xiongnu have intensified their siege. Strong opponents will likely ascend the wall soon. Be cautious, Wang Wu advised. How strong? Sheng Huayan inquired while dispatching another charging Xiongnu soldier. Strong enough to kill you with a single slap, Wang Wu replied gravely, gazing at the seemingly endless tide of Xiongnu warriors advancing. Sheng Huayan exhaled deeply. The army beyond the walls appeared inexhaustible. How many Xiongnu are there at the gates? He lamented. 100,000. Wang Wu answered. 100,000. Just to assault a single pass? Sheng Huayan was taken aback. How many defenders do we have at Anning Pass? He quickly pressed. 30,000, though now only over 20,000 remain. Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. The Xiongnu had besieged the pass for half a month, depleting the defenders' ranks, and conscription had begun to supplement their numbers. Sheng Huayan himself was one such conscript. By heavens, 30,000 against 100,000. Sheng Huayan was filled with dread. The northern borders see foreign incursions annually. It is a common occurrence, Wang Wu remarked. Unfazed, has the general not sought reinforcements? Sheng Huayan queried, observing the Xiongnu banners fluttering outside. I'm just a lowly foot soldier, how would I know? Wang Wu shot him a glance. The sound of drums and horns echoed across the northern frontier, resonating with a poignant, melancholic tone. Chapter 9. Innate warriors. The heavy drumbeats reverberated from the walls. The atmosphere was thick with an aura of impending slaughter. Even the clouds above seemed to darken. In general, the Xiongnu were likely preparing a full assault. A subordinate remarked with a grave expression. Yang Yi, unfazed, replied, no matter. With me here, the Xiongnu will not breach Anning Pass anytime soon. Summon 2 more battalions to bolster our defenses. Yes, sir. The subordinate clasped his fist in salute before turning to relay the order for 2 battalions to ascend the walls. Each battalion comprised 2,000 soldiers, so Yang Yi summoned 4,000 additional troops, bringing their total to over 6,000 defenders. Half of the soldiers from the 2 battalions had already perished. 6,000 was sufficient to hold the line. Any more would merely clutter the walls, rendering their deployment unnecessary. As the defending side, they held a natural advantage, capable of continuously reinforcing their ranks from the rear. Huayan, be careful and survive. When the battle concludes, I shall treat you to drinks at Ichuan Tower in the city, Wang Wu declared before lunging back into the fray. Agreed, let us revel together afterward. Sheng Huayan replied with a hearty laugh. As the Xiongnu forces surged, Sheng Huayan targeted the areas where the enemy was thickest, charging recklessly into battle, with the blood slaughter blade technique in hand. He wielded his blade with ferocity, effortlessly cutting through the weaker Xiongnu soldiers. 123 with each kill, he silently counted. His strength now rivaled that of a martial artist in the early stages. The martial apprentice level Xiongnu foes fell before him in droves. He resembled a bloodthirsty deity of war, his cloak drenched in the blood of his enemies. Just as he was caught up in the frenzy of battle, he sensed several powerful presences approaching, sending chills through him. From the ranks of the Xiongnu below, 5 imposing figures leapt upward, landing on the walls. Their auras surged, true energy swirling around them as they unleashed a palm strike, sending a wave of true chi that obliterated a dozen soldiers in an instant. In a heartbeat, these 5 formidable warriors had slaughtered over 100 defenders, transforming a section of the wall into an open battlefield. Fortunately, Sheng Huayan was at a distance. Had he been closer, he too would have perished beneath the force of that strike. No wonder Wang Wu had warned him to be cautious. True powerhouses could obliterate entire swaths of soldiers with a mere gesture. How bold you are to slaughter my way soldiers. The left Xian King seemed eager to breach the city, dispatching 5 innate warriors to assault the walls. Act swiftly, or the ordinary soldiers atop the walls will soon be slain. On the battlements, 5 generals leapt down to confront the 5 Xiongnu warriors.
Xiongnu scoundrels, you flaunt your prowess, a bearded general bellowed away. Dogs, did you think you could hide from battle? Ha ha, a Xiongnu warrior cackled. Kill them, seize the walls and let our army enter the pass, another Xiongnu innate warrior commanded. Kill, eliminate them. In an instant 10 warriors clashed, their true energy clashing with such intensity that ordinary soldiers dared not approach. The section of the wall became a veritable battlefield for the 10 combatants. From afar, Sheng Huayan felt the overwhelming pressure. So this is the might of martial artists. Rather than fear, he felt exhilaration and anticipation. Such strength was precisely what he aspired to attain. Before long, his kill count surged to 60 points. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, Human Realm. Martial Apprentice. Great Perfection. Technique, Mang Niu Jin. Minor Success, Blood Slaughterblade Technique. Minor Success. Strength, 1,500 pounds. Talent, Bronze Archer. Kill count, 60. Glimpsing the golden screen before him, he realized he could enhance his cultivation once more. Sheng Huayan felt a surge of excitement. It appeared he would break through to the martial artist realm today. As he observed the relentless tide of Xiongnu warriors advancing towards the walls, he resolutely allocated points to elevate his cultivation. In the chaos of battle, the stronger one's abilities, the greater the chance of survival. Those of lesser strength were mere cannon fodder, destined to meet their end. With a single press of a button, a surge of formidable power coursed through his entire being, relentlessly refining and tempering his physical form and bones. Sheng Huayan could also feel the immense strength within him, continuously enhancing his flesh and skin. The aura surrounding him had risen significantly, and his strength had undergone a profound transformation. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, Human Realm. Martial Apprentice. Limit Techniques, Mighty Bull Strength. Minor Success, Blood Slaughterblade Technique. Minor Success. Strength, 2,000 pounds. Talent, Bronze Archer. Kill value, 20. Casting a glance behind him, Sheng Huayan was taken aback. What on earth is the martial apprentice limit? In the realm of martial arts, each stage divided into early, mid, late, and peak phases. After expending 40 kill points, he found himself at the martial apprentice limit. He had anticipated a cost of 60 kill points to break through to the warrior realm. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. His strength had increased by 500 pounds, reaching a total of 2,000. His capabilities had once again risen, and although he had not generated true martial essence within, his overall power was not inferior to a mid-stage warrior. Following his breakthrough, Sheng Huayan continued to wreak havoc, deliberately avoiding the battlefield where 10 formidable warriors clashed. That section of the city wall had become a vacuum, with both the defending forces and the Xiongnu army keeping their distance. Too frightened to approach. A mere exchange of martial energy could easily slay a warrior. Who would be foolish enough to venture forth? After his significant increase in strength, Sheng Huayan swiftly dispatched over a dozen Xiongnu soldiers attempting to scale the wall. Halt! A thunderous shout erupted from behind him. Sheng Huayan turned to see a burly Xiongnu man glaring at him with fury. Swish! Sheng Huayan's blade fell with precision, decapitating an early-stage Xiongnu enemy. Did I not instruct you to cease? Did you not hear me? The Xiongnu brute glared at Sheng Huayan, his face twisted with murderous intent. I heard you, but do you think I would stop just because you said so, fool? Sheng Huayan wiped the blood from his blade nonchalantly. Were these Xiongnu truly so dim-witted as to call for a halt on the battlefield, seeking death? Indeed, you insignificant martial apprentice, I shall sever your head. The Xiongnu giant swung his massive blade toward Sheng Huayan. Unfazed, Sheng Huayan employed the blood slaughter blade technique, toppling the giant in 3 swift moves. How could you be this strong? The Xiongnu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was an early-stage warrior, a centurion in the Xiongnu army. Yet he had been bested by a mere martial apprentice, insignificant warrior. How laughable. Do you think being a warrior makes you formidable? You are the second Xiongnu warrior I have slain. Sheng Huayan delivered a final blow.
Severing the foe's head, his kill value immediately increased by 5 points. Indeed, the stronger the opponent, the greater the reward in kill value. Shang Huayan mused. However, on the battlefield, it was ultimately the soldiers who broke through that mattered. The pace of slaughter accelerated. Has this lad consumed a miraculous elixir? His strength is increasing at an astonishing rate. Wang Wu noticed Shang Huayan had just slain another early-stage Xiongnu warrior, unable to suppress his astonishment. In such a short time, Shang Huayan's strength was nearly catching up to his own. Could it be that there truly exist prodigies in the realm of martial arts? Wang Wu's heart raced with unease. Like a ferocious tiger, Shang Huayan swiftly felled over 20 Xiongnu foes as he approached Wang Wu. Brother Wang, what are the cultivation levels of those 5 Xiongnu strongmen and the 5 generals? Shang Huayan inquired. Innate warriors, Wang Wu replied after dispatching an Xiongnu soldier with a swift stroke of his blade. Innate warriors? Shang Huayan's eyes sparkled with longing that he too desired to grow rapidly and ascend to the ranks of the innate warriors. A determination solidified within him. Stay far from there. Even a wisp of true energy from an innate warrior could slay us. Wang Wu cautioned. I am not a fool. Charging recklessly toward danger, Shang Huayan shot back. Enough chatter, let us swiftly slay the enemy. These damn Xiongnu bandits are multiplying. Wang Wu brandished his blade and struck at another Xiongnu soldier. At this moment, more and more Xiongnu soldiers began to scale the city walls. The 2 additional regiments, totaling 4,000 men, finally arrived to assist in suppressing the Xiongnu forces. Seeing the prolonged stalemate, King Zuo ordered an additional 5,000 troops to attack the city. Send in another group of soldiers to participate in the siege. We must severely deplete the defending forces of Anning. King Zuo instructed his officers below. Yes, the order was relayed, and a contingent of 5,000 Xiongnu soldiers surged forth from the camp, charging toward the city gates. The horns of the Xiongnu army sounded echoing through the skies. Thousands of Xiongnu warriors pressed forward, relentlessly scaling the city walls. At this juncture, Shang Huayan found himself besieged by over 20 Xiongnu soldiers. His ferocity had drawn attention, and in a short while he had slain a significant number of Xiongnu foes, making him a prime target. Kill. A centurion of the Xiongnu led a charge to encircle Shang Huayan. As the battle raged on, he found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Wang Wu, witnessing Shang Huayan's plight, rushed over to assist. You, Brother Huayan, fear not, I am here to save you. However, before Wang Wu could reach Shang Huayan, he too was ensnared by the encroaching Xiongnu forces. Seeing Wang Wu in danger, Shang Huayan felt a sense of relief. Why did this man always seek to claim his kills? The blood slaughter blade technique wielded by Shang Huayan was impenetrable. As the Xiongnu soldiers fell one after another, unable to breach his defenses, the Xiongnu centurion, also an early-stage warrior, could do nothing against Shang Huayan. The slaughter transformed the battlefield into a canvas of crimson. As blood painted the ground, with a swift stroke, Shang Huayan dispatched the Xiongnu centurion, cleaving him in 2 from the waist. Many Xiongnu soldiers trembled at the sight. Such a death was unprecedented for them. Having slain the centurion, the remaining Xiongnu soldiers surrounding him were quickly cut down and the battle continued until dusk, yet the Xiongnu army was still unable to breach the walls. Boom! The drums of retreat sounded within the Xiongnu ranks. As the soldiers who could not take the wall retreated like a receding tide, the 5 innate warriors of the Xiongnu could not overcome the 5 generals of the Anning garrison and were compelled to withdraw. The Xiongnu soldiers who failed to escape were mercilessly slain by the defenders. Gazing upon the sea of corpses and rivers of blood, only about 3,000 defenders remained standing on the wall. Of the over 10,000 Xiongnu soldiers that had attacked, less than 4,000 made it back. Shang Huayan, leaning on his blade, gasped for breath. Having fought since noon, he was utterly exhausted, with numerous wounds bleeding profusely. Fortunately, none were life-threatening. The Xiongnu have retreated, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, bursting into laughter, though tears streamed down his face. Today, the defending force of 8,000 had dwindled to around 3,000, highlighting the arduousness of their defense. Many soldiers gazed at the bodies of their fallen comrades and the Xiongnu dead, sorrow etched upon their faces. Perhaps tomorrow, they too would lie among the slain soldiers. Do not mourn, we have triumphed today. Slaying many Xiongnu bandits, and none have breached our walls. They sacrificed their lives to protect their families and homeland. They are all heroes. A general appeared on the wall to assuage the troops. General, can we truly hold the walls? The trembling soldier inquired. Having suffered 5,000 casualties in a single day, how many more could they endure? Yes, we certainly can. General Pingbei stands with us in life and death. Vowing to defend Anning Pass and never allow the Xiongnu bandits to enter, the general responded with unwavering resolve. Shang Huayan recognized this general as one of the 5 commanders who could withstand the Xiongnu innate warriors. This was General Panu, an intermediate innate warrior and one of the 5 commanders of the defending forces. Wang Wu whispered beside Sheng Huayan, "The general is one of the 5 commanders." Nodding, Sheng Huayan understood that to be promoted to the rank of commander, one must first break through to the innate realm and possess sufficient military merit. A commander led a contingent of 5,000 soldiers. The Yanning Pass garrison consisted of only 5 regiments, totaling 30,000. Now, after half a month of fighting, with the conflict escalating, fewer than 20,000 soldiers remained. The 4 regiments that had participated in the battle were recalled to the camp for rest. Cleaning the battlefield, transporting corpses, and tending to the wounded were tasks assigned to a newly arrived regiment of soldiers. Sheng Huayan and his team returned to the camp, their injuries only receiving basic treatment. Sheng Huayan was wrapped up like a mummy. "Brother Huayan, you've pushed yourself too hard," Zheng Dania remarked, observing Sheng Huayan's numerous wounds. "It's nothing serious." Sheng Huayan waved dismissively. Their team of 10 had all sustained injuries. Li Busan was severely wounded and sent for medical attention. Li Busan, Zheng Dania, Wang Wu, and the veteran had suffered lighter injuries that required only bandaging. The 4 newly assigned soldiers had already perished in battle. "Be careful, don't be too reckless. You might attract the attention of the Xiongnu strongmen," Zheng Dania cautioned. Were it not for the veterans shielding Sheng Huayan from the Xiongnu's powerful warriors, he would have been targeted long ago. Of course, Zheng Dania refrained from expressing this concern aloud. "It's fine, I have a hard life." Haha, Sheng Huayan chuckled. Suddenly, the haunting sound of a Chang flute echoed from one of the barracks. The melody was enchanting and melodious. Upon hearing the flute, everyone fell silent, the atmosphere in the barracks turning somber. In the quarters of General Yang Yi of Pingbei, several high-ranking officers of the Yanning Pass garrison had gathered. "General, is it truly impossible to send reinforcements from Jabagwan?" General Sun Hao of the Broken Slave Army inquired. "Jabagwan boasts an impressive garrison of 200,000 troops. Can they not spare even 10 or 20,000 soldiers?" Another deputy general echoed his concerns. "Alas, the situation at Jabagwan is dire, as the Xiongnu's Great Chanyu leads an army of 300,000 against it," sighed General Yang Yi, the general of Pingbei. "Moreover, at the Qishan fortress, the Right Xian king of the Xiongnu commands an additional 100,000 troops besieging the gates. How can the general of Jinbei dispatch any aid?" Upon Yang Yi's words, the 5 deputy generals fell into silence. "If there are no reinforcements, how much longer can the scant forces at Yanning Pass hold out? What of the imperial army?" one deputy general asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Yang Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The other 4 deputy generals shared his silence. After a long pause, General Yang Yi finally spoke. "Send word to the counties within the pass, instructing them to dispatch local troops for support, and let them know that if Yanning Pass falls, they too will face dire straits." "Very well, I shall inform them at once," Sun Hao replied as he rose and exited the command tent. After settling in for the night, Sheng Huayan examined the shimmering interface before him. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Limit of Martial Disciple. Techniques: Bull Strength. Minor Achievement: Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Minor Achievement. Strength: 2,000 pounds. Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill Value: 95. His kill value had risen to 95 points, yet neither the Bull Strength nor the Blood Fiend Blade Technique had increased, indicating that this amount of kill value was insufficient for further advancement. However, he found that his cultivation could indeed be enhanced. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan allocated points to elevate his cultivation, instantly consuming 60 points of kill value. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, relentlessly refining and strengthening him. Every cell within him rejoiced, and the wounds adorning his body healed swiftly. Concurrently, a genuine energy began to form within him, circulating through his body as his martial arts training progressed, fortifying his flesh and bones. This energy was the essence of martial arts, and in that silent moment, he officially crossed into the realm of a martial artist. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Early Martial Artist. Techniques: Bull Strength. Minor Achievement: Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Minor Achievement: Strength: 2,900 pounds. Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill Value: 35. Observing his strength had surged to 2,900 pounds. He was astounded to find himself nearing the pinnacle of a martial artist. Who would have thought that this golden opportunity would prove so fortuitous? He had barely just breached the martial artist realm. He had already possessed power comparable to that of a martial arts master. Perhaps this was the advantage of breaking through the limits of a martial disciple. Sheng Huayan pondered that he was not well versed in such matters. Having only recently begun his journey into martial arts, lacking systematic study, he had relied solely on the golden opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Not wishing to dwell further on the mysteries, he focused instead on the tangible increase in his strength. That alone was sufficient. At that moment, Shang Huayan felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him. He felt invincible, capable of besting 100 foes without difficulty. Yet he fell into a deep, dreamless slumber the following morning. After completing his morning drills and breakfast, the camp was scheduled for rest, with no battles to engage in as they rotated with other camps. After all, their battalion had dwindled to less than 1,000 men after continuous fighting. Boom, boom, outside the city, the Xiongnu forces resumed their assault. Regrettably, Shang Huayan and his comrades were unlikely to be called to battle today, otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to slay 200 Xiongnu foes. Such was his newfound prowess. During their respite, reinforcements of over 1,000 troops arrived to replenish Shang Huayan's battalion, and several were promoted to the rank of squad leader, with Shang Huayan among them. Shang Huayan stepped forward, bellowed the martial officer. Momentarily taken aback, Shang Huayan was then nudged forward by Wang Wu. Present, he exclaimed. Stepping out, the martial officer scrutinized Shang Huayan, surprised to discover such a formidable warrior among his ranks. Nevertheless, he could not contest the orders from above. Here is your appointment document. From this day forth, you shall be the squad leader of the 10th Division, the martial officer announced. Shang Huayan could scarcely believe his ears. Had he truly been promoted after only 2 or 3 days of service? He had ascended to the rank of squad leader, a leap of 3 ranks in one fell swoop. He barely registered the officer's subsequent words, lost in the elation of his new appointment. In his previous life, as a recipient of the blessings akin to 007, becoming a squad leader now filled Shang Huayan with delight. In the Dewei dynasty, a squad leader held the 9th rank among martial officials, signifying that he would no longer be a mere common soldier. Furthermore, he would command 100 men, akin to a leader in a factory or enterprise in his former life, having been appointed as the squad leader of the 10th Division, which had suffered heavy losses the previous day. The battalion was now replenished with new recruits and able-bodied men. Young man, lead these 100 soldiers well. I entrust them to you, the martial officer said, patting Shang Huayan on the shoulder. Yes, I shall lead them diligently. Shang Huayan nodded, feeling a thrill at his first taste of leadership. Observing him, the martial officer pondered what qualities had caught the attention of General Yang Yi, resulting in this unexpected promotion. In the military, merit alone did not guarantee advancement, particularly in border regiments where decisions often rested with the officers themselves. Far from the emperor's scrutiny, today, our battalion is free from combat. Rest well, for further battles await us, the martial officer concluded before departing. Shang Huayan surveyed the soldiers of his new division, who were equally scrutinizing their new commander. Brothers, we may not have known each other before, but I am now your squad leader. Shang Huayan, remember my name. When we charge into battle, I will lead from the front, and I will fall before you if I must, he declared boldly. His words fostered a sense of camaraderie among the soldiers of the 10th Division. Other squad leaders in the camp were also sizing up Shang Huayan, intrigued by the sudden emergence of a new squad leader. Several soldiers recognized him from previous battles, where they had fought side by side, and his reputation preceded him. It's him, the one who strikes with deadly precision, someone whispered. Deng Wu's face paled upon recognizing Shang Huayan, muttering, how did this master of lethal strikes become our squad leader? It's over. What is wrong? Do you know him? Yuan Yang inquired. How could I not? He is the one I told you about, the master of lethal strikes, Deng Wu replied. Is it truly him? He doesn't seem like it. Yuan Yang exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. That's because you haven't witnessed his ferocity on the battlefield. He dispatches enemies without a flicker of hesitation, Deng Wu insisted, swallowing hard. What are you two whispering about? Shang Huayan asked, noticing their hushed conversation and recognizing one of them. And nothing, squad leader, Deng Wu stammered in response. Nothing is good. Shang Huayan nodded, relieved that they bore no ill will towards his promotion. All right, everyone disperse and rest well. Ready to face the next battle. He dismissed his squad. A new armor, swords, battle robes, and insignias were distributed, transforming him into a proper officer, clad in his new gear, adorned with the insignia of a squad leader. His demeanor instantly exuded authority. Finding his old comrades, he called out, Uncle, I've come to see you. Are you here to gloat? Zheng Dania teased with a smile. How could that be? You've misunderstood me. Brother Zhang, am I truly that kind of person? Shang Huayan replied, you absolutely are. Wang Wu chimed in sourly. He had achieved sufficient merit and cultivation to warrant promotion, yet found himself still a mere foot soldier. While Shang Huayan, who had been conscripted just days prior, ascended to the rank of squad leader, had he not known that Shang Huayan was merely a recent recruit, he might have suspected him to be a scion of a noble family seeking experience. Why do I detect a hint of envy, brother Zhang? Do you smell that? Shang Huayan teased. Enough with the banter. Since you've been promoted to squad leader, you must lead your men well. Such opportunities are rare. Now, go home and get some rest, the veteran advised, but it's not even noon yet. Why should I sleep? Sheng Huayan protested, bewildered. Just heed the veteran's advice and get some rest, Li Busi suggested cryptically. The group of veterans had also been replenished, and with Sheng Huayan now a squad leader of the 10th Division, Li Busi was recovering from serious injuries. 6 fresh faces had joined the ranks. Get lost, don't linger in front of me. I'm already annoyed just seeing you, Wang Wu grumbled. You're just jealous, Sheng Huayan jested, displaying his squad leader insignia. Be careful, I might just hammer you. Wang Wu pretended to be furious. With that, Sheng Huayan returned, obediently following the veteran's advice to rest, even if the reason remained a mystery to him. Now, he has been assigned to a barack all by himself. Although it is modest in size, he no longer has to share a bunk with others, and it is conveniently located right next to the barracks of the 10th Division, outside the city. The Xiongnu army continues to launch relentless assaults, with fierce battles raging atop the city walls. Today, they have sent forth over 10,000 troops to intensify their siege. The notion of 10,000 men is not to be taken lightly. It suggests a veritable sea of humanity. A multitude of soldiers is not merely a phrase. Until dusk, the Xiongnu forces have yet to breach the city walls, after a nap that spanned from noon to evening. Sheng Huayan awakens, stretches lazily, and realizes that the Xiongnu's assault has just concluded. Another day has passed. The setting sun casts its warm glow upon his face, and Sheng Huayan begins to sense a hint of chill from the northern frontier. In his past life, he yearned for the clangor of warfare to materialize, yet now, after 2 or 3 days of combat, he finds the experience somewhat surreal. He glances at his slender, pale hands, which have, unbeknownst to many, taken the lives of 100 or 200 men. Just then, a messenger rushes over, pulling Sheng Huayan from his reverie. I am here. What is it? Is there a military order? Sheng Huayan inquires. Nodding, the captain has issued a summons for you to report. The messenger replies hurriedly before departing, leaving no time for Sheng Huayan to ask for details. Receiving the military command, he makes his way to the command tent of the military instructor. Upon entering, he finds around 10 other sergeants already present. The military instructor occupies the main seat, flanked by 2 company commanders on either side. Each commander leads 1,000 men, with 2 commanders assigned to each battalion. Sheng Huayan scans the room and casually chooses a seat by the door, observing the silence that envelopes the gathering. Unsure of the purpose of their assembly, soon, all 20 sergeants from the 7th Battalion of the Anning Pass garrison have arrived. Prompting the military instructor to speak slowly, I trust some of you have already surmised the reason for your summons. General Ping Bei has assigned us the task of launching a raid on the enemy camp. Upon hearing the order, many sergeants' expressions shift dramatically. Only then does Sheng Huayan comprehend the somber demeanor of some sergeants upon his entry. A raid, as the name suggests, entails a nighttime assault on the enemy's encampment. This is a perilous mission, fraught with the potential for death. It is important to note that the Xiongnu camp outside the pass still houses no less than 70,000 troops, with only 2,000 men in a battalion. The consequences of charging into the enemy camp are all too evident. In the daylight hours, he also understands why the veterans advised him to rest earlier. They had likely anticipated this very order. The purpose of gathering you here is to issue the mission directive. Upon returning, you are to assemble your respective teams and exit through the southern gate, circling around to the rear of the Xiongnu camp. Your objective is to wreak havoc, causing destruction and chaos to delay their daytime assault on the city, thus buying time for our defense. Do you all understand? The military instructor inquires, surveying the sergeants with an authoritative gaze. Understood, they respond in unison. Good, now go assemble your troops. I shall accompany you as well, the military instructor states. Sheng Huayan and the others receive their orders and return to their quarters to gather the soldiers. Assemble. There are military orders, Sheng Huayan calls out to his troops. Hearing this command, the soldiers of the 10th Division swiftly gather. What are the orders, Sergeant? One of the squad leaders asks as the troops assemble. Within a single team, there are 2 squad leaders, each managing 5 teams of 50 men. A squad consists of a platoon, a team is a smaller unit, and a sergeant oversees a larger group. Do not ask unnecessary questions. Now is not the time to discuss orders, just follow me, Sheng Huayan replies, casting a brief glance at the squad leader. With that, Sheng Huayan leads the troops swiftly through the cover of night to the military instructor's tent. Other sergeants gather as well. Once the soldiers are assembled, the military instructor stands with the 2 company commanders and, upon seeing the troops ready, simply states, depart. The military instructor personally leads the 2,000-strong force, stealthily exiting through the southern gate under the cloak of darkness. By this time, many veterans have likely deduced the purpose of the nighttime assembly, while only the new recruits remain in the dark. After exiting the southern gate, traversing winding paths and scaling mountains, it takes them an hour and a half to reach the outskirts of the Xiongnu camp. Following another half hour, they finally position themselves behind the enemy encampment. Sergeant 2, take 500 men to initiate the assault from the left flank. Sergeant Li, you will lead 500 from the right. I will command 1,000 men to attack from behind the Xiongnu army. The military instructor orders, understood, respond the two sergeants in unison. It is now the hour of the rat, we shall strike precisely at the hour of the tiger. Do you all understand? The military instructor asks. Understood, the sergeants and their respective leaders reply in hushed tones. Alright, let us move out. Sergeant Li leads 5 squads toward the right flank of the Xiongnu army, with Sheng Huayan among them. As they approach the enemy encampment, the flickering lights of the Xiongnu camp become visible from a distance. Upon nearing 500 meters, they halt. Under the illumination of the campfires, the silhouettes of patrolling Xiongnu soldiers can be discerned. Sergeant, are we launching the ambush from here? Sheng Huayan quietly inquires, sidling up to Sergeant Li. Recognizing Sheng Huayan as one of the favored sergeants, Sergeant Li responds, what are your thoughts? At this distance, charging in will create too much noise and alert the Xiongnu. I propose we advance to within 100 meters, which will make our assault considerably easier and less likely to attract attention. Sheng Huayan suggests. You make it sound simple, but getting within 100 meters of the enemy camp is no easy feat. If you jeopardize our raid plan, both our heads will be on the line. Sergeant Li retorts. I have a method to approach within 100 meters without being detected, Sheng Huayan asserts confidently. Seeing the determination in Sheng Huayan's eyes, Sergeant Li is initially skeptical but intrigued. I will stake my life on it. If I fail to complete the task, I will present my head to you. Sheng Huayan vows earnestly. In this darkness, getting within 100 meters of the enemy is a fool's errand. What are you thinking? Very well, since you are so confident in your ability to make it within 100 meters. Take your squad and proceed. Sergeant Li concedes, curious to witness the capabilities of someone so highly regarded by General Pingbei. Once the objective is set, Sheng Huayan gathers his squad and instructs them. Follow me closely as we advance. We must clear a path for our main force. Sergeant, advancing any further will likely expose us to the enemy. Tang Yunshan interjects, just follow my lead. I have a way to ensure we remain undetected. Sheng Huayan insists, noticing that the troops seem inexperienced in crawling and sneaking, he instructs them to remain silent and follow his lead. All of you, do as I do, and not a sound should escape your lips. Sheng Huayan commands. The squad leaders and soldiers exchange glances, pondering how silence could possibly be maintained. Sheng Huayan crouches low and moves forward stealthily, the soldiers mimicking his movements behind him. After advancing 50 meters, he drops to the ground. Everyone down, follow my lead, he urges. Seeing him on the ground, the soldiers have no choice but to imitate him and lay flat. Once on the ground, Sheng Huayan begins to crawl forward slowly to avoid making noise. Observing him writhing like a worm, Tang Yunshan and the others follow suit, inching along the earth. The soldiers mimic their actions, crawling along the sandy terrain, where the sound of their armor scraping against the ground is minimal. As Sheng Huayan and his men blend into the night, Sergeant Li grows increasingly curious about how this individual has managed to lead his squad into invisibility. After half an hour, with no sign of movement, one of the sergeants can no longer contain himself and remarks, Sergeant, do you think he has fled with the troops? Silence. Sergeant Li snaps, glaring at the sergeant. In this critical moment, you should not sow discord. The chastised sergeant shrinks back, refraining from further comment. As time passes and the night deepens, the vigilance of the patrolling Xiongnu soldiers begins to wane. An hour later, Sheng Huayan leads his squad to within 100 meters of the enemy camp. The brief distance of 400 meters has taken them an entire hour to crawl, hampered by their armor and the inexperience of the soldiers in this method of movement, fearing that any sudden noise might betray their position. Sheng Huayan proceeds with utmost caution. What time is it now? He asks Tang Yunshan, who is behind him. It is the 6th watch of the hour of the rat. We have 2 more watches until the hour of the tiger. Tang Yunshan replies. Sheng Huayan nods. With 2 watches remaining, that translates to another 30 minutes, each watch represents 15 minutes, and the hour of the tiger will arrive at 3 in the morning. In this period, it is the time when people are most prone to drowsiness, and it is also the optimal moment to launch a nocturnal assault. Prepare yourselves, and follow me into battle shortly, commanded Sheng Huayan. Yes, Commander, replied Tang Yunshan and Haide, the 2 captains of the troop. Once we breach the enemy camp, Haide, you will take a soldier and set fire to their tents. Tang Yunshan, you will lead another soldier to eliminate the encroaching foes. Do you understand? Sheng Huayan continued in a hushed tone. Understood. Time slipped away, second by second, and the moment of attack drew ever closer, causing the warriors to become increasingly tense, with a distance of 100 meters. The faint crackling of burning firewood from the Xiongnu camp could be heard. By now the flickering flames within the Xiongnu ranks had begun to diminish, the moon of the night was hidden behind clouds. And the northern winds howled, seemingly assisting them. "Commander, the time is near," Tang Yunshan reminded. Sheng Huayan unslung his bow and knocked an arrow. "Archers, prepare, quickly shoot down the patrolling soldiers," he instructed. Crouching slightly, the archers in the ranks also crouched. Drawing their bows, fire. With a swift motion, Sheng Huayan released an arrow, felling a Xiongnu patrolman. A whoosh, 10 arrows soared forth, striking down 7 Xiongnu foes. Enemy attack. The remaining 2 Xiongnu soldiers, witnessing their fallen comrade, instinctively prepared to shout. But whoosh! Sheng Huayan shot 2 arrows simultaneously, eliminating the last 2 Xiongnu soldiers. "Warriors, charge with me." Sheng Huayan stood and surged forward. The other soldiers quickly rose, drawing their blades to follow him into battle. In less than 10 seconds, they had closed the 100-meter distance and invaded the enemy camp. By the time another patrol of Xiongnu soldiers reacted to the commotion, Sheng Huayan and his men were already upon them. "Brothers, let us slay!" Sheng Huayan swiftly knocked another arrow, continuously sending enemies tumbling beneath his deadly aim. Tang Yunshan charged forth with 50 soldiers, cutting down Xiongnu foes, while Haide led another 50 soldiers to ignite torches and set fire to the enemy's tents. "Lieutenant, look!" exclaimed one soldier. From the moment the noise began until Sheng Huayan and his men stormed the enemy camp, it had been barely 10 seconds. Lieutenant Li, who had been attentively watching, was astonished. The speed of this assault was astonishing. Even the Xiongnu had not had time to react, realizing the enemy camp was ablaze. Lieutenant Li finally regained his composure. "Brothers, follow me, let us slay the Xiongnu," he bellowed, rising to charge. Sheng Huayan quickly shot off 30 arrows before drawing his blade to engage the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu soldiers, roused from their slumber by the commotion, hastily emerged to confront the attack. At the forefront, Sheng Huayan led the charge, relentlessly slaying the Xiongnu soldiers that stood in his path. Haide continued to ignite tents. With some of the more deeply asleep Xiongnu soldiers being burned alive, many Xiongnu warriors were bewildered, unable to fathom why the defenders of Anning Pass would launch an assault at such an hour. By the time Lieutenant Li and his soldiers entered the enemy camp, it was already engulfed in flames. "It's a disaster! It's a disaster! Quickly extinguish the fire! Hurry, save the camp!" The Xiongnu were thrown into chaos. Scrambling to fight the flames, searching for enemies, and wandering in confusion. "Some of you help put out the fire, while others follow me to slay," Lieutenant Li shouted. Meanwhile, Sheng Huayan and his men pressed deeper into the enemy camp. They had successfully breached the Xiongnu encampment. The left flank's butcher officer and the rear's martial officer had also launched their attacks during the early hours. Do not linger, do not hesitate, charge with me!" Sheng Huayan shouted. Increasingly, Xiongnu soldiers awoke from their slumber. "Damn those Wei dogs! How dare they raid our camp?" "Kill them!" roared a Xiongnu centurion. "Surround them, slay these Wei soldiers, we cannot allow them to assault the camp." The Xiongnu cried out, their anxiety palpable as they beheld the rising flames. More and more Xiongnu soldiers advanced to encircle them. If they hesitated, they could easily be trampled by the overwhelming Xiongnu forces. The only option was to keep pushing forward, disrupting the enemy camp. The right flank of the Xiongnu camp blazed fiercely, the flames fueled by the wind. On the walls of Anning Pass, the defenders spotted the distant glow of fire. "The Xiongnu camp is ablaze," the officer on duty rushed to the ramparts. "General, the Xiongnu camp is on fire," exclaimed General Sun Hao, a smile spreading across his face. "I see it, ha ha ha, they have succeeded. Quickly open the city gates and let the cavalry charge." "Yes, General." The officer hurriedly ordered the gates opened. The awaiting cavalry of Anning, numbering only 2,000 and led by General Zhao Yong'an, surged forth as soon as the gates opened. At this moment, Sheng Huayan, leading his troop, continued to charge forward, wreaking havoc and setting fire to the right section of the Xiongnu camp. "What is happening?" the left virtuous king, awakened by the commotion, inquired angrily. "Your Excellency, the Wei army has launched a night raid," reported a panicked Xiongnu general, beads of sweat trickling down his face. "Damn it, do you lack even the slightest vigilance? How could you allow the Wei to raid our camp?" The left virtuous king fumed. Within the military tent, the Xiongnu generals were too frightened to breathe. Who could have anticipated that the cunning Wei would choose this very night to strike? "What are you still doing? Quickly dispatch troops to slay the raiding Wei soldiers," the left virtuous king bellowed. "Yes." The generals within the tent rushed out, vowing to annihilate the intruding Wei forces. The sound of galloping hooves shattered the night's chaos. "What is that noise? You fools, can't you hear? The Wei cavalry is coming." The Xiongnu soldiers were thrown into a panic, many losing their composure. "Brothers, carve a bloody path with me," Sheng Huayan continued to lead the charge. Cutting down the Xiongnu soldiers that stood before him, his battle robes and armor were stained crimson with blood, and the soldiers under his command relentlessly followed his lead, setting fire wherever they went. Their speed was too swift. The Xiongnu soldiers could not organize themselves to pursue or encircle them. The Xiongnu camp was ablaze, with some attempting to extinguish the flames, some succumbing to the fire, and others being trampled in the chaos. In short, it was a scene of utter disarray, with skirmishes breaking out in various places, blurring the lines between friend and foe. "Help! Help me! It hurts so much! I don't want to die," cried out a Xiongnu soldier engulfed in flames, desperately seeking assistance among the chaos. Lieutenant Li, leading 400 men, followed closely behind Sheng Huayan, but as they fought, they lost track of their direction. Chapter 13, Burning Supplies and Rounding Up Sheep. Dispersing the enemy. The assault on the left and rear camps of the Xiongnu by the butcher officer and martial officer did not go as smoothly as Sheng Huayan's. They were discovered by Xiongnu patrols during their charge, stirring the Xiongnu soldiers into action. Though they managed to breach the enemy camp, they suffered losses and faced significant resistance from Xiongnu forces. "Commander, I believe this area is a storage point for Xiongnu supplies," one soldier reported amidst the turmoil. "Lead the way." Upon hearing that it was a storage point for Xiongnu supplies, Sheng Huayan immediately changed direction. If they could destroy the Xiongnu's provisions, how could the Xiongnu army sustain themselves for a siege? "Brothers, stay close to me and charge this way," Sheng Huayan shouted. Along the way, they lost some soldiers to battle and scattered others, leaving around 70 men still with him. Upon reaching the designated storage area, Sheng Huayan entered a tent and found it filled with grain. Other tents housed sheep brought along. "Set it ablaze, Haide. Lead the men to burn everything down. Of the rest of you, come with me to hold off the Xiongnu forces," Sheng Huayan quickly commanded. Taking the lead, he engaged the Xiongnu warriors with his swift and lethal blade techniques, cutting down those who dared to stand in his way. Haide, meanwhile, led his soldiers to ignite the tents one after another. Seeing the flames, the pen sheep began to panic. "Open the pen and drive the sheep out," Haide shouted. A few soldiers rushed forward to open the pen, tossing torches inside. The frightened sheep bolted from the pen, scattering in all directions and charging towards the Xiongnu camp, further adding to the chaos. The Xiongnu soldiers, witnessing Sheng Huayan and his men incinerating their supplies, rushed to stop them. The Xiongnu were already facing a scarcity of provisions, otherwise, they would not have invaded the Wei territory so hastily before winter. Seeking to seize supplies for the cold season. One tent after another, filled with stored goods, was set ablaze, and the Xiongnu soldiers seethed with rage at the destruction, facing an ever-growing number of Xiongnu soldiers. Sheng Huayan and his men could only fight and retreat. The wind fueled the flames, quickly engulfing a vast area, and the sight of their provisions turning to ash made the Xiongnu soldiers' hearts bleed. "Everyone, let's go, run with me," Sheng Huayan shouted as the encroaching Xiongnu forces multiplied. The soldiers, hearing his command, quickly followed him, slashing and igniting fires as they fled, utterly disoriented in the chaos. The martial officers and the butchers of the army surged into the Xiongnu encampment, engaging in chaotic slaughter without daring to linger, as a relentless tide of Xiongnu soldiers closed in around them. If they did not flee soon, an encirclement would spell only one fate: death. This night, it seemed, the heavens themselves favored their escape. The northern winds intensified, and the Xiongnu's military tents, highly flammable, ignited rapidly. The vast encampment of the Xiongnu descended into utter disarray. "Cursed be the Wei, they truly deserve annihilation. I shall rend their corpses to pieces. Quick, extinguish the flames, salvage the provisions, water, bring forth water, kill, slay the Wei, they must not escape." Meanwhile, General Zhao Yong'an led 2,000 Anning cavalrymen, swiftly penetrating the heart of the Xiongnu camp. In the dead of night, the Xiongnu encampment was besieged, thrown into chaos, and faced with the Anning cavalry, they found it impossible to organize a defense. "Soldiers, follow me to slay the Xiongnu foes," Zhao Yong'an commanded as they charged into the right side of the Xiongnu camp, where the turmoil was most pronounced, flames flickering and shadows dancing, rendering any semblance of military order impossible. The cavalry surged into the enemy camp, cleaving through Xiongnu soldiers, leaving only death in their wake. "Run, mother, I want to go home. May the great shaman bless your people." With the cavalry's arrival, the soldiers in the right Xiongnu camp were reduced to mere lambs for slaughter. As they gazed at the chaotic encampment, the Xiongnu generals were equally flustered. In this pandemonium, even the soldiers struggled to regroup. The camp was engulfed in a melee, flames illuminating the chaos all around. The entire situation was utterly disordered, military commands barely reaching their intended recipients. Aside from the vanguard and the central troops, it seemed as if enemies lurked everywhere within the encampment. The Xiongnu's flocks and warhorses, startled by the flames, grew restless, scattering in panic. A centurion, commanding over 1,000 soldiers, pursued Sheng Huayan and his men closely, his desire to consume Sheng Huayan's flesh palpable. This instigator had wreaked havoc within the camp, igniting fires, plunging the encampment into chaos. Supplies, flocks, and warhorses were either burned or fled, leading to staggering losses. The Xiongnu forces pursued relentlessly, with Sheng Huayan at the forefront. "Those who wish to live, stay close to me, do not fall behind," he bellowed. Having successfully raided the camp, the now alert Xiongnu forces aimed to encircle and annihilate the Yanning defenders. Amidst the turmoil, Sheng Huayan and his men were fortunate, encountering few Xiongnu soldiers ahead. Every Xiongnu soldier that stood in their path was slain by Sheng Huayan and his troops. They charged forward, pressing on until they broke free from the encampment, the night enveloping them in darkness. Disoriented, Sheng Huayan led his forces in one direction, their singular goal now survival. To escape their pursuers, they had fulfilled their orders to raid the camp. The command did not dictate a death struggle against the Xiongnu army. Raiding was about seizing opportunity and retreating. "Centurion, we can no longer pursue. We must return and extinguish the flames," one of the Xiongnu centurions cautioned. Watching the inferno raging in the camp, he could only watch with reluctance as Sheng Huayan and his men vanished into the night. The Yanning cavalry, under Zhao Yong'an's leadership, had charged twice into the right encampment before making their retreat. Given the presence of formidable foes among the Xiongnu, their small number of cavalry could not hope to obliterate the Xiongnu camp. If a master from the Xiongnu army were to intervene and block their escape, while Zhao Yong'an might evade capture, the 2,000 cavalrymen would undoubtedly perish. Thus Zhao Yong'an prudently chose to withdraw after seizing the moment, denying the Xiongnu strongmen any opportunity to retaliate. The raiding Yanning forces began to pour out of the camp, preparing to flee. Sheng Huayan and his subordinates ran a full 20 miles before pausing. Worn from the incessant violence and flight, they halted, panting heavily. "You breathe, let us rest a moment," Sheng Huayan gasped. Ha ha ha. What a thrill! Though Tang Yunshan was too exhausted to stand straight, he laughed heartily. This battle was exhilarating for them. Being confined to the city and passively enduring attacks was unbearably frustrating. This time, their successful raid not only claimed many enemy lives but also incinerated a significant portion of the Xiongnu's supplies, delivering a heavy blow to their arrogance. Indeed, this battle had been immensely satisfying. As Haidai chimed in with a smile, setting aside other considerations, the mere success of the raid granted them a commendable achievement. "Let us tally our numbers and see how many remain," Sheng Huayan suggested. Tang Yunshan quickly counted, reporting 53. In this raid, they had lost half their 100. This was still a relatively successful outcome given the minimal resistance they faced along the way, yet uncertainty loomed over the fate of the others. Sheng Huayan sighed, pondering the 2,000 who had raided the camp, wondering how many would return safely. Tang Yunshan and Haidai fell silent, reflecting on their fallen comrades, uncertain of how many they might see again. War is merciless. One moment a man lives, the next he perishes on the battlefield. By the way, do you know the way back? After resting for a while, Sheng Huayan inquired. At his question, a heavy silence fell. In the darkness, only the howling wind broke the stillness, rendering it eerily quiet. No, speak up, your silence frightens me, Sheng Huayan confessed, feeling an inexplicable dread. Centurion, it seems we might be lost, Yuan Yang timidly interjected beside him. Deng Wu lay exhausted on the ground, too weary to move. "What, are you saying we are lost?" Sheng Huayan exclaimed, taken aback. "It appears so," Tang Yunshan replied. "Centurion, in the dead of night, after charging through the enemy camp and fleeing, we have long since lost our bearings," Haidai added. Sheng Huayan lay back on the grass, staring up at the sky, covering his face with his hands. Chapter 14, Heavy Losses. Stranded behind enemy lines. The good news was that they had successfully completed their mission of raiding the enemy camp and escaped. The bad news was that they seemed to have no idea where they had ended up, lost in the darkness. "Well, let us wait for dawn. Once it breaks, we can discern our direction," Sheng Huayan reassured himself. Thus the group lay on the grass, allowing the northern winds to sweep over them. They were utterly fatigued, having traversed mountains and valleys under the cover of night, coming to the borderlands, resting in the dark. They had hardly rested properly after the raid, battling the enemy, setting fires, and running for 20 miles. Were it not for their martial prowess, they would have surely perished within the enemy camp from a distance of 20 miles. The flickering flames of the Xiongnu encampment were still faintly visible. They lay there for an indeterminate duration until the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. As time passed, the fires within the Xiongnu camp gradually extinguished. That night, the soldiers atop the city walls watched joyfully as flames raged within the Xiongnu encampment, hoping for them to burn even brighter. Who had launched the attack on the right camp? Truly commendable, ha. So many enemy tents burned. The left and rear camps, however, fared far worse, barely managing to ignite any enemy structures. It remained uncertain how many Xiongnu soldiers had been slain that night.
But their losses must have been significant. General Palu had led his cavalry into the enemy camp, undoubtedly claiming many lives. General Yang Yi of Pingbei was equally delighted to learn of the raid's success. After such a commotion, the Xiongnu would likely lack the energy to continue their assault during the day. Haha, this conflagration has exceeded our expectations. General Palu Sun Hao laughed heartily. Indeed, it makes me want to lead my army into the enemy camp and unleash a massacre. Another deputy general chimed in, the outcome must be considerable. It's just a matter of how many from the raiding 7th Battalion will return alive. Another deputy general added. The group fell silent once more. A raid was merely a gamble with lives to inflict losses on the enemy. As dawn approached, the Xiongnu camp remained shrouded in smoke rising toward the sky, observing the camp in disarray and the Xiongnu soldiers dejected and dirty. It was evident how furious the left noble king was. He had intended to breach Anning Pass that day, but after such an uproar, what could he present to the gates? A demoralized army. The Xiongnu generals too dared not utter a word, their faces pale as they feared the wrath of the left noble king descending upon them. As daylight broke and the sun rose, he inquired, have the losses been accounted for? His tone was flat, devoid of emotion, yet the assembled Xiongnu generals quaked in fear. Familiar with the left noble king's demeanor, they sensed his thirst for blood, reporting to the king, last night we lost over 18,000 men. With injuries exceeding 9,000, a general reported cautiously. Casualties alone approached 30,000, a staggering toll indeed. And what else? There's more. Last night, 2/3 of our provisions were incinerated, over 30,000 sheep fled, and more than 7,000 warhorses escaped. The general braced himself, divulging the grim details. Incompetent fools, all of you. The left noble king could no longer contain his fury, roaring in rage. Over 30,000 sheep had fled, a third of the provisions meant for sustenance. Originally, there had been over 90,000, now reduced by a third. The loss of over 7,000 warhorses meant that 7,000 cavalrymen would be rendered ineffective in battle, and the destruction of 2/3 of their supplies left the army with the dire question of what to eat next. Furthermore, the casualty count had reached 2,000 to 3,000. These were valiant warriors, now dead due to a single night raid, with the addition of the fallen soldiers from the past half-month. The 100,000 warriors he brought have dwindled to less than half. That amounts to nearly 30,000 valiant Xiongnu warriors, and the losses incurred last night were staggering, causing the heart of the left virtuous king to bleed. Who was on duty last night? Summon him to be executed, the left virtuous king bellowed, his fury palpable. The generals within the grand tent trembled under the wrath of the left virtuous king. Such a significant loss in a single night left no room for his anger to dissipate. Word would inevitably return to him, and he would be ridiculed by that scoundrel right virtuous king. Moreover, he had no justification for the great Xiongnu. Useless, all of them are useless. Assault the city. I demand the capture of Anning Pass, or face death. The left virtuous king roared in fury. Absolutely not, Your Majesty. Our forces are weary, our horses exhausted, and the morale of the troops is wavering. We cannot lay siege to the city, the left Gully King hastily advised. As the left Gully King was the left virtuous king's trusted aide and also his father-in-law. The left virtuous king had no choice but to suppress his rage upon hearing his counsel. With only 50,000 troops remaining, a successful breach of the city seemed exceedingly difficult, given that the soldiers were already fatigued. To initiate an assault now would be tantamount to courting death. The commander on duty last night was executed to appease the spirits of the fallen. Within Anning Pass, General Yang Yi observed the returning remnants of the 7th camp in silence. Out of the 2,000 men who set out, fewer than 500 returned, excluding the cavalry that had rushed in. The soldier Tu Bingwei had perished, Li Bingwei was gravely injured, and Wu Xiaowei bore numerous wounds. Most of the returning soldiers were wounded, illustrating the ferocity of the night's assault. Soldiers, on behalf of the people of Wei and the citizens of Anning City, I extend my gratitude for your sacrifices and contributions. Yang Yi bowed deeply to the returning remnants of the 7th camp. Of the weary soldiers looked at Yang Yi, their faces betraying little emotion. The night's slaughter and escape had left them utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, all those who participated in the night raid would be credited with great merit and rewarded with 10 taels of silver each. Yang Yi continued, "Thank you, General." At the mention of rewards, the soldiers of the 7th camp finally spoke up, for nothing could stir their spirits like the promise of silver. All of you, go and rest well. Food and drink have been prepared for you, so eat heartily, enjoy a hot bath, and then get a good night's sleep, Yang Yi declared loudly. To inspire the soldiers to lay down their lives. Proper treatment was essential. Upon hearing of food, drink, and hot baths, the soldiers' eyes lit up, and their spirits were rekindled. By the way, who initiated the attack from the right flank of the enemy camp last night?
Yang Yi inquired. Li Bingwei, lying on a stretcher, raised his hand. General, it was us, indeed, well done. Go tend to your wounds, rest up, and then report back to me on how you executed the assault on the enemy camp. Yang Yi responded with a satisfied smile. Understood, General, Li Bingwei exclaimed happily. Had he not been severely injured, he would have eagerly reported the details of the attack right away, with the merit earned from the night's raid. He was confident that once he recovered, a promotion to the rank of captain was within reach. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, Sheng Huayan and his company found their bearings. We have entered the territory of the Xiangnu beyond the pass, remarked Tang Yunshan, surveying the surrounding grasslands and sands. Upon hearing this, Sheng Huayan realized they had ventured deep behind enemy lines. Which way is Anning Pass? Is anyone familiar enough to guide us? Sheng Huayan inquired. I know the way, a soldier replied. Very well, lead us back. Sheng Huayan nodded. The group advanced toward Anning Pass. After traveling 5 or 6 li, they halted. Stop. There is something ahead, someone called out. What's the matter? Sheng Huayan asked. Commander, there are Xiangnu cavalry ahead, pursuing a group of our defenders, the guiding soldier informed him. Chapter 15, Arrows repel the Xiangnu cavalry. Encountering acquaintances. Upon seeing the Xiangnu cavalry pursuing the defenders, Sheng Huayan did not hesitate. Let us go, we must provide support. Give me all the arrows you have. At the same time, Sheng Huayan took the arrows from several soldiers, totaling over 30. He charged toward their allies while simultaneously upgrading his archers. Name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, early warrior, techniques, bull strength, minor success, blood slaughter blade technique, minor success, strength, 2,900 gene talent, bronze archer, slaughter points, 185. The fierce battle last night had yielded him 150 points in slaughter value, indicating he had slain at least 100 Xiangnu foes. With 185 points, he could enhance his cultivation. Techniques, or blade skills, which meant he could grow stronger. However, Sheng Huayan was not in a rush to improve. Facing the Xiangnu cavalry, the best offensive tactic was archery, thus, he chose to allocate points to upgrade his archer level. Upgrading his archery level consumed 20 slaughter points, elevating him to silver archer status. After this promotion, he felt an overwhelming surge in his archery prowess. As he ran, Sheng Huayan swiftly notched 3 arrows to his bowstring. With one shot, he felled 3 Xiangnu cavalrymen in an instant. Tang Yunshan Haide, and the others were left dumbfounded. This is incredible. From 500 meters away, he shot 3 arrows, each striking down a Xiangnu cavalryman? Is he cheating? Those are Xiangnu cavalrymen, not infantry. They move quickly. How could an ordinary person hit them? Haide couldn't help but praise. Tang Yunshan glanced at Haide, surprised that this burly fellow had learned to flatter. In mere moments, Sheng Huayan had dispatched 3 Xiangnu cavalrymen, prompting the enemy to realize they were not alone. Allied forces. We have allies. We're saved. One of the pursued soldiers exclaimed joyfully. What are you shouting for? Hurry and run. These are Xiangnu cavalrymen. We're infantry. If we don't flee, we'll meet our end, another soldier warned. The Xiangnu cavalry numbered over 30, seemingly a small squadron. Damn it, how dare they kill my Xiangnu wolf cavalry? The squad leader of the Xiangnu cavalry bellowed with rage. Another group of Wei soldiers. They must be the ones from last night's raid. We'll take their heads back for a reward. The squad leader shouted. In the next instant, the Xiangnu cavalry turned to charge at Sheng Huayan and his group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of 3 arrows was released, each striking true and killing 3 more Xiangnu cavalrymen. As the Xiangnu cavalry approached, Sheng Huayan showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he seized the opportunity to test his archery skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew forth, sending 3 charging cavalrymen tumbling from their mounts. In the blink of an eye, a third of the Xiangnu cavalry had fallen. Incredible. Sheng Huayan is amazing. Tang Yunshan couldn't help but cheer. Unfortunately, lacking education, he could only express his admiration in simple terms. Initially, when he saw the Xiangnu cavalry charging toward them, he wanted to urge Sheng Huayan to lead the group in retreat. However, it seemed that was unnecessary. The other soldiers looked at Sheng Huayan with admiration in their eyes. They had not anticipated that he was a sharpshooter. Charge, kill them. The Xiangnu cavalry squad leader bellowed. In just a short time, Sheng Huayan had shot down 9 cavalrymen. He could not return without taking the heads of Sheng Huayan and his men. They were the kin of the fallen warriors in his tribe. Sheng Huayan aimed at the squad leader of the Xiangnu cavalry, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. The squad leader, leading the charge, widened his eyes as the arrow flew toward him like lightning. Thud, blood splattered as his body was sent reeling backward, and he felt the world spinning before darkness engulfed him. Sheng Huayan had slain the squad leader with a single arrow and continued to unleash a flurry of arrows, shooting down 3 more Xiangnu cavalrymen. They were infantry. They could not allow the cavalry to close the gap. or ordinary soldiers would be powerless against them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of 3 arrows felled 3 more charging Xiongnu cavalrymen. Within moments, half of the 30 cavalrymen had been slain by Shang Huayan's arrows.
"He is a sharpshooter, let us flee," one terrified Xiongnu cavalryman shouted in panic. With 1 arrow per enemy, before they even reached the foe, they were on the verge of being entirely annihilated. On the other hand, the 20 or so defenders of Anning, witnessing Shang Huayan's remarkable prowess, where each arrow struck a Xiongnu cavalryman as easily as shooting a sitting dove, ceased their retreat. They stopped, wide-eyed, watching Shang Huayan display his extraordinary skill. The Xiongnu cavalry squad was paralyzed with fear and turned to flee. Shang Huayan, sensing his quarry attempting to escape, quickened his pace, channeling his martial essence, continuing to notch and release arrows. With 1 shot, 3 arrows struck down the slower Xiongnu cavalrymen, who fell from their mounts. Gazing forlornly at the retreating figures of their comrades, they would remain forever entombed upon this grassland, observing the fleeing 9 riders. Shang Huayan sighed, "Damn it, they're running too fast. Did they spawn from rabbits?" "Burkong is mighty, Burkong is heroic," Haidai shouted loudly, cheering for Shang Huayan in the eyes of those around him. Shang Huayan was undeniably formidable, single-handedly wielding about us and a small battalion of Xiongnu cavalry fleeing in disarray. Such a remarkable feat had never before been witnessed by them. The commanding presence of the squad leader was indeed awe-inspiring. The other soldiers joined in the acclaim, for within the ranks admiration for the strong was a common sentiment. From the pre-dawn skirmish to now, where he had single-handedly repelled the Xiongnu cavalry, Shang Huayan had successfully won their allegiance. Previously, they had obeyed him out of military obligation, but now they were wholeheartedly devoted to him. "Quickly, let us scavenge food and water from the Xiongnu cavalry and retrieve the horses," Shang Huayan instructed with urgency. The trained warhorses, though their master had fallen, remained calm, standing at a distance rather than bolting in panic. On this vast grassland, horses were vital for transportation, and it was imperative to bring them back swiftly. Following Shang Huayan's command, Tang Yunshan and the others hastily set about gathering water, food, and weapons such as sabers and bows from the fallen Xiongnu cavalry. 21 warhorses were successfully retrieved, all in pristine condition. "These Xiongnu steeds are truly magnificent and robust," Tang Yunshan remarked with a grin. They had collected a fair share of provisions, along with numerous arrows and bowstrings. Haidai, accompanied by others, brought forth the scavenged supplies. "Huayan, it truly is you," a tall figure sprinted toward them. Upon hearing the voice, Shang Huayan turned to see Wang Wu, covered in dirt, making his way over. "Brother Wang Wu?" Shang Huayan exclaimed, surprised to encounter a member of his former team here. "Huayan, it's so good to see you. I almost thought I wouldn't see my brother again," Wang Wu said, rushing over to embrace Shang Huayan. "You're choking me." 2 grown men embracing, what kind of decorum is this? Shang Huayan quickly pushed Wang Wu away, not inclined toward such displays of brother Wang. "What brings you here? What of uncle and the others?" Shang Huayan inquired. "It's a long story," Wang Wu sighed, his expression one of resignation. Shang Huayan rolled his eyes. "Then let us make it a brief tale." Chapter 16, Ambush on the Xiongnu supply camp. The 20-odd soldiers from Anning followed Wang Wu over, standing at a distance. Observing Shang Huayan and his companions. "Last night, during the raid, we launched an assault from the left flank, but it was not without difficulties. Although we managed to strike the Xiongnu camp, the losses were significant. Upon breaching the enemy's defenses, we began setting fires and engaging in battle with the Xiongnu forces. Eventually, their numbers swelled, and we were scattered. By the time we escaped the enemy camp, we had lost all sense of direction and were merely focused on fleeing in one direction." Wang Wu recounted. "They had regrouped during their escape, only to find themselves behind enemy lines at dawn this morning. We headed toward Anning Pass, intending to return, but encountered Xiongnu cavalry along the way. They appeared to be searching for us. The scattered remnants of last night's raid." "Wait, Brother Wang, are you suggesting that Xiongnu cavalry are patrolling the route back, blocking our return?" Shang Huayan asked. "Indeed, numerous Xiongnu riders are roaming about, blocking our way back. They discovered us and began hunting us down as if we were mere prey," Wang Wu confirmed with a nod. "We originally numbered about 40, but these Xiongnu treated us like livestock, toying with us and shooting down over a dozen of our comrades." "Those damn Xiongnu," Tang Yunshan exclaimed, brimming with indignation. "Among you, is there a sergeant or squad leader?" Shang Huayan inquired, glancing at the 20 soldiers. "No, we are all like common foot soldiers," Wang Wu answered. First, Shang Huayan nodded subtly. "Appreciating their simplicity. It's fortuitous that you all are from the 7th Battalion that raided last night. I am the squad leader of the 10th Team of the 7th Battalion, therefore, I hereby command you to join the 10th Team under my leadership."
Sheng Huayan declared, effectively integrating the 20 soldiers into his ranks. Given their current position behind enemy lines, it was essential to maintain troop strength and bolster combat capability to survive against the Xiongnu forces. The soldiers exchanged glances but offered no objections. They were from different units, now merely scattered troops, and Sheng Huayan held a rank above them, making his command unassailable. Moreover, it was Sheng Huayan who had rescued them. Otherwise, they would have perished at the hands of the Xiongnu cavalry. His remarkable prowess in single-handedly repelling a cavalry unit had deeply impressed them. With the addition of these 20 soldiers, his team now numbered over 70.
Brother Huayan, we cannot linger here. We must leave quickly. The few Xiongnu cavalry that escaped will surely return with reinforcements to hunt us down, Wang Wu urged. We are too close to the enemy camp. We must move. The route back is blocked, and now we can only venture deeper into the grasslands. Let us go, gather the supplies and horses, and depart. We shall head into the heart of the grasslands. Sheng Huayan resolved, leading the soldiers toward the enemy's rear. After traveling over 20 kilometers into the grasslands, they finally paused to rest. Let us take a moment to recuperate and eat, Sheng Huayan instructed. Having procured ample food and water from the Xiongnu cavalry, they were well equipped to satisfy their hunger. Once they had eaten and refreshed themselves, Tang Yunshan asked, "Squad leader, what shall we do now, with no possibility of returning to Anning City?" They found themselves as a solitary force in the wilderness, a situation fraught with peril should they encounter a large contingent of Xiongnu cavalry. Furthermore, provisions were a pressing concern, as they had not brought any food with them for the raid. Will we allow ourselves to perish from starvation? We shall proceed step by step. Rest assured, I won't lead you to your doom, Sheng Huayan reassured them. As the undisputed commander of this small army, his orders were now the sole military directive, a stark contrast to the confines of the city where he was merely a subordinate to higher-ranking officers. Let us go. We cannot stay here on the grasslands for long. Lest the Xiongnu cavalry, like hyenas, scent our presence and pursue us, Wang Wu advised. Generally, Sheng Huayan heeded the counsel of these seasoned soldiers, recognizing the value of their experience. After a hearty meal and adequate rest, they resumed their journey, determined to wander the grasslands rather than return to the confines of the city. Sheng Huayan had no intention of retreating to a life of complacency within the walls. Having ventured forth, he sought to create a significant impact. The 21 warhorses carried some of the injured and supplies, while the others walked, for the horses were insufficient to accommodate everyone. Sheng Huayan aimed to cultivate camaraderie within his newly appointed team before leading them into the fray. As dusk fell, they found refuge on a wind-sheltered mound and settled down for the night. It was then that Sheng Huayan resumed his examination of the ethereal screen. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Initial stage: Martial Artist. Techniques: Bull Strength Technique, Minor Achievement. Blood Fiend Blade Technique, Minor Achievement, Strength, 2,900 pounds. Talent: Silver Archer, Kill Value, 193. The elevation of his archer level consumed 20 kill points, leaving him with 165 points. After eliminating 21 cavalrymen, his kill value surged to 193, an increase of 28 points. Feeling the unease of remaining in enemy territory, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his strength. Otherwise, a confrontation with a Xiongnu powerhouse could spell their demise. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan allocated points to elevate his prowess. This enhancement consumed 100 kill points, a surprise as he had anticipated it would only require 80. An immense surge of power coursed through him, continuously refining and strengthening his physique. Simultaneously, the martial essence within him burgeoned and intensified. Martial artists hone their bodies, unlocking their inherent potential, emphasizing the importance of physical strength. Thus, the cultivation of the body is paramount. Now Sheng Huayan's unique advantage, the kill system, was incessantly fortifying his physique. Before long, his cultivation level had ascended to the intermediate stage martial artist. This remarkable rate of advancement eclipsed that of martial geniuses who had trained for 2.5 years. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Intermediate stage martial artist. Techniques: Bull Strength Technique, Minor Achievement. Blood Fiend Blade Technique, Minor Achievement, Strength, 3,400 pounds. Talent: Silver Archer, Kill Value, 93. Having expended 100 kill points to elevate his realm to the intermediate stage martial artist, he was left with 93 points. The plus signs next to his techniques and blade techniques had vanished, indicating that he lacked sufficient kill value for further enhancement. Gazing at the seemingly inadequate kill points, Sheng Huayan pondered the daunting number of foes he would need to slay to reach the innate level. The thought alone gave him a headache, with his strength surpassing 3,000 pounds.
He was now comparable to those who had broken through to the initial stage martial artist. As his power grew, so too did Sheng Huayan's sense of stability. Throughout the day, the Xiongnu forces had remained lethargic. Failing to mount further offensives, this provided a rare moment of tranquility for the defenders of Anning Pass. After weeks of relentless combat, even the most resilient of soldiers would be weary, let alone flesh and blood beings. For once, Anning Pass enjoyed a day of peace. The absence of battle drums and the cries of war emboldened the more daring residents to venture out into the streets. Night fell, the northern winds howled, and Sheng Huayan and his companions found it difficult to rest soundly. Firstly, it is cold, and secondly, we must be wary of the Xiongnu cavalry discovering our presence. As dawn broke, Sheng Huayan continued to lead his troops forward, this time taking a different direction. After walking for more than 10 miles, the soldiers sent out to scout quickly returned. Borchang, we have a situation. Ahead lies a contingent of Xiongnu enemies, numbering approximately 500. Seemingly transporting supplies to the Xiongnu main camp near the pass, reported the two scouting soldiers. Tang Yunshan, you stay here and wait. Come, let us go take a look, Sheng Huayan instructed. Yes, Borchang. Tang Yunshan complied. Huayan, I shall accompany you. I have previously served as a scout. Wang Wu interjected. Very well, let us go. Sheng Huayan, along with Wang Wu, followed the two scouts to assess the situation further. The group crouched in the grass, observing from a distance as a troop of Xiongnu soldiers transported something at a leisurely pace. Huayan, this is a Xiongnu supply convoy delivering provisions to the main army, Wang Wu remarked after a moment. What, provisions? Sheng Huayan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It is as if a pillow was delivered just as he was about to doze off. Currently, what they lack most is supplies. Noticing the glint of ambition in Sheng Huayan's eyes, Wang Wu felt a sense of unease. Huayan, you do not intend to attack this Xiongnu supply convoy, do you? Why not? Sheng Huayan retorted. This Xiongnu force likely comprises 500 men. Are you certain that our 70-odd men would not be marching to their doom? Wang Wu felt that Sheng Huayan's audacity was excessively bold. 500? What is there to fear? They are not 1,000. How formidable can the strongest among them be? Sheng Huayan inquired. Based on my knowledge of the Xiongnu, a transport unit of 500 typically has its strongest warrior at the peak of martial prowess. It remains uncertain whether their commanding officer is at that level or merely in the later stages. Wang Wu replied. Let us proceed. First return and set up an ambush in front of this convoy. Sheng Huayan decisively commanded. Upon returning, they hurriedly ran to a location along the path the Xiongnu supply convoy would traverse. Borchang, with our 70-odd men against 500 Xiongnu, this may prove challenging, Tang Yunshan cautioned. What is there to fear? I say we can win, Sheng Huayan asserted confidently. I am resolved to seize this Xiongnu supply unit today. Even if the divine being of longevity were here, they could not escape. All cavalry, step forward, Sheng Huayan commanded. From the ranks, over 30 cavalrymen emerged, including Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haide. Wang Wu, Haide, select 19 men to form a cavalry unit and charge from the left flank. Sheng Huayan instructed. Archers will initiate the attack with me, let loose all arrows, then charge. He began to strategize. Within a 50-meter span on either side of the road, Sheng Huayan organized the digging of pits. The grasslands were ill-suited for ambushes. They needed to create favorable conditions. They only needed to dig pits deep enough to conceal a person, cutting the grass above to use as camouflage once the ambush was prepared. They awaited the arrival of the Xiongnu supply unit. Chapter 17. A triumphant victory with bountiful gains. Yuligu served as the captain of this supply convoy, having sought a safer role behind the front lines to avoid the perils of battle after witnessing his 3 beautiful wives turn to others out of fear of his potential demise. He had no aspirations for military accolades or titles, as his family was already of considerable standing within the Xiongnu tribes. The battlefield was a meat grinder, capable of claiming even the lives of those at the innate level. It was far too perilous. Reveling in the blue skies and white clouds atop his steed, Yuligo found comfort in this lifestyle, even humming a cheerful tune. The entire contingent moved languidly, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor. To them, this vast northern grassland was their dominion, a realm where the Wei could only cower behind city walls, avoiding the Xiongnu's might. As autumn descended, the grass began to turn yellow. Aselahai, Yuligo sang with increasing enthusiasm, belting out a tune that grated on the ears of his soldiers, who would have preferred deafness over such cacophony. Were it not for Yuligo's position, they might have been tempted to skewer him with their spears. My lord, should we send 2 cavalrymen ahead to scout? Inquired a Xiongnu centurion. Jibu Chu, you truly are regressing. This is our territory. What do you have to fear? Yuligu retorted coldly, leaving Jibu Chu momentarily speechless.
This insufferable man, privileged by his father's status, was oblivious to the need for vigilance on the march, unaware of his brother Jibu Zhao's fate on the battlefield. Assigned to serve under this hedonistic scion was a stroke of ill fortune for Jibu Chu. Another centurion in the ranks shared similar sentiments towards Yuligu. Although their force boasted 500 men, the two centurions commanded only 250 each, with 300 of the so-called soldiers being mere herders conscripted for transport duties. Lacking any real combat capability, Sheng Huayan and his men lay in wait, anticipating the arrival of the Xiongnu supply convoy. Half an hour later, they finally spotted the Xiongnu contingent approaching at a leisurely pace. As if on a spring outing, what a slow march, Sheng Huayan grumbled. Finally, the Xiongnu army entered the ambush zone, oblivious to the impending danger. As they approached, Sheng Huayan lifted the grass mat covering his head, drew his bow, and loosed 3 arrows. Kill! With Sheng Huayan's commanding shout, the archers concealed on either side sprang into action, unleashing a volley of arrows. With a swift barrage, over 30 Xiongnu soldiers fell upon completing their first volley. The archers continued to knock and fire. The Xiongnu forces, closely packed within the 50-meter span, found themselves unable to evade the onslaught. Enemy attack! Jibu Chu screamed as he witnessed the rain of arrows, only to be silenced as an arrow pierced his throat. Watching Jibu Chu collapse, Sheng Huayan mused, "Did you shout so loudly to ensure I wouldn't miss you?" Unbeknownst to him, both Jibu Zhao and Jibu Chu had met their end at his hands. Yuligu, caught off guard by the sudden ambush, was momentarily stunned. "Quick, hide and counterattack!" Another centurion bellowed. Responding to the shout, Sheng Huayan took aim again, firing another arrow with remarkable speed and force. As a silver-tier archer, his skills, strength, and speed were unmatched. By the time the centurion reacted, an arrow had already pierced his throat. 2 early-stage martial centurions from the Xiongnu ranks fell to Sheng Huayan, granting him 10 points of kill value. With the attack initiated, Wang Wu and Haide led the cavalry into a charge. Having unleashed their arrows, the Xiongnu forces suffered significant casualties, losing between 70 and 80 men. "Draw your blades, charge forth and slay the Xiongnu foes!" Sheng Huayan shouted as he surged into the fray, his soldiers following suit. "Kill! Kill!" The opposing soldiers, led by Tang Yunshan, also began their charge. The air was filled with deafening battle cries, echoing as if thousands of soldiers were in pursuit. The death of 2 experienced centurions threw the Xiongnu ranks into disarray, preventing any effective defense or counteroffensive. Realizing the Wei forces charging from either side, Yuligu finally regained his senses. "Damn Wei, you dare to assault us!" Jibu Chu counterattack! Yuligu roared, but no one responded. Jibu Chu, are you dead? Counterattack! Yuligu's fury escalated. My lord, Centurion Jibu Chu has perished, a trembling soldier reported. "What, dead? That insufferable centurion is dead?" Yuligu was momentarily dazed. "What of Centurion Samuel?" "He too has fallen," replied a nearby soldier. My lord, the Wei cavalry is charging." Another soldier stammered. Seeing the cavalry advance, the herders scattered in panic, wishing they had been born with more legs, unfamiliar with the realities of war. The herders were no match for true soldiers. Soon Sheng Huayan and his men crashed into the Xiongnu supply contingent. Ordinary soldiers were no match for the ferocity of Sheng Huayan, who cut down over a dozen foes in mere moments. With him at the forefront, the other soldiers followed suit, resembling a pack of ferocious wolves as they relentlessly slaughtered the Xiongnu soldiers. These men had survived the battlefield, having traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The weak had already perished. With Sheng Huayan leading the charge, he cleaved through any stronger Xiongnu soldiers that dared to stand in his way. The Xiongnu army was utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. "Damn Wei, I shall see you all dead." Yuligu, recognizing Sheng Huayan as the leader of the opposing force, drew his blade and charged at him. As the blade of Yuligu descended upon him, Sheng Huayan swiftly raised his hand to parry the strike. Yuligu staggered back 2 steps, astonishment etched upon his features as he gazed at Sheng Huayan. It was crucial to note that he was a martial artist of the great perfection realm, possessing a single-arm strength of 3,000 jin, yet here he was being pushed back by a mid-stage martial artist with a mere blow. Another expert has arrived. Sheng Huayan smiled at Yuligu, recognizing him to be the leader of the contingent Wang Wu had mentioned. "Die, you Wei dog!" Yuligu exclaimed furiously, swinging his blade at Sheng Huayan with renewed vigor. "I understand your impatience, but do hold your horses for a moment," Sheng Huayan retorted, blocking the strike with his own weapon. Yuligu, having learned a smattering of Great Wei language, comprehended Sheng Huayan's words, which only fueled his rage further. How dare this accursed Wei dog insult him? Did he truly believe his blade was ineffectual? "Ah, if only I could slay you!" Yuligu struck even harder. This detestable Wei man dared to mock him. "Haven't you eaten? Does your family not feed you well? Why such weakness in your strikes? Surely you couldn't have just eaten a peach and felt faint?" Shang Huayan continued to taunt Yuligu amid their fierce engagement. Boom, soon enough, Wang Wu and Haidai led their cavalry into the fray, crashing into the enemy lines. With their presence, the already fragile Xiongnu army crumbled. Countless resisting Xiongnu soldiers falling beneath the hooves of the cavalry, witnessing the slaughter of his comrades, ignited a furious blaze within Yuligu. Kill. In that moment, all techniques and forms of combat were forgotten. He flailed wildly, intent on annihilating Shang Huayan. I shall no longer entertain you. Blood Slaughterblade Technique. Night Battle of the Eight Directions. Shang Huayan unleashed the Blood Slaughterblade Technique, forcing Yuligu into a relentless retreat. Swish, a streak of crimson light flashed, and Yuligu's gaze froze as he slowly collapsed. With a swift slice to the throat, Shang Huayan ended Yuligu's life. The great perfection martial artist Yuligu yielded 10 points of slaughter value to Shang Huayan. Despite Yuligu's formidable prowess, Shang Huayan found him to be surprisingly weak, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, beautiful but utterly useless. After dispatching Yuligu, Shang Huayan continued to strike down other Xiongnu soldiers. As they witnessed Shang Huayan's display of power, mercilessly slaying the Xiongnu as if they were mere livestock, the other soldiers surged with renewed vigor, fervently attacking the enemy. With the loss of their leader and top fighter, the Xiongnu forces could no longer withstand Shang Huayan's formidable army and were ultimately decimated. Those fleeing herdsmen were pursued relentlessly by Wang Wu and Haidai's cavalry, ensuring no escape. We truly emerged victorious. Commander, we have won, Tang Yunshan exclaimed joyously, surveying the field strewn with Xiongnu corpses, with only a little over 70 men. They had indeed triumphed over a 500-strong army. What is there to be proud of? Of those 500, only about 200 were actual soldiers, the rest were herdsmen. Moreover, this was merely a supply transport unit. Under my leadership, defeating them was to be expected. Quickly scour the battlefield, take what can be carried, and burn the rest. We cannot leave anything for the Xiongnu, Shang Huayan commanded. Tang Yunshan scratched his head, feeling somewhat outwitted. Commander is indeed impressive, your stature is remarkable. By the way, what are the casualty figures? Shang Huayan inquired. 8 brothers fell in battle, and over a dozen were injured. Tang Yunshan replied, quickly gather the supplies and prepare to leave. Yes, Shang Huayan accepted the casualty report with some reluctance, recognizing that they had faced several times their number. In the chaos of battle, injuries were inevitable. Turning to the heaps of supplies, Tang Yunshan felt a mix of joy and concern. He was delighted that they had acquired provisions and materials, yet troubled by the sheer volume, knowing they could not carry it all. Food, jerky, ladders, ropes, battle blades, bows, arrows, tents, cashmere blankets. Such an abundance of supplies was sufficient for a regiment of 5,000 men. As Shang Huayan gazed upon the more than 100 horses, his eyes gleamed. Though many were not war horses but rather for transporting goods, they were still invaluable mounts, precious means of transportation. With horses, they could traverse the vast grasslands with ease. Commander, a great harvest, a delightful surprise. Medicinal pills, we have elixirs, Tang Yunshan shouted excitedly from a distance while sorting through the supplies. Shang Huayan turned abruptly. Elixirs? Chapter 18, Medicinal Pills. Elevating cultivation. No longer the naive newcomer he once was, Shang Huayan now possessed a fundamental understanding of this world. It was a realm not only of martial cultivators but also of Taoists, Buddhists, and practitioners of various schools. Medicinal pills were concocted by those of the Taoist, Buddhist, or other sects, capable of healing wounds, aiding cultivation, or facilitating breakthroughs in realms. Yes, Commander, we have elixirs, Tang Yunshan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It was no wonder he felt exhilarated. Medicinal pills were rare treasures, and their garrison had not received any in 2 to 3 years. Moreover, such pills were typically reserved for those with military merit. Shang Huayan hastened to Tang Yunshan's side. Within a large chest lay numerous smaller boxes, each containing jade vials. Shang Huayan picked one up, opening it to reveal a collection of fragrant elixirs. Quickly gather them all. We must take every last one, Shang Huayan commanded. Other items can be left behind, but these medicinal pills are imperative to secure. We struck it rich. Tang Yunshan chuckled foolishly. 2 large chests of elixirs could fetch a fortune on the market, easily bringing in tens of thousands of taels of silver. Shang Huayan instructed the soldiers to swiftly collect the supplies. Anything useful and essential, take as much as possible. Wang Wu and Haidai returned with their cavalry. All fleeing herdsmen had been slain. How could 2 legs outrun 4 legs of war horses? In a bid to prevent any escapees from leaking their whereabouts, Shang Huayan had issued a strict order for Wang Wu and his men to leave no survivors. Gather the necessary supplies, burn everything we cannot carry, leave not a single strand for the Xiongnu, Shang Huayan directed. Carry the wounded and the bodies of our fallen brothers. We must depart swiftly. Load everything onto the horses for transport.
And let each man ride a horse for a rapid exit. After 2.5 hours, 100-strong cavalry arrived at the battlefield, witnessing the smoldering remains of supplies and the multitude of corpses.
The Xiongnu cavalry captain seethed with rage. Those damned Wei people, like rats, they truly know how to scurry. They managed to ambush a supply convoy, and we have arrived too late. Pursue them. We must find them and bring back their heads.
Unbeknownst to Shang Huayan and his men, a contingent of cavalry was in hot pursuit. With the horses now at their disposal, their marching speed increased considerably. After covering over 50 kilometers, they found a secluded spot to rest. The vastness of the northern grasslands offered ample space to hide, allowing them to evade the Xiongnu tribes. Shang Huayan and his men ventured deep into the plains, a move unthinkable to the Xiongnu, who would never suspect such boldness. Once they settled, Shang Huayan commanded, "Bury our fallen brothers, and for the injured administer the healing elixirs." "Yes, Commander," Tang Yunshan replied. He set out to tend to the wounded and bury the dead. Meanwhile, Haidai was busy setting up tents for the soldiers. "Brother Huayan, are you certain about our safety here in the depths of the grasslands?" Wang Wu inquired, standing beside Shang Huayan. "Brother Wang, are you not familiar with the saying, to go against the current?" Shang Huayan responded. Observing Shang Huayan, Wang Wu felt that the latter's audacity was remarkable. Leading over 70 men to ambush 500 and emerging victorious was no small feat. Now, they had ventured into the heart of Xiongnu territory. A misstep could lead to their annihilation. As the tents were erected, Haidai busied himself with a fire to cook jerky and prepare dinner. Tang Yunshan led the soldiers in burying their fallen brothers before searching through the medicinal pills for those that could heal the injured. He began to organize the pills, setting aside those for healing. The healing elixirs were plentiful, as they had been sent to the front lines for the Xiongnu army, while the remaining portion consisted of cultivation pills and several vials meant for breakthroughs in realms. Dinner was hearty, featuring stewed beef jerky and mutton jerky. After days of battle, many soldiers had not tasted meat for quite some time. Once the meal concluded, Tang Yunshan queried Shang Huayan about the fate of the medicinal pills. "Commander, how shall we handle the pills? Should we keep them for ourselves or save them to sell back home?" He had noted that this batch of pills could easily fetch upwards of 100,000 taels of silver on the black market. Especially the few vials intended for breakthroughs, which were particularly valuable. "What kinds of pills do we have?" Shang Huayan inquired. "There are many healing pills, some for cultivation, and a few vials for breakthroughs," Tang Yunshan responded truthfully. "Bring me the breakthrough pills," Shang Huayan commanded. Immediately, Tang Yunshan retrieved the pills. Shang Huayan poured out a pill the size of a pigeon egg. Its white surface emanated a potent fragrance. Without hesitation, he consumed one, feeling a surge of immense energy rapidly transforming into true essence within his body. Regrettably, he did not achieve a breakthrough but found his true essence solidifying significantly, increasing his power.
"Why is this not working?"
Shang Huayan queried, a look of confusion on his face. Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, Haidai, and several squad leaders gazed at Shang Huayan as if he were a fool. "What is with that look? Why are you staring at me like that?" Shang Huayan felt utterly bewildered. "Huayan, you must understand that the elixirs used for breaking through realms are also categorized by levels. These elixirs are beneficial for martial apprentices and warriors. But when one reaches the realm of a martial master, they become insufficient and require more advanced elixirs. Furthermore, breaking through a realm means one must consume these elixirs at the point of being able to transcend. Otherwise, it merely increases one's martial essence without guaranteeing a breakthrough. Elixirs are not so miraculous, otherwise the world would be filled with powerful beings," Wang Wu said earnestly. "Why didn't anyone tell me this sooner?" Shang Huayan exclaimed, setting down the jade vial containing the elixirs, his expression somewhat awkward. "We assumed you were already aware," Tang Yunshan replied nonchalantly. The thought of a breakthrough elixir, worth thousands of taels of silver, wasted by Shang Huayan caused him considerable distress. No, it was a pain in his heart. "Look around. How many brothers in our ranks are on the verge of breaking through? Let us distribute these elixirs so everyone can elevate their cultivation." Shang Huayan decisively stated. Not utilizing these elixirs was tantamount to waste. "Indeed, I shall inquire immediately," Tang Yunshan said, his spirits lifted. He promptly rose to consult the other soldiers. This was a rare opportunity. "I am currently at the peak of the mid-warrior stage and can break through to the late stage at any time," Wang Wu shyly remarked. "One breakthrough elixir could save a significant amount of cultivation time." "How many do you need?" Shang Huayan inquired. "One will suffice, just to ascend to the late warrior stage," Wang Wu replied cheerfully. "Here, take this and break through swiftly." Shang Huayan handed Wang Wu a breakthrough elixir without hesitation. Commander, I have been stuck at the peak of the martial apprentice stage for quite some time," Haidai said, rubbing his hands together. "Everyone will receive their share. I want tea hoarded for myself." We fought for these with our lives. They belong to all of us, Sheng Huayan assured. Upon hearing Sheng Huayan's words, the squad leaders felt a wave of relief. Soldiers dread nothing more than their superiors indulging in selfishness, leaving them with mere scraps. Fortunately, Sheng Huayan was not that kind of person. After tallying the number of individuals capable of breaking through, Tang Yunshan distributed all the breakthrough elixirs, reserving a few for cultivation purposes while allocating the remainder to the soldiers below. He now hoped for their team to grow stronger quickly. The more powerful the soldiers became, the better their chances of overcoming the enemy. Once the elixirs were distributed, everyone set about their cultivation or breaking through. Meanwhile, Sheng Huayan examined the golden interface before him. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, mid-warrior, cultivation techniques, fierce bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood fiend blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 3,400 pounds talent, silver archer, kill points, 163 during the daytime ambush. Sheng Huayan had slain 2 early-stage Xiongnu warriors and executed a fully realized Wu Li Gu, earning him 20 kill points. He had figured out that an early-stage warrior was worth 5 kill points, while a fully realized warrior was worth 10.4 martial apprentices. The points were 1 for early stage, 2 for mid-stage, 3 for late stage, and 4 for full realization. The ambush had yielded a total of 70 kill points. Seeing his cultivation could be elevated again, Sheng Huayan wasted no time and immediately allocated points to enhance his prowess. He fought fiercely to acquire kill points to bolster his cultivation. This time, he expended 150 kill points, a torrent of power surging through his body, continuously fortifying it. His inner essence grew denser, and he felt warmth enveloping him, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. His strength was steadily increasing. On that day, the Xiongnu army remained in a state of rest, refraining from launching another assault on Anning Pass. 2 days of respite allowed the defenders to recuperate and regroup. Simultaneously, the surrounding counties, responding to General Yang Ye's request for reinforcements, dispatched local troops to Anning Pass. With the addition of 5,000 soldiers, the garrison at Anning Pass regained some vigor, bolstering their numbers to over 20,000 capable defenders. On the morning of the 3rd day, the Xiongnu army resumed their siege. We must capture Anning Pass today. I refuse to witness another failure, the left virtuous king declared to his troops. He had led 100,000 soldiers to besiege the pass, yet had lost 50,000 without success, an unmitigated disgrace. My king, Anning Pass is fortified and well defended, commanded by General Yang Yi of the Great Wei. Given our losses, it won't be easy to breach. The left Guli king cautioned, fear not, the defenders at Anning Pass should number only around 10,000 now. With our 50,000, can we not seize this pass? I will send formidable warriors to confront Yang Yi. The left virtuous king was determined to claim Anning Pass. Though the left Guli king wished to dissuade him, the left virtuous king's resolve was unwavering. His pride would not allow for failure. The horns of battle and the drums of war sounded once more after 2 days of silence, signaling the Xiongnu army's renewed assault. Following their breakthrough, Sheng Huayan practiced his techniques throughout the night. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, late warrior cultivation techniques, fierce bull strength, minor accomplishment, blood fiend blade technique, minor accomplishment, strength, 4,000 pounds talent, silver archer kill points, 13. The allocation of 150 kill points had elevated his realm to the late warrior stage. His strength now reaching 4,000 pounds, his martial essence was robust. He now felt unafraid even when facing early-stage martial masters. Although he harbored doubts about defeating a mid-stage martial master, he was confident he could hold his own in battle. As dawn broke, they prepared to relocate. To avoid being pursued by the Xiongnu cavalry, remaining stationary would invite danger. Chapter 19. Those who surpass the wheels kill after packing their belongings and concealing their campsite. They set off once more. Commander, where are we headed now? Tang Yunshan inquired. Where to? Sheng Huayan glanced at the soldiers behind him. The injured were recovering rapidly under the effects of their healing elixirs. Wang Wu had successfully advanced to the late warrior stage, while Tang Yunshan and Hai Dai had also achieved breakthroughs. The overall strength of the soldiers had improved. With their enhanced abilities, it would be a waste not to confront the enemy. We shall go hunt down our foes, Sheng Huayan replied, gazing at the rising sun. Where shall we strike? Hai Dai asked. This is Xiongnu territory. Enemies lurk everywhere. Where do you suggest we go? Sheng Huayan chuckled. Wondering if this fellow had lost his wits in cultivation, the group mounted their horses and rode off in a single direction. 2.5 hours later, around noon, a squad of Xiongnu cavalry arrived at their former campsite. Captain, there are signs of recent occupation here. Although concealed, the effort is rather crude, one of the Xiongnu soldiers reported. Can you determine when they left? The cavalry captain inquired. Probably in the morning, the soldier replied. Damn it, these Wei people are truly cunning, daring to venture deep into our grasslands, the cavalry captain seethed with anger. He had initially thought the Wei forces would attempt to retreat to Wanning Pass after raiding supplies. But his efforts to intercept them had yielded nothing. Now, after a prolonged search for traces, they discovered that Sheng Huayan and his group had already departed. After them, we cannot allow them to wreak havoc in our territory, the cavalry captain commanded, urging them to pursue. Meanwhile, Sheng Huayan and his comrades roamed the grasslands, encountering a small Xiongnu tribe. Observing the cluster of tents ahead, they noticed only the elderly, women, and children tending to cattle. No able-bodied men were in sight. The adult males of this tribe had all been conscripted to the battlefield. Commander, Tang Yunshan, Wang Wu, and the others looked to Sheng Huayan, awaiting his command. The horse beneath Sheng Huayan neighed as he pondered. He felt no qualms about slaying Xiongnu enemies on the battlefield, yet he hesitated to harm the elderly, women, and children. His mindset differed from that of Tang Yunshan and the others. To them, the enemy was the enemy, and killing posed no moral dilemma. Those Xiongnu children will grow up to bear arms and invade, he thought, and the elderly and women, by tending to livestock, support the men at war. Wang Wu, sensing Sheng Huayan's inner conflict, spoke up. Let us move on. We should search for other enemies. He understood that Sheng Huayan, having once been a scholar, might find it difficult to act against the vulnerable. Let's find the next tribe, Sheng Huayan finally declared. Had there been 2 or 3 strong young men in that tribe, he would have ordered a charge without hesitation. As they rode away, the inhabitants of the tribe remained oblivious to the fact that they had narrowly escaped death. Continuing forward, they encountered another Xiongnu tribe. This tribe was larger, boasting over 50 able-bodied men among its ranks, and numbering in the thousands. Upon seeing the youthful warriors, Sheng Huayan unhesitatingly issued the command to charge. Brothers, follow me, kill. Over 50 riders charged towards the Xiongnu tribe. The injured remained behind to guard supplies and the horses carrying provisions. As the cavalry charged in, the members of the Wumu tribe paused in their activities. Stunned by the sudden onslaught, only when the riders drew near did they realize that the approaching cavalry were neither from their tribe nor Xiongnu warriors. Enemy attack! A young man shouted in distress. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through his body, and blood quickly stained his garments. He stared blankly at the arrow that had impaled him, before collapsing to the ground. Quick! Enemy attack! Mount and prepare for battle! Wu Mu roared, swiftly charging towards his steed, drawing his battle blade as he advanced towards Sheng Huayan and his companions. Other young men followed suit, mounting their horses to engage in combat. Among the Xiongnu, every adult is trained as a warrior. During the charge, Sheng Huayan did not remain idle. He notched an arrow to his bow, shooting at the enemy. The archers within the ranks mirrored his actions, firing arrows as they surged forward. However, the archery skills of these archers paled in comparison to Sheng Huayan's. With only a few managing to hit their targets, the charging Xiongnu warriors also attempted to retaliate with arrows, yet found it difficult to strike the advancing Sheng Huayan and his group. Cavalry moved like shadows, swift and elusive, proving to be the most formidable adversaries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow released by Sheng Huayan found its mark, taking down a Xiongnu warrior. The young men left to guard the Wumu tribe were barely of age. Entirely inexperienced in battle, apart from their exceptional equestrian skills, they lacked any combat experience. In contrast, Sheng Huayan and his companions were seasoned veterans. Even without knowledge of mounted warfare, they were beyond the capabilities of these newly minted warriors. Upon contact during the cavalry charge, Sheng Huayan swiftly dispatched 5 or 6 riders. His formidable strength rendered the youth of the Wumu tribe utterly defenseless. Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haide, all skilled warriors, found themselves effortlessly overpowering a group of novices. After a single charge, only about a dozen of the 50 Wumu tribe youths remained. Meanwhile, Sheng Huayan and his comrades, clad in battle armor and seasoned by numerous campaigns, suffered only minor injuries. Kill! Sheng Huayan commanded as he turned his horse's head, intent on not sparing the remaining Xiongnu. The dozen or so Wumu youths fighting for their tribe refused to flee with their kinfolk within the tribe. They had no choice but to fight to the death. The outcome was predictable. Those Xiongnu youths from the Wumu tribe were swiftly slain by Sheng Huayan and his comrades, after eliminating those capable of resistance. Sheng Huayan turned and charged into the tribe. The women and children of the Wumu tribe erupted into panic. Some women, witnessing their sons or brothers being slaughtered, angrily charged at Sheng Huayan and his group wielding knives. Others fled with their children, while elderly members concealed their grandchildren within haystacks. The women rushing forward with knives were met with no mercy from Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and the others, each receiving a swift death. Sheng Huayan watched coldly, he would not intervene for those seeking death. To some extent, he remained bound by the moral constraints of his previous life, otherwise, none of the tribespeople would have survived. Listen, anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Sheng Huayan bellowed. Those with a rudimentary understanding of the way language grasped his command, hesitating to arm themselves for rebellion. Meanwhile, those who could not comprehend or the women who had lost their sons remained enraged and took up arms to resist. The result was a multitude of corpses falling to the ground. Once all the resistors lay dead, the remaining individuals looked upon the bodies strewn across the ground, blood staining the grasslands, trembling in fear. Simultaneously, Sheng Huayan caught sight of the fury and hatred in the eyes of many children. He smiled. Indeed, war knows no right or wrong, only perspective. Gather them all together, Sheng Huayan ordered. His soldiers promptly herded everyone into a confined space. As Sheng Huayan surveyed the captured Wumu tribespeople, he observed fear, resentment, and animosity reflected in their gazes, particularly among the young children. Their anger and hatred were unabashed. The women clutched their children protectively. Kill all the male children who are taller than a wheel. Upon witnessing the hostile and vengeful gazes, Sheng Huayan understood that mercy was unwarranted. Since so many had perished, why not claim a few more? Ha, I will, Tang Yunshan responded, stepping forward to play the role of executioner. Allow me to do it. Since I've decided to be a butcher, I might as well do it myself to earn some kill points. Tang Yunshan seized a boy who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. The boy struggled desperately, crying out in panic. A woman rushed forward, clutching the child. No, she wailed, but was restrained by two soldiers. Tang Yunshan kicked her to the ground and dragged the boy away. Sheng Huayan drew his blade, steeling himself, and without hesitation, struck the boy down after slaying the Sheng Nu youth, whose eyes brimmed with hatred and fear. Sheng Huayan frowned slightly. No kill points were awarded. What happened, Buzhang? Tang Yunshan inquired. Sheng Huayan tossed aside his blade. It's nothing, you all proceed. He then stepped aside. The others, uncertain of Sheng Huayan's state, dared not inquire further. Tang Yunshan and the others continued to execute all the Wumu tribe boys who were taller than a wheel, leaving none alive. The women and elderly who dared to resist were also ruthlessly slain. The remaining individuals, filled with terror, no longer dared to fight back, their cries echoing through the Wumu tribe. Sheng Huayan observed as the soldiers led the horses back. Over 50 fine steeds and another 60 or 70 average ones had been brought along. Horses were invaluable resources for war, and they had to be taken. All the food, gold, and silver from the Wumu tribe had been thoroughly pillaged. 20 sheep were taken, and 5 cattle were slaughtered for their meat. The remaining cattle and sheep were left behind for the Xiongnu to tend. Under the current circumstances, they could not take everything, otherwise, they would have wished to carry it all away. After Sheng Huayan and his group departed, the Wumu tribe lay in ruins, littered with corpses and filled with sorrowful cries. This was the brutal and bloody nature of warfare between two nations and races, the Xiongnu tribes advancing southward would similarly slaughter countless Wei citizens, plundering wealth, food, and women. Having left the Wumu tribe, they did not continue their pursuit of the Xiongnu but instead sought a place to rest and cook beef. The aroma of the beef wafted through the air, making many soldiers unable to resist swallowing hard. In the way, cattle were tools for tilling the land, and slaughtering them was forbidden. It was challenging to acquire beef. Waiter, bring me 2 tails of beef. Such requests were unheard of. If a cow died unexpectedly, it would be purchased by the nobility. Never reaching the taverns, Sheng Huayan sat nearby, silently observing his golden finger. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human realm. Late martial artist. Cultivation techniques, Mang Niu Jin. Minor achievement, Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Minor achievement, Strength, 4,000 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer. Kill points, 35. He had gained 22 kill points for slaying the young cavalry of the Wumu tribe. However, the execution of that boy yielded no kill points, leaving Sheng Huayan perplexed. Wasn't killing enemies supposed to grant kill points? That Wumu youth was also an enemy, yet no points were awarded upon his demise. Could it be that those without cultivation do not provide kill points when slain, or perhaps that killing innocents yields no points? Encountering a mute and flawed system was indeed a vexing matter. As everything had to be discovered through exploration, Wang Wu noticed Sheng Huayan sitting alone and approached him. What's wrong? Feeling guilty, Wang Wu asked directly. Hearing Wang Wu's voice, Sheng Huayan turned to glance at him. Don't bear any psychological burdens. The Xiongnu will cross the pass and descend south, slaughtering many of our fellow kin. What they do will be far more heinous than our actions, Wang Wu consoled. You did the right thing. Those Xiongnu boys taller than a wheel will soon grow up, wielding steel blades to invade us. Sheng Huayan felt a flush of embarrassment. His contemplation of his golden finger had led Wang Wu and the others to misunderstand him. While he did possess a slight psychological burden, it was not significant. No, I was pondering other matters, Sheng Huayan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. What are you thinking so deeply about?
Surely you aren't daydreaming about a girl, Wang Wu teased to brother Wang Wu. Are you jesting? Once the war settles, I plan to visit Yichun Lu and order 10 girls, draining your family wealth, Sheng Huayan chuckled. Haha, you underestimate me, ordering 20 wouldn't be a problem. Wang Wu laughed heartily at Buozhang, brother Wang Wu. It's time for dinner, Tang Yunshan called out, coming. Sheng Huayan and Wang Wu returned to the camp, joining the soldiers in a hearty feast of beef. They devoured 5 cattle in a single sitting, their appetites immense as martial cultivators. Even then, the 5 cattle hardly sufficed for the 60 plus of them. After lunch, they continued their journey, unwilling to linger in one place for too long. Especially within Xiangnu territory, when the Xiangnu cavalry arrived at the Wumu tribe. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon it, the Xiangnu cavalry captain's fury soared to the heavens. The young men of the tribe, those taller than a wheel, had all been slaughtered. This was a direct assault on their lineage. How many enemies are there? Tua Luo asked an elder from the Wumu tribe. My lord, there are over 60 enemies. The elder replied, tears streaming down his face. His grandson had perished in battle, and he had not dared to stand and fight back, living with the cowardice of surviving. Over 60, and they dare to act so brazenly. Utterly disregarding our great Xiangnu warriors, Tua Luo vowed to dismember them. Tua Luo declared, filled with rage. Which direction did the enemy head? Tua Luo inquired. That way. The elder pointed his finger towards the direction in which Sheng Huayan and his companions had departed. In this moment, he fervently wished that the troop of cavalry would catch up to Sheng Huayan and his party, and slay them all, avenging his grandson and their tribe. Follow me, pursue the enemy. Ride. Tua Luo led the cavalry in pursuit of Sheng Huayan's departing figures. Meanwhile, Sheng Huayan and his companions roamed the vast grasslands, charging into small tribes, slaughtering the able-bodied men of the Xiangnu, who stood taller than the wheel of a cart. Before pillaging their gold, silver, and warhorses, they swept through 6 or 7 small tribes in total, acquiring no fewer than 500 horses. Each man had to lead a dozen steeds. Just in terms of these warhorses, bringing them back to the garrison at Anning Pass would be a significant military achievement. If sold, these steeds could fetch a handsome amount of silver. However, with such a multitude of horses, their pace had slowed considerably, and the traces they left behind had become increasingly conspicuous. Gazing at their bountiful harvest, the soldiers felt both joy and apprehension. They were now on the Xiangnu grasslands, and with so many horses in tow, being discovered was merely a matter of time. Sheng Huayan had not anticipated such a rich bounty. It could only be said that this vast expanse of grassland had enjoyed a prolonged peace. Each year, the Xiangnu would descend southward, invading the borders of the Great Wei, while the latter had rarely ventured into the grasslands in recent years, causing the Xiangnu to forget the lurking dangers and overlook the fact that the Wei army could also penetrate deep into their territory. As dusk fell, they settled for the night in a desolate area, feasting once more on beef and mutton. After dinner, Sheng Huayan dispatched scouts to keep watch. Their movements were no longer easily concealed, and for safety's sake, scouts had to be sent out to survey a radius of 10 miles. After plundering 6 or 7 small tribes, Sheng Huayan's kill count surged to 127 points. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: human. Realm: late martial artist. Cultivation techniques: bull strength, minor accomplishment; blood slaughter blade technique, minor accomplishment; strength, 4000 gene; talent, silver archer; kill count, 127. With 127 points. The current tally was insufficient for further advancement in his cultivation. However, it was now possible to enhance the blood slaughter blade technique, a method that seemed tailor-made for soldiers in the army. Sheng Huayan directly allocated points to elevate the blood slaughter blade technique, consuming 100 kill points to elevate it to major accomplishment. With this enhancement, Sheng Huayan's strength saw a notable increase. He now felt confident in his ability to defeat a mid-level martial master. Earlier that day, the Xiongnu had mobilized 20,000 soldiers to besiege the city, even deploying martial arts masters of the Grandmaster realm for the assault. The general of Anning Pass, Yang Yi, intervened, halting the Xiongnu's Grandmaster fighter. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle for 2 hours, neither able to best the other, ultimately resulting in the Xiongnu army retreating with several thousand corpses left behind. Bosh, Bosh, Sheng Huayan, who was in the midst of cultivating, was jolted awake. What is it? He inquired. Bosh, a scout we sent out has returned, reporting that a troop of cavalry, about 10 miles behind us, is advancing in our direction. He suspects they are pursuing us, Tang Yunshan explained. What time is it? It is nearly the end of the Yin hour. Sheng Huayan glanced at the sky, realizing dawn was approaching. It was roughly 5 in the morning.
Wake the soldiers, he commanded. Tang Yunshan hurried off to rouse the troops. What is it, Brother Huayan? Wang Wu asked. Bosh, what has happened? Haidai followed suit with his question. You explain. Sheng Huayan gestured toward the returning scout. Yes, Bosh, there are roughly 100 Xiongnu cavalry approaching us from the rear. I suspect they are coming for us, so I returned in haste to report, the soldier stated. It seems we have indeed been discovered. Wang Wu remarked, the traces they left behind were unmistakable. A gentleman, a mere 100 cavalry, do they dare to confront us? Sheng Huayan surveyed his 60-odd subordinates. What is there to fear, through fire and water? I, Wang Wu, shall accompany you, Wang Wu declared resolutely. Just 100 riders, what is there to fear? Damn those Xiongnu birdmen. Tang Yunshan, emboldened by his previous victories alongside Sheng Huayan, echoed the sentiment. Fight. The soldiers looked to Sheng Huayan with unwavering determination. Ready to follow him into battle. Well done, my brave soldiers, this is the spirit of warriors, we shall prevail, Sheng Huayan proclaimed with satisfaction, then proceeded to strategize. Although they had over 60 men and ample horses, they still faced a considerable gap when engaging the true cavalry of the Xiongnu. Sheng Huayan led his soldiers to a stretch of grassland, where he employed ropes to set up horse snares. Behind these snares, he dug pits for trapping horses. Such strategies were the wisdom left behind by the ancestors of his previous life, designed to counter cavalry with infantry reluctant to incur excessive casualties. He devised this cunning plan. Once the traps were laid, Sheng Huayan and his men mounted their horses, awaiting the arrival of the Xiongnu cavalry. In the east, a pale light began to break, soon followed by a blazing red sun that illuminated the entire sky. Under the myriad rays of dawn, a troop of cavalry approached, riding through the radiant glow. Tua Luo, observing the vigilant formation ahead, allowed a smile to grace his lips. After a long night's pursuit, we have finally caught up to these Wei rats. Brave warriors, those ahead are the accursed Wei people. They have slain our kin and pillaged our resources. Now, charge with me, bring back their heads to honor our fallen brethren. Tuoluo shouted fervently. Kill, kill, kill. The Xiongnu cavalry erupted with a thunderous battle cry. Sheng Huayan and his men watched in silence as the Xiongnu cavalry's war cries reverberated through the heavens. Brave men, follow me in slaying the enemy. Charge, Tuoluo bellowed, leading the charge, and the 100-odd Xiongnu cavalry followed suit. Kill. As the Xiongnu cavalry charged forward, Sheng Huayan wore a smile, with the sun rising, casting a fiery red hue. It was the perfect moment for battle. Observing the ferocious charge of the Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huayan and his men remained steadfast in their positions. Tuoluo, leading the charge, sensed something was amiss as the Wei troops remained motionless, which struck him as odd. Could these Wei rats be so intimidated by our magnificent cavalry that they are paralyzed with fear? Neither fleeing nor charging, he mused, urging his steed to gallop faster. However, if Sheng Huayan had been privy to Tuoluo's thoughts, he would have surely laughed. Was this the so-called phenomenon where encountering a protagonist caused all antagonists to lose their wits? Observing the unmoving enemy, even Tuoluo, despite his bravado, began to sense something was wrong. Unfortunately, once the cavalry was in motion, stopping was no easy feat. He knew the Wei were cunning but could not fathom what scheme Sheng Huayan had devised. Before long, he would discover the truth of the matter. Tuoluo was fortunate enough to leap over the horse snares, and with the blessings of the shaman, he avoided the pitfalls. However, his cavalry comrades were not as fortunate. The leading riders were ensnared by the ropes, tumbling off their mounts. The riders behind them, unable to halt in time, collided with the fallen horses, while others stumbled into the pits, resulting in a chaotic scene of fallen horses and riders. Witnessing this calamity, Tuoluo's eyes widened in horror. The speed of the cavalry was so swift that they could not stop. Steeds continued to stumble into the pitfalls or crash into the fallen horses. The soldiers behind Sheng Huayan looked on in awe, their respect for him growing as they witnessed the effectiveness of their traps. Initially filled with trepidation about the plan's efficacy, they were now astounded by its success. Ultimately, only around 40 riders managed to breach the traps. Tuoluo, seeing his numbers dwindle to just over 40, felt a pang of anguish. Damn those Wei dogs, despicable and shameless, he cursed furiously. Sheng Huayan, smiling, gestured invitingly to Tuoluo. Come over here, damn Wei dog, I shall kill you. Tuoluo, driven mad with rage, charged recklessly forward, and the remaining Xiongnu cavalry had no choice but to follow suit. Sheng Huayan drew his battle blade, raising it high, and his soldiers followed suit, brandishing their weapons. Brothers, charge with me, slay the slave oppressors. Sheng Huayan galloped forward, and the two armies collided, warhorses thundering, weapons clashing, and blood boiling. In a previous life, each individual harbored dreams of galloping on horseback, wielding weapons, and conquering the battlefield. Now, it was no mere dream. This was the palpable clash of steel and the reality of war. He channeled the martial essence within him, blood-red murderous energy swirling around his blade. Tuoluo too summoned his martial essence, charging towards Shang Huayan. Steel met steel, and generals faced each other. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out as a figure darted past. While another fell from their steed, the sight of the fallen figure sent shockwaves through the Xiongnu cavalry. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Their captain, a master of the martial arts, had been felled in a single exchange. Witnessing their captain's demise at the hands of Shang Huayan, the soldiers behind him surged with newfound vigor, galloping forward to join Shang Huayan in the fray. When brave souls meet on the battlefield, victory belongs to the courageous. The Xiongnu cavalry, having first encountered the traps and then witnessing their captain's death, found their morale shattered. A sudden charge swept past, the iron steeds thundering, leaving behind only the warhorses in the wake of Shang Huayan and his companions. The 40 or so Xiongnu foes lay slain. The warhorses, bereft of their masters, halted and began to graze. The sun of early September in the northern frontier offered little warmth. Dewdrops, pristine and white, clung to the grass. The northern wind howled, causing the creatures of the steppe to retreat into their burrows, seeking refuge from the terrifying aura of bloodshed. Chapter 21, A Bounty of Victory. Quickly attend to the wounded. Shang Huayan commanded. In the fray of cavalry combat, casualties were inevitable. However, the losses were minimal. 2 had perished, while around 10 sustained injuries. After all, they were not seasoned cavalrymen, and compared to the Xiongnu horsemen, there remained a significant disparity. It was largely due to Shang Huayan's valiant charge that many Xiongnu riders had been slain. Otherwise, the toll would have been greater. Tang Yunshan and the others began to treat the injured. Those who had been wounded took healing elixirs, allowing their injuries to mend swiftly. The 2 fallen soldiers were buried where they fell. Having annihilated a 100-strong detachment of Xiongnu cavalry, they had secured over 60 intact warhorses. Weapons and armor were stripped and taken as spoils. With an abundance of horses at their disposal, they could transport their goods efficiently. They slaughtered a dozen injured warhorses, taking the meat with them. The rest were left to fend for themselves on the vast grassland. Once the battlefield was cleared, Shang Huayan led his troops away, continuing to change locations to prevent a large contingent of Xiongnu cavalry from discovering their trail. With horses and provisions in tow, the men departed joyously, having claimed victory once more. Having slain over 100 Xiongnu riders, such military achievements would not go unrewarded, and they might even receive considerable bounties. Around midday, Shang Huayan and his men encountered another detachment of Xiongnu transporting supplies. As they beheld this convoy, Tang Yunshan and the others looked to Shang Huayan. Commander, shall we engage, now, when faced with the Xiongnu? Their thoughts were no longer about whether they could win, but rather about how to seize the opportunity and take everything they could. Brothers, we have a sumptuous feast before us. What say you, shall we partake? Shang Huayan turned to his soldiers with a smile. Yes, we must. Commander, give the order. I can hardly wait to charge. The soldiers' eyes sparkled with fervor, eager to rush into battle. Very well, brothers, follow me into the fray. Shang Huayan bellowed as he spurred his horse forward. The injured soldiers remained behind to tend to the horses while the others followed Shang Huayan into the charge. The steeds galloped like the wind, and bows were drawn like thunderclaps. As they closed in on the Xiongnu, arrows were loosed. Each of Shang Huayan's men bore a bow, all seized from the Xiongnu, realizing the onslaught of cavalry and the rain of arrows. The Xiongnu's supply unit was caught off guard. Enemy attack, the commanding officer shouted. The Xiongnu soldiers scrambled to evade, yet those ordinary herdsmen conscripted into service were not so fortunate, as over 20 fell to the arrows. Among Shang Huayan's ranks, archers were few, and many lacked the skill to shoot properly, resulting in a dismally low hit rate. Mount and retaliate, the enemy commander roared. The Xiongnu cavalry hastily mounted and charged toward Shang Huayan and his men. Kill, kill. Faced with the incoming tide of over 100 riders, Shang Huayan and his companions stood undaunted, drawing their blades to meet the challenge. Observing the enemy's swift response, it was clear they had encountered a formidable unit. Shang Huayan led the charge, his battle cloak billowing in the wind, his armor glinting with a cold sheen under the sun. The bloodied aura of his blade intensified, now a deep crimson, his true essence surged within. Blood racing, he intended to unleash his full might to slay the enemy commander, lest the tides of battle turn against them, especially considering their foes outnumbered them 2 to 1. Clang, thud. The clash of blades erupted, and blood sprayed forth. The head of the Xiongnu commander soared into the air, landing with a thud. A martial artist of late-stage prowess stood no chance against Shang Huayan's full-force strike. Now, Shang Huayan's strength rivaled that of mid-tier warriors, and facing lesser martial artists was akin to bullying the weak. Having decapitated the commander, Shang Huayan charged into the Xiongnu ranks like a ferocious tiger, leaving death in his wake. Witnessing Shang Huayan's rampage, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haidai were equally resolute, brandishing their blades to join the fray kill. Shang Huayan's swordsmanship was ruthless, each strike claimed in Xiongnu soldier. The perfected blood slaughter blade technique in his hands was nothing short of divine. As he felled more foes, the murderous aura enveloping him thickened. Wang Wu marveled at Shang Huayan's mastery of the blood slaughter blade technique, astonished at the rapid progress he had made. Truly, he was a prodigious talent. In just a short time, he had refined the technique to such a degree Wang Wu, who had trained for 2.5 years, had only just barely achieved minor proficiency. Shang Huayan appeared as a deity of death. Instilling terror in the Xiongnu ranks. He moved through them as if traversing an unchallenged domain, single-handedly slaying over 60 cavalrymen. With the elite riders vanquished, Shang Huayan led his men toward the remaining Xiongnu soldiers. The remaining troops and herdsmen, lacking the strength to resist, were swiftly cut down by Shang Huayan and his comrades. During the fray, Shang Huayan also struck down an unarmed herdsman, only to realize that no kill value was awarded for this deed. By the end of the battle, Shang Huayan alone had slain over 100 Xiongnu foes. Observing Shang Huayan, steeped in bloodlust, Wang Wu and the others felt a tinge of fear, particularly for Wang Wu. He reflected on the vast chasm that sometimes lay between individuals, one that could be greater than that between man and beast. After 10 years of martial training, he had only just broken through to the late-stage warrior realm. He had watched Shang Huayan evolve from an ordinary person into a powerhouse, now surpassing him by several folds in strength within mere days. As they cleared the battlefield, they gathered what they could carry. With an ample supply of horses, Shang Huayan was unwilling to waste resources by incinerating them. He planned to scour a few more Xiongnu outposts before returning to Anning Pass. They feared that once the Xiongnu army realized what had transpired and dispatched a large contingent to encircle them, escape from the steppe would become impossible. Having decimated the Xiongnu supply convoy, Shang Huayan led his forces on the hunt for more outposts. In the span of an afternoon, they raided 5 or 6 smaller encampments. Reaping substantial rewards, these outposts had sent their able-bodied men to war, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and the ill to defend against their onslaught, beholding the thousands of war horses and a wealth of supplies. Shang Huayan resolved to return to Anning Pass that very night. Only by securing these gains could they truly claim victory. The route back would naturally circumvent the Xiongnu forces positioned before Anning Pass. As they surveyed their haul, smiles illuminated their faces. "Commander, we have amassed treasures worth 30,000 taels of silver and gold and jewelry, over 1,000 warhorses, numerous healing elixirs, and an abundance of other supplies too numerous to count." Tang Yunshan reported with glee. "The gold and silver will be converted into currency upon our return, and we shall distribute shares to the brothers. Our fallen comrades must also receive their due. We shall send a little extra back to their families," Shang Huayan replied. "As for the elixirs, we will keep the healing ones, while those for cultivation and breakthroughs shall be distributed among the brothers to enhance their strength." "Understood, Commander." The soldiers rejoiced at Shang Huayan's equitable distribution plan, feeling fortunate to serve under a leader who rewarded victories and shared the spoils. Their futures, both in terms of prospects and wealth, appeared exceedingly bright. In the evening, after dinner, they did not linger long and continued on their journey. With such a multitude of horses and supplies, lingering on the steppe posed increasing danger. Throughout the day, the Xiongnu forces continued their siege, and the left Sage King dispatched 2 master-level warriors, yet they still could not best the garrison commander Yang Yi at Anning Pass. The Xiongnu assault faltered once more. The left Sage King's prized vase was shattered in his fury. "Incompetence, how dare you fail to seize a mere Anning Pass after all this time?" he roared in frustration. The commanders below dared not breathe a word. If capturing such a minor stronghold were so simple, they would have done so long ago. Did they truly believe the Great Way was a soft target? The commanders silently grumbled amongst themselves. "Report to the left Sage King, we have urgent news." A messenger entered the royal tent of the left Sage King. "Speak." The king, already irritable over the siege, felt his annoyance mounting. "My lord, 2 of our supply convoys have been attacked, 100 cavalry have vanished, and several small outposts have been raided. Reports indicate that enemies have infiltrated our rear." The messenger relayed. "What? Enemies have breached our rear? How audacious!" The left Sage King seethed with rage. Did he think him made of clay? "Dispatch 2,000 cavalry immediately. I want them found and annihilated." The left Sage King's chest heaved with indignation. Much of their provisions had already been devastated during the initial assault, and now they dared to strike at his supply lines. Without sufficient supplies, how are his men to eat, let alone besiege and conquer? Unbeknownst to Shang Huayan and his men, this situation had already been reported to the left Sage King. Equally, the left Sage King was unaware that Shang Huayan and his companions laden with bountiful spoils, had begun their circuitous return to Anning Pass. Chapter 22. The vanished troop returns. Shocking all as night fell, Sheng Huayan and his men found it impractical to continue their journey and sought a suitable place to rest.
With so many horses and supplies in tow, nighttime travel proved unwise. After settling down, they prepared a fire to cook, and once again, they feasted on stewed meat. Upon finishing their meal, Sheng Huayan assigned sentinels for the night.
Caution was paramount. They must not let their guard down, for a single oversight could cost them their lives. During the day, he single-handedly slaughtered around 150 Xiongnu enemies, reaping a considerable amount of killing points. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Late-stage warrior. Cultivation method: Magnia Strength. Minor achievement: Blood Slaughterblade Technique. Major achievement: Strength, 4000 Gene Talent. Silver Archer. Killing points: 203. With his killing points now increased to 203. He was ready to enhance his cultivation. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan allocated his points to elevate his prowess, consuming 150 killing points. A tremendous force enveloped him, circulating throughout his body, continuously fortifying his flesh and bones. Under this immense power, Sheng Huayan felt his physique strengthening and his strength ascending rapidly as his true essence within continuously condensed. Others may not perceive any change, but Sheng Huayan could distinctly sense his body becoming more robust, his power amplifying, and his true essence solidifying. The true essence in his dantian felt as if it had coalesced into a spiritual liquid. Once that formidable force dissipated, Sheng Huayan clenched his fist, feeling as though he could shatter the void with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Great perfection of warrior cultivation method: Magnia Strength. Minor achievement: Blood Slaughterblade Technique. Major achievement: Strength, 4500 Gene Talent. Silver Archer. Killing points: 53. Observing his enhanced cultivation, Sheng Huayan mused, truly, the system is remarkable. This level of power was already comparable to that of a late-stage warrior. With the realm of great perfection of warrior, he stood on par with a late-stage warrior, capable of fighting above his rank, a quintessential protagonist template. Truly, the system is a benevolent benefactor. Regrettably, it is a mute system. After his breakthrough, Sheng Huayan did not rest. Instead, he continued to cultivate and refine his martial true essence. Even with the system's aid, he was determined to strive diligently, silently exerting himself, and ultimately surpassing everyone. On the following morning, after a simple breakfast, Sheng Huayan and his companions resumed their journey in the Xiongnu army's camp. 2,000 Ion cavalry departed the main camp, heading towards the grasslands. Observing the dwindling army of only 40,000, King Zuoxian pondered whether he should dispatch additional soldiers for battle. Meanwhile, the great Chen Yu sent envoys to urge him to swiftly capture Anning Pass. The Central Army was locked in a fierce standoff with the Northern Town Army, hoping that securing Anning Pass would allow them to bypass an attack from behind. Noticing the troubled expression on King Zuoxian's face, King Zuoguli spoke up, Your Majesty, since we cannot take Anning Pass, why not send troops from another direction to enter the pass and march south, leaving a portion here to hold back the Anning forces? King Zuoxian glanced at his father-in-law and replied, How many troops do you believe would be sufficient to restrain the defenders of Anning Pass? What if the defenders launch a surprise attack on us from behind after we enter from elsewhere? What about the logistics of resource transportation? This father-in-law of mine, despite his age, was once a fierce general. How has he become so dull-witted? A night raid completely shattered the Xiongnu army's hope of swiftly breaching Anning Pass. They continued to send troops to batter the gates, exhausting the defenders, while preparing to dispatch another 50,000 soldiers. Ultimately, King Zuoxian decided to reinforce their numbers. At present, entering the pass presented an excellent opportunity. If they failed to breach it, he would have a hard time justifying it to the great Chen Yu. The Xiongnu army commenced their assault on Anning Pass, the soldiers atop the city walls, witnessing the tide of Xiongnu soldiers surging forth, had become numb to the sight. Aside from the 2 days when they were attacked, the Xiongnu army had been incessantly battering the gates. They had grown accustomed to the Xiongnu's relentless assaults. Archers, prepare fire. The archers unleashed a volley of arrows, claiming the lives of numerous charging Xiongnu soldiers. The Xiongnu dispatched cavalry and archers to shoot arrows at the city in support of their siege. The defenders on the walls simultaneously shot arrows while dodging incoming projectiles from the Xiongnu. As the Xiongnu forces reached the base of the walls, they hastily erected ladders and ropes, beginning their ascent. Crush these bastards, Xiongnu scoundrels, I curse you! The defenders hurled stones downwards and poured scalding molten metal upon the attackers. Xiongnu thieves, come, your grandfather invites you to drink molten gold. To scale the walls, the Xiongnu would have to pay a steep price in casualties. The fierce battle raged on, flames of war extending over 3 months. The defenders of Anning Pass continued to valiantly resist the Xiongnu onslaught. Blood and harsh weather had stained this ancient border city, leaving it marked by the passage of time. The walls were riddled with scars from blades and arrows. The conflict persisted until dusk, when the Xiongnu finally withdrew. Sheng Huayan and his companions were still taking a detour to avoid the Xiongnu camp. Although the longer route was far from safe, it ensured their security as they traversed secluded paths. It was not until the third day that they returned to Anning Pass. The soldiers on the southern wall of Anning Pass, seeing a large number of warhorses approaching, stirring up clouds of dust, believed it to be an enemy ambush and hurriedly prepared for defense. Enemy attack, take heed. The guards in the southern sector hastily armed themselves with bows, blades, and spears, watching the 1,000-strong cavalry below with caution. Their brothers on the wall, we are not the enemy. We are from the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion. Seeing the guards on the walls readying their bows, Tang Yunshan quickly shouted. If they mistakenly shot and caused a mishap, it would be a significant embarrassment. Hearing the shout, the guards on the wall exchanged doubtful glances. The accent did indeed seem authentic, not like that of Xiongnu infiltrators. However, the 7th Battalion's 10th Squad had been reported as entirely wiped out during the ambush. The 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion, wasn't it said that they had all perished? I don't know. Could they have been captured by the Xiongnu and now returned to deceive the city? Let us wait and see. If something seems amiss, we will take action. Ye brothers on the wall, if you do not believe us, you may send word up to let the generals come down. We truly are from the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion. Tang Yunshan continued to call out. Send someone to report, one of the leaders suggested. Soon, as the dust began to settle, the guards atop the wall noticed that below them, there were over 1,000 horses, many carrying supplies, yet only 60 or so people. Their battle robes and banners confirmed they were indeed part of the Anning Pass defenders. Banjiang, there are only around 60 of them below. They don't seem to be attempting a deception. One of the soldiers remarked. Be cautious, we cannot afford any mistakes at this moment, the Banjiang replied warily, observing the soldiers on the walls who remained vigilant and did not open the gates. On the northern tower, a group of generals remained focused on the battlefield, ready to intervene at the first sign of Xiongnu masters joining the fray. A messenger rushed in. What news? Yang Yi inquired of the messenger. Report, General, outside the southern gate, there is a group claiming to be from our Anning Army's 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion. They have brought over 1,000 horses and seek your command. The messenger quickly relayed. What? Yang Yi sprang to his feet, his fellow generals sharing incredulous expressions. They could hardly believe their ears. The 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion, the ones who had first penetrated the right flank of the Xiongnu camp, had left a deep impression on them. Hadn't they all been reported dead? Are you certain they are from the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion? Yang Yi asked sternly. Yes, General, that is what they claim. The messenger confirmed. I will go and see. General Sun Hao of the Break Slavery Army declared. Alright, take Wu Xiaowei with you to assess the situation. Yang Yi nodded. With the Xiongnu army currently besieging the city, he could not leave his post. He had to remain on the battlefield to prevent any of the Xiongnu masters from launching an assault. Understood, General. Sun Hao summoned Wu Xiaowei and hurried to the southern wall. Upon glancing down, Sheng Huayan and his companions were mounted, each leading several warhorses. It is indeed that lad. Sun Hao recognized Sheng Huayan immediately. They had all been keeping an eye on him. Wu Xiaowei, are you certain that those below are all from your 10th Squad? Sun Hao inquired cautiously. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it is best to be prudent, he added. Report, General, there are a few who are not. They seem to be from other squads, but the majority are soldiers from the 10th Squad, Wu Xiaowei responded. Seeing Sheng Huayan and the others, Wu Xiaowei was exceptionally astonished. Weren't these fellows rumored to be dead? How are they back and alive? That's good. Quickly open the city gates and let them in, Sun Hao instructed. He then descended from the wall and approached the city gate, curious about what Sheng Huayan had been up to return with so many horses. As the gates swung open, Sheng Huayan called to his soldiers. Brothers, let us enter the city. Chapter 23, General Yang Yi's summons. As the gates opened, Sheng Huayan and the others dismounted, leading their horses into the city. Observing the magnificent array of steeds, each a fine specimen, Sun Hao, Wu Xiaowei, and the others stood agape. These warhorses could form a cavalry of over 1,000 men. It was known that their Anning army, with a strength of 30,000, only possessed 2,000 cavalry due to the lack of warhorses and suitable pastures for raising them in the Great Way. General Sun, upon seeing General Sun Hao come to greet them, Sheng Huayan and his companions quickly saluted. No need for pleasantries. Did you go to raid the Xiongnu cavalry? You've brought back so many fine steeds, Sun Hao remarked, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the horses. Shang Huayan and the others also saluted Wu Xiaowei, acknowledging him as their superior. Wu Xiaowei waved his hand, indicating that they need not be so formal. He looked at Shang Huayan, now ever more curious about this young man whose abilities were remarkable. Having vanished with his subordinates for 5 to 6 days, he returned with such a bounty of warhorses. In truth, we did go to raid the Xiongnu, Shang Huayan replied. Shang Huayan responded with a smile. Please elaborate, Sun Hao expressed his curiosity, observing the 60 or so individuals accompanying Shang Huayan. He marveled at their capabilities. Shang Huayan recounted his recent experiences, leaving the military officers and surrounding soldiers with their mouths agape. As if they could fit an egg inside, the tales he shared were indeed fantastical. Traversing the Xiongnu steppes, vanquishing countless foes, yet sustaining negligible casualties. While it might sound simple, the execution of such maneuvers would undoubtedly prove challenging. For they had never encountered such guerrilla tactics before. With over 1,000 warhorses and such ample resources, alongside the slaughter of so many enemies, you have indeed accomplished a great feat. I shall report to General Yang. And you shall receive ample rewards, Sun Hao remarked with a smile. This lad was truly remarkable. Coupled with his credit for the night raid, should he possess sufficient cultivation, he could easily ascend to the rank of a school officer. Moreover, sensing the aura emanating from Shang Huayan, he noted with surprise that, in such a short span, he had already attained the pinnacle of martial artists. Just days prior, he had only been at the martial apprentice stage. The speed of his cultivation surpassed even the prodigies of the great sects and influential families. Upon their return, Shang Huayan and his companions brought back not only warhorses but also a plethora of supplies. News of which swiftly spread throughout the Anning army. Old Wang and the others are actually alive. Zhang Daniu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. An old soldier glanced at him. Do you wish for their demise? No, that's not what I meant. I simply meant to say, how could they possibly have come back to life? No, I misspoke. They weren't slain by the Xiongnu, he stammered. Shut your mouth, the old soldier retorted, unable to tolerate the foolishness. If you can't express yourself properly, then keep silent. Zhang Daniu scratched his head sheepishly, complying without further protest, as he was merely overwhelmed with excitement at hearing that Shang Huayan and the others were still alive. Which had caused his tongue to slip. After handing over the warhorses and supplies to the Anning army, the treasures of gold, silver, and jewels would belong to them. The materials and horses surrendered would also earn them considerable military merit and rewards. Especially since many healing elixirs were among the supplies. Shang Huayan and his companions were then assigned to rest. On the city walls, General Yang Yi surveyed the Xiongnu military encampment, his brow furrowed in concern. Reinforcements for the Xiongnu had increased. The other 4 generals, upon observing the bolstered enemy ranks, bore expressions tinged with worry. The border was in peril, yet they remained embroiled in their squabbles for position. What did the lives of the border populace mean to them? General Zhao Yong'an of the Broken Ruins is infuriated, he exclaimed to silence. Mind your words, Yang Yi glared at Zhao Yong'an. Such sentiments should not be voiced recklessly. It was only then that Zhao Yong'an realized his indiscretion. The other generals remained silent, yet they too shared a semblance of dissatisfaction and ire, after more than 20 days of fierce combat at Anning Pass. Now with the Xiongnu reinforcing their numbers, the situation grew dire, yet still no assistance arrived from the court. How could the commanders tasked with defending the pass not feel enraged? Kill. The war raged on. The bodies of the Xiongnu tumbling from the city walls, while the soldiers atop the walls fell victim to the archers of the Xiongnu cavalry. The mournful sound of war horns echoed, carrying an air of desolation. As the battle progressed, the defending forces of Anning Pass had already suffered the loss of over half their strength. The reinforcements from the counties were few, merely a fade of support. The defenders of Anning Pass were left to rely solely on their own perseverance. In the military encampment, Shang Huayan and his comrades basked lazily in the sun, savoring the rare tranquility, during the 5 or 6 days spent on the steppes. They had lived in constant trepidation, unable to find solace. Had it not been for the martial law in the city during wartime, Shang Huayan would have relished taking his subordinates to each tower for some leisure. To alleviate the pressure and cultivate their spirits. As dusk fell, the war came to a close, the setting sun casting a crimson hue reminiscent of blood, the atmosphere heavy with the scent of death. The Xiongnu army retreated, leaving behind thousands of corpses. That evening, Shang Huayan had intended to visit the old soldiers, but upon being summoned by General Yang Yi, he was obliged to attend to the general first. The highest commander of the Anning Guard, General Yang Yi, a 5th-tier general and a master-level warrior, had kept the Anning Pass secure against the relentless tide of the Xiongnu cavalry upon his summons. Sheng Huayan felt a twinge of anxiety. Regardless of the general's status or prowess, he found himself looking up to him, requiring utmost caution in his demeanor. General, Sheng Huayan has arrived. The messenger led him into Yang Yi's council chamber. Bring him in, came Yang Yi's voice, steady and authoritative. Sheng Huayan entered, greeted by the presence of 5 prominent aides, the highest commanders of Anning Pass. I pay my respects to General Yang and all esteemed generals. The assembly scrutinized the bowing Sheng Huayan, and under the weight of their gazes, he felt the pressure mount. Each individual present was a martial artist of innate caliber, even if they restrained their imposing auras. The weight of their long-standing military prestige remained palpable. No need for excessive formalities. This is our newly appointed young officer at Anning Pass, indeed a fine specimen, Yang Yi remarked with a smile upon recognizing Sheng Huayan. Based on military merit, Sheng Huayan is deserving of the rank of school officer, commanding a battalion. Truly commendable. You are the foremost contributor to that night raid, General Zhao Youmin added with a grin. A bold and tenacious fighter, you may very well become a capable general in the future. Another aide complimented. I find myself in need of a battalion commander. Would you be interested in joining my regiment? General Li Daoru inquired with a smile directed at Sheng Huayan. Holdly, is it proper to poach someone in my presence? Sun Hao interjected swiftly. Sheng Huayan's battalion, the 7th, belonged to him. Let us not misconstrue. This is not about poaching. The position of battalion commander would suit him well, and to place him in your regiment would be somewhat beneath his talents, Li Daoru retorted, clearly impressed by Sheng Huayan's capabilities. Sheng Huayan stood in astonishment, bewildered by the sight of these esteemed generals vying for his attention. Was he truly so remarkable? Why did they all seem so invested in him? Enough of the squabbling. I have other plans for this young man, Yang Yi declared. The generals exchanged glances, realizing Yang Yi intended to utilize Sheng Huayan significantly. Sheng Huayan, once a mere scholar, was conscripted into service. His prowess with the Ba was evident in his first battle. And the old soldiers imparted martial techniques to him. His martial talent is extraordinary, and he fights valiantly and decisively, Yang Yi explained. Sheng Huayan was taken aback. Had they already conducted an investigation into his background? Do not fear, I am not delving into your past. The reason for your summons is to assign you a task, Yang Yi continued. Please, General, speak. Sheng Huayan replied respectfully. Yang Yi nodded. Today, the Xiongnu have begun to reinforce their ranks again. Estimated to number around 50,000, and we have no reinforcements. Sheng Huayan furrowed his brow. An additional 50,000 troops with no reinforcements was indeed disheartening news, having heard of your exploits these past few days. I now require you to lead a contingent back to the steppes. Are you willing? Yang Yi fixed his gaze upon Sheng Huayan. It was upon hearing Sun Hao speak of Sheng Huayan's recent achievements on the steppes that he contemplated sending him back to stir up trouble. Naturally, this task was perilous, and he would not coerce him. 2 days' time would be given for consideration. There is no need for that. I am willing, but on one condition, Sheng Huayan stated, promptly. Engaging in combat on the steppes, where he had the freedom to slay enemies, was far preferable to defending the city. With the slaughter system within him, he could only grow stronger through battle. Oh, speak, and I shall fulfill your request as long as it is within my means. Yang Yi replied, satisfied to see Sheng Huayan's lack of hesitation. I require additional soldiers, Sheng Huayan asserted. Very well. I shall provide you with 500 cavalry and promote you to battalion commander. Your task will be to disrupt the Xiongnu's supply lines. Yang Yi announced. Sheng Huayan was momentarily taken aback. Another promotion, battalion commander, indeed, commanded 1,000 men, a proper 8th-tier military officer. Remember, your objective is merely to raid and harass the Xiongnu's supply troops. You need not overextend yourself. Yang Yi advised. I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Sheng Huayan saluted with a military gesture. Rest for 2 days. I will select 500 elite cavalry for you. Your ability to delay the Xiongnu's siege will depend on your skills. Yang Yi affirmed. Sheng Huayan had not anticipated being dispatched to the steppes so soon after his return. Not be. By the way, do you have any other requests? I will ensure they are met, Yang Yi added. General, I also require soldiers proficient in the Xiongnu language, as well as those familiar with the steppes, Sheng Huayan replied. Just days prior, they had been outnumbered and lacked familiarity with the terrain, which had deterred them from venturing deep into the steppes. As Sheng Huayan understood, this world was vast, and the steppes were expansive. They were not solely inhabited by the Xiongnu, who were merely one of the dominant tribes in the region. Very well, I will make arrangements for you. Yang Yi nodded. Anything else? It would be beneficial to have an ample supply of healing elixirs, Sheng Huayan added. Given their precarious position behind enemy lines, resupplying from casualties would be challenging. Thus, the healing elixirs were crucial. We do not have any. Yang Yi's countenance darkened slightly. The Anning army had not received any elixirs from the court for quite some time. which kindled a fire of frustration within him. Ah, very well, if there are none, then so be it. Sheng Huayan scratched his head. Without elixirs, they would simply have to seize them from the Xiongnu instead. There would undoubtedly be elixirs among the Xiongnu supply troops. Also, be sure to include my squad among them, Sheng Huayan added thoughtfully that he had grown accustomed to relying on those subordinates. That is certainly feasible, Yang Yi agreed. Anything else? Yang Yi inquired, eyeing Sheng Huayan. None. Sheng Huayan shook his head. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of martial artists, I shall present you with a 4th-tier breakthrough elixir to help you ascend to the martial master realm. Your current cultivation level is somewhat lacking. Yang Yi graciously bestowed upon Sheng Huayan a 4th-tier breakthrough pill. As Sheng Huayan gradually acclimated to this world, he discovered that medicinal pills were categorized from 1 to 9 tiers, with the 1st tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest. The 4th-tier breakthrough pill could enable a fully realized martial master to transcend their innate limits. Thank you, General, Sheng Huayan exclaimed with evident joy as he accepted the jade vial from Yang Yi. With this pill, he could conserve some of his slaughter points. This is a transmission jade talisman containing my primary martial technique, the Overlord Spear Technique, which I also bestow upon you. Yang Yi imparted his spear technique to Sheng Huayan. Regrettably, he could not share his own cultivation method with Sheng Huayan. The other 5 aides observed this scene with envy, recognizing that General Yang Yi regarded Sheng Huayan as his successor. The Overlord Spear Technique was the general's signature skill, one they had never witnessed before. It was evident that Sheng Huayan was the first to receive such favor from him. He filled with delight. Sheng Huayan understood that the Overlord Spear Technique, along with weapons like spears and halberds, was essential for cavalry charges against foes. Thank you, General. Sheng Huayan felt greater elation at receiving the spear technique than at acquiring the 4th-tier breakthrough pill. Alright, you may return. Yang Yi waved his hand, signaling for Sheng Huayan to depart. Upon returning to his quarters, Sheng Huayan eagerly activated the transmission jade talisman. He affixed it to his forehead, channeling his true essence into it. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Overlord Spear Technique flooded his mind. And simultaneously, this technique was recorded by the system. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, fully realized martial artist cultivation techniques, bull strength, minor achievement, blood fiend blade technique, major achievement, Overlord Spear Technique, not yet learned, strength, 4. 500 gene talent, silver archer, slaughter points, 53. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan allocated points to enhance his cultivation. He had no time to ponder. Slowly, after consuming 20 slaughter points, he achieved the beginner level in the Overlord Spear Technique. An abundance of experience surged into his mind, making him feel as if he had practiced the Overlord Spear Technique for 2.5 years. With 33 slaughter points remaining, he found it insufficient to allocate more points for further training in the spear technique. Lacking the necessary slaughter points, Sheng Huayan had no choice but to commence cultivating the bull's strength to refine his martial essence. He had begun to adapt to transforming his sleep into training. Those who strive do so with great diligence. The next morning, after completing his morning exercises and breakfast, the Xiongnu army commenced their assault once more as the sun rose, listening to the resounding horns and drums from outside the city. Sheng Huayan felt the blood within him begin to boil. He could not remain idle. He yearned to engage in battle once again. Although General Yang Yi had instructed him to rest, what could be more vital than slaughter points? Rest, only the inept require rest. Did he need it? Absolutely not. Without further ado, Sheng Huayan armed himself with his battle blade and slung his bow and arrows over his back, making his way to the city walls to fight. Commander, are you going to join the battle? Tang Yunshan inquired, observing Sheng Huayan. Yes, I shall participate in the defense of the city. Sheng Huayan nodded affirmatively. What about us? Tang Yunshan asked, noting that they had no battle assignments. Just rest well. Sheng Huayan strode purposefully towards the city walls. The soldiers under his command exchanged glances. Has Commander become addicted to killing? Haide remarked. Who knows? Upon reaching the city walls, Sheng Huayan witnessed the Xiongnu army launching their assault. The Xiongnu cavalry roamed 200 meters outside the city, continuously loosing arrows towards the walls to suppress the soldiers stationed there, facilitating the approach of the Xiongnu infantry. The archers atop the walls retaliated. Yet the swift cavalry made it difficult for them to land hits, forcing them to target the advancing Xiongnu infantry. Instead, Sheng Huayan retrieved his bow, knocking 3 arrows simultaneously, and let them fly. Whoosh, 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 all 3 arrows struck true, eliminating 3 cavalrymen. As a silver-tier archer, his marksmanship, while not divine, was indeed impressive. Seeing Sheng Huayan shoot 3 arrows at once, all hitting their mark, the nearby archers were filled with astonishment. What incredible archery skills! Sheng Huayan did not pause, continuing to draw and release his bow again, sending 3 arrows forth. 3 more Xiongnu cavalrymen fell. Watching Sheng Huayan slay the Xiongnu cavalry, the nearby archers gaped in disbelief. Where did this sharpshooter come from? Some Xiongnu cavalrymen, having noticed Sheng Huayan, knocked their arrows and aimed at him. With keen reflexes, Sheng Huayan deftly evaded the incoming shot. Without hesitation, he retaliated with a swift shot of his own. One unfortunate foe could not evade his arrow, which pierced through his heart, sending him tumbling from his steed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows flew forth, claiming the lives of 3 more Xiongnu cavalrymen. On the city tower, Yang Yi and several other commanders took note of Sheng Huayan's actions. Wait, didn't I tell that lad to rest? Why is he back on the walls? One of them exclaimed. By heavens, his archery is remarkable. Not a single arrow has missed its target against the Xiongnu cavalry, the commanders remarked. This fellow seems to be a battle fanatic, utterly incapable of idling. Before long, Sheng Huayan had exhausted the 30 arrows in his quiver. Having felled 30 Xiongnu cavalrymen, he glanced at the nearby archers, noting that they still had many arrows left in their quivers. Brother, hand me your arrows, Sheng Huayan directly requested. Oh, here you go, the nearby archer, coming to his senses, gazed at Sheng Huayan with admiration. This truly was a divine archer. He promptly handed over the remaining 20 arrows to Sheng Huayan, allowing him to continue his onslaught against the Xiongnu cavalry. Receiving the quiver, Sheng Huayan expressed gratitude. Thanks, brother. Once the battle concludes, I shall treat you to the finest courtesans at Yichuan Tower. Sounds good. Upon hearing Yichuan Tower, the archer's eyes sparkled with excitement, securing the arrows. Sheng Huayan knocked them and continued firing, with countless cavalrymen tumbling from their mounts. However, his actions attracted the ire of the Xiongnu cavalry, as hundreds of them knocked their arrows and aimed at him. Seeing the onslaught of arrows raining down, Sheng Huayan hastily took cover. Unfortunately, the archer who had provided him with arrows was slower to evade, becoming a veritable pincushion. It seemed that the Xiongnu cavalry had inadvertently spared Sheng Huayan some silver. Damn those Xiongnu! Sheng Huayan seethed. That was my good brother. Fueled by rage, he retaliated, drawing his bow to eliminate 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen in vengeance for his fallen comrade. Chapter 25, Masters in Combat, their might like celestial beings after releasing 3 arrows. Sheng Huayan quickly changed positions. The Xiongnu cavalry had locked onto him, unleashing a barrage of arrows as soon as he revealed himself. He had yet to reach the stage of ironclad resilience, leaving him vulnerable to the arrows. Once he had exhausted his arrows, he sought refuge, biding his time for the Xiongnu forces to breach the city, while archery allowed for rapid elimination of foes. The concentrated fire from the Xiongnu cavalry restricted his movement. Having swiftly dispatched around 50 Xiongnu cavalrymen, he had drawn their attention, significantly alleviating the pressure on his fellow soldiers. Soon, the Xiongnu forces incurred considerable casualties as they approached the city walls. As the Xiongnu infantry began to scale the walls, the cavalry ceased their barrage. Upon seeing the Xiongnu soldiers climbing up, Sheng Huayan beamed with delight. The soldier clambering up before him paused, bewildered by the joy radiating from Sheng Huayan. Why did it seem as though he was pleased to see him? That smile resembled that of a brothel madam welcoming a patron. Drawing his battle blade, Sheng Huayan stepped forward and struck with a decisive blow. The Xiongnu soldier reacted swiftly, unsheathing his own blade to block. Clang! The blade shattered, cleaving the soldier in 2. With strength comparable to that of a mid-level martial master, Sheng Huayan's power behind that strike reached 4,000 to 5,000 jin. As waves of Xiongnu soldiers continued to ascend the walls, Sheng Huayan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. It was the hunting hour. His great blade was thirsting for blood. Kill! The city walls erupted in chaos, the battle cries echoing into the heavens. Sheng Huayan naturally joined the fray, unleashing the full potential of the Blood Fiend blade technique as he slaughtered the Xiongnu soldiers mercilessly within the ranks of the Xiongnu army. Few could withstand his dual strikes. Under his onslaught, death was inevitable. Very few opponents even managed to survive long enough to face a third blow. He was akin to a bloodthirsty butcher, relentlessly reaping the lives of his enemies. With hundreds already succumbing to his blade, a chilling blade swept toward him. Sheng Huayan raised his weapon to parry the oncoming lethal strike. Gazing intently, he recognized a burly Xiongnu warrior, brimming with murderous intent, a martial master of formidable prowess. Seeing Sheng Huayan's relentless slaughter, the Xiongnu warrior could no longer remain passive, abandoning his fight against the elite guards to confront Sheng Huayan. A martial master, Sheng Huayan felt no fear. Instead, the blood within him surged with fervor. Kill! Sheng Huayan charged forward, launching an assault, his blade emanating a crimson aura. The Blood Fiend blade technique, like rain-soaked steel. The Blood Fiend blade technique, slashing through the night. The Blood Fiend blade technique, battling across all directions. With rapid, shimmering blade strikes raining down upon the Xiongnu warrior, the latter, a late-stage martial master, found himself astounded. The seemingly mere fully realized martial artist possessed strength that rivaled his own. Moreover, the ferocity of this blade technique was overwhelming. Instilling an intense sense of dread, this young man was beginning to reveal his exceptional talent: kill. The Xiongnu warrior unleashed his full power, his blood energy surging, enveloping him in a crimson aura. Sheng Huayan immediately sensed a significant surge in the opponent's power. The overwhelming heat of their blood energy bore down upon him, instilling a sense of pressure. He too channeled his inner essence to its utmost limit, transforming into a ferocious beast of slaughter. Engaging in a frenzied battle, how formidable! Which battalion does this individual belong to? I am uncertain. Neither of the two soldiers in our unit is him. So young, yet wielding the prowess of a martial artist. Daring to contend with the late-stage warriors of the Xiongnu, what terror! The guards of Anning Pass, witnessing the ferocity of Sheng Huayan, were utterly astonished. I know, he is the one rumored to have led the first assault on the enemy camp, causing chaos within, and subsequently ravaging the grasslands, returning with thousands of warhorses. One soldier recognized Sheng Huayan. Is it him? But he is not from our battalion. How did he ascend the walls to slay enemies? So youthful, such a terrifying figure. If he survives, he will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the world. Boom. From the ranks of the Xiongnu army, two figures soared into the air, their presence overwhelming, causing hearts to race and breath to falter. Yang Yi, come forth and meet your demise, one of the figures clad in black robes bellowed, his voice like rolling thunder echoing throughout Anning Pass. Countless soldiers felt a chilling pressure, whether they were defenders of Anning Pass or Xiongnu warriors. What audacity! Who dares to openly call out the general's name? A resident within the city exclaimed. It must be a Xiongnu powerhouse. The masters have made their move. The Xiongnu soldiers advancing upon the walls displayed expressions of delight. Insolence! The furious general's son How of the broken slave legion seethed. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would surely strike down the two intruders. Boom! A figure leaped from the city tower, appearing in the sky, clad in red robes and golden armor, radiating a golden light, exuding an aura of majesty. A master-level warrior could indeed traverse the skies. Spear incoming. From the city tower, a tyrant's spear was hurled, landing in the hands of the red-robed general. Come to battle! Yang Yi pointed his spear at the two Xiongnu masters. Kill! The two Xiongnu masters, shrouded in black energy, one wielding a wolf-toothed club and the other a battle knife, charged at Yang Yi. Boom! Yang Yi swung the tyrant's spear, its movements as fierce as a dragon, unyielding and vigorous. The clash of weapons reverberated like thunder, resonating across the heavens, as three waves of terrifying true energy surged like tides, expanding through the sky. The immense pressure caused the soldiers below to tremble in fear. Each strike from the master-level warriors contained unfathomable power, sending shivers through countless hearts even from a distance. Sheng Huayan and Baitu paused, gazing at the three figures enveloped in combat in the sky. With the tyrant's spear in hand, Yang Yi unleashed devastating strikes, each imbued with the might to cleave mountains and part seas, single-handedly overpowering the two Xiongnu masters. The confrontation of masters, akin to celestial beings, instilled a profound sense of pressure. Were it not for the three figures engaged in battle above, targeting one another, a mere palm strike could render the ground devoid of resistance. The tumultuous energy surged like boiling water, the oppressive martial energy saturating the heavens and earth, blood surging like a tempest, with every action exuding immense power. This is the might of a martial arts master. A master, is this truly what it means to be a master? Sheng Huayan murmured, such grandeur surpasses that of countless martial artists. This is the essence of a martial arts powerhouse. With every gesture, they wield immense strength, their fists capable of shaking mountains, their swords slicing through rivers and seas, their power vast as the oceans. At this moment, the very heavens and earth quivered, as countless onlookers gaped in astonishment at the master-level battle unfolding above. Sheng Huayan quickly collected his thoughts, casting a glance at Baitu, who remained captivated by the magnificence of the masters, his eyes filled with awe and longing. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan drove his blade into Baitu's left kidney. Swoosh! Feeling the sharp pain, Baitu snapped back to reality, staring at the blade embedded in his side with a pallid face. Damn it, a sneak attack! Unperturbed, Sheng Huayan swung his blade, exerting force to cleave Baitu in two. Baitu's eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to an undignified death. Such a demise is utterly humiliating. A dignified martial artist, felled by a treacherous ambush, he had a promising future and a beautiful wife awaiting him at home. While everyone was engrossed in the master-level battle, an unscrupulous rogue took advantage, resulting in Baitu's death. Sheng Huayan directly accrued 20 points of slaughter value. A late-stage martial artist, 20 points of slaughter value? Shang Huayan could sense that the stronger the enemies he vanquished, the greater the slaughter value he obtained. At this moment, the master-level battle in the sky brought the battlefield to a standstill. Everyone was fixated on the clash of masters. Shang Huayan observed the dazed Xiongnu soldiers and the defenders of Anning Pass. He couldn't comprehend, this is a battlefield, the master-level conflict does not concern you. When a rogue disrupts the order, the devastation is immense. Shang Huayan brandished his blade against the onlooking Xiongnu soldiers. Before long, a number of Xiongnu soldiers snapped out of their stupor, but by then, Shang Huayan had already slain over 20 of them. Damn it, kill them, seize the walls. A strong warrior among the Xiongnu soldiers shouted. The defenders regained their senses. Kill! On the city walls, the battle reignited, blood splattering. Severed limbs strewn about an abattoir. Chapter 26. Breaking through to martial artist Shang Huayan propelled the war into a relentless grind, a grand meat grinder. Both sides saw continuous casualties. As innate level warriors entered the fray, the combat reached a fever pitch. Among the Xiongnu army, 5 innate martial artists ascended the walls. The 5 strongest defenders also took action, confronting the Xiongnu innate warriors. The acquired martial artists from the Xiongnu army faced off against the defenders' lieutenants. Shang Huayan activated his unparalleled slaughter mode, rampaging through the throngs of Xiongnu soldiers. Even martial artist-level adversaries found it arduous to impede him. As his strength escalated, so too did the number of enemies he vanquished. The slaughter value surged past 300. Without hesitation, Shang Huayan allocated points to enhance his cultivation, expending 150 points of slaughter value to elevate his prowess to the peak of martial artists. His strength now rivaled that of a consummate martial artist. Without the intervention of innate martial artists, none could stand against him. Name: Shang Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Peak martial artist. Techniques: Rampaging Bull Strength. Minor success: Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Great success: Tyrant Spear Technique. Entry level: Strength 5000. Gene Talent: Silver Archer. Slaughter value 167. Observing the potential for further enhancement of his cultivation through slaughter value, Shang Huayan wasted no time and continued to allocate points. Name: Shang Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Initial martial artist techniques: Rampaging Bull Strength. Minor success: Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Great success: Tyrant Spear Technique. Entry level: Strength 5800. Gene Talent: Silver Archer. Slaughter value 17. He expended another 150 points of slaughter value, swiftly breaking through to the initial level of martial artist. Achieving this realm granted Shang Huayan a modicum of security in this world, albeit only a slight sense of security, not more. With his cultivation breakthrough, his strength soared. Shang Huayan plunged into the thrones of Xiongnu foes, resembling a humanoid behemoth, wielding the Blood Fiend Blade Technique, its fiery essence continuously reaping the lives of Xiongnu soldiers. Dozens of Xiongnu soldiers surrounded him, attempting to overwhelm him, but they were all swiftly dispatched. Step back, I shall deal with him. A muscular man emerged from the ranks of Xiongnu soldiers. The captain. The Xiongnu soldiers retreated, clearing space. When the captain strikes, this man is doomed. The captain was on the cusp of breaking through to the innate realm, a consummate martial artist, easily capable of slaying this way. Dog, kill him, he has slain so many of our kin. The Xiongnu soldiers shouted in unison. Hutuha, wielding a long knife, fixed his fierce gaze upon Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan's battle robe, now drenched in blood, bore the crimson stains of Xiongnu soldiers. Hutuha sensed an element of danger emanating from this Wei youth before him, despite the latter's aura indicating he was merely at the initial martial artist stage. Kill! Hutuha swung his long knife, charging at Shang Huayan, observing his opponent's surging blood energy, akin to a ferocious wolf. Shang Huayan unleashed his own energy without reservation, the Blood Fiend aura enveloping him. With a raised blade, the Blood Fiend Blade Technique flourished with unparalleled finesse, each strike and movement exhibiting remarkable versatility and lethal intent. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of blows in an instant. Hutuha's expression shifted, his grip on the knife trembling slightly. The opponent's strength surpassed his own, despite being 2 minor realms lower. His prowess was unexpectedly superior. Could he possess innate divine strength, and that terrifying blade technique, its murderous aura exceedingly dense, pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Swoosh! After over 100 exchanges, Shang Huayan severed Hutuha's left arm. Blood gushed forth as Hutuha's face turned pale with agony. Surrounding Xiongnu soldiers looked at Shang Huayan with growing fear. The captain, a consummate martial artist, was no match for this opponent. Could they hope to contend with him? Whoosh! Shang Huayan beheaded Hutuha, though he too sustained injuries. In his dying act, Hutuha retaliated, leaving a wound on Shang Huayan's abdomen with a final vengeful strike. Slaying a consummate martial artist enemy was no easy feat. And the depletion of Sheng Huayan's blood energy was considerable. He retrieved a healing pill from his pocket and consumed it, staunching the flow of blood from his wound. He preferred overwhelming battles. This evenly matched struggle was truly exhausting. Against martial disciples and martial artists, he could dispatch them with a single strike. Much simpler, however, the stronger the foe, the greater the slaughter value. Sheng Huayan felt a sense of solace as he vanquished the formidable foes of the martial master. Earning himself 25 points of slaying value, after defeating Hutua, he found himself surrounded by no Xiongnu warriors of great strength, only soldiers of the martial disciple realm. Kill. The aura of bloodlust enveloped Sheng Huayan, rendering him akin to an unparalleled deity of slaughter, and none of the Xiongnu soldiers could withstand even a single strike from him. It wasn't long before the Xiongnu soldiers stationed along the city wall lay slain at his feet, their bodies forming a gruesome pile, while the blood stained the cobblestones. A deep crimson war, in its essence, is merely a dance of life and death, cold and ruthless. Witnessing Sheng Huayan's rampage, the defending soldiers could not help but cheer in exhilaration. The more he killed, the fewer enemies they faced. Clang! Sheng Huayan was momentarily forced back by a powerful strike, his arm tingling with shock. That he steadied himself to gaze upon his opponent, Hu Yenting, whose eyes were as frigid as ice. Devoid of any emotion, retreat. He was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Xiaowei stood resolutely in front of Sheng Huayan, nodding in acknowledgement. Sheng Huayan turned to confront the other Xiongnu soldiers. For this man exuded an aura of extreme danger, certainly a postnatal warrior and among the strongest, far beyond his current capabilities. Those who dare block my path shall perish. Hu Yenting's icy gaze fixed upon Lin Xiaowei with murderous intent.
Come, let us see who meets their demise first. Lin Xiaowei raised his blade to confront Hu Yenting. Both were postnatal warriors, and as they clashed, the surrounding onlookers hastily cleared a space for their fierce duel.
Above them, three masters continued their own deadly battle, their might as terrifying as the abyss. Fortunately, the conflict raged in the skies. Had it been on the ground, the very earth would have trembled beneath their ferocity. Yang Yi wielded the Overlord Spear technique with such prowess that the two Xiongnu masters were compelled to join forces merely to withstand his assault. Alone, he could hold back 1,000 troops. Without his steadfast presence at Anning Pass, the Xiongnu cavalry would have long since trampled it into oblivion. After a prolonged struggle, the two Xiongnu masters could neither overcome Yang Yi nor maintain their position and were ultimately forced to withdraw. Observing their retreat, Yang Yi soared back to the top of the city tower, where he stood resplendent in his blood-red battle robe, his golden armor gleaming brilliantly. His imposing aura resembled that of a mountain, an immovable force that no army could surpass. Yang Yi was indeed the stabilizing pillar of Anning Pass. Among the Xiongnu ranks, Zhou Xianwang watched the two masters return empty-handed, filled with both frustration and resignation. That Yang Yi was absurdly powerful, holding his own against two opponents without faltering. They must either eliminate Yang Yi to shatter the defenses or breach the gates and force him back. Otherwise, capturing Anning Pass would prove exceedingly arduous. As the battle raged into the evening, the Xiongnu forces remained unable to breach the walls, leaving thousands of corpses in their wake as they retreated. On the city walls, the defending soldiers did not rejoice at having repelled the enemy. The 1st Battalion was reduced to fewer than 300 men, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The defenders of Anning Pass had suffered significant losses, and from the lowest ranks of soldiers to the highest generals, none felt joy, only profound concern. If things continued this way, within 10 days, the soldiers of Anning Pass would be utterly depleted. Sheng Huayan surveyed the ground littered with corpses, each one a comrade who had fought valiantly alongside him, now reduced to lifeless bodies. These soldiers had families, loved ones, and individuals awaiting their return. Behind them lay countless households. They were human too, and they longed for their families, for the one they dreamed of. Yet, in the face of the enemy, they had not flinched even a single step. They were indeed brave men. Do not speak of titles and glory, for a general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. This is the reality of war. With heavy steps, he descended from the city wall. His battle robe tattered, his armor marred with scars, his hair disheveled, and his face smeared with blood. Do not speak of titles and glory, for a general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. Lin Xiaowei observed Sheng Huayan's retreating figure. A fine verse indeed. This young man possesses considerable literary talent. It is said he was once a scholar. Glancing at the bodies on the ground, both enemy and fallen comrades alike, he noted that in his 5th Battalion, only a little over 200 remained, with casualties exceeding 90%. These were not mere cold statistics, they represented vibrant lives. Lin Xiaowei pondered silently. Was this the insight of Sheng Huayan? Truly, do not speak of titles and glory, for a general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. Such a phrase starkly encapsulated the brutal nature of war. Chapter 27, The Great Sun Heart Sutra. Stepping down from the city wall, Shang Huayan encountered the veteran. With a smile, he approached the old soldier, observing the tattered battle robe and scarred armor. The veteran frowned slightly. Have you gone up to the city wall to slay enemies again? To kill the enemy and serve the nation is our honor, Shang Huayan replied cheerfully. Be serious. The veteran's eyes widened. Hee uncle, only in battle can a strong warrior grow swiftly, Shang Huayan asserted earnestly. Talk of serving the nation is merely a slogan, something to impress others. Gaining killing value to grow stronger is my true purpose. Naturally, this remained his secret, one he would not disclose. You speak truth. A strong warrior should indeed grow through combat. The veteran nodded in agreement. Did you witness General Yang's battle against the two Xiongnu masters today? Their might was truly astonishing, Shang Huayan inquired. Indeed, I saw it. The power of the masters is indeed fearsome, the veteran responded with admiration. I too wish to become such a powerful figure, commanding respect, Shang Huayan proclaimed with lofty aspirations. Very well, you possess ambition. I shall support you in spirit, the veteran smiled, refraining from discouraging Shang Huayan. By the way, I heard that in a couple of days, you will lead troops to the grasslands? The veteran asked. Uncle, how do you know? Shang Huayan replied, curious. This matter was known to very few aside from General Yang and the 5 appointed officers. It was meant to be kept confidential, to prevent any Xiongnu spies in the city from learning. General Yang sought me out to join, but I declined, the veteran explained. Yes, that's so. Shang Huayan nodded. Go wash up and come find me after dinner, the veteran instructed. Before departing, Shang Huayan returned as well. And upon seeing him return safely, Tang Yunshan, Haidai, and others breathed a sigh of relief. Their commander was indeed a warrior at heart. Commander, you have finally returned alive, Haidai exclaimed. What, do you wish for my death so you can inherit my position? Shang Huayan shot him a dangerous glare. This lad seemed to covet his rank. No, that's not what I meant, Commander, Haidai quickly clarified, noticing the peril in Shang Huayan's eyes. Not, dare you claim you have no desire to be commander? Shang Huayan pressed. Haidai gulped. His ambitions were laid bare. A soldier who does not wish to be a general is not a good soldier. A general who does not aspire to be an emperor is not a good general. How could he not want to be commander? It is a dream he harbors. Haidai hastily shook his head. Commander, you misunderstand me. Am I that kind of person? I, Haidai, shall always be your soldier. Really, more genuine than gold, Haidai replied earnestly. I shall tentatively believe you. Shang Huayan ceased to pursue the matter of Haidai's aspirations for his position. Commander, you truly disregard your safety, having just returned from the grasslands. You rush back to the city wall to slay enemies, Tang Yunshan expressed concern. Observing Tang Yunshan's sycophantic demeanor, Haidai felt a wave of nausea. A true man, how could he be subservient for long? Enough with the idle chatter. Go prepare hot water, I need a bath, Shang Huayan commanded. Yes, Commander, I shall arrange it at once. Tang Yunshan nodded eagerly. He did not forget to cast a provocative glance at Haidai. As if to say, you wish to vie for the commander's position, you may as well drink footbath water. The sight of Shang Huayan, drenched in blood, would haunt the children for years to come. His subordinates sensed the heightened bloodlust emanating from him. Soon, they prepared hot water for him. After washing away the grime of battle and tending to his wounds, he finished dinner and made his way to the veteran. Uncle, I've arrived, come in, a voice echoed from within a barack. Shang Huayan pushed the door open and found Zhang Dania present, but Li Busi was conspicuously absent. Several unfamiliar faces were newcomers assigned to the veterans unit. Where is Busi? Shang Huayan inquired. Zhang Dania looked at Shang Huayan and spoke slowly. He has passed away. The 2 words, so lightly spoken, struck Shang Huayan's heart like a thunderclap. Li Busi had been one of the first familiar faces he encountered in this world. And now he learned of his death in battle. Li Busi was gravely injured and recuperating in the infirmary, uncertain when he would recover, while Li Busi had perished. One brother dead, the other gravely injured. Now the only familiar faces left to him were the veteran Zhang Dania and Wang Wu, who was now under Shang Huayan's command. Life and death are fated. My brother Huayan need not grieve. As soldiers, dying on the battlefield is merely our destiny. Zhang Dania comforted. Shang Huayan merely nodded slightly. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, but hearing of a familiar comrade's fall was still hard to accept. Follow me, the veteran said, regarding Shang Huayan with a calm demeanor. Shang Huayan followed the veteran into an inner room. Uncle, what is it that seems so mysterious? Shang Huayan asked. The veteran produced an ancient tome from his robes. I acquired this book from a beggar. He claimed it is a cultivation technique passed down from the Haiyang martial emperor, the Great Sun Heart Sutra. I have studied it for much of my life without making any progress. And now I pass it on to you, hoping you may glean something from it, the veteran said to Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan accepted the book, gazing at the 4 large characters inscribed, The Great Sun Heart Sutra. The 4 large characters were evidently inscribed by a human hand, their slanting strokes marred by an unsightly quality. They were even more atrocious than the scrawls of a primary school student in a previous life. The entire ancient tome, upon first glance, exuded an air of counterfeit. "Uncle, did you purchase this martial arts manual from an old beggar?" Sheng Huayan inquired, casting a glance at the old soldier. "Indeed, it cost me a whole 2 taels of silver." The old soldier nodded earnestly. "And you spent half your life cultivating, yet achieved nothing?" Sheng Huayan continued, observing the glimmer of hope in the old soldier's eyes, as if he wished for Sheng Huayan to attain some remarkable feat. "You, young lad, possess extraordinary talent in martial arts, hence I entrusted this to you, hoping you would succeed in your training and then teach me. Otherwise, what use would I have for you? This is a cultivation method of the martial emperor level. And if revealed to the outside world, it would attract countless powerful individuals vying for it," the old soldier said cautiously, wary of eavesdroppers. Sheng Huayan felt that the old soldier had indeed fallen prey to the old beggar's trickery. This reminded him of a scene from a movie in his past life, where a young boy spent his entire fortune to buy a martial arts manual from an old beggar. "Something like the divine palm if you recalled correctly." "Uncle, are you certain you weren't swindled?" Sheng Huayan remarked, glancing at the ancient book in his hands. "What, do you think me a fool, that I could be so easily deceived?" The old soldier shot back, glaring at Sheng Huayan, exuding a hint of menace. Seeing the old soldier's intimidating glare, Sheng Huayan wisely swallowed the retort he had on the tip of his tongue. "Uncle, you are exceptionally astute. How could anyone possibly deceive you?" He quickly praised. "Enough, be off with you. If you don't want it, return it to me. I have no desire to give it to you anyway. I paid a whole 2 taels for it," the old soldier grumbled, eyeing Sheng Huayan with disdain. Grabbing the ancient tome, Sheng Huayan made his escape, genuinely fearing the old soldier's wrath. "Not staying for a while?" Zhang Dania called out as Sheng Huayan dashed out in a flurry. "Brother Dania, I can't stay. Next time I will come back when I have time," Sheng Huayan replied as he hurried away. "What was that about?" He ran off as if chased by a ghost. Zhang Dania scratched his head in confusion. "Who is that?" a soldier inquired. "That's Sheng Huayan, who has returned from our unit. He is now a barchang." "Commanding 100 soldiers," Zhang Dania explained. "Barchang? Commanding 100 soldiers?" Several soldiers were taken aback, unable to believe that someone so young had attained such a rank. "Work hard to slay enemies, and you too may become a barchang one day." Zhang Daniu encouraged them. "We will definitely fight valiantly to earn military merit and become barchangs," the soldiers replied, their eyes filled with aspiration. Zhang Daniu, witnessing their enthusiasm, felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had perhaps painted too grand a picture for them. Uncertain if they could truly achieve such heights, upon returning to his quarters, Sheng Huayan retrieved the martial arts manual given to him by the old soldier. "The handwriting is truly atrocious," he couldn't help but scoff before beginning to peruse its contents. As night fell, the city of Anning sparkled with scattered lights. Yang Yi observed the illumination within the city, gazing at the common folk. On the desk behind him lay a calligraphy scroll, boldly inscribed with, "Do not speak of the sealed noble titles. For one general's success is built upon the graves of countless bones." Chapter 28, the entry of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Sheng Huayan became engrossed in the scriptures within the tome. As if a blazing sun had appeared in his heart, its aura vast and transcendent, seemingly echoing from eons past, his heart throbbed vigorously, his blood surging and condensing like crimson flames igniting. Martial masters refine their blood, condensing their essence to strengthen themselves. After finishing the scriptures, Sheng Huayan awakened to find the book in his hands spontaneously ignited. Quickly turning to ash, Sheng Huayan was taken aback. The martial arts cultivation method was indeed genuine. The old soldier had not been deceived by the beggar but had acquired a true technique. This realization allowed him to sense that his blood essence had condensed by 20%. Merely reading the scriptures once had resulted in such a significant enhancement. Meanwhile, his profile appeared. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Initial stage of martial master techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, not yet entered. Bull Strength Technique, minor achievement. Blood Fiend Blade Technique, major achievement. Overlord Spear Technique, entry, strength, 6000 gene talent. Silver Archer, kill value, 188. The condensation of his blood essence had inexplicably increased his strength by 200 gene. Simultaneously, the golden curtain inscribed with the Great Sun Heart Sutra displayed a plus sign for the first time. Regrettably, the 188 kill points he had accumulated could not elevate the Great Sun Heart Sutra to a higher level. Could it truly be a martial arts technique of the martial emperor level? Looking at the 188 kill points, he recalled having gained them after slaying enemies in a series of breakthroughs yesterday. He wondered how many kill points would be required to enhance the Great Sun Heart Sutra further. Upon inspecting his dantian, he noticed that the martial true essence within him had begun to turn golden. The martial true essence cultivated from the bull strength technique was crimson, and without the ability to allocate points for training, Sheng Huayan decided to comprehend the Great Sun Heart Sutra. The scriptures had already been imprinted in his mind, allowing him to meditate and cultivate independently. That night, he did not sleep but instead immersed himself in the study of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. As he delved deeper, the true essence within him transformed rapidly. In his consciousness, a radiant sun rose, illuminating the darkness. The Great Sun Heart Sutra, through the visualization of the sun, refines the spirit and nurtures the body, with the heart observing the heavens and the spirit observing oneself. A sleepless night passed, and a sun gradually rose above the horizon. Sheng Huayan radiated a golden glow, resembling a blazing fireball, as powerful energy continually washed over his body, blood, bones, and sinews. Only after the sun had risen did he gradually cease his cultivation. Despite not having entered the Great Sun Heart Sutra, his physique felt stronger than ever. The Barchang's team was granted a 2-day respite, with no drills required this morning. Sheng Huayan did not impose any training on his subordinates, deciding to let them rest before leading them back to the grasslands for battle tomorrow. Having afforded his soldiers a rare break, he allowed them to rest well. After breakfast, Sheng Huayan slung his bow over his shoulder and strapped his sword at his waist, heading up to the city walls to fend off the invading Xiongnu forces. If he could not enter the Great Sun Heart Sutra, he would continue to slay enemies. Gaining kill points would directly enhance his cultivation. Upon reaching the city walls, the soldiers stationed there were already on high alert. Outside the walls, the Xiongnu army's camp was adorned with fluttering banners, billowing in the wind. Boom, 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 the sounds of war drums and horns echoed. An aura of battle sweeping through the skies. This land had been ravaged by war for years, burying countless loyal souls. Once again, the Xiongnu army dispatched over 10,000 troops to launch an assault on Anning Pass. Archers, prepare, the defending officer bellowed. The archers stepped forward, drawing their bows taut. Sheng Huayan also joined, knocking 3 arrows, his keen gaze fixed on the advancing Xiongnu forces. Release, the officer commanded with a shout. Whoosh, arrows rained down, piercing the enemy camp. Of the Xiongnu army retaliated fiercely, their archers unleashing a barrage of arrows, a veritable storm descending upon the city walls. Sheng Huayan and the other archers dodged, well aware that without reaching the post-heaven realm and forging iron skin and bone, they could not withstand the onslaught of arrows. Sheng Huayan had no desire to perish beneath the hail of arrows. Seeing the archers on the walls being suppressed, the Xiongnu assault forces began their charge. Sheng Huayan took aim through the arrow slits in the wall, releasing arrows one by one, each shot claiming an enemy's life. Before long, he had fired 30 arrows, and his kill points surged to 231. Those 30 arrows had netted him 43 kill points. Moreover, a plus sign finally appeared behind the Great Sun Heart Sutra on the golden screen. Name: Sheng Huayan, race, human realm, initial stage of martial master, techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, not yet entered. Bull strength technique, minor achievement, Blood Fiend Blade Technique, Major Achievement, Overlord Spear Technique, Entry, Strength, 6000 Gene Talent, Silver Archer, Kill Value, 231. Seeing that he could now enhance the Great Sun Heart Sutra, Sheng Huayan was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he allocated points to elevate the Great Sun Heart Sutra, momentarily neglecting his own cultivation. 200 kill points vanished, and Sheng Huayan was taken aback. To enter the technique required 200 kill points. How many kill points would be needed for subsequent enhancements? Countless insights and reflections regarding the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded into Sheng Huayan's mind, as if he had practiced the technique for an entire year. Simultaneously, the true essence within him transformed entirely into gold. His vitality surged, the blood essence within him roiling like a furnace, vigorous and tumultuous. His strength increased by 500 gene, and at the initial stage of martial master, he now rivaled a post-heaven warrior. If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, Sheng Huayan felt formidable beyond measure. He was confident that he could obliterate enemies of the martial master realm with a single punch. Gazing at the Xiongnu army, Sheng Huayan was eager to engage. These were all kill points, the very source of his strength, akin to chives that regrow endlessly, feeding countless individuals. With the Great Sun Heart Sutra activated, he sensed that the speed of condensing true essence was now hundreds of times greater than with the bull strength technique. The battle for the city grew ever more brutal, as the Xiongnu forces surged forth unafraid of death, clashing with the defending soldiers atop the walls. Naturally, Sheng Huayan led the charge, plunging into the fray, intent on claiming as many kills as possible, having broken through to the initial stage of martial master. His power was akin to that of a post-heaven warrior, making him a harbinger of death among these ordinary foes. With his bloodthirsty blade, he cleaved through 3 Xiongnu soldiers with a single stroke. Witnessing Sheng Huayan once again on the walls slaying enemies was a sight to behold. This young man is indeed a warrior of remarkable tenacity, refusing even the slightest reprieve, Yang Yi remarked with a smile. This lad is nothing short of a born killer. A vice-general, observing the overwhelming aura of menace emanating from Sheng Huayan, noted that even many postnatal realm lieutenants could not hope to compare with him. His strength has grown yet again, he is truly a freak of nature. General Zhao Yongman of the Breaking Captives spoke up. At the speed at which Sheng Huayan has developed is astonishing, so much so that it leaves him in disbelief.
Could it be that this lad grows stronger through slaying his foes?
The truth is undeniable. With a swift motion, Sheng Huayan wielded his blade, cleanly dispatching 5 enemies from the Xiongnu. Surrounding him lay the corpses of over 20 Xiongnu soldiers. "Wei dog, I shall fight you," a mid-tier warrior from the Xiongnu army, witnessing Sheng Huayan's overwhelming prowess as he slaughtered ordinary soldiers like swine, stepped forward to confront him, seeking to block Sheng Huayan while the common soldiers ascended the walls. The opponent swung his blade, true essence surging forth with unmatched force. Sheng Huayan, undeterred, executed a horizontal slash of his own. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as the enemy's war blade shattered. He gazed at his own strike. Effortlessly parried by Sheng Huayan, which had also severed his weapon. The sheer power of Sheng Huayan's blow sent him staggering back 2 paces. Wasn't this man merely a novice warrior? Why is he so formidable? The answer lay in Sheng Huayan's blade. A flash of blood-red light sliced through the air, separating the foe from his life. Qian Godua, a soldier from the 15th Battalion, stood dumbfounded. Had a centurion from the Xiongnu been slain in just 2 blows? Gazing at the dense aura of bloodlust surrounding Sheng Huayan, he felt a deep-seated terror. Having dispatched his opponent, Sheng Huayan accrued 22 points of slaughter value. He did not pause, continuing his onslaught against the enemies. A postnatal Xiongnu leader climbed the walls and charged at Sheng Huayan. Chapter 29. Confrontation with postnatal warrior. Sheng Huayan's keen sixth sense detected a terrifying danger approaching, raising the hairs on his neck. He swiftly dodged, narrowly evading a strike from the postnatal warrior Ichilin. The sharp blade left a deep gash in the ground where he had just stood. Had it struck him, it would have cleaved him in 2.
"Despicable Xiongnu, how dare you resort to an ambush? You truly have no shame." Sheng Huayan could not help but curse furiously, entirely forgetting his own past indiscretions when ambushing Xiongnu. "Wei dog, prepare to die." Ichilin, refusing to engage in verbal sparring, unleashed a fierce assault. The gleaming blade, imbued with deadly intent, cleaved through the air, as though to rend the very fabric of reality itself with its formidable and ruthless power. Sheng Huayan tightened his grip on his warblade, channeling his inner true essence, summoning all his strength to counter the onslaught, eager to gauge the strength of a postnatal realm warrior. Ichilin's strikes were vicious and relentless. Aimed squarely at ending Sheng Huayan's life, the blood within Sheng Huayan surged, and he fervently activated the Great Sun Heart Sutra, harnessing his entire vitality and employing the blood slaughterblade technique to engage in battle. This was his first encounter face-to-face with a postnatal warrior. The opponent's strength was immense and solid, his physique as resilient as steel, rendering Sheng Huayan's strikes ineffective. His blade technique was swift, yet it struggled to inflict any harm. However, Ichilin's violent power caused Sheng Huayan's hands to bleed. The blades clashed, their gleaming edges like a tempest, as both combatants battled fiercely, forcing onlookers to keep their distance. The terrifying blade light left deep scars on the walls. Fortunately, the city walls were constructed from a special stone, as hard as iron, otherwise such overwhelming force would effortlessly shatter brick and stone. Clang, clang, the sounds of their blades colliding filled the air, both warriors moving with remarkable speed. Exchanging over 100 blows in mere moments, Sheng Huayan's palms bled, and when compared to a true postnatal warrior, he recognized a significant gap in their capabilities. Ichilin resembled a ferocious wolf, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of oppression. As Sheng Huayan gazed at his battered war blade riddled with chips, he realized it would not be long before it would be severed by his opponent. The surrounding spectators retreated from the fray. Fearing becoming collateral damage, noticing Sheng Huayan's rapid blade work, Ichilin unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which stirred the very air around them. In response, Sheng Huayan swiftly activated the Great Sun Heart Sutra. His left hand forming a fist that radiated a golden light, akin to a sunbeam, striking directly at Ichilin's punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in the air, reminiscent of a lightning bolt, deep and resonant. Sending shivers down spines, Ichilin was taken aback. He was certain that Sheng Huayan was merely at the initial stage of a warrior, yet his strength rivaled that of someone who had just broken through to the postnatal realm.
Such power was truly extraordinary, a rare prodigy. Among the Xiongnu warriors, few could match a warrior at the postnatal stage. They were all exceptional talents, rare among thousands, with such a prodigious figure emerging from the Anning Pass garrison. Ichilun's killing intent surged. He vowed to extinguish this martial genius in his cradle, for otherwise, he would surely become a grave threat to the Xiongnu in the future. Fueled by murderous intent, Ichilun's blood surged like a blazing sun, embodying the ferocity of a ravenous wolf as he charged at Shang Huayan. Ichilun's blade shimmered with brilliance, sharp and ruthless, complemented by his fists and feet, his body as tough as bronze, inflicting intense pain upon Shang Huayan. The clash of blades and fists echoed like thunder in the air. This was the terrifying might of a postnatal warrior. Once they reached the innate stage, their true essence could leave their body, exponentially increasing their destructive power. Facing Ichilun's overwhelming killing intent, Shang Huayan pushed the Great Sun Heart Sutra to its limits. The blood within him surged violently, his true essence flowing ceaselessly, transforming him into a radiant sun. Brimming with wild strength, bang, bang, their fists collided, blades clashed, producing a series of thunderous sounds akin to a storm. The spectators were left in astonishment. Even those on the city tower, including Yang Yi, turned their attention to the spectacle. Shang Huayan, at the initial stage of a warrior, was battling a postnatal warrior, displaying an astonishing and dazzling performance. Such a rare martial genius was capable of contending with a postnatal powerhouse at such a low level. The two continued their fierce struggle, and when Shang Huayan's fist struck his opponent, it felt as though he was hitting steel unbearably hard, sending jolts of pain through his hands. Conversely, receiving a punch from Ichilun felt akin to being struck by a heavy cannon, nearly shattering his body. This was the essence of a postnatal warrior, forged with exceptional resilience and vitality, far surpassing the capabilities of those at the warrior stage. Fortunately, the Great Sun Heart Sutra was extraordinary, allowing for rapid recovery from his injuries. Additionally, the steady flow of true essence provided him with the confidence to contend against Ichilun. After exchanging over 100 blows, Shang Huayan realized the chasm between himself and a true postnatal warrior. It was not merely a matter of strength. He could not genuinely contend with a postnatal warrior due to his lower realm. Gradually, he began to falter, and the situation grew increasingly perilous as he narrowly evaded Ichilun's lethal strikes. Bang! A long spear swept through the air, forcing Ichilun to retreat. Step back, let me handle him, Zhou Yuan spoke. Shang Huayan observed the opponent's attire. It was that of a lieutenant. It seemed this man was indeed from the 15th Battalion. Feeling a sense of relief, Shang Huayan turned and left without hesitation. Indeed, he was not yet a match for Ichilun. Another 100 exchanges would surely lead to his defeat. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. Once his cultivation improved, he would undoubtedly seek retribution for today's humiliation. Ichilun glared at Zhou Yuan with a predatory gaze. This man was a mid-tier postnatal warrior. Watching Zhou Yuan intervene and allow Shang Huayan to escape, Ichilun felt a deep sense of reluctance. Ichilun, let us work together to slay him. Another postnatal Xiongnu warrior ascended the walls. Kill. The two joined forces, charging at Zhou Yuan, facing two Xiongnu postnatal warriors alone. Zhou Yuan showed no fear, wielding his spear against them. Having freed himself from Ichilun, Shang Huayan turned his gaze towards the Xiongnu soldiers. So they think they can bully him for being weaker? Then he would return to prey upon the Xiongnu soldiers of lesser cultivation. Once he had slain enough of them to accumulate slaughter value and elevate his own realm, he would seek out his adversaries for a rematch. Embracing the mindset of if I cannot defeat you, I shall annihilate your subordinates, Shang Huayan plunged into the heart of the Xiongnu army, embarking on a frenzied killing spree. Kill, seize the city, plunder wealth, and women. The city is filled with countless women, the Xiongnu army roared, frantically scaling the walls. Hearing of women, the Xiongnu soldiers' eyes sparkled with fervor, resembling ravenous wolves eager to breach the city and indulge in plunder and destruction. Observing the fervent Xiongnu soldiers, Shang Huayan could not comprehend their words, but found their clamor unbearable. Like a tiger among sheep, he charged into the Xiongnu ranks, embarking on a savage slaughter. With each strike, he felled 3 foes, relentlessly cutting down the Xiongnu forces. Kill that way dog, eliminate him. He is a demon who has slaughtered so many of our kin. Take him down, the Xiongnu soldiers shouted, raising their blades and rushing towards Shang Huayan, determined to bury him under their numbers. Witnessing the fearless advance of the Xiongnu army, Shang Huayan smiled with glee, his blood-colored blade continually reaping the lives of the Xiongnu soldiers. The innate warriors within the Xiongnu ranks also mobilized, but were intercepted by General Sun Hao and others. Today, the master warriors among the Xiongnu did not engage. Observing the soldiers still being dragged upon the walls, the left noble king continued to dispatch troops. Send another 5,000 soldiers to press forward, even if it means exhausting my forces. I shall wear down the Wei army. The left noble king's gaze was icy, as if viewing the Xiongnu soldiers merely as expendable resources. He was utterly unconcerned for their lives. As long as the Anning Pass garrison was depleted, it was worth any cost. Yes, my lord, the subordinates continued to dispatch troops to battle. The Huns, numerous in their tribes, possessed countless warriors. The loss of a few was of little consequence to them. As the ruling aristocracy of the Huns, the status of ordinary Hun warriors was lowly, akin to mere appendages to their noble masters. In times of war, they fought as soldiers, but in peacetime, they tended to the herds of cattle and sheep for the nobility, with an additional 5,000 Hun soldiers participating in the siege. The pressure on the defenders atop the city walls escalated dramatically. Reinforced the walls with 2 more battalions, Yang Yi commanded without hesitation. The assault from the Hun forces grew increasingly fierce, and without the addition of these 2 battalions, the defenders feared they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. The 6th and 10th battalions were summoned to the walls to aid in the defense. By this point in the battle, each battalion had already suffered casualties and been replenished. The number of seasoned veterans had dwindled to half. For battalions like the 5th and 7th, which had endured brutal confrontations, the seasoned soldiers comprised less than 1/10 of their ranks. The new recruits were largely composed of able-bodied men and laborers, lacking significant combat prowess. The current strength of the defenders at Anning Pass had been severely diminished, their combat effectiveness markedly inferior to previous engagements. Sheng Huayan, akin to a deity of death, restrained the innate strongmen among the Huns, while those beneath that level posed no challenge to him. He had already slain 2 or 3 formidable Hun warriors who had reached the pinnacle of their training. The ordinary soldiers who fell beneath his blade numbered around 60 or 70. His kill count had surged to 283 points. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Initial stage of Martial Master. Cultivation techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra. Entry: Mighty Bull Strength. Minor completion: Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Major completion: Overlord Spear Technique. Entry: Strength: 6,000 Gene Talent. Silver Archer. Kill count: 283. Realizing that he could further
enhance his cultivation,
Sheng Huayan immediately allocated points to advance his abilities. 200 points were consumed in an instant, and a powerful force surged within him. His skin and bones felt as if they were being forged of gold. His physique continuously strengthening, the blood energy within him surged explosively, searing hot, as his true essence rapidly solidified and expanded. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Mid-stage of Martial Master. Cultivation techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra. Entry: Mighty Bull Strength. Minor completion: Blood Fiend Blade Technique. Major completion: Overlord Spear Technique. Entry: Strength:
7,000 Gene Talent. Silver Archer. Kill count: 83. Feeling the violent power within him,
Sheng Huayan brimmed with confidence, no longer fearing the oppression from Italan. With his newfound strength, he was invincible against all who fell beneath the level of innate warriors. He plunged into the fray, a wolf among sheep, ruthlessly slaughtering and harvesting kill points. The Hun soldiers charging the walls continually fell before him. The innate warriors faced defenders who were their equals, but Sheng Huayan stood apart, a martial master unmatched. He was like a small river invading a great catfish, devoid of natural enemies, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. Martial apprentices, martial artists, and martial masters alike fell beneath his blade. The Blood Fiend Blade Technique enveloped him in a terrifying aura of bloodlust. The Hun soldiers at the martial apprentice level, upon witnessing the malevolent energy surrounding Sheng Huayan, found their spirits crushed, unable to muster the courage to fight back. Some innate warriors among the Huns attempted to thwart Sheng Huayan's rampage, but were intercepted by the defenders. With an anomaly like Sheng Huayan in their midst, who could slay numerous martial masters within the Hun army, the pressure on the defenders was vastly alleviated. The centurions and captains among the Huns continued to perish under Sheng Huayan's blade, making it exceedingly difficult for the soldiers attacking the walls to organize an effective assault. Meanwhile, the sergeants and lieutenants among the defenders were liberated to lead their troops in decimating the attackers. Kill, overwhelm him with sheer numbers, a centurion among the Huns commanded, seeking to bury Sheng Huayan beneath a tide of bodies. Inside the Hun camp, Tuo Baiyan felt a chill of fear. 2 of his martial master peers had already met gruesome ends at the hands of Sheng Huayan, and as a mere mid-stage martial master, he knew he faced certain death against Sheng Huayan. Hearing Tuo Baiyan's orders, the Hun soldiers could only lift their blades and charge. The Blood Fiend Blade Technique in Sheng Huayan's hands was executed with supernatural finesse. With a single stroke, he could cleave through 2 or 3 Hun soldiers surrounded by the bodies of fallen Huns. The stench of blood filled the air, heightening the senses and adrenaline of those present. Shang Huayan had lost count of how many Huns he had slain. As more soldiers pressed forward, intent on overwhelming him, a celestial archer from the Hun camp had locked onto Shang Huayan. Drawing his bow, the specially crafted arrow shimmered, as the celestial eagle condensed true essence into the shaft, releasing a lethal shot. The arrow, radiant as a meteor, flew directly toward Shang Huayan, who remained oblivious to the impending peril as he continued to decimate the encroaching Hun soldiers.
The arrow soared through the void, its brilliance blinding. Yang Yi, standing atop the battlements, caught sight of the brilliant arrow illuminating the ranks of the Huns. Not good, that arrow was aimed at Shang Huayan. The dazzling presence of Shang Huayan had drawn the attention of the Hun's celestial archer. With a swift motion, Yang Yi unsheathed his black gold warblade, channeling his true essence into a powerful throw. The black gold blade sliced through the air like a shooting star. The arrow's speed was unparalleled, and Shang Huayan's sixth sense warned him of the impending doom, a terrifying awareness that death was imminent. In a split second, the clash between the blade and arrow erupted behind Shang Huayan, producing a thunderous sound. A tremendous explosion of true essence surged forth, sending both Shang Huayan and the surrounding Hun soldiers flying. Quickly regaining his footing, Shang Huayan beheld the black gold warblade and the specially crafted arrow embedded in the ground, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Had it not been for that momentary intervention, he would have met his demise. The arrow, inscribed with unique symbols, was unmistakably launched from the Hun camp. He had become the target of a true celestial archer, whose arrows were guaranteed to kill. If not for Yang Yi's black gold warblade, he would have been lost. Observing the celestial archer's regretful demeanor from the Hun camp as he witnessed Yang Yi's intervention, the archer refrained from loosing a second arrow. Knowing it would be futile with Yang Yi present, Shang Huayan recognized the black gold warblade as that of General Yang Yi. Grateful for the timely rescue, he quickly approached and withdrew the blade from the ground. Its intricate golden pattern shimmered with an ethereal glow. This was a long, straight sword measuring 2 feet in length and roughly 3 fingers wide, estimating its weight to be over 100 jin. He marveled at the material from which it was forged. Grasping the black gold warblade filled him with heroic fervor as he faced the over 100 Hun soldiers encircling him. Kill! He charged into the ranks of the Hun army, the blade suffused with blood-red energy. With a single swing, Hun soldiers, armor and all, were cleaved in two. The black gold warblade proved extraordinarily sharp, cutting through steel as though it were mud. Screams filled the air as blood splattered limbs and severed arms littering the ground. With the black gold warblade in hand, Shang Huayan's slaughter accelerated. In no time, over 100 Hun soldiers lay slain at his feet. "You are a demon," Tuoba Yin gasped, his heart quaking at the sight of Shang Huayan, drenched in blood. The number of soldiers fallen at Shang Huayan's feet had surpassed 200. The sheer volume of bloodlust emanating from Shang Huayan horrified Tuoba Yin. "Die!" Shang Huayan's gaze turned frigid, devoid of emotion, as he swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of blood-red light that rent the air. Tuoba Yin, summoning every ounce of blood energy, pushed his true essence to the limit. Preparing to engage Shang Huayan in combat, with a resounding clash, Tuoba Yin was cleaved in half, his blood splattering the walls. Chapter 31, slaying innate warriors beyond his rank. Panting heavily, Shang Huayan reflected on the numerous foes he had vanquished. Even his arms felt weary, yet the black gold warblade remained unsullied by blood. His kill count had soared past 400, reaching 474 points, with the opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Shang Huayan pressed on. 400 kill points were expended, propelling him 2 levels higher, his cultivation breaking through to the pinnacle of the martial master realm. His strength surged to 9,000 jin. The blood energy and martial essence within him became extraordinarily robust, rivaling that of a mid-stage innate warrior, while his physicality had doubled in strength. Looking at the golden light screen, name, Shang Huayan race, human realm, pinnacle of martial master cultivation techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, entry, Mighty Bull strength, minor completion, Blood Fiend blade technique, major completion, Overlord spear technique, entry, strength, 9,000 jin talent, silver archer kill. Count, 73. Now significantly empowered. Shang Huayan set his sights on the innate warriors among the Huns. Among the throng, he spotted the innate warrior who had previously bullied him. Zhou Yuan, alone against 2 innate Hun warriors, was holding his own but could not overcome them. Merely entangling them in a stalemate. Gripping the black gold warblade, Shang Huayan charged toward Italan, the Hun scoundrel who had once oppressed him. Now, having bolstered his strength, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Italan sensed the impending danger behind him and swiftly turned, only to find the black gold warblade descending upon him, enveloped in a menacing aura of bloodlust. Elan too swiftly brandished his blade to block. Clang! The clash of weapons resonated like a muffled thunder. A formidable force surged forth. causing Elan Tu to retreat several paces, a notch appearing on his blade. "It is you, seeking death," Elan Tu roared in fury. For he had yet to seek trouble with Shang Huayan, yet Shang had the audacity to confront him first. Immediately Elan Tu abandoned the encirclement of Zhou Yuan and swung his blade towards Shang Huayan. Intent on slaying him, Zhou Yuan, observing Shang Huayan's reckless advance to engage Elan Tu, furrowed his brows. Impetuous, he deemed Shang Huayan's actions rather rash. Employing the Blood Fiend blade technique, Shang Huayan battled fiercely with Elan Tuesday. The night battle, 8 directions, the crimson blade shadows descended relentlessly, as if cleaving from all sides. Elan Tu sensed something amiss. Shang Huayan's power had intensified, his techniques had become even more ferocious and terrifying. How could such a dramatic enhancement occur in such a short span? He found himself continuously forced backward by Shang Huayan's onslaught. Boom! The two exchanged a punch, the sound deep and resonant, a pure contest of physical strength. Shang Huayan staggered back a step, while Elan Tu retreated 3 to 4 steps. Gazing at Shang Huayan, Elan Tu felt a twinge of danger. His opponent's strength had surpassed his own, and the blood energy within him surged tumultuously. Causing his arm to throb painfully, Shang Huayan advanced swiftly, delivering a slash that was as swift as lightning. Elan Tu evaded with agility, only to be met by Shang Huayan's kick. Shang Huayan emanated a perilous aura. His attacks brimming with potency, Elan Tu could only hastily raise his fists to defend. Bang! The forceful impact compelled Elan Tu to retreat repeatedly. He could not fathom why Shang Huayan had undergone such a dramatic transformation. His adversary's strength had inexplicably skyrocketed, and he felt an unsettling sense of inferiority. "Dog thief, weren't you just brimming with arrogance?" Shang Huayan, seizing the advantage, continued to swing his blade at Elan Tuesday. Clang! Elan Tu's weapon was cleaved in two by Shang Huayan's strike. Taking advantage of the moment, Shang Huayan delivered a kick to Elan Tu's chest, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Gush! A mouthful of blood was expelled as Shang Huayan's powerful kick forced Elan Tu to spit blood. Zhou Yuan, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. What was he witnessing? Shang Huayan was overpowering a postnatal martial artist. Zhou Yuan felt as if he were hallucinating. Had he not intervened earlier to halt Elan Tu, Shang Huayan would have likely been slain by him, but now, it was Shang Huayan who was dominating Elan Tuesday with the swiftness of the wind. Shang Huayan aimed a kick at Elan Tu's head. Elan Tu rolled to evade the blow. Bang! The ground beneath shattered from Shang Huayan's strike, showcasing his immense strength. Cold sweat poured from Elan Tu. Had that kick landed on his head, even with his bronze skin and iron bones, it would likely have burst his skull. He hastily grasped a nearby weapon and swung it at Shang Huayan. Clang! Shang Huayan's strike forced Elan Tu back, simultaneously severing the weapon in his grasp. A common blade paled in comparison to the sharpness of the black gold blade. This black gold blade was, after all, the weapon of the master-level warrior Yang Yi, and thus was extraordinary. Another strike followed, and Elan Tu found himself defenseless, his armor cleaved, revealing a ghastly wound on his chest, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Tuobashir, engaged in combat with Zhou Yuan, attempted to break free and assist Elan Tuesday. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Yuan would not allow Tuobashir to intervene. A lance shot forth like a dragon, blocking Tuobashir's path. "Get lost!" Tuobashir aimed to strike Zhou Yuan's spear away, however Zhou Yuan wielded his lance with unmatched skill, entangling Tuobashir so thoroughly that he could not advance to assist. Elan Tu gazed at the wound on his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. His bronze skin and iron bones had been breached, and Shang Huayan's power had clearly surpassed his own. Elan Tu racked his brain, unable to comprehend how Shang Huayan's strength had escalated so swiftly. After wounding Elan Tu, Shang Huayan continued his relentless assault, determined to claim his opponent's life. As the blade glimmered menacingly at Elan Tu hastily sought to evade while scrounging for another weapon to counter Shang Huayan's onslaught. Bang! Another kick sent Elan Tu hurtling backward. He spat blood, rising to half-kneel with one hand propped on his weapon, gazing up at Shang Huayan. His eyes were filled with both rage and fear. Why? Shang Huayan, unable to comprehend the Xiongnu language, offered no reply. He stepped forward, aiming a lethal strike at Elan Tu's head with incredible speed. Seeing Shang Huayan's fierce blade and murderous intent, Elan Tu hastily dodged. The killing intent was overwhelming. A strike missed its mark, and Shang Huayan followed up with a punch. Bang! Elan Tu braced himself against Shang Huayan's fist, only to be sent flying, blood spewing forth. Elan Tu, Tuobashir, witnessing Elan Tu's peril, felt a surge of urgency. "Get away!" He forced Zhou Yuan back with a single move, turning to rescue Elan Tuesday. "If you wish to leave, first inquire whether my spear permits it." Zhou Yuan would never allow Tuobashir to aid Elan Tuesday. A thrust of the spear intercepted Tuobashir's escape. "Kill!" Elan Tu bellowed as he charged at Shang Huayan, intent on a desperate battle to the death. At that moment, he had resolved to perish together with Shang Huayan.
Being defeated by a martial master was an unbearable truth for Elan Tuesday. He was a warrior of the steppe, a child of the shaman god Klang. The blade shattered, a life was extinguished. Chapter 32, The monster Shang Huayan did not look back. Elan Tu lay on the ground, his body severed. The early-stage postnatal warrior Elan Tu perished beneath Shang Huayan's blade. With martial master strength, defying a postnatal warrior, even one in the early stage, was a feat remarkable enough to astonish many. Zhou Yuan, observing Shang Huayan's execution of Elan Tu, felt an overwhelming shock. This young man was defying the heavens. The Elan Tu he had sought to slay now lay dead at Shang Huayan's hands. How could Zhou Yuan remain unshaken by Shang Huayan, a martial master, slaying a postnatal warrior? The other participating officers, witnessing Shang Huayan's triumph over a postnatal warrior, were equally astonished. What manner of monster was this? A profound question arose in their minds. Just how long had it been and Shang Huayan had already grown powerful enough to slay postnatal warriors? Wasn't martial arts cultivation supposed to be exceedingly difficult? How could Shang Huayan achieve such rapid growth? As they observed Shang Huayan slay the Xiongnu postnatal strongman, the officers felt as though their years of martial arts training had been in vain. Damn it, Tuobashir was filled with both rage and fear. Shang Huayan's slaying of Elan Tu instilled within him a profound sense of crisis. What kind of extraordinary talent was required for a martial master to kill a postnatal warrior? Should this individual break through to the postnatal realm, who among them could rival him? Tuobashir sensed an overwhelming threat. Within the ranks of the Anning Pass Guards, an extraordinary prodigy had emerged. This prodigy was a formidable foe for their Xiongnu, thus Shang Huayan must die. He could not be allowed to grow stronger. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all Xiongnu postnatal warriors upon the city wall. Shang Huayan, wielding the black gold blade, advanced toward Tuobashir. Elan Tu had granted him 30 points of killing value, and now he had set his sights on Tuobashir, who was locked in combat with Zhou Yuan. Observing the black gold blade in Shang Huayan's hand, Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. Was that not General Yang's weapon? How did it end up in this young man's grasp? Without a moment's hesitation, Shang Huayan swung his blade toward Tuobashir. The lethal edge cutting through the air, Tuobashir's mind raced with alarm as he gathered all his blood energy to clash with Shang Huayan. Boom! The sound of their collision echoed like thunder. The overwhelming force causing both to stagger back. At that moment, Tuobashir felt the true extent of Shang Huayan's might. In terms of raw strength, Shang Huayan surpassed him. Should Shang Huayan attain the postnatal realm? With blood energy like a dragon and skin as tough as iron, Tuobashir feared he would not be able to withstand even a single blow. Observing the remarkably young Shang Huayan, Tuobashir could not fathom how he had cultivated to such a formidable state had he known that Shang Huayan had only been involved in martial arts for less than a month. Tuobashir's heart would have shattered. After their brief exchange, Zhou Yuan's lance flashed with cold brilliance, followed by a powerful thrust that surged toward Tuobashir's back. Now experiencing the same treatment Zhou Yuan had once dished out, Tuobashir summoned all his focus against the dual assault. A moment's inattention could lead him to share Elan Tu's fate, perishing upon the city wall. He ignited his blood energy and employed his ultimate technique. Barely managing to deflect Zhou Yuan's strike, with Shang Huayan joining the fray, Zhou Yuan unleashed his full power, no longer holding back. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive thrusts erupted, each lance like a frenzied dragon, forcing Tuobashir into retreat. Yet behind him, Shang Huayan's relentless blade bore down, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Caught between the fierce attacks of Shang Huayan and Zhou Yuan, Tuobashir found himself trapped in a dire predicament. A ferocious tiger before him and a ravenous wolf behind. Bang! Tuobashir could only rush to clash with Shang Huayan in a hasty confrontation, but in his hurried response, he was kicked away by Shang Huayan. A prime opportunity, Zhou Yuan seized the moment, delivering a horizontal strike with his lance aimed at Tuobashir. Bang! The iron spear struck heavily against Tuobashir's back, shattering his battle armor, causing his spine to fracture under the force. His internal organs were crushed by the overwhelming power, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yuan's full-force attack rendered Tuobashir utterly incapable of continuing the fight. My life is forfeit. This was the last thought that crossed Tuobashir's mind. As he observed the imminent threat of being overwhelmed, Shang Huayan moved with the swiftness of lightning, his figure akin to a wraith. Advancing rapidly with a precise thrust of his black gold battle knife, he struck true, piercing the waist of Tuobashir. A single blow cleaved through both sides. Ultimately, it was in this manner that Tuobashir met a tragic end upon the city walls. Witnessing Tuobashir's demise at the hands of Shang Huayan, Zhou Yuan inexplicably felt a chill at his waist. Was this act deliberate or merely coincidental? He had heard whispers of Shang Huayan's moniker.
Known as the kidney piercer, now it seemed that the legend bore a high likelihood of truth. That I am Zhou Yuan. I presume you are the recently renowned Sheng Huayan. Zhou Yuan greeted with a smile. Greetings, brother Zhou Yuan. I am indeed Sheng Huayan. Not we fight together to slay our foes and defend our borders. Why concern ourselves with fame? Sheng Huayan waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, now is not the time for idle chatter. Once the battle concludes, I shall treat you to a drink. Zhou Yuan replied cheerfully. Very well, I shall hold you to that. Sheng Huayan nodded with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the two resumed their fight against the enemy. Having dispatched Tuo Bashir with a lethal thrust, Sheng Huayan accrued 33 points of kill value. Tuo Bashir was slightly stronger than Yichuan, thus yielding 3 additional points of kill value, with the deaths of Yichuan and Tuo Bashir. The pressure on the remaining experts of the Xiangnu attacking the city walls intensified with the entry of Sheng Huayan and Zhou Yuan into the fray. War Marshal, I shall assist you. Sheng Huayan called as he charged into the battlefield, confronting a Xiangnu expert of the post-heaven realm. The absence of one such warrior greatly alleviated the pressure on the war marshal, although the 7th camp was still in the midst of urgent training. He came to the walls to fend off the Xiangnu's formidable forces. Facing 2 adversaries, the war marshal felt the strain, but with Sheng Huayan joining the fray, he could now engage the enemy with greater freedom. Observing Sheng Huayan, the war marshal felt a tumult of emotions. How long had it been? Sheng Huayan had already gained the capability to match a post-heaven expert. Given a little more time, he feared he might find himself addressing Sheng Huayan as my lord. The Xiangnu warrior Sheng Huayan faced was merely at the early stage of the post-heaven realm, not particularly formidable, and thus Sheng Huayan could easily contend with him, armed with his black gold battle knife. Sheng Huayan displayed an incredibly fierce knife technique, forcing his opponent to retreat step by step. Damn it, Omo Sang, the chieftain of the Yumo tribe, felt his arms tremble under the weight of such overwhelming power. The Yumo tribe was a small faction, and it was only through the combined efforts of his tribe that he had managed to reach the early stage of the post-heaven realm. He had hoped to lead his tribe's warriors to conquer the Great Way, securing countless resources to strengthen his clan. Instead, they faced fierce resistance, resulting in the deaths of many of his warriors. To make matters worse, he heard reports of assaults on his tribe, leading to the complete annihilation of its able-bodied men, effectively severing the future of the Umo tribe. These successive blows had dimmed the once vibrant spirit of Umo Sang. Now, facing a young soldier of the Great Way, he found himself consistently retreating, devoid of confidence. The sheer might of Sheng Huayan, coupled with the ferocity of his blade, made it increasingly arduous for him to defend himself. With a swift strike, the armor at Umu Sang's waist was cut, and crimson blood gushed forth. The blade was too swift, too sharp, rendering his armor and his own resilience utterly ineffective. Soon, his body was riddled with wounds. And as he faced Sheng Huayan's relentless onslaught, his defenses became increasingly futile. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted as he attempted to stifle the gash on his throat with his hand, but it was in vain. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with visions of his tribe's future, as if he could see the Umo tribe flourishing, rivaling even the royal clans, with a decisive stroke to the throat. Sheng Huayan executed him with ruthless efficiency. Another post-heaven warrior fell beneath his blade. The other officers, witnessing Sheng Huayan's prowess and eliminating yet another Xiangnu expert, lamented internally, bewildered by the emergence of such a prodigy. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency gripped their hearts. They could not allow themselves to be outshone by this junior, otherwise it would surely reflect poorly on their own capabilities, under the mounting pressure from the determined officers. The Xiangnu post-heaven warriors felt the weight of their predicament intensify. The Xiangnu's innate experts, engaged in combat with the 5 primary generals, also took note of Sheng Huayan's presence. They too wished to strike him down. Yet they were ensnared by the relentless efforts of the 5 generals, unable to free themselves. Nevertheless, they etched Sheng Huayan's visage into their memories, marking him as a target. This man must die. Unbeknownst to Sheng Huayan, he had already caught the attention of the Xiangnu's innate experts. Chapter 33, Return to the grasslands within the tent of the left noble king of the Xiangnu. He surveyed the more than 10,000 soldiers besieging the city, many of whom had already ascended the walls, yet they remained unable to seize control. The left noble king had lost all patience. How could a mere 30,000 defenders at Anning Pass be so formidable? After so long, they had not yet exhausted the living forces of the Anning Pass garrison. With my command, summon another master to assist. I refuse to believe that Yang Yi is invincible. The left noble king was unwilling to prolong the siege any further. The great Chan Yu had already issued several reprimands, demanding that he swiftly capture Anning Pass.
Yes, a courier took the left noble king's orders and hurried away to in the imperial city of Luojing. The old emperor lay critically ill, while the esteemed physicians of the imperial hospital tirelessly administered various ancient remedies to prolong his life. In the prince's residence, Crown Prince Han She remained expressionless as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Has my younger brother promoted that trusted aide again today?" Replying to His Highness, the second prince has elevated General Wei Wu to the position of commander of the Imperial Guards, taking control of the palace, and has ordered General Li Ho to oversee the national military forces. The Crown Prince Han She was not appointed as regent. Instead, it was the second prince who received the emperor's decree to assume that role. This order sent shockwaves throughout the court. "What of my other brothers?" Crown Prince Han She inquired coolly. The third prince, sixth prince, and ninth prince were all formidable adversaries and would not simply sit idly by. Each of the princes was busy forging alliances with court officials and military generals across the land. What does that decrepit old man intend to do? Han She gazed toward the palace, utterly perplexed by his father's motives. Originally, he was to be the regent, yet that role slipped away from him. The second prince's appointment as regent had caused turmoil within the court, prompting numerous ambitious figures to begin making their moves in the shadows, transforming the previously tranquil court into a cauldron of intrigue. "Your Highness, an urgent message from the northern border. The Xiongnu army of 500,000 is at the gates, preparing to march south. The border commanders have sent numerous pleas for reinforcements to the court." The Minister of War spoke up. The second Prince Han Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence as he replied, "There is no need for haste. I will dispatch General Li to lead the troops in support." The Minister of War wished to speak further, but the Minister of Revenue pulled him aside, shaking his head slightly. The Minister of War, Wang Cheng, sighed inwardly. The power struggles, the suppression of dissent, and the elevation of confidants. This second prince had truly risen to prominence, elevating even the lowliest of creatures. It would not be long before his position faced a challenge. "What is the status of disaster relief in Jiangning County?" the second Prince Han Feiyu inquired of the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue, Zhuo Tang, felt a sinking feeling. Did the prince intend to take issue with him? "Your Highness, the governor of Jiangnan has already opened the granaries to provide relief," the Minister of Revenue, Zhuo Tang, responded. The second prince nodded nonchalantly, indicating that the governor of Jiangnan could not be allowed to remain. In a nondescript mansion in the bustling city of Luojing, three figures gathered in a basement. Eldest brother, sixth brother. The influence of second brother is growing stronger. Many officials and generals in the court are aligning with him. "If we do not unite, we may face dire consequences." "Has there been any news from eldest brother?" Eldest brother remains unmoved. It is unclear what he is waiting for. The second prince busied himself with suppressing his rivals, placing his own people in key positions within the court, while the other princes were busy forming alliances and quietly amassing power. The court of the Great Wei was in turmoil, with the princes engaged in overt and covert struggles, seemingly oblivious to the raging flames of war at the northern borders. As the evening battle drew to a close, the remnants of smoke lingered, and the setting sun painted the sky crimson. The winds of the north grew stronger here. There were no picturesque landscapes of solitary smoke rising across the vast desert or the sun setting over the long river. What prevailed were the sounds of swords and bloodshed. Behind Sheng Huayan lay a trail of fallen bodies, tattered battle robes, and bloodstained armor, his countenance etched with determination. His deep, dark eyes gleamed with fierce intensity. The frail scholar who once was had been utterly extinguished. Now, he was the valiant soldier of Anning Pass, renowned as the blood-soaked butcher, Sheng Huayan. With the day's battle concluded, the ordinary soldiers busied themselves with tending to the wounded and managing the bodies. Fewer than half of the Xiongnu soldiers who had retreated remained, while the defenders of the city had also suffered significant losses, leaving only around 10,000 able-bodied soldiers at Anning Pass. Yang Yi gazed somberly at the Xiongnu encampment beyond the walls, acutely aware that the court would not send reinforcements. They had exhausted their options until a new heir emerged. The northern border had effectively been abandoned. The inland armies had become pawns in the power struggles of the princes. Descending from the walls, Sheng Huayan quickly freshened up before joining his fellow soldiers for dinner. After the meal, they would set off. The soldiers of the 7th camp, under the leadership of the 10th Marquis, chose to follow Sheng Huayan into the perilous grasslands of brothers. "This journey is fraught with danger. Make sure you have settled your affairs. Perhaps this journey may be our last." Sheng Huayan addressed the 50 or so soldiers who had fought alongside him in the grasslands. "Marquis, we enlisted precisely because we had no other path. We sought to carve out our futures. To die on the battlefield is to die with honor. Why should we fear this journey? Tang Yunshan spoke up. Indeed, why should we fear? We shall either die in battle or return in glory. Haidai added. The others echoed their sentiments, their eyes resolute. Well said, my soldiers, we shall either perish in battle or return in glory, Sheng Huayan declared with fervor. Accompanied by his subordinates, they arrived at the southern gate of the city. General Yang Yi was already waiting for them. General, Sheng Huayan hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. You have arrived. Yang Yi nodded. General, this is your battle blade. Sheng Huayan removed the black gold war blade from his waist and returned it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi accepted the black gold blade, caressed its blade, sheathed, and then tossed it back to Sheng Huayan. This is now a gift for you, Yang Yi said with a smile. Sheng Huayan was taken aback upon receiving the black gold blade. To his knowledge, General Yang Yi had wielded this blade for many years. The others behind Yang Yi, such as Sun Hao and Jia Yong'an, were equally astonished. The black gold blade was extraordinary. They had not expected General Yang Yi to present it to Sheng Huayan. What, do you not want it? No, it's not that, Sheng Huayan replied, somewhat overwhelmed. A fitting blade is essential for slaying enemies. I hope you can relieve the pressure at Anning Pass. If the city falls, countless families will be at the mercy of the Xiongnu cavalry. Yang Yi said solemnly. I will not fail your expectations. Sheng Huayan secured the black gold blade at his waist. This spear is also crafted for you by my order. It is serviceable. I hope you can let it drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Yang Yi handed a long spear to Sheng Huayan. Upon receiving the spear, Sheng Huayan felt its weight. It was indeed a fine weapon. Yang Yi also provided Sheng Huayan with a suit of battle armor. Here are 1,000 elite cavalry. This is the last of our resources at Anning Pass. Now, I entrust them to you, hoping you will lead them to gallop across the plains and shine brilliantly. Sheng Huayan gazed at the 1,000 cavalry, wondering why they had initially spoken of 500 but now had increased in number. They are cavalry. Their forte lies in charging and battling on horseback. Using them for city defense would be extravagant. Let them fulfill their purpose. Yang Yi noted Sheng Huayan's confusion and spoke. We have added 500 cavalry, thereby doubling our strength. Sheng Huayan felt a surge of confidence. Mount up! Sheng Huayan took the lead, mounting a white war steed. The others followed suit in perfect unison. Yang Yi observed the cavalry before him. Warriors, I await your triumphant return to celebrate your achievements. To battle, Sheng Huayan led the cavalry as they set forth. Along with his former subordinates, they totaled over 1,060 riders as they exited the southern gate of Anning Pass. There were no grandiose proclamations. Their departure was quiet, like phantoms in the night. To evade the Xiongnu scouts, the 1,000 cavalry had to take a longer route across the plains, after a night of marching. Before dawn, a troop of cavalry entered the boundless grasslands. Gazing at the vast expanse, Sheng Huayan felt a wave of nostalgia. He was back once more, this time leading 1,000 cavalrymen. Chapter 34. Breaking through the post-heaven realm. The wind swept through the grass. Devoid of cattle or sheep, approaching the borders, they encountered only buffer zones where the Xiongnu nomadic tribes did not graze. Entering the grasslands guided by a military scout, they ventured deeper into the plains. Youthful triumph, swift as the galloping hooves, the spear in hand and a crimson robe, Sheng Huayan rode his white horse, donned in a red battle cloak, wielding a long spear, his demeanor exuding heroism. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a striking young man! Commander Shang, should we not first sever the Xiongnu's supply lines?" Guo Xiaoping inquired. Sheng Huayan glanced back at Guo Xiaoping, who stood clad in black armor, holding a halberd. He too was a commander. A martial artist of the highest caliber, now serving under Sheng Huayan. No rush. We are still somewhat close to the Xiongnu army. If we create a disturbance, they may dispatch their cavalry against us. And our current forces would be insufficient to withstand their onslaught, Sheng Huayan replied. If we are to strike, let us plunge deep into the plains and cause chaos. Though this troop of cavalry was deemed elite, they were still far inferior to the Xiongnu's finest. They possessed only a single horse each. Their armor was not heavy, and the soldiers' abilities were not particularly high. Sheng Huayan envisioned the elite cavalry as heavily armored, each standard equipped with 3 steeds. When a large army charged, it would be an unstoppable torrent of steel. As they continued deeper into the plains, the lone wolves of the grasslands seemed to sense the danger and fled in the distance. "Commander Shang, there is a small tribe ahead. Should we circumvent it?" A scout who had gone ahead reported. "Circumvent it? Now is not the time to engage a small tribe. Continue advancing with the troops." By afternoon, they had penetrated 200 miles into the grasslands. This expanse was remarkably vast. Previously, Sheng Huayan had believed this world to be a parallel universe or a mere replica of another world. Yet, upon truly understanding this realm, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. This grassland was 3 to 4 times larger than that of his past life. The grasslands bordering the Great Way were dominated by 2 formidable powers, the Xiongnu and the Rongdi. "Commander, we have intel. 20 miles ahead, there is a convoy of Xiongnu supply transport, the scout reported upon returning. How many are there? Shang Huayan immediately inquired. Approximately over 1,000, transporting a considerable amount of goods. Estimated to be over 100 carts, the scout replied. 1,000 men. Shang Huayan's eyes lit up. With so many men and a rich supply of goods, they would make for an ideal target. Prepare for battle, Shang Huayan commanded, and the soldiers behind him swiftly readied themselves for combat. The cavalry, swift as the wind, covered the 20-mile distance in less than half an hour, spotting the Xiongnu transport convoy from afar.
Charge! The cavalry surged forward like a tempest. Shang Huayan led the charge, his horse galloping ahead. The thunderous sound of hooves instantly drew the attention of the Xiongnu forces, the commander of the Xiongnu.
Upon seeing the approaching cavalry's attire and banners, realized they were not of their own. Enemy attack on guard. Alas, it was too late. Amidst the cavalry's charge, a storm of arrows rained down upon the Xiongnu camp. Shang Huayan's bold advance was made possible by his 1,000 cavalry. There was no need for minor skirmishes. By the time the Xiongnu forces hurriedly organized to resist, it was already too late. Shang Huayan led the charge into the enemy camp. His long spear pierced directly into an enemy, effortlessly tearing through their chest. The entry-level tyrant spear technique was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary Xiongnu soldiers. Leading the charge into the enemy camp, he unleashed a massacre. His spear was like the scythe of death, reaping the lives of Xiongnu soldiers with relentless efficiency. The cavalry swept through like a torrent of steel, annihilating the Xiongnu encampment. In this flat grassland, 1,000 against 1,000 was a complete rout. Not to mention, the Xiongnu's transport army was merely a secondary force. The cavalry led by Shang Huayan were the elite of Anning Pass, easily overwhelming the enemy. The leader of the Xiongnu contingent was a martial artist, yet Shang Huayan shattered his skull with a single thrust. Secure the battlefield, Shang Huayan commanded loudly. Tang Yunshan and Haide quickly advanced, leading soldiers to scour the area. Wang Wu, take the scouts and spread out to gather further intelligence, Shang Huayan instructed. Understood. Wang Wu took several scouts and swiftly vanished into the grasslands. Commander, now we should call you military officer. Military officer Shang, there are elixirs, many elixirs, Tang Yunshan exclaimed excitedly. Shang Huayan had officially been promoted to military officer, commanding 1,000 men. Both Guo Xiaoping and another military officer, Hu Bing, were elated upon hearing about the elixirs. It was well known that the garrison at Anning Pass had been forgotten by the court, having not received any elixirs for 2 to 3 years. Let us go take a look. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing followed Shang Huayan. The 4 horse-drawn carts were filled with boxes containing elixirs. The majority were healing elixirs, with some aiding in cultivation. Breaking through elixir, there are a few here, Tang Yunshan said with excitement. Breaking through elixir, let me see. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing rushed forward to inspect the breaking through elixirs. 4th grade breaking through elixir. Guo Xiaoping laughed heartily, filled with excitement. What, 4th grade breaking through elixir? Hu Bing exclaimed, momentarily stunned, then began to tremble with excitement. Both had reached the pinnacle of martial arts mastery and had been unable to break through for a long time. Had the court provided elixirs, they would have long since surpassed the post-heaven realm. Now, seeing the 4th grade breaking through elixirs, how could they not be thrilled? The 4th grade breaking through elixir was sufficient for the two of them to break through the post-heaven realm. 1 4th grade breaking through elixir could fetch a starting price of 100,000 taels of silver on the black market, a truly rare resource. Why are there only 2? They exchanged glances and then turned to Shang Huayan. They understood that Shang Huayan was also a martial artist at the pinnacle and the military officer of this troop, which meant the distribution of the elixirs was entirely at his discretion. What is it? Shang Huayan asked as he noticed their gaze upon him. Well, military officer Shang, there are only 2 4th grade breaking through elixirs. Guo Xiaoping said. Point 2 is fine. Having gained something is enough. Shang Huayan assumed Guo Xiaoping felt the haul was insufficient. After all, it was taken from the Xiongnu. No, it's just that if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you two being so hesitant? Shang Huayan remarked, noticing their reluctance. How should we distribute these 2 4th grade breaking through elixirs? They desired them greatly but felt awkward stating their wishes outright. Realizing their intentions, Shang Huayan said, you both have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, correct? Yes. Guo Xiaoping and the others nodded vigorously. Then you shall each take one. Striving to break through the post-heaven realm this way, we will have more security while behind enemy lines. Shang Huayan spoke, and upon hearing him, the two felt a surge of joy in their hearts. What about you, Sheng Bingwei? Hu Bing inquired. Shang Huayan, being a martial arts master at the pinnacle, responded, as for me, you need not worry. I can break through without the need for medicinal pills. Very well, these 2 pills shall be divided among you. Make haste and strive for your breakthroughs, he instructed. Yes, Sheng Bingwei, from now on we shall follow your commands without question, Gu Xiaoping solemnly vowed. The two were immensely grateful to Sheng Huayan, as without the pills, it would take them no less than 2 years, given their qualifications, to achieve a breakthrough to the acquired stage. Waving his hand dismissively, Sheng Huayan then turned to Tang Yunshan and said, distribute the medicinal pills. Ensuring that every soldier has healing and cultivation pills, first, second, and third grade breakthrough pills should also be allocated to suitable individuals to maximize their cultivation. Yes, Sheng Bingwei, Tang Yunshan responded eagerly, feeling honored to be entrusted with such a significant task. Indicating that the esteemed Bingwei still held him and regarded Bingwei, we have ample supplies, meat, grain, weapons, and arrows, and abundance indeed. What shall we do? Haidai rushed in to inquire. Take all the horses, gather as much grain, meat, and weaponry as possible, everything else, burn it, and then retreat, Sheng Huayan commanded without hesitation. The supplies that could not be transported, along with the corpses of the Xiongnu soldiers, were set ablaze until nothing remained but ash. Leading over 1,000 iron cavalry, Sheng Huayan roamed the grasslands, specifically targeting Xiongnu supply convoys. Within a day, over a dozen supply units were annihilated, resulting in a sudden deprivation of provisions for the Xiongnu forces. Once he took action, Sheng Huayan struck with the swiftness of lightning, decimating the Xiongnu supply lines, causing their frontline troops to face a critical shortage of provisions. A report, my lords, was Xianwang, our supply units have encountered difficulties. Today's assault on Anning Pass yielded little success, and Zhuo Xianwang's mood was already sour. The news of trouble with the supply units only fueled his anger. What has happened to the supply units? Today, over a dozen supply convoys were ambushed, their provisions were incinerated, and all personnel were killed in battle, the reporting soldier replied. What? How could this happen? The supply units operate within our territory, how could they be obliterated? Were they attacked by the Rongdi or some rebellious tribe? Zhuo Xianwang seethed with rage. The specifics remain unknown, the messenger soldier stammered, drenched in sweat, feeling the weight of Zhuo Xianwang's fury pressing down upon him. Send someone to investigate thoroughly. A dispatch 2,000 cavalry to find these audacious foes who dare to oppose me at this juncture. I shall have them ground to dust. Zhuo Xianwang slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it. Sheng Huayan's campaign of obliterating the Xiongnu supply units quickly caught the attention of the Xiongnu military. Meanwhile, he was celebrating with his subordinates, cooking lamb and beef reminiscent of a festive occasion. After their hearty meal, Sheng Huayan arranged for sentries to take turns standing guard while he commenced his cultivation. No, it was more accurate to say he was amplifying his breakthroughs. He could have broken through long ago. His accumulated killing value was ample for such an endeavor. However, at Anning Pass, Sheng Huayan refrained from further advancement as the rapid escalation of his power could sometimes yield unfavorable consequences. Name: Sheng Huayan race, Human Realm, Martial Master Pinnacle, Cultivation Technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra, Beginner. Bull Strength, Minor Completion, Blood Fiend Blade Technique, Major Completion, Overlord Spear Technique, Beginner, Strength, 9000 Gene Talent, Silver Archer, Killing Value. For 32, having reached the pinnacle of martial mastery yesterday by slaying 3 postnatal martial artists and numerous Xiongnu soldiers. His killing value had risen to 432 points. Now, on the grasslands, he could continue to amplify his breakthroughs. After enhancing his attributes, consuming 200 killing points, a tremendous force surged within him. Continuously forging his flesh, body, and bones, his blood energy roared within him like a dragon, and the martial essence in his dantian steadily solidified. Upon breaking through the limits of martial prowess, his strength soared to 10,000 gene. Aligning with the standards of a consummate postnatal martial artist. Of course, this was merely strength. His actual combat prowess was likely comparable to that of mid to late stage postnatal martial artists, observing that he still had over 200 killing points. Sheng Huayan opted not to further increase his attributes. He possessed a 4th grade breakthrough pill, a gift from General Yang Yi, and now was the opportune moment to utilize it, conserving his killing points. Without hesitation, he consumed the pill, and the powerful medicinal energy surged, colliding with the barriers of his realm. Engaging the Great Sun Heart Sutra, Sheng Huayan mobilized all his blood energy and martial essence to expedite the medicinal power. Forcefully impacting the barriers of his realm with a resounding crack akin to an egg shattering, he successfully broke through to the postnatal realm. In that instant of transcending the postnatal stage, a formidable strength erupted within him, continuously augmenting his flesh, bones, and physique. This emanated from the deepest recesses of his being, the most primal force. His body seemed to shatter some form of limit, allowing this power to surge forth, vast and ferocious. A series of faint sounds echoed from within him as his bones underwent relentless fortification. Forged by this force, his skin and bones were tinged with a faint golden hue, as if in the midst of a transformation. The immense physical prowess perpetually enhancing his cellular structure. At this moment, every sinew and bone in his body was undergoing a baptism by this force, rendering them more resilient and formidable. The overwhelming blood energy elicited astonishment from all who witnessed it. Many soldiers felt the powerful aura and surging blood energy emanating from Shang Huayan's tent. The blood energy swirling within him roared like a dragon. Such potent vitality. Was this what it meant to possess blood energy like a dragon? Tang Yunshan and the others were utterly astounded. What immense blood energy! Shang Huayan radiated like a blazing sun, causing the soldiers outside the tent to feel its searing warmth. It was no wonder that some referred to Shang Bingwei as a prodigy. To cultivate his blood energy to such a degree at this stage was remarkable. Those so-called once-in-a-thousand-years prodigies paled in comparison to Shang Bingwei. Indeed, Shang Bingwei had successfully broken through, becoming a postnatal martial artist at such a young age. Many fell silent, particularly Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, who were both in their 30s without having achieved the postnatal stage. Now, witnessing Shang Huayan surpassing them at merely 20 years old, they were left in awe of his extraordinary talent. Many felt a mix of envy and joy. The stronger Shang Huayan became, the greater their chances of survival on this grassland. As the surge of power subsided, Shang Huayan opened his eyes, a glint of sharp golden light flashing within. The tumultuous blood energy within him gradually calmed. Upon inspecting the golden light that enveloped him, he noted, name, Shang Huayan race, human realm, early postnatal cultivation technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Bull strength, minor completion, blood fiend blade technique, major completion, overlord spear technique, beginner, strength, 15,000 gene talent, silver archer, killing value, 232. Upon his initial breakthrough, his strength reached 15,000 gene. Rivaling that of an innate martial artist. However, while his strength may resemble that of an innate martial artist, it did not imply that his overall prowess was on par, and nevertheless, he now felt unafraid even in the presence of consummate postnatal martial artists. The disparity between postnatal and innate martial artists was vast, a chasm that strength alone could not bridge. Following his breakthrough to the postnatal realm, Shang Huayan did not cease his cultivation, rather, he continued to channel the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Absorbing the spiritual essence of the world and converting it into martial essence, further strengthening his blood energy and physical form. A martial cultivator continually refines their body, pushing the limits of human potential. Seeing Shang Huayan succeed in his breakthrough, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing began preparing to consume their breakthrough pills, eager to attain the postnatal realm in one fell swoop. In the ranks, those capable of breaking through, having received the breakthrough pills, commenced their cultivation, readying themselves to enhance their strength. This rare opportunity to acquire such a bounty of pills marked a stroke of luck for them. That night, the Anning cavalry experienced a significant improvement in strength, far surpassing their previous capabilities. Early the next morning, before dawn, soldiers had already prepared breakfast. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing emerged from their tent, their faces beaming with joy, their smiles broader than ever. The saying held true: joyful occasions uplift the spirit. Indeed, both had successfully consumed the 4th-grade breakthrough pills and achieved the postnatal realm. Greeting everyone with smiles, they were met with playful banter. Oh, you two seem particularly cheerful today. What, did you have a spring dream last night? Shang Huayan teased. Guo Xiaoping replied, Hu Bing and I, do we seem like the sort to indulge in such fantasies? We are both over 30 after all. We have frequented the Yi Chun Lu enough to know better. Good morning, Shang Bingwei. Hu Bing managed a dry smile. Why the awkward laughter? Did I hit a nerve? Shang Huayan winked, raising an eyebrow. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing exchanged glances, bemused by their leader's unpredictable temperament. One moment a ferocious god of slaughter, the next a cheeky old friend from the Yi Chun Lu. Shang Bingwei, we have broken through to the postnatal realm, Guo Xiaoping declared. Oh, what a coincidence, I too have broken through. How about we spar a bit? As the sinister whim stirred within Shang Huayan's heart, witnessing the jubilant expressions of the two individuals ignited a desire to disrupt their joy. Their heads shook like rattling drums, oblivious to the fact that their recent breakthrough to the acquired realm did not place their strength on par with Shang Huayan. They possessed a modicum of self-awareness, and fortunately they were devoid of any masochistic tendencies. Observing their refusal to engage in sparring, Shang Huayan continued, you two may join forces and spar against me. However, Guo Xiaoping and his companions still shook their heads. They were merely of slightly inferior talent, not fools. Seeing their steadfast refusal, Shang Huayan felt a twinge of regret. Having just achieved a breakthrough, his fists itched for action, yet he found no suitable opponent. After preparing breakfast, they commenced their meal. Before the morning sun had a chance to rise, Shang Huayan and his companions had finished breakfast and resumed their wandering into the depths of the grasslands. Their objective for the day remained unchanged: to disrupt the supply lines of the Xiongnu army transporting provisions and grain. By severing the Xiongnu's supplies, they could hinder the army's ability to lay siege and buy time for the defenders of Anning Pass. In the morning, the Xiongnu army refrained from launching an assault, their supplies dwindling. Observing the lack of an offensive from the Xiongnu forces, Yang Yi and the commanders of the Anning Pass garrison understood that Shang Huayan and his group had taken action. It seemed that this tactic of cutting off supplies was indeed effective. One of the subordinate generals remarked, "It is indeed effective, but Shang Huayan and his companions are now in peril." General Zhao Yong'an, the commander of the troop, interjected. "Let us hope they return safely," said Sun Hao. Though such words appeared to be but a wishful longing, the Xiongnu would not permit their supplies to be severed without retaliation. They would undoubtedly dispatch heavy forces to eliminate those who had disrupted their logistics. Yang Yi remained silent, his heart heavy, for this endeavor was a gamble of lives to secure a brief respite for the defenders of Anning Pass. It was merely a substitution of one group of lives for another. Report to Lord Zuosian Wang, the scouts have returned with news. The attackers on the supply convoy are likely a cavalry force of over 1,000. Seemingly from the Anning army, the messenger reported early that day. The Anning cavalry, a mere 1,000 dares to provoke this king. Such audacity, Lord Zuosian Wang bellowed in fury. In recent days, his temper had been quite volatile. Having already disposed of several of his servants in a fit of rage, dispatch 3 cavalry units immediately. "Bring back the heads of these 1,000 intruders," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." A Xiongnu general promptly mobilized 3 cavalry units, each consisting of 2,000 men, to annihilate those disrupting their supplies. Shang Huayan and his companions were about to face an encirclement of 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry, a fact unknown to them at this moment. "The supply convoy seems to have reinforced its numbers. It appears we have been discovered," Guo Xiaoping remarked gravely. "A discovery was only a matter of time. We have destroyed over a dozen Xiongnu supply units in a single day. It would be strange if they were unaware," another replied. As they gazed upon the Xiongnu supply convoy ahead, numbering 2,000, with 500 cavalry flanking the transport unit, the regular infantry had also increased to 500. Making for a total of 1,000 regular soldiers. The accompanying herdsmen were also armed. "Should we let them pass?" Hu Bing inquired. "Let them pass. I have never relinquished meat that comes so close to my lips." Shang Huayan declared. "Brothers, follow me to battle. Charge!" He raised his spear and shouted, then spurred his horse into a charge. Onward, attack, kill! The 1,000-strong cavalry surged forth like a stampede of wild horses, shaking the very earth and raising clouds of dust in their wake. Chapter 36: The Mastery of the Overlord Spear Technique. The thunderous charge of the cavalry soon captured the attention of the Xiongnu forces. "Enemy forces, Deputy Commander, we have enemy cavalry approaching." Helian Taishu observed the oncoming Anning cavalry, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Let me see which esteemed figure dares to compel me, a deputy commander, to escort supplies." Helian Taishu, a mid-stage warrior of the acquired realm, commanded 2,000 troops. "Rivaling the way cavalry in stature, warriors, follow me into battle," he roared, brandishing his battle blade. "Charge!" 500 Xiongnu cavalry surged forward behind Helian Taishu, racing towards the advancing enemy. Shang Huayan's gaze was sharp as he wielded an iron spear weighing over 100 pounds. His vitality surging as he channeled his true essence into the weapon. His target was the leader of the Xiongnu forces. Helian Taishu sought to eliminate Shang Huayan as the two armies clashed. The momentum of their charge resembled a cataclysm, a terrifying force that could frighten the faint-hearted into submission. The sound of hooves echoed like thunder across the grasslands, sending the eagles soaring high above in fright. "Kill!" Shang Huayan bellowed, unleashing his spear like a celestial weapon, the air cracking with sonic explosions. Helian Taishu responded with a ferocious swing of his blade. With a resounding crash, Shang Huayan cleaved through both horse and rider, sending blood spraying. The anticipated scene of Helian Taishu severing Shang Huayan's spear and claiming his head did not unfold. Instead, he was reduced to mere pulp of the remaining Xiongnu cavalry, witnessing their deputy commander being obliterated by a single spear strike. Were left aghast. Even Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, following closely behind Shang Huayan, were left in shock. That Xiongnu commander was a warrior of the acquired realm. How could he have been slain by a single strike? What terrifying power and strength did Shang Huayan possess? Their earlier steadfast refusal to spar with him now seemed like a stroke of wisdom. "Kill!" Shang Huayan pressed forward, plunging into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry. Leaving no intact bodies in his wake, observing their commander felled by Sheng Huayan, the other soldiers were ignited with fervor, charging into battle with unyielding spirit. The sound of horses whinnying and the clash of blades reverberated as casualties mounted. The cavalry charged with the swiftness of the wind, seeing their deputy commander slain. The morale of the Xiongnu cavalry evaporated. As the Anning cavalry surged forward, they were mercilessly cut down. The ground was left littered with corpses and abandoned steeds. It is worth noting that aside from Sheng Huayan, Guo Zhaoping, and Hu Bing were also formidable warriors of the acquired realm. Faced with the loss of their commander, the 500 Xiongnu cavalry were utterly slaughtered. The advance of the Anning cavalry did not waver. They pressed on towards the remnants of the Xiongnu forces. It is over. The army is defeated. This Wei cavalry is truly formidable. The remaining Xiongnu soldiers, witnessing the deaths of their 500 cavalry, were the first to succumb to the overwhelming pressure of the Anning charge, discarding their weapons and fleeing. The remaining 500 infantry, facing the fierce onslaught of the Anning cavalry, found their resolve shattered. As the cavalry swept past, only a carpet of corpses remained. The Xiongnu supply convoy was utterly annihilated, and the fleeing herdsmen were not spared either. The cavalry halted, their steeds whinnying. As Sheng Huayan's horse reared, seemingly celebrating their victory, clad in battle attire, Sheng Huayan's iron spear dripped with blood. After decimating the Xiongnu supply unit, he immediately ordered a cleanup of the battlefield. Quickly, clear the battlefield. Take what can be carried, and burn the rest. Treat the wounded, and remove the bodies of our fallen comrades. Having subdued this Xiongnu supply convoy, they did suffer some casualties, but fortunately they were minimal, with only a dozen or so lives lost. With the strongest Xiongnu officer Helian Taishu slain by Sheng Huayan, the remaining cavalry posed little threat. The soldiers quickly cleared the battlefield, setting ablaze the supplies that could not be transported, and made their swift exit. By now each member of the Anning cavalry had acquired 2 steeds, making rapid movement feasible. With the Xiongnu supply convoy defeated, Sheng Huayan continued to lead his cavalry in search of their next target. Before long, in a single day, they had swept through over a dozen Xiongnu supply units, slaying more than 10,000 Xiongnu soldiers and incinerating countless supplies. Upon discovering the slaughtered transport units, the Xiongnu soldiers were filled with fury at the sight of their fallen kin. "Damn it, no matter who you are, I shall tear you limb from limb," Helan Guanshan roared. "Pursue them, we must track down this group," Helan Guanshan bellowed, galloping after Sheng Huayan and his men. Behind him, 2,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry, clad in iron armor, thundered after them. Witnessing their slain kin, the other Xiongnu soldiers were similarly enraged. It was one thing for them to invade others, but when had anyone dared to venture into their grasslands and slay their kin? This was a provocation against the Xiongnu warriors. As the fierce eagles of the grasslands, they could not tolerate such affronts. As night fell, Sheng Huayan and his forces halted to rest and partake in dinner. The provisions they had seized were laid out for all to consume. As warriors required substantial nourishment, Sheng Huayan himself devoured an entire cow, barely feeling satisfied. The meat consumed was transformed into vital energy. Stored within his body with the bountiful harvest of today and yesterday, they reaped an exceptional reward. Beyond other spoils, there were considerable quantities of medicinal pills, including 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills. Countless other healing and cultivation elixirs were also acquired. This constituted a significant fortune, enough for everyone in the party to garner substantial silver upon their return. Regrettably, there were no fully realized martial masters among them, otherwise Sheng Huayan would not have left behind the 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills. For Sheng Huayan, the philosophy that elevating one's strength was of utmost importance prevailed. Although they had successfully ambushed over a dozen Xiongnu supply units today, more than 30 of the cavalry he had brought with him would remain forever on this grassland. As night deepened, gazing at the stars above, Sheng Huayan found himself unable to locate the familiar constellations. The battles of today witnessed him slaying 7 Xiongnu post-heaven warriors and hundreds of ordinary soldiers, resulting in a harvest of slaughter points that surpassed all previous records. Name: Sheng Huayan, race, human, realm, early post-heaven, techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, entry-level, Fierce Bull strength, minor accomplishment, Blood Fiend Blade technique, major accomplishment, prediction. Overlord Spear technique, entry-level, strength, 15,000 pounds, talent, Silver Archer, slaughter points, 1132. Gazing at the number of slaughter points exceeding 1,000, Sheng Huayan felt a surge of excitement within him. He beheld the potential for elevating his cultivation realm, yet refrained from immediate advancement. Having just broken through, a further elevation would draw undue attention, marking him as a peculiar entity. The appearance of the prediction function beside the Blood Fiend Blade technique astonished him. Was this a new feature of the Golden Finger? Conversely, the absence of a plus sign next to the Great Sun Heart Sutra left him feeling somewhat anxious. Unlike the first upgrade, which required merely 200 points, now over 1,000 slaughter points yielded no further enhancements. How many points would it truly require? Fortunately, the Overlord Spear technique displayed an available upgrade. Choosing to enhance the Overlord Spear technique first, he recognized that cavalry charges and immediate combat favored long spears for swift kills. He allocated points directly to elevate the technique. An abundance of training and experiences regarding the Overlord Spear technique flooded into his mind, akin to a whirlwind tour. He felt as though he had trained in it for over a decade. Achieving a minor accomplishment, now wielding the long spear, Sheng Huayan felt an uncanny familiarity reminiscent of a decade's worth of spear practice, compelling him to demonstrate its techniques. The Overlord Spear technique was assertive and fierce, each move embodying strength and valor. In the distance, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing observed Sheng Huayan practicing the Overlord Spear technique, their hearts racing with trepidation. The spear technique was extraordinarily fierce. No wonder the Xiongnu post-heaven warrior from earlier had been cleaved into minced flesh by a single thrust. Such formidable skill, this was General Yang Ye's Overlord Spear technique. How could he have mastered it? Surely, it must have been imparted to him by General Yang Yi, yet the level of proficiency suggested decades of training. Could it be that this fellow had been honing his skills since birth? Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing whispered among themselves. After completing a demonstration of the Overlord Spear technique, Sheng Huayan found his combat prowess significantly enhanced with the technique now at a minor accomplishment. However, upon checking his slaughter points, he discovered only 632 remained. Realizing that upgrading the Overlord Spear technique to a major accomplishment had consumed 500 points, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Another significant drain on resources. How many slaughter points would it require to reach a major accomplishment? Resolving to conserve a portion of his slaughter points for unforeseen circumstances, Sheng Huayan restrained himself from further enhancing the Blood Fiend Blade technique. Chapter 37, Everyone, follow me into battle. Across the vast, boundless grasslands, a towering mountain range lay sprawled across the plains, resembling a serpentine dragon extending into the horizon. Snow had already accumulated on the majestic peaks. Beneath the mountains stood a grand royal city, the heart of the Xiongnu kingdom. Master of the nation, do you believe the king can conquer the northern borders of the Great Way? Inquired a burly young man standing beside a cauldron. Observing the cloaked figure of the national master as he conjured flames to refine elixirs, after a long pause, a voice emerged from beneath the black robe. The dragon's breath of the Great Way dynasty has yet to wane. It is not yet the time. The Xiongnu national master paused briefly before continuing. An eagle soared across the grasslands. An eagle. The burly youth's expression flickered. The next morning, Sheng Huayan departed the temporary encampment with his troops. He would not linger in one place for too long. The grasslands, now tinged with autumn, glistened with frost in the early morning light. Today, their objective remained unchanged: to ambush the Xiongnu's grain transport convoy and sever their supply lines. The front lines boasted nearly 100,000 Xiongnu troops, consuming vast amounts of provisions daily. Disrupting their supplies would slow their siege efforts. Otherwise, even with General Yang Ye's defense, Anning Pass could not withstand the onslaught. With ordinary soldiers now reduced to less than a third of their ranks, relying solely on General Yang Yi would be insufficient to hold Anning Pass. The army galloped across the grasslands, seeking out the Xiongnu supply convoys. After obliterating 3 grain transport units, Sheng Huayan's forces encountered a contingent of Xiongnu cavalry. The opposing force numbered 2,000, composed of elite Xiongnu riders. The two armies met on the expansive grasslands, mere miles apart. In such a scenario, fleeing with his troops was not an option. To be pursued by Xiongnu cavalry would lead to self-destruction. Sensing the impending clash, Sheng Huayan's white steed whinnied and pawed at the ground. Helan Guanshan eyed the opposing cavalry, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. Those over 1,000 heads would soon belong to him. At last, I have found you. Ahead lies the enemy that slaughters our kin. Warriors, what shall we do? Helan Guanshan bellowed. Kill, kill, kill. The Xiongnu cavalry echoed his battle cries, their voices resonating through the air, deafening in intensity. Slaying this enemy would earn him a promotion to general, no longer just a captain. Kill! Helan Guanshan unsheathed his battle blade, roaring as he led his cavalry into the fray. Observing the advancing Xiongnu forces, Sheng Huayan turned to his soldiers. Brothers, are you afraid? Not afraid. Seeing no trace of fear among his subordinates, Sheng Huayan nodded in satisfaction. In the face of formidable opponents, they dared to draw their swords. This unit truly embodied the elite of Anning's forces. Only the brave prevail when paths intersect. Everyone follow me into battle, Sheng Huayan shouted. His steed leaped forward like an arrow released from its bow. Charge to kill. The 1,000 iron steeds behind Shang Huayan roared in unison as they surged forward. They were spirited warriors, driven by the instinct to defend their homes and vanquish foes, a conviction deeply ingrained within them. The clamor of thousands of galloping steeds resonated, while the atmosphere brimmed with the scent of blood and war. Shang Huayan's aura surged, transforming him into a war god, while the cavalry behind him exuded an unstoppable momentum like a sharp blade piercing the enemy's heart. Wei dogs, come forth and meet your demise. Helan Guanshan unleashed a ferocious aura, akin to a ravenous wolf, yet Shang Huayan resembled a descending tiger. Both locked their gazes upon one another. In Helan Guanshan's eyes, Shang Huayan was but a fleeting opponent, already marked for death. A mere early post-heaven warrior could hardly withstand his full force. Without uttering a battle cry, Shang Huayan summoned his full strength to deliver the most potent strike. Boom! In an instant, their weapons collided, long spear against battle blade, unleashing a sound akin to thunder. Helan Guanshan was flung from his horse by the overwhelming force, his weapon sent flying. The unparalleled might caused his blood to surge and his organs to shift. Tumbling off his steed, Helan Guanshan rolled several times before coming to a halt. Gritting his teeth, he spat out blood. Meanwhile, Shang Huayan merely felt his palms split from the impact. The Xiangnu commander was formidable, marking the strongest opponent he had faced thus far. Kill. His steed charged ahead, difficult to halt. Shang Huayan plunged into the Xiangnu cavalry ranks, and wherever his spear struck, no enemy remained alive. Helan Guanshan swiftly evaded, avoiding being crushed or trampled by the Anning cavalry. Seizing the moment, he leapt to drag down an Anning rider, slaying him and commandeering his horse. Observing Shang Huayan leading the Anning cavalry into the fray like a fierce dragon, Helan Guanshan regretted underestimating his opponent, losing the initiative that made it difficult to rally his cavalry against the onslaught. A cacophony of battle ensued, countless bodies strewn across the ground. Both Anning cavalry and Xiangnu riders lay fallen, yet the majority were Xiangnu corpses. Now less than half of the Xiangnu cavalry remained mounted. Shang Huayan's extraordinary valor had allowed him to breach their ranks, causing chaos among the Xiangnu forces and shattering their formation. Survivors among the Xiangnu cavalry rallied behind Helan Guanshan, witnessing the slaughter of half their comrades while their adversaries had suffered minimal losses. Helan Guanshan felt his heart bleed. A single moment of carelessness had led to his downfall, and he had lost the upper hand. After leading the charge through the enemy lines, Shang Huayan halted and turned his horse around. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yunshan, Haide, Wang Wu, and others stood silently behind him, their bodies stained with the blood of vanquished foes. There is nothing to fear. If we are stronger and fiercer, we shall lay them low. Shang Huayan wiped the blood from his face with a smile. Do you have confidence in slaying them all? Shang Huayan inquired loudly, his resonant voice echoing in every ear. Yes, yes, yes. The Anning cavalry roared in response, their morale surging as they followed Shang Huayan, their spirits soaring. Excellent, everyone, follow me into battle to slay the enemy and vow to defend our homeland, Shang Huayan proclaimed, rallying them for another charge. Slay the enemy and vow to defend our homeland, echoed the iron steeds behind him as they shouted and surged forward. The thunder of iron hooves and the cries of battle resounded, as Helan Guanshan watched the opposing cavalry charge once more. A fierce determination ignited within his eyes. Warriors, we the wolves of the prairie are the sovereigns of these vast lands. Follow me as we vanquish the foes who dare invade our domain. Kill. In the clash of adversaries, it is a matter of either your demise or my survival. Only through bloodshed can we continue, for it is the victor who deserves to speak. Let us learn from our experiences. Helan Guanshan must not be careless. We must muster all our strength to face Shang Huayan. Charging forth, Shang Huayan radiates an aura of bloodlust, his vitality surging like a dragon, the essence of life roaring within him as he channels his true energy to its zenith. His skin glistens with a faint golden sheen, reminiscent of a celestial being descending upon the earth. His presence unparalleled. As Shang Huayan, brandishing his long spear, gallops fiercely towards Helan Guanshan, the latter elevates his own momentum to its peak, vowing to confront Shang Huayan in a decisive battle. The warhorses gallop, shaking the very ground beneath them. Shang Huayan employs the Overlord Spear technique, preparing a lethal strike aimed at the Xiangnu commander. Chapter 38, A Plan in Ruins. The two leaders charge ahead, their gazes locked onto one another. Helan Guanshan's heart grows resolute. He must slay Shang Huayan. As they draw near, Shang Huayan suddenly leaps from his steed, swinging his spear towards Helan Guanshan. The Overlord Spear technique strikes with the force of 1,000 tons, capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas. Seeing Shang Huayan soar into the air, wielding his spear with the might to shatter the earth, Helan Guanshan swiftly raises his blade to block. He had not anticipated that Shang Huayan would unleash such a deadly move. Boom! The iron spear descends with ferocious power, toppling both man and horse. Raising a cloud of dust, Sheng Huayan leaps back onto his mount, and as the dust settles, Helan Guanshan lies lifeless, his bones shattered, flesh mangled, a sight too horrific to behold. He does not look back. A true warrior never does. In this moment, he unleashes his utmost strength, every cell in his body trembling. That strike had reached the limit of what his body could endure. Helan Guanshan, a consummate warrior of the post-heaven realm, falls to Sheng Huayan's hand, earning him 40 points of kill value. Watching Sheng Huayan obliterate the Xiongnu's pinnacle commander, Hua Xiaoping, and Hu Bing are filled with astonishment. That was a peak post-heaven warrior. Slain without mercy, how formidable is this young officer? With Helan Guanshan's demise, the morale of the Xiongnu cavalry plummets, while the Yanning Iron cavalry surges with renewed vigor, their spirits ablaze, following Sheng Huayan into the fray against the Xiongnu ranks. Kill! Sheng Huayan charges forward like a deity of death, and with Helan Guanshan's fall, no one can withstand his overwhelming might. Alone, he slays over 300 Xiongnu soldiers, not a single one of the 2,000 Xiongnu cavalrymen survives. All perish in battle, the ground is strewn with severed limbs, broken weapons half buried in the earth, and the grass stained crimson with blood. Oh, we have triumphed, ha! Exclaims a jubilant Yanning cavalryman. The Yanning Iron cavalry roars in celebration of this victory. With 1,000 cavalry against 2,000 elite Xiongnu warriors, they have annihilated the enemy forces, suffering only 100 casualties. What a monumental victory! Since the formation of the Yanning Iron cavalry, they have never achieved such a resounding triumph. As the soldiers cheer, Sheng Huayan gradually calms the raging blood within him, clashing steel and iron, battling on the battlefield. What a magnificent spectacle! Wind! Sheng Huayan raises his still dripping spear and shouts, "Great wind! Great wind!" The soldiers echo his call, their spirits soaring, reaching for the heavens. After clearing the battlefield, they take away all that can be salvaged, including the battle-ready steeds. The injured horses neigh in agony, and the stench of blood and corpses soon attracts the vultures from the sky. This victory has transformed the Yanning Iron cavalry, enhancing both their morale and confidence. They do not forget their mission to conquer the prairie. Sheng Huayan leads his cavalry onward, continuing to harass the Xiongnu supply lines. On this day, they sweep through 8 Xiongnu transport units, seizing countless supplies. The disruption of the supply lines halts the Xiongnu's advance on Anning Pass, restoring a day of tranquility to the region. Have the enemies attacking our supplies been dealt with? Inquires the impatient left Xianwang. 3 days ago, the right Xianwang breached the Qishan fortress, leading 100,000 troops south into Yanzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou, yet he now finds himself stalled at Anning Pass, overshadowed by the right Xianwang's accomplishments. Igniting his fury, the left and right Xianwang are rivals. The future great Chen Yu will emerge from one of them. Should the right Xianwang's merits surpass his own, the left Xianwang will be relegated to the position of the right Xianwang. The generals under the left Xianwang exchange glances, none daring to speak. Why has everyone gone mute? The left Xianwang's fury erupts as he surveys the silent generals. Report to the king. There is still no news. One general stammers, steeling himself. Useless, it has been 2 days. And you have yet to resolve this? Are you not the eagles of the prairie, the valiant warriors of these lands? The left Xianwang roars, in 2 days, you must deliver results. Once the Iron Grandmaster arrives, the entire army will strike. I intend to seize Anning Pass in one fell swoop. The Xiongnu forces continue dispatching 10,000 iron cavalry back to the prairie to participate in the encirclement of Sheng Huayan's unit. After a day of fierce combat, Sheng Huayan's forces have slain over 7,000 enemies, traversing 200 kilometers. That night, Sheng Huayan's unit sets camp by a river. Their consecutive victories have dulled the grief of losing over 100 men. Now, only about 900 remain in Sheng Huayan's unit. In the camp, the soldiers gather to feast on meat and drink soup. After dinner, they patrol, while others begin their training, having acquired a vast quantity of elixirs. Sheng Huayan instructs their distribution among the soldiers for cultivation. As time passes, their situation grows increasingly perilous. Only by enhancing their strength can they hope to survive. In his own tent, Sheng Huayan reflects on his achievements. Today alone, he has slain over 500 Xiongnu enemies, amassing a considerable kill value that has surpassed the 2,000 mark when combined with yesterday's remnants. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, early post-heaven, cultivation technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra, entry level. Rampaging Bull Strength, Minor Completion, Blood Slaughter Blade Technique, Major Completion, Projection, Overlord Spear Technique, Minor Completion, Strength, 15,000 Gene Talent, Silver Archer, Kill Value, 2238. Upon seeing his kill value breach 2,000. The addition sign appears after the Great Sun Heart Sutra, causing Sheng Huayan's lips to twitch with an ominous premonition. When initially entering the technique cost 200 kill values, surely reaching minor completion would not require 2,000? This thought dissuades him from investing further in the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Instead, he chooses to elevate his realm, consuming 500 kill values to advance to the mid-post heaven stage, increasing his strength by 5,000 gene. With his single-arm strength reaching 20,000 genes simultaneously, his bones and skin continue to strengthen, glistening with a golden hue. Having elevated his realm to the mid-post heaven stage, Sheng Huayan refrains from further advancement. His speed of growth is already astonishing, having just broken through 2 days prior to achieve another small realm. Should he continue to elevate, it would be exceedingly abnormal, after expending 500 kill values. He retains 1730-8. It is far more fruitful to engage in combat for kill values. He has never felt this affluent before, with the potential for further breakthroughs, and with innate martial artists refraining from action. Sheng Huayan dares to claim invincibility. The next morning, he leads his troops onward, and throughout the day, they eliminate only 3 Xiongnu supply transport units. Commander Shang, it seems the Xiongnu have altered their strategy. Dispatching a large force to protect their supplies, Guo Zhaoping remarks. In a single day, they encounter merely 3 small transport units. However, from a distance, they spot a vast transport army of 20,000 guarded by 5,000 cavalry. Such a formidable transport force is beyond their capacity to confront. Their plan to sever the Xiongnu's supply lines falters here. A sharp cry of an eagle captures Sheng Huayan's attention. The bird has been circling overhead since they dispatched one of the Xiongnu supply transport units. Do the Xiongnu have techniques for training eagles? Sheng Huayan muses uneasily. Chapter 39, Disappearance. Within the Xiongnu, there exists a technique for training eagles for reconnaissance. This is not good. Our position is exposed. Wang Wu's face suddenly pales. Damn it, I was careless. This is a reconnaissance eagle raised by the Xiongnu. We may have fallen into their trap. Those 3 small transport units were bait, deliberately luring us in, Guo Zhaoping says, his expression grim. Sheng Huayan furrows his brow, swiftly taking up a bow and arrow, infusing his true energy into the arrowhead and aiming at the eagle. However, with his current archery skills, he cannot hope to bring it down. The soldiers behind him frown as they see Sheng Huayan fail to hit the eagle. If this eagle follows them, they will not escape the pursuit of the Xiongnu cavalry. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan expends kill values to enhance his archery level. He spends 50 kill values to elevate his archery to the golden level, then expends another 200 kill values to reach the divine archer level. Sheng Huayan knocks another arrow, aiming at the eagle in the sky. In that moment, his spirit seems to merge with the bow, channeling an immense true energy into the arrow. The arrow flies forth, a golden streak illuminating the sky as it hurtles toward the eagle. The soldiers watch in stunned silence. Such a terrifying arrow can only be shot by a divine archer. Sensing the impending danger, the eagle takes flight, but it is too late. The arrows shot by the master archer were inescapable. Leaving only the option of annihilation through overwhelming force, swish, an arrow pierced the eagle's chest, causing it to plummet from the sky before the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Let us depart from this place, commanded Sheng Huayan, leading his subordinates away without a glance at the slain eagle. Before long, a cavalry unit of 4,000 men arrived at the scene. Damn it, we've been discovered. It appears there is a master archer among them. Tuo Batao remarked, they can't have gone far. Pursue them, we cannot allow them to escape. Hunanlei observed the dead eagle, its blood still fresh. This contingent of 4,000 cavalry was a coalition of 2 forces. Those who dared to rampage across the plains would find their bones left to the earth, allowing the grass to flourish in the coming year. The 4,000 horsemen surged forward, following the tracks in the earth. Realizing they were being pursued by the Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huayan and his men had run over 100 kilometers without rest. Captain, this relentless flight is unsustainable. Guo Zhaoping voiced his concern. Not if we keep running. We will inevitably be caught, but what else can we do? If the pursuing soldiers number only 1,000 or 2,000, we might still manage, but if they exceed that, we risk being encircled and slaughtered on this vast prairie. Sheng Huayan replied, the strength of the cavalry was not particularly formidable. With only 3 innate martial artists among them, they barely held promise. The remaining soldiers lacked significant prowess, with only a handful of martial masters and warriors. The vast majority being martial apprentices. In the face of a large Xiongnu cavalry force, their only recourse would be flight. We must ascertain how many Xiongnu cavalry are pursuing us. If it is not many, we can launch a counterattack. Hu Bing said, his eyes filled with determination. Captain, I will take a few men to scout ahead, Wang Wu offered. Sheng Huayan regarded Wang Wu and nodded slowly. Exercise caution and return safely. Fear not, I have no intention of dying just yet. Xiao Chui from Ichuan Tower is still waiting for my return, Wang Wu replied with a grin. He then set off with 2 scouts. their figures fading into the distance like solitary wanderers, with no one able to guarantee their safe return watching them go until they vanished from sight. Sheng Huayan finally withdrew his gaze. Leave a signal. Find a concealed place to await their return, he instructed. They found a nearby spot to rest, and Sheng Huayan dispatched scouts to maintain vigilance. He knew they must be as cautious as possible. Even the slightest oversight could lead to their total annihilation. Now that the Xiongnu were mobilizing a large force to transport provisions, their operational objectives seemed to be changing, unable to assault the Xiongnu supply convoys. They would instead target the smaller tribes, systematically eradicating them. This was Sheng Huayan's strategy. As they took this moment to rest, the soldiers began to prepare their meals. Half an hour later, Wang Wu and his two companions returned unscathed. You're back at last, Sheng Huayan said, finally able to set aside his worries. I am blessed with good fortune. It seems I am not yet fated to die. Wang Wu laughed. What is the situation? Brother Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan was the first to inquire, and the others turned their attention to Wang Wu, eager for news. Wang Wu's expression grew serious. Behind us, there are 4,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry. Approximately 30 miles away. Upon hearing Wang Wu's words, the group fell into a grave silence. 4,000 elite cavalry against their mere 900 men left them with no chance of victory. Unless Sheng Huayan could break through to the innate realm and single-handedly face 1,000 foes, they were at a decisive disadvantage. What will we do to shake off this Xiongnu cavalry's pursuit? Hu Bing asked heavily. If we could erase the hoofprints, the Xiongnu cavalry would lose our trail, and we could easily evade them. Hai Dehao suddenly suggested. Isn't that stating the obvious? Erasing the hoofprints would indeed prevent the Xiongnu cavalry from tracking us. But how do we make the hoofprints vanish? That is the crux, Tang Yunshan retorted, vexed. If I could think of that, I would have said so already. Hai Dehao shot back, rolling his eyes. Their banter sparked an idea in Sheng Huayan's mind. Yes, if they could erase the hoofprints, the Xiongnu cavalry would lose their tracking target. Do we have any leather or cloth among the supplies we've seized? Sheng Huayan inquired. Captain Sheng, what do you need leather for? Guo Xiaoping asked, puzzled. The others were equally bewildered by Sheng Huayan's sudden request for leather. I have a significant purpose for it. If we have any, bring it here quickly, Sheng Huayan insisted. Tang Yunshan scratched his slightly tousled hair and spoke. Captain, the supplies we took with us consist solely of food, weapons, and other provisions. There is no leather. Sheng Huayan glanced at Tang Yunshan as a breeze rustled his battle robe, feeling Sheng Huayan's unwavering gaze. Tang Yunshan became anxious. Am I in trouble, Captain? He stammered, unable to suppress a gulp. Take off your robe. What? Tang Yunshan was taken aback. It was still daylight, and he had no such inclinations. The others stared in astonishment at Sheng Huayan. Captain, I assure you, I have no such preferences, Tang Yunshan stammered, panicking. Do you wish to die? I mean, take off the battle robe, Sheng Huayan replied, his expression darkening. Oh, you meant the battle robe. You startled me, Tang Yunshan said. Relieved. He quickly removed his battle robe and handed it to Sheng Huayan. What do you need this for? Wang Wu and the others were still confused about Sheng Huayan's intentions. I have my reasons. Sheng Huayan did not elaborate but began tearing the robe into several pieces, which he then used to wrap around the horse's hooves. Once the hooves were wrapped, Sheng Huayan rode around, and the hoofprints left on the grass were significantly reduced. Disappearing within a short time, the onlookers gaped in astonishment, realizing this was a clever tactic. Wrap all the hooves with cloth, quickly, Sheng Huayan ordered decisively. Before long, his soldiers had all removed their battle robes or used tent fabric to cover the hooves. After wrapping the hooves, they left the area, and the traces they left behind soon became indistinguishable. When the Xiongnu cavalry arrived and saw the remnants of a camp, they could find no signs of departure. Reporting, Captain, the traces disappear here. We cannot find any signs of the enemy's retreat, a soldier reported. What do you mean? The traces have vanished. Tuo Batao frowned at the news. This was not good. It is evident that they have camped here. But there are no hoofprints leading away, the messenger said. Could it be that they can burrow into the ground? Hu Nanlei said in frustration, realizing how challenging it would be to find a group in this vast grassland. Search, split up, dig 3 feet into the earth if you must. I want them found, Tuo Batao insisted, refusing to give up. Right, let us split up and use the sentry hawks to communicate, if any sign of the enemy is discovered. Report immediately. We must encircle them, Hu Nanlei agreed. If they return empty-handed, their captain would be in grave trouble. The sudden disappearance of Sheng Huayan's unit caught Tuo Batao and Hu Nanlei off guard. To find Sheng Huayan's men, they were left with no choice but to divide their forces once more. Chapter 40. When faced with a formidable opponent, we yield. Against a weaker foe, we strike with vigor. Having evaded their pursuers, Sheng Huayan's unit did not linger on the grassland but instead sought refuge in a small desert, hiding from view. Ugh, the sandstorm is fierce, Tang Yunshan spat out the sand that had blown into his mouth. This cursed place is hardly fit for habitation, Hai Daheo remarked, feeling the sting of sand in his eyes. By entering the desert, their traces would vanish even more thoroughly with sufficient food and water.
They remained hidden in the desert for an entire day, emerging only the next morning. Once out of the desert, they gazed at the grassland, appreciating its vitality. Captain, what should we do now? Guo Xiaoping asked Sheng Huayan.
Unable to assault the Xiongnu's supply train, they had lost their combat purpose on the grassland. I refuse to return in such a disgraceful manner. If I cannot strike at the supply train, I will not hesitate to attack the smaller tribes, Sheng Huayan declared, unwilling to retreat to Anning Pass for defensive duty. Let us change our operational objectives to the Xiongnu's smaller tribes, exterminating their able-bodied young men and burning their provisions.
This winter let us not grant these Xiongnu any respite. With their objectives shifted, they began to roam the grassland again, launching fierce assaults on any Xiongnu tribes they encountered. They executed the young men and those taller than the wheel, incinerating their food supplies and scattering livestock. In just one day, they had devastated over 20 Xiongnu tribes. A contingent of 1,000 Xiongnu cavalry, having discovered the aftermath of these raids, set out to track down Sheng Huayan's unit. The following morning, as Sheng Huayan's men attacked a tribe of over 1,000, a squadron of Xiongnu cavalry rushed to the scene. Seeing Sheng Huayan's men wreaking havoc within the tribe, the Xiongnu commander was furious and immediately ordered a charge. With over 1,000 cavalry suddenly appearing, Sheng Huayan and his men were quick to react. Observing that they faced only around 1,000 foes, Sheng Huayan swiftly organized his forces, preparing for a countercharge. They might not be able to confront the larger Xiongnu cavalry, but against 1,000, they felt confident of victory. Kill, charge. With no time for superfluous words, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed across the grassland. Within this contingent of Xiongnu cavalry, the commander leading the charge is a formidable warrior of the mid-stage of postnatal cultivation. Sheng Huayan, with unwavering resolve, set his sights on him from the very onset of the assault. And the Xiongnu leader, harboring the same intention, fixed his gaze upon Sheng Huayan. However, he grossly underestimated Sheng Huayan's prowess. Upon their first clash, he was swiftly vanquished. With a swift thrust, this Xiongnu warrior of the mid-stage of postnatal cultivation could not withstand even a single blow from Sheng Huayan, and was impaled through the chest, lifted high by his spear. With a forceful flick, the lifeless body was hurled into the advancing Xiongnu cavalry, with a single strike that felled the Xiongnu leader. Sheng Huayan surged into the ranks of the charging cavalry, wielding his spear with the might of a tyrant. He swept through the battlefield, mercilessly claiming the lives of numerous Xiongnu warriors. He resembled a divine being, leading his subordinates through the throng of Xiongnu riders. The sudden decimation of their commander struck terror into the hearts of the Xiongnu, causing their morale to plummet. The merciless onslaught of Sheng Huayan instilled such fear that many Xiongnu soldiers turned their steeds and fled, only to be pursued and slaughtered relentlessly. As the main body of the Xiongnu cavalry approached, they evaded direct confrontation, striking instead at smaller detachments. They seized tents, provisions, water, meat, and horses, hastily vacating the battlefield. By the time the Xiongnu main force arrived, they were met with a scene of utter devastation, a tribe laid to waste and a battlefield strewn with corpses. Observing the carnage, Tuoba Tao seethed with fury. Damn those Wei vermin, they should come forth for a decisive battle. Hunanlei, witnessing the weeping women and slain young men in the small tribe, clenched his fists in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Unless I slay them, I, Hunanlei, shall not consider myself a man. He vowed to pursue them relentlessly, even to the ends of the earth, determined to extract vengeance upon these Wei vermin. Having lost 1,000 cavalrymen, they were left with merely 3,000. Following their victory, Sheng Huayan led his troops on the offensive, encountering small tribes along the way and ruthlessly slaughtering them. Wherever they passed, the Xiongnu small tribes were left with only the weak and the elderly. With the brutal Wei cavalry rampaging across the grasslands, targeting small tribes, panic spread among the inhabitants. Hearing the news, several medium and large tribes dispatched cavalry to assist in the extermination of Sheng Huayan's forces. Whenever they encountered small groups of Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huayan's men would strike decisively, annihilating them. Yet, when faced with larger contingents of Xiongnu cavalry, they would flee, evading any direct conflict. Sheng Huayan had mastered guerrilla warfare, moving like phantoms across the plains. When Zhuo Xianwang discovered that the Anning Pass cavalry remained unvanquished and were brazenly slaughtering small tribes, he was consumed with rage. He immediately commanded his various tribes to mobilize forces for the hunt. Over several days, Sheng Huayan led his troops to obliterate 40 to 50 small tribes, decimating over 1,000 Xiongnu riders, until they were pursued into the desert by a 5,000-strong Xiongnu force.
The Xiongnu cavalry followed them into the desert but soon lost track of Sheng Huayan's unit. Utilizing the hoofprint concealment technique once more, they evaded their pursuers, traversing 200 miles of desert in a single day to reach another grassy expanse. After a brief respite, Sheng Huayan resumed his operations, targeting the defenseless small tribes of the Xiongnu. When word of their activities reached the encircling Xiongnu forces, Sheng Huayan's unit had long since vanished from sight. "Curse it, are they phantoms?" the Xiongnu leaders seethed with frustration. "We must find them. We cannot allow this band to remain intact, lest we lose all face." The various Xiongnu commanders, filled with rage yet powerless, found themselves unable to catch even a glimpse of Sheng Huayan and his men, who led them in circles. As the Xiongnu cavalry scoured the plains in search of Sheng Huayan, he and his men were currently concealed in a small mountain range, cooking beef and lamb in the vast grasslands. The meat was so plentiful it could induce nausea. The Xiongnu cavalry participating in the encirclement is growing in number, Tang Yunshan remarked. "It feels as though we've stirred a hornet's nest. This dance upon the edge of a knife is exhilarating." Hu Bing gnawed on a leg of lamb. "Had we not wrapped our horses' hooves and utilized the hoofprint concealment technique, we would have surely been caught by now. For the moment, we are relatively safe. Let us lay low for a couple of days," Sheng Huayan replied. With numerous tribes mobilizing to encircle them, they faced an increasing number of enemies and needed to bide their time. "I wonder how things are faring at Anning Pass," Gua Xiaoping expressed his concern. "Though they seem to be reveling in the grasslands, if they fail to sever the Xiongnu's supplies, the main force may still be at the gates. I have faith in General Yang Yi. Anning Pass will surely hold," Sheng Huayan reassured. As the leader of this contingent, he could not utter any words of despair that might dampen morale or spirit. "It is unbearable not to drink. With so much beef and lamb, a bit of wine would make it a true feast," Wang Wu lamented, devouring a lamb chop. "If only we could have some wine. Life would be too delightful to endure. When we return, I shall treat you to 3 days and nights of revelry." Sheng Huayan smiled. As the group feasted and conversed, the camp was filled with the aroma of cooked meat. As night fell, Sheng Huayan began his meditative training. After days of relentless combat, he had accumulated a substantial amount of killing points, now exceeding 3,600. It had been several days since he last elevated his cultivation, and he resolved to enhance his realm once more, feeling increasingly vulnerable with the number of enemies growing. Chapter 41, 1,000 miles of relentless pursuit. Glancing at the luminous screen in his mind, he noted: name, Sheng Huayan race, human realm, mid-stage of postnatal, technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner, Mighty Bull strength, minor achievement, Blood Fiend Blade technique, major achievement, projection, Tyrant Spear technique, minor achievement, strength, 20,000 pounds talent, master marksman. Killing points, 3619. He allocated his points, consuming 500 killing points to enhance his cultivation. A surge of robust energy flooded his body, fortifying his flesh, bones, and skin as if bathed in golden light. Under the influence of this power, his skeletal structure became increasingly resilient and formidable. His vitality and true essence surged significantly, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of postnatal, augmenting his strength by 5,000 pounds to a total of 25,000 pounds. While others might possess skin like bronze and bones like iron, he was nearing the status of golden flesh and golden bones, with his cultivation now at the late stage of postnatal. His power had indeed increased, yet Sheng Huayan still felt a sense of insecurity. Contemplating the abundance of killing points, he ultimately decided to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of postnatal, continuing to expend 500 killing points. He raised his realm to the peak of postnatal, increasing his strength to 30,000 pounds, and now, unless he encountered a mid-stage innate warrior, Sheng Huayan felt confident that he could confront even those at the early stage of innate cultivation. With his cultivation bolstered to the peak of postnatal, his sense of security was marginally enhanced, though it remained limited as he was still not at the level of a grandmaster. The following morning, upon rising, Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing noticed that Sheng Huayan seemed even stronger than before. They could sense an acute feeling of danger emanating from him, having recently broken through to the postnatal realm themselves. They had just begun to stabilize their own cultivation, yet it appeared that Sheng Huayan had once again surpassed them. After 2 days of rest, they departed, resuming their activities across the grasslands within a single day. They ravaged over a dozen small Xiongnu tribes, claiming countless lives and seizing provisions and livestock. After setting fire to the grain tents, they departed without lingering for even a minute. Their swift incursions drew the attention of the encircling Xiongnu forces, prompting them to regroup in response. By the time the Xiongnu cavalry assembled, Sheng Huayan and his men had already retreated far beyond reach. This brazen style of guerrilla warfare drove the Xiongnu cavalry to madness. In the past, They had used such tactics against invading forces, but now they found themselves on the receiving end of the same treatment, experiencing the helpless frustration they had once inflicted on others. Shang Huayan led his troops, plundering small tribes for supplies before swiftly fleeing several hundred miles to another pasture. This relentless strategy left the pursuing Xiongnu cavalry exhausted and frustrated. Meanwhile, at Anning Pass, the governors of Yangzhou and Dingzhou, having heard of the devastation wrought upon Yanzhou, Qizhou, and Dengzhou by the 10,000-strong army of the Xiongnu's right virtuous king, could no longer remain idle. They dispatched troops from the counties and districts, along with newly recruited soldiers, to reinforce Anning Pass. Should Anning Pass fall, Yangzhou and Dingzhou would have no defenses left, and the 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry would turn both states into ruins. In a flurry of activity, the wealthy landowners contributed funds, and the government dispatched an additional 30,000 troops to guard Anning Pass. Seeing the arrival of the 30,000 reinforcements, Yang Yi could not suppress a smile. These officials have finally learned to fear. They hastily sent out their reserves, Sun Hao remarked with a cold grin, while they fight valiantly against the enemy at the borders. Those within the pass indulge in revelry. Oblivious to the impending doom, they send for aid as if dispatching beggars, offering mere cannon fodder. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis loomed on the horizon. As they journeyed back, they refrained from launching assaults on the small Xiongnu tribes, opting instead to navigate around them. With over 3,000 warhorses and ample supplies, they directed their course towards the inner territories. These steeds, all fine warriors captured from the Xiongnu, were of superior stock. They discarded those that were merely robust, seeking only the finest. This quantity amounted to 3 horses per person, allowing for relentless travel without the need for rest. 2 days later, they neared the borders. Xiongnu scouts scattered like mustard seeds across the vast grasslands, with one lurking less than 10 miles away. The multitude of Xiongnu scouts sought to locate Shang Huayan's contingent, effectively blocking their route home. The expansive grasslands made finding Shang Huayan's forces no easy feat, yet the paths back to Anning Pass were few. Obstructing these routes, they could seal off Shang Huayan's escape. As Shang Huayan's unit appeared near the borders, they were swiftly spotted by Xiongnu scouts. Upon discovering their presence, the scouts hurriedly relayed the message back to Obatao and Hunanlei. Upon receiving the message, were filled with elation. At last, we have found you, cursed Wei Rat. This time, let us see where you can flee. They promptly assembled their cavalry and raced towards the direction of the scouts. 3,000 iron cavalry surged forward with great momentum. Unable to locate Shang Huayan's forces, they altered course to intercept them at the borders. The moment they discovered Shang Huayan's unit, it was time for them to wash away their humiliation in blood. Upon reaching the Yinma River, Shang Huayan commanded his troops to halt and rest by the riverside, instructing Wang Wu to send scouts ahead. As men and horses took a brief respite, replenishing their supplies of food and water. It was not long before Wang Wu and several scouts hurried back. Enemies, we have enemies. Wang Wu galloped forth, his voice ringing out, prepare for the enemy. Hua Xiaoping shouted, his voice echoing throughout the camp. Arrows began to rain down upon them, a veritable storm of projectiles. Mount your horses, prepare for battle, Shang Huayan bellowed, swiftly leaping onto his steed. The resting soldiers scrambled to mount their horses upon hearing his command. Behind Wang Wu, the thunderous sound of hooves filled the air, the dust kicked up by the charging cavalry rising like smoke signals to run. Wang Wu cried out repeatedly, for the Xiongnu cavalry far outnumbered them. 3,000 against their meager ranks. Engaging in battle at this moment was far from a wise choice. He hoped Shang Huayan would lead the soldiers to flee. However, retreating now was clearly too late. As the Xiongnu cavalry nipped at their heels, driving them towards inevitable doom, they had no choice but to face the enemy. Soldiers, prepare for battle, Shang Huayan shouted, as his troops drew their blades in readiness. He glanced back at his men, originally intent on bringing them all back alive, but fate had other designs. Wind, Shang Huayan raised his spear, his voice booming. A great wind, a great wind. His soldiers erupted in a thunderous roar. Their morale surging. Brothers, follow me to slay the enemy. Shang Huayan brandished his spear, the first to charge forth. Kill. The cavalry surged forward, facing a formidable foe, their spirits unyielding, with no man faltering, their eyes burned with determination. Prepared to face death, witnessing Shang Huayan's charge, Wang Wu felt a deep sense of resignation, knowing they now had no choice but to confront the Xiongnu forces head-on. To Obatao and Hunanlei, leading their cavalry into the fray, grinned upon seeing Shang Huayan's forces halt their retreat and choose to engage. They were eager to crush this enemy before them and avenge their fallen kin. Shang Huayan's gaze sharpened as the Xiongnu cavalry blocked their path home. This battle was unavoidable, for without victory, they would not return. And focusing on the enemy commanders, Shang Huayan's aura intensified, a golden light shimmering across his skin. His blood surging as if a tempest within. Tuo Batao and Hunan honed in on Sheng Huayan, charging towards him. The swiftest way to vanquish the enemy was to eliminate their leaders. Once the commanders fell, the morale of the foe would plummet, leading to a slaughter. As the two armies clashed, the air filled with the thunderous sound of hooves, the clang of weapons echoing, Sheng Huayan unleashed his full might. Delivering a blow of tremendous force, the energy cascading forth, with a resounding crash, Hunanlei's weapon was obliterated, a rain of blood showering down. Tuo Batao, a moment too slow, stared in disbelief as Hunanlei was struck down. They were practitioners of the pinnacle of martial prowess, and yet none could withstand Sheng Huayan's ferocity. With one strike, Sheng Huayan felled an enemy commander, his power unabated. Drawing his black gold blade, he unleashed a lethal strike towards another Xiongnu commander. Now, as an equal in martial prowess, none could withstand his full assault. With a single slash, a wave of bloodlust surged forth. Tuo Batao, snapping back to reality, attempted to parry, but the sound of shattered steel rang out. Even his reinforced blade could not withstand the sharpness of Sheng Huayan's weapon, cleaving him in two. In his final moments, he remained bewildered by Sheng Huayan's overwhelming strength, believing they would achieve glory and avenge past humiliations. Both Tuo Batao and Hunanlei met their demise in a single encounter. After dispatching the two local commanders, Sheng Huayan mounted his horse, spear in hand, plunging into the heart of the Xiongnu forces. Initially seeking to avoid confrontation and spare his ordinary soldiers, he now found himself compelled to unleash a torrent of violence, comparable to the innate prowess of the celestial beings. The mid-level strength of Sheng Huayan surged forth like an ancient ferocious beast. He charged ahead, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake, with not a single foe left unscathed beneath the onslaught of his blades. He resembled a supreme harbinger of death, relentlessly slaughtering. Knowing that only through the decimation of the Xiongnu cavalry could he mitigate the losses suffered by his own soldiers, the warriors followed Sheng Huayan into the fray, engaging the enemy in a fierce melee. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, facing in odds of 1 against 2, even 3. It was not long before they suffered significant casualties. As Sheng Huayan continued his merciless rampage, the Xiongnu cavalry fell in droves. His might akin to a reaper of death, sweeping through the ranks with a single thrust of his spear, his tremendous strength rendering the Xiongnu cavalry utterly vulnerable. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing Wangwu Tang Yunshan, Haide Yuanyong Dengwu, and others trailed closely behind Sheng Huayan, relentlessly dispatching the Xiongnu riders. After a furious charge, the ground was strewn with corpses, the earth soaked in blood. Behind Sheng Huayan remained just over 600 men. Most of them wounded, with more than 200 of their comrades having perished in battle. The enemy forces, originally numbering 3,000, were now reduced to less than half. Sheng Huayan's unmatched ferocity had been instrumental. In a single encounter he had slain 2 Xiongnu commanders, causing their morale to plummet. Had it not been for his valor, his own soldiers would have faced even greater demise. The Xiongnu cavalry that fell beneath his blades numbered in the hundreds. Blood dripped from his spear, a testament to the countless Xiongnu lives it had claimed, infusing it with an aura of malevolence. The blades of Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and their comrades were similarly stained with the blood of their foes. Their eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. At this moment, it was a battle to the death. Either they would triumph, or perish in the attempt, despite the loss of their leaders and significant casualties. The Xiongnu cavalry did not flee. A centurion seized command of the remaining forces, and without hesitation led the charge against Sheng Huayan and his men. Warriors, follow me and break their ranks. Sheng Huayan raised his spear and continued the assault. Under his leadership, although they had lost over 200 men, his soldiers pressed on fearlessly. Chapter 43, The Lament of Bones. By the indeterminate river, the two armies clashed once more. Sheng Huayan took the lead. Penetrating deep into the enemy camp, his spear transforming into a mechanism of slaughter, relentlessly felling the Xiongnu riders beneath his assault. His singular strength was worth that of 1,000. After several fierce encounters, the entirety of the Xiongnu cavalry was annihilated, leaving Sheng Huayan with only about 500 remaining, nearly all of whom were injured, had they not acquired a substantial supply of healing elixirs. Their losses would have been far greater. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Sheng Huayan was no deity, and despite his fervent efforts to slay the Xiongnu cavalry, the disparity in numbers made casualties inevitable. The ground was littered with broken spears and shattered weapons, the river of Mount Ma stained crimson with blood thunderous. Before Sheng Huayan's men could catch their breath, the sound of another cavalry charge echoed across the distant plains. Faced with the oncoming Xiongnu cavalry, the remaining warriors tightened their grips on their weapons. Fortunately, they had managed to dispatch the previous 3,000 riders, otherwise, the arrival of another wave would have spelled their doom. Brothers, let us ensure a swift and decisive victory today, Sheng Huayan bellowed with fervor. Kill, kill, kill. Without hesitation, he expended 500 of his slaughter points, elevating his cultivation to the apex of the postnatal realm. Augmenting his strength to 35,000 pounds, significantly enhancing his capabilities once more. Only by growing stronger and continuing to slay the Xiongnu cavalry could he ensure the survival of more of his soldiers. Kill. Sheng Huayan led the charge, the remaining 500 warriors emanating an aura of ferocity. Each of them had fought their way from the jaws of death. Those who survived were indeed formidable. While the weak had already fallen, the opposing Xiongnu forces now boasted another 2,000 ironclad riders. Upon seeing Sheng Huayan's contingent, they charged forward without a hint of retreat, for many Xiongnu cavalrymen. Their mission was to annihilate Sheng Huayan's forces on the grasslands, and they would not hesitate to die in pursuit of this goal. No one dared to slaughter with impunity within the Xiongnu tribal lands and return unscathed. 500 iron riders led by Sheng Huayan charged fearlessly towards the fourfold greater Xiongnu cavalry. This new contingent of 2,000 riders was commanded by a formidable warrior, also at the peak of the postnatal realm. He swung his battle blade toward Sheng Huayan with exceptional ferocity. Boom! Sheng Huayan thrust his spear forward, unleashing a force exceeding 40,000 pounds, sending the enemy commander flying and crushing a multitude of Xiongnu riders beneath him. The fallen commander could hardly comprehend the sheer power behind Sheng Huayan's strike. That overwhelming force annihilated all in its path, rendering resistance futile. With the enemy commander slain, Sheng Huayan became an unstoppable force. Akin to a fierce dragon as he plunged into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry, swiftly dispatching dozens of foes in mere moments. No one could withstand the might of Sheng Huayan. He breached the enemy formation, throwing their ranks into disarray. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and others followed closely behind, launching fierce attacks and claiming countless enemy lives. With the death of their postnatal commander, the enemy's upper echelon was shattered. And even Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, with their initial postnatal cultivation, began to wreak havoc among the enemy ranks. Together, Sheng Huayan, Guo Xiaoping, and Hu Bing decimated the vast majority of the Xiongnu forces, significantly reducing the fatality rate of their own soldiers. By the battle's end, only about 300 riders remained standing behind Sheng Huayan, though he had single-handedly slain 600 to 700 of the Xiongnu army. The sheer numbers of the enemy still posed a considerable advantage. The Xiongnu's elite cavalry, clad in full armor, had achieved an impressive feat, and they had every right to take pride in their performance. "Brothers, we have triumphed," Sheng Huayan shouted, his voice resonating across the plains. In this battle, they had faced 5,000 Xiongnu cavalry with fewer than 900 riders, utterly annihilating the enemy. A remarkable victory not only at Anning Pass but across the entire northern battlefield. Victory, victory! The surviving soldiers erupted in cheers, releasing the pent-up fervor within them. After such a brutal confrontation, they were left with only one-third of their original number. Two-thirds of their comrades would forever remain on this grassland. By the banks of the indeterminate river, the ground lay strewn with corpses, the soil soaked in blood, which seeped into the river, turning its waters crimson. As Sheng Huayan gazed upon the fallen, he recalled the poignant lines of a poem, "Alas! The bones by the indeterminate river, still dreaming of spring in a chamber of slumber." Nearly 600 of his men now lay buried here, young men full of vigor, with futures yet to unfold. And perhaps wives awaiting their return. Those ladies, cloistered in their chambers, would never behold the return of their heroes. Huayan, we must depart swiftly. We risk being encircled by the Xiongnu cavalry, and the remaining brothers cannot afford to linger here. Observing Sheng Huayan's silence as he contemplated the bodies of his fallen comrades, Wang Wu, bloodied blade in hand and nursing a wounded arm, urged him. Their movements had been compromised, their intent to return discovered by the Xiongnu riders. Each additional moment spent on the plains increased their peril. They had no time to gather the remains of their fallen brethren. Sheng Huayan had no choice but to issue the order to proceed. They took with them 3,000 warhorses and departed the banks of the indeterminate river. Their numbers were too few. With 4,000 to 5,000 unclaimed horses roaming the plains, they would not have abandoned them had they been more numerous. However, with only over 300 remaining, taking too many horses would only serve as a burden. Barely 2/4 of an hour after their departure, another contingent of Xiongnu cavalry arrived. Upon witnessing the field strewn with corpses and the numerous untethered horses wandering aimlessly, Helan Xiang's expression darkened. "They had arrived too late, Captain. The captains Tuoba, Hu, and he have all perished. 5,000 brave warriors, none survived, all met with a heroic demise. How many of the enemy have fallen?" Helan Xiang's demeanor was as cold as ice. "Approximately 570 corpses, fewer than 600. Such losses raised questions about the enemy's strength. How many more were there?" Helan Xiang found himself in a state of confusion. These were 5,000 elite Xiongnu riders.
who dared to charge headlong against 30,000 infantry of the Great Way. How could they all have perished at the banks of the indeterminate river? A casualty rate of 10 to 1 was an exceedingly terrifying statistic. And he began to grasp the magnitude of the enemy's might. Perhaps the intelligence gathered by his scouts had been flawed. This was no ordinary Wei army. Could it be that within this contingent there existed innate masters? Otherwise, how could 3 captains, all at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, have fallen in battle? One centurion spoke up. A Helan Ziang fell silent. The only beings capable of slaying 3 postnatal masters were innate warriors. This undeniably indicated the presence of innate strength among the enemy. Should we pursue? Another centurion inquired. Pursue? The enemy likely harbors innate masters. If we chase after them, it would be tantamount to walking into our own demise. Yet, if we do not pursue, we shall face the wrath of the left-wise king. Helan Ziang ultimately decided to pursue. Though the speed of their advance had diminished, they rode with urgency, refusing to rest. Whenever their steeds could no longer keep pace, they would swap for fresh mounts, knowing that only by escaping the plains could they survive. Upon entering the territories of the Great Way, with no pursuers in sight, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng Huayan glanced at his remaining soldiers. Out of the 1,056 who had set out, only 300 remained. 700 lives had been lost. Forever entombed on these plains, casting a heavy weight upon Sheng Huayan's heart, the remaining 300 were predominantly warriors. Only the strong could survive such a brutal battlefield, though they were now a remnant force. Their spirit was incomparable to before. Having fought their way through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, their transformation was profound. The survivors were indeed the elite, with the remaining soldiers. They continued their march towards Anning Pass. That night, they rested at the foot of a mountain near the border, where human habitation is sparse. The Hun's forces had begun to pound at the gates, leaving an even greater void of humanity. Do not be too hard on yourself. As soldiers, it is our fate to perish on the battlefield. Furthermore, our achievements will resonate throughout the entirety of the Great Way, and the honors they deserve will not be diminished. Wang Wu, noticing Sheng Huayan's silence, spoke to comfort him. I could have brought them all back. Sheng Huayan spoke slowly. When one is worn out, one is not a master nor a grandmaster, Wang Wu remarked, patting Sheng Huayan on the shoulder. Sheng Huayan remained silent. Their orders had been to attack the Hun supply troops, and after failing to do so, he ought to have led his troops back to Anning Pass, which would have spared many lives. War is indeed cruel. From the day we enlisted, we have been prepared to face death. You need not blame yourself. Remember this grudge, and in the future, we will make the Huns pay in blood for their debts. Sheng Huayan nodded silently. Chapter 44. Return. The tattered remnants of the dragon banner fluttered in the night breeze. Wounded soldiers tended to their injuries, applying healing potions. Those who were unscathed began to light fires to cook meat. Once they entered the territory of the Great Way, the dangers they faced were no longer as dire as those on the plains, where one had to remain vigilant against the Hun's cavalry at all times. In these rugged mountains and forests, even if the Hun cavalry pursued them, they had no reason to fear. It was not the open plains where the cavalry could unleash their full might, making it considerably easier to deal with them. Nevertheless, Sheng Huayan still arranged for scouts and sentinels to prevent the Huns from making a desperate ambush. Come, Huayan brother, eat a sheep's egg to replenish your strength. Wang Wu offered Sheng Huayan a boiled sheep's egg. Sheng Huayan glared at Wang Wu. At just 17 years of age, in the prime of his youth, and with his extraordinary innate talent, his vitality was as vigorous as smoke. And his kidneys were as strong as steel. Did he really need to replenish himself? I appreciate the kind gesture, but I need no such supplement. Instead, Wang Wu, my dear brother, you ought to replenish yourself more. Otherwise, in a few years, you may find yourself unable to perform. Sheng Huayan promptly returned the sheep's egg. Haha, Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yunshan, and others erupted into laughter, lightening the somber atmosphere. Speaking of which, the songstress of Yichuan Tower, Miss Hua Ruyue, has a voice that is truly enchanting, and she is as beautiful as a Larkra lass. She is simply too expensive. I cannot afford her. Once we repel the Huns, I shall treat everyone to a night at Yichuan Tower. Guo Xiaoping declared loudly. During this expedition across the plains, they had seized much and would share a considerable amount of silver. Good. The soldiers cheered at the thought of a night at Yichuan Tower. Clearly eager for the outing. Now I want to order 10 ladies, Tang Yunshan exclaimed loudly. 10. Can you handle it? The others looked at Tang Yunshan with scrutinizing eyes. Facing their gazes, Tang Yunshan felt his pride wounded. What are you all looking at? Back in the day, I could manage 10 times in a night, he retorted. Ugh. The crowd let out a collective sigh. A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Can you still perform like that now? Damn it, I am only in my 30s, not in my 60s.
They feasted on meat and broth, sharing jovial banter, relishing a rare moment of relaxation. As night deepened, all but the sentinels retired to their tents to rest. Sheng Huayan, however, remained awake, quietly observing the golden light screen. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: Human Realm. Post-Heaven Limit: Cultivation Method: Great Sun Heart Sutra. Entry Level: Wild Bull Strength. Minor Success. Blood Slaughter Sword Technique: Major Success. In Progress. Overlord Spear Technique: Minor Success. Strength: 35,000. Gene Talent: Divine Marksman. Kill Value: 6127. His kill value had now reached an unprecedented 6,127 points. A historical high. In the battle earlier that day, he single-handedly slew over 1,000 Hun enemies, including 3 post-heaven martial artists at their peak, coupled with his prior kill value, yielding substantial rewards had he been defending a city. He would not have accrued kill value at such a rapid pace. With this considerable accumulation, he could easily elevate his cultivation to the innate level. However, Sheng Huayan chose not to do so. His growth rate was already sufficiently swift. The world was fraught with hidden depths, filled with prodigies and those harboring secrets, yet, to shine too brightly without the wisdom to conceal one's brilliance would not bode well. Rather than elevate his cultivation, Sheng Huayan opted to enhance his proficiency in the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Upon allocating points, he instantly expended 2,000 kill values, as insights and experiences regarding the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded into his mind. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes, as if carrying a hint of weariness. The influx of cultivation experiences felt as though he had traversed a century, with the Great Sun Heart Sutra reaching minor success. He saved an immense amount of time on comprehension and training, allowing him to cultivate nearly 10 times faster than before. The ceaseless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was refined and transformed into true essence. Tempering his flesh and blood. He radiated brilliance, akin to a magnificent sun. One could hardly fathom the stroke of fortune that the veteran must have encountered to procure such a remarkable cultivation method from a beggar. After a night of cultivation, his vitality and true essence had grown further, and his physique continued to strengthen. Even with the aid of a golden finger to enhance his cultivation, Sheng Huayan did not forsake his self-training. He remained diligent, determined to astonish all in due time. He longed to witness the vistas of the pinnacle. In this lifetime, he would not be a mere footnote. After a night of cultivation, as the sun began to rise, a ray of golden light was absorbed into his being, prompting Sheng Huayan to awaken with a sense of tranquility. After breakfast, the troop continued their march towards Anning Pass. By the afternoon, they arrived at the southern gate of Anning Pass. The soldiers stationed there were taken aback at the sight of so many warhorses. Initially believing the Hun cavalry had flanked them and attacked from the rear, they immediately went on high alert. Deploying troops to the walls for defense. As the convoy approached the city, the guards atop the walls discerned the tattered remnants of the Great Way Dragon banner. The 5th Battalion's Captain Lin squinted. Realizing that the leader was none other than Sheng Huayan, "This lad has returned alive. Quickly send someone to report to General Yang Yi that Sheng Huayan's unit has returned," Captain Lin commanded, gazing at the formidable fortress in the distance. One of the key strongholds against the Huns. Without this pass, the territories of Yangzhou and Dingzhou would perpetually fall under the iron grip of the Huns. As Sheng Huayan and his men approached the city gate, it swung open, and Captain Lin, accompanied by a small contingent of soldiers, came forth to greet them. "Brother Shang, you have finally returned," Captain Lin exclaimed joyously. "Captain Lin," Sheng Huayan responded with cupped fists, observing that only a little over 300 men had returned. Captain Lin's expression turned grave. It was evident that Sheng Huayan's unit had endured many harrowing battles. Over 1,000 had departed, yet only a mere 300 had returned. More than 700 would never come back. The respite at Anning Pass for 3 to 4 days was wholly attributed to Sheng Huayan's unit's efforts. Before long, General Yang Yi arrived. The Hun forces that had besieged the city had retreated, allowing him to hasten from the northern gate tower. Upon seeing General Yang Yi, Sheng Huayan dismounted, his voice choked with emotion. "General, I could not bring them all back," witnessing the return of just over 300 men, many of whom were still injured. Yang Yi sighed inwardly as he approached Sheng Huayan and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You have done exceptionally well. There is no need for self-recrimination. To have 300 riders return is already a tremendous fortune. I feared your entire unit might have perished on the plains." Observing the still somewhat youthful boy before him, only 17, who had bravely led 1,000 cavalry into the grasslands, it was clear that such courage was remarkable. In this borderland, amidst the clash of enemies, Sheng Huayan's valor made everyone overlook the fact that he was merely 17. "You have executed your duties splendidly. You have secured 3 to 4 days of respite for Anning Pass. Which is crucial, their sacrifices, I and the entire Anning Pass will remember, Yang Yi said with a look of gratitude towards the young man before him. My unit has destroyed countless Hun supply troops, slaying dozens of their supply units, and subsequently annihilated over 100 small Hun tribes, killing more than 8,000 Huns. Today, I return, but I have failed to fulfill your orders, General. Sheng Huayan reported their achievements. The soldiers behind him straightened their chests. They had returned, yet over 700 comrades remained on the grasslands. They needed to hold their heads high. Their brothers were watching them. Well done, you are all valiant sons of the Great Way. Your contributions are significant, and you are the pride of my Anning army. I am proud of you, Yang Yi proclaimed loudly, looking at the soldiers. A wind, great wind, great wind. The soldiers behind Sheng Huayan shouted, their voices echoing with the might of an army, causing the complexion of the soldiers behind Captain Lin to change drastically. Captain Lin too regarded those soldiers. Their aura was that of elite warriors who had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Such momentum made these 300 truly elite troops, and Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Welcome the heroes home, Yang Yi called out to the returning troops. Welcome the heroes home, Captain Lin and the others echoed loudly. Sheng Huayan's unit, having sacrificed 700 men, had secured 3 to 4 days of respite for Anning Pass, rendering them heroes in the eyes of the defenders. As Sheng Huayan and his men led their horses into the city, each soldier stood tall, brimming with pride. Over 300 of them, clad in armor and wielding weapons, led over 3,000 warhorses, a truly magnificent sight. This was their spoils of war, a testament to their glory. Chapter 45. The third master. Observing the more than 3,000 excellent warhorses, Yang Yi's thoughts began to race. Such a multitude of warhorses could undoubtedly forge a cavalry of 1,000 armored knights. Yet, he is unable to afford such heavy cavalry. Upon entering the city, the other soldiers were all assigned to rest, after listening to Sheng Huayan's report of the experiences from these past days. Yang Yi and the others felt utterly astounded. 1,000 riders slaying 8,000 foes, this achievement is enough to astonish many. This does not even account for the other Huns and soldiers they defeated. The healing elixirs brought back by Sheng Huayan were all submitted, while the cultivation potions were distributed in advance to his subordinates, having been earned through their lives. He kept 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills for himself and allocated the rest to his men. Returning with little else, the most valuable of all were those 3,000 exceptional warhorses. After Sheng Huayan departed, Sun Hao slowly spoke. This lad has made tremendous contributions. Such a great achievement is sufficient for a promotion to a 6th-grade lieutenant. Unfortunately, a 6th-grade lieutenant requires imperial appointment, and Yang Yi lacks the authority to bestow that rank upon Sheng Huayan. To lead troops freely across the grasslands is a natural talent for warfare. Undoubtedly a formidable general, and his future potential is limitless, Li Daoru remarked. After venturing out, it seems this lad has grown considerably stronger, Zhao Yong'an added. The praise for Sheng Huayan was abundant. Let us first promote him to a sergeant, Yang Yi finally suggested. Given the instability at court and the contention among princes for power, there was no way to report his merits and have the court appoint Sheng Huayan to the position of lieutenant. Upon returning from General Yang Yi's command, Sheng Huayan visited the veteran. The veteran remained as the squad leader, and among the soldiers under him, only Zhang Daniu was a familiar face. The others had been replaced by a new batch. The battlefield's brutality meant soldiers were constantly rotated. Uncle Daniel, I've come to see you, Sheng Huayan greeted. It's good to be back, the veteran replied, nodding at Sheng Huayan. Huayan, I heard that on your expedition, you slew over 8,000 foes. That is truly valiant. Zhang Daniu could not help but give a thumbs up. That was over several days of combat, all achieved through the lives of my brothers. What is so valiant about that? Sheng Huayan waved his hand dismissively. What a pity I am not under your command, otherwise I would have joined you in traversing the grasslands. Zhang Daniu lamented. Why not let me transfer you to Huayan's command? The veteran shot a glare at Zhang Daniu. Ahem, well, I still prefer to follow you, Zhang Daniu quickly stated. The veteran nodded. At least you know your place, unlike Wang Wu, who ran off to follow Sheng Huayan and hasn't dared return since. Uncle, I've made it, Sheng Huayan said, eliciting a look of surprise from the veteran. Come inside with me. Sheng Huayan followed the veteran into the inner room. Have you truly mastered it? The veteran asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Sheng Huayan nodded, then began to circulate the Great Sun Heart Sutra, his entire being radiating with golden light. The veteran stood agape. He had not anticipated that Sheng Huayan had genuinely succeeded in cultivating a seemingly false manual. Thus, he had not been deceived. He had acquired the authentic manual, but why had he, after so long, been unable to succeed in his own cultivation? Wait a moment, the veteran murmured. What is it? Sheng Huayan inquired. Nothing, I merely meant to say that I am genuinely happy for you, uncle, the veteran replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Let me teach you how to cultivate, uncle, Sheng Huayan offered. Having succeeded, he naturally wished to impart the cultivation method to the veteran. Especially since it was the veteran who had given him the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Indeed, you have not misjudged me, uncle, the veteran responded eagerly. Sheng Huayan proceeded to teach the veteran the foundational methods. After a while, the veteran's face fell. I cannot cultivate. I cannot even enter the first stage. It seems not everyone can cultivate. Alas, Sheng Huayan scratched his head, pondering whether this cultivation technique was truly so peculiar. Young man, if you practice this technique, make sure not to spread it around. A common man is innocent, yet possessing something precious brings guilt, the veteran solemnly advised. Yes, uncle, Sheng Huayan understood this principle well. Moreover, until you achieve martial saint status, do not break the pure yang, otherwise, you will never reach that level, the veteran continued. Martial saint? The veteran elaborated, in martial arts cultivation, there are martial apprentices, martial practitioners, martial masters, post-heaven, pre-heaven, grand masters, and great grand masters. Above great grand masters is the martial saint. A martial saint can stabilize a nation and lives for 500 years. Sheng Huayan felt his blood boil at the thought. A martial saint capable of commanding a nation, what immense power. Previously he had only known of great grand masters. But now he learned of the realm beyond that, the martial saint. And what of the martial emperor? Sheng Huayan curiously inquired, recalling that the Great Sun Heart Sutra was created by a martial emperor. Martial emperor, the veteran glanced at Sheng Huayan, that is but a legend enough. Remember my words, until you reach martial saint status, do not break the pure yang, otherwise, you will be forever distanced from the martial saint.
Sheng Huayan felt a pang of despair. Did this imply that unless he reached martial saint status, he could never interact with women? What was the point of striving for cultivation then, uncle? Why can other martial cultivators do so? Have you not studied the characteristics of the technique you are cultivating? The veteran rolled his eyes. Sheng Huayan sighed deeply. Uncle, you have led me astray. Upon returning from the veteran's visit, that evening, General Yang Yi hosted a celebratory feast for the 300 soldiers under Sheng Huayan, allowing them to indulge in merriment, fulfilling the promise made before their expedition. Some soldiers, as they drank, began to weep, mourning their fallen comrades who would never return. After the celebration, Sheng Huayan commenced his training. Ever since the veteran had informed him that without becoming a martial saint, he could not break the pure yang, Sheng Huayan had redoubled his efforts in order to become a true man as soon as possible. He was determined to cultivate diligently and strive for martial saint status, otherwise, if he were to visit the spring pavilion, he would only be left to weep in vain. The following morning, Sheng Huayan absorbed the first rays of the rising sun. Concluding his practice, after breakfast, the Xiongnu forces outside the pass began to batter the gates once more. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan seized his battle blade and ascended the city walls. It was time to kill enemies. To slay foes, only through combat could he continually accrue killing value and ultimately attain martial saint status. As he arrived, the Xiongnu dispatched 20,000 troops to launch an assault on the city. Placing immense pressure on the defenders of Anning Pass, the ground was teeming with Xiongnu soldiers, and their cavalry rained arrows, forcing the Xiongnu infantry to scale the walls. From the battlements, stones, boiling oil, and barbed arrows were hurled down with great ferocity. After suffering considerable casualties, the Xiongnu soldiers began their assault on the walls. Among the Xiongnu army, post-heaven and pre-heaven warriors surged forth. The defending sergeants and lieutenants joined the fray, striving to hold back the elite forces of the Xiongnu. The ferocity of the Xiongnu's assault was more intense than ever. Two oppressive auras emanated from within the Xiongnu ranks, and soon two cloaked masters descended from the sky. Yang Yi, come forth and meet your death. One of the Xiongnu masters bellowed, their voice echoing like thunder throughout Anning Pass. Arrogant, brazen. Witnessing the two Xiongnu masters' audacity ignited fury among the defenders and residents of Anning Pass. Yang Yi stepped forward. Facing the two masters. Two wasteful hounds dare to speak of valor. Yang Yi scoffed, today, you shall die. The slender Xiongnu master retorted coldly, is that so? Then taste my spear, frenzied dragon. Yang Yi brandished his spear, which transformed into a dragon surging forth with a torrent of true energy, striking at the Xiongnu master. As the spear morphed into a frenzied dragon, its overwhelming might was palpable, causing the Xiongnu master's expression to tighten. His black cloak billowed, and a torrent of dark true energy coiled like a serpent, all his essence condensing in his palm as he struck out, shrouded in a terrifying aura. The other Xiongnu master also made his move, unleashing a dazzling blade that cleaved toward Yang Yi. In the sky, true energy surged, and the oppressive pressure felt as if it could crush souls, instilling terror in all of the movements of the masters carried an awe-inspiring force. Incomparable to ordinary mortals, boom, the three engaged in a relentless clash, the sounds reverberating like thunder, their immense power far surpassing that of pre-heaven warriors, boom. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the Xiongnu army, charging toward Yang Yi. The aura exuded was unmistakably that of a master. A third master appeared among the Xiongnu forces. The overwhelming presence caused the defenders' hearts to skip a beat. This is bad, there is another master among the Xiongnu. Sun Hao exclaimed in alarm, damn it, these Xiongnu are truly despicable, sending 3 masters to encircle General Yang. This is dire, General Yang is in danger. What should we do? The 5 lieutenants among the defenders of Anning Pass felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing the third master. If anything were to happen to Yang Yi, none of them would survive, and Anning Pass would surely fall. Chapter 46, Hidden Cards and Contingencies. The Xiongnu dispatched 3 masters to encircle Yang Yi, instilling a sense of despair among all the defenders of Anning Pass. 3 masters against 1, and General Yang had no chance of winning. After nearly a month of defense, were they truly on the brink of collapse? The General Zhao Yong'an, known for his prowess in repelling invaders, wore a grim smile. The Great Wei had its share of strong warriors and lacked not in masters, yet, here at Anning Pass, they had but Yang Yi as the sole master holding the fort. All of this stemmed from the old emperor of Great Wei being in declining health, with princes vying for the throne, and Yang Yi unwilling to take sides. The defenders of Anning Pass had endured 2.5 years of targeting. Many resources had been secretly withheld by those princes, and the originally fully staffed 30,000 troops were reduced to a mere 3,000. As the battle raged on, Anning Pass was on the verge of collapse. While the court remained indifferent, the leaders of the Anning Pass defenders were filled with resentment toward the court warriors. Slay these treacherous scoundrels. For every one we kill, we break even. For every 2, we profit. Sun Hao bellowed, casting aside all restraint as he engaged in a frenzied battle against a formidable Xiongnu innate martial artist, intent on determining their fates through combat. High above, Yang Yi valiantly faced 3 opponents, yet ultimately found himself overwhelmed. Retreating step by step, the defenders of Anning Pass commenced a desperate counterattack, embracing a death or glory mentality, seeking to take down at least one enemy in their last stand. Kill. The beleaguered defenders of Anning Pass unleashed an unimaginable ferocity, their reckless fighting style instilling fear in many of the Xiongnu foes. At that moment, Shang Huayan stood among the Xiongnu forces like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His black gold battle blade stained with the blood of countless enemies, his battle garb was drenched in crimson. Surrounded by the fallen bodies of numerous Xiongnu soldiers, those beneath the innate realm were no match for him. Even the most ordinary soldiers could not withstand a single blow from his blade. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 100 Xiongnu warriors had perished at his hands. The atmosphere was thick with the aura of bloodshed, his blade glimmering ominously, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. He was akin to a harbinger of death, leaving a trail of Xiongnu corpses in his wake. Witnessing Shang Huayan's terrifying prowess, not only the Xiongnu but even the likes of Captain Lin, Captain Zhou, and Captain Wu felt a chill run down their spines. They observed as the powerful innate warriors among the Xiongnu were unable to withstand a single strike from Shang Huayan, leaving them in a state of shock. What manner of monster is this? After a single expedition to the grasslands, his strength has grown exponentially. To slay innate martial artists as one would butcher chickens and ducks. Should they face Shang Huayan, they could expect nothing but death. What an extraordinary anomaly he is. His growth and power is nothing short of terrifying, muttered Captain Wu. Not long ago, Shang Huayan had merely been one of his subordinates. Now, he feared he could not withstand even a single blow from him. As they watched Shang Huayan wreak havoc, the powerful figures within the Xiongnu army could no longer remain passive. An innate warrior from the Xiongnu ascended the city walls to confront Shang Huayan. This innate warrior struck with overwhelming force, aiming to crush Shang Huayan with a single palm. Shang Huayan, having just dispatched a late-stage martial artist, met the incoming palm strike with a forceful punch of his own. His true essence surged forth, the impact resembling a blazing sun, colliding fiercely with that palm. Boom! The clash of tremendous forces erupted in a thunderous roar, both combatants stumbling back 5 steps. This was a pure contest of strength and skill. The embodiment of martial prowess, where blades met foes and fists met flesh. Zhou Tuya looked on in astonishment at Shang Huayan. He had anticipated a swift victory with a single palm strike. Little did he know, Shang Huayan's strength was formidable, matching his own, with a physique no less impressive. Such displays of power were not typical of a late-stage martial artist. Breaking into the innate realm allows one to harness innate martial true essence, far surpassing the resilience of late-stage warriors. Yet here was Shang Huayan, with late-stage prowess, rivaling the innate. This realization left him utterly astounded. Truly a prodigious talent. No wonder he dispatches late-stage martial artists with such ease.
Xiao Tuya remarked, his respect palpable, but no matter how gifted, if one does not grow, they will ultimately meet their demise. Sheng Huayan regarded his opponent with grave seriousness. This individual was indeed an innate warrior, and not one who had merely recently crossed the threshold. His strength was considerable. Facing an innate warrior forced him to adopt a serious demeanor. The chasm between the innate and late-stage realms was immense. An insurmountable divide. To confront an innate warrior as a late-stage practitioner was a rare occurrence indeed. To personally conclude the life of a prodigy from the Wei dynasty might offer a profound sense of accomplishment. Xiao Tuya launched his fist at Sheng Huayan with the intent to strike. The true energy surged forth, blood essence swirling, the innate realm's true essence possessing immense power. Sheng Huayan swung his black gold battle blade, the aura of bloodshed emanating from him. This was the essence cultivated through his bloodshed blade technique. Bang! The clash of fist and blade sent Sheng Huayan reeling back 2 steps, the true essence of the innate warrior proving to be formidable and terrifying. His own true essence had yet to transform into innate true essence. Sheng Huayan could only rely on his unparalleled physique and immense strength to contend with his foe. Kill. Vowing to slay the enemy. To join the scoundrels in death. If the city falls, so too shall its defenders. To protect home and country, the battle atop the city walls was fierce, with defenders and enemies perishing in equal measure. The soldiers of Anning Pass in that moment were resolute in their determination, repelling the invaders from the walls, yet the enemy was overwhelming, and the defenders continued to fall, slain by the blades of the Xiongnu. The reinforcements from the local troops and county soldiers were no match for the Xiongnu forces. The disparity in strength was glaring. Having grown accustomed to peace, they had lost their sense of urgency. The soldiers of Anning Pass were leagues above those local troops and county soldiers. However, the defenders of Anning Pass had been worn down severely. Now, facing the relentless assault of the Xiongnu, the soldiers atop the walls began to falter. The Xiongnu army surged forward in numbers, with 2,000 strong, and more troops following closely behind, intent on breaching the pass and bathing Anning Pass in blood. Hearing the cries of battle from the walls, those within the city turned their gazes toward the direction of the tumult. They understood that the war had reached its most brutal phase. If the city falls, Anning Pass will succumb to the iron hooves of the enemy, and none shall survive. Mother, forgive your unfilial son. I must go and slay the enemy. A man knelt before his mother, seizing the family blade before ascending the walls to fight. In a world where the nest is overturned, can there still be unbroken eggs? Brothers, let us go and slay the enemy together. A small gang leader rallied a group of ruffians, resolute in their charge toward the walls. The defenders have exhausted themselves. It is our turn now. A blacksmith brandished a freshly forged weapon, heading towards the walls. My wife, take the children and hide in the cellar. Take care of them, a man instructed a mother and her children. Father, the children stared wide-eyed at their father, who resolutely took up his blade and advanced toward the walls. Within the city, robust youths and skilled fighters made their way toward the battlements. They too felt a sense of duty to their homeland and were prepared to take up arms against the enemy. In the skies above, Yang Yi continued to retreat, struggling against 3 masters. Yang Yi, a black-robed Xiongnu master, struck down at Yang Yi's back. The other 2 masters readied their lethal moves, preparing to encircle Yang Yi. Old Wang, if you don't intervene now, I shall perish. Yang Yi suddenly shouted. Alas, old Yang, is this where you falter? I thought you wouldn't need my assistance. A voice resonated from within the city. The 3 masters momentarily halted, sensing the presence of an ally. In the next instant, a figure stepped forth from the city, soaring through the air like a specter. Wang Xian, clad in a flowing black robe, his long hair billowing, a short beard adorning his chin, appeared as a remarkably distinguished gentleman. Stop your posturing. If you don't act soon, I shall be done for. Yang Yi struck back against a Xiongnu master, then turned to intercept another with a palm strike. They cannot kill you, Wang Xian declared, launching a punch at one of the Xiongnu masters. Masters of great power, ha ha ha, we too have a master to aid us. The appearance of a new master elicited laughter from the commanding officers of the defenders. Yang Yi, I never expected you to have a contingency plan and seek assistance. A Xiongnu master glared at Wang Xian, his expression darkening. I knew you would not give up. How could I not prepare? Yang Yi replied with a smile. Old Wang, hold off 2 of them. I shall take down this one first. Yang Yi brandished his overlord spear, charging at a Xiongnu master. Hey, we agreed on a different arrangement. I was only supposed to hold off 1 Xiongnu master, Wang Xian shouted in protest. Yang Yi paid no heed, his ferocity palpable as he aimed to eliminate a Xiongnu master upon witnessing the sudden arrival of a master. The morale of the defenders of Anning Pass surged. Damn it, weren't we told that Anning Pass had no reinforcements? What are the scouts doing? Why is there still a master within Anning Pass? The left noble king of the Xiongnu army seethed with rage upon seeing the newly arrived master. He had already envisioned the imminent breach of the pass, only to have his hopes dashed by the emergence of another master. Chapter 47, The Master Falls. Retreat. Wang Xian's iron fists held their ground against two Xiongnu masters. His strikes were unyielding and fierce, embodying the essence of a martial artist faced with Wang Xian's relentless assault. The two Xiongnu masters could only join forces to withstand the onslaught, with Wang Xian occupying the attention of two Xiongnu masters. Yang Yi pressed his advantage against the remaining Xiongnu master,
driving him back relentlessly. Boom!
The overlord spear, fierce and formidable, sent the Xiongnu master flying. The Xiongnu master coughed up blood from the brutal strike. Only through their combined efforts could the two masters barely contend with Yang Yi. Now, facing him alone, they were destined to be beaten. As they beheld the newly arrived master who was grappling with two opponents, the other Xiongnu master found himself at a severe disadvantage, bloodied and faltering. The left noble king's expression darkened considerably. What had once seemed a certain victory for capturing Anning Pass now appeared uncertain. Damn it, the left noble king cursed. Had he known this would happen, he would have summoned two additional masters. Yang Yi, emboldened by his advantage, relentlessly pursued the Xiongnu master, fully resolved to slay one today. The overlord spear in his hands was sharp and domineering. The Xiongnu master could not withstand its ferocity. Come save me, the Xiongnu master cried for help, yet the other two masters remained firmly engaged with Wang Xian, unable to break free to assist. Today, no one can save you. Yang Yi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. After enduring dozens of exchanges, the Xiongnu master fell to Yang Yi's spear, slain in midair. The fierce aura of Naha, unleashed upon the heavens and the earth, witnessed the demise of a martial arts master beneath the vast sky. Countless onlookers gazed up in a daze at this scene. At that moment, Yang Yi resembled a magnificent sun, exuding an air of invincibility. A master of the martial arts, once exalted and capable of establishing a sect, had been slain in such a manner, leaving the multitude in a state of shock. The two other Huns, upon witnessing this, hastily abandoned their confrontation with Wang Xian and retreated into the ranks of the Hunnic army. Fearing that a moment's delay would result in Yang Yi intercepting them, with the escape of the two Hunnic masters, Wang Xian did not pursue them aggressively. Kill! Yang Yi bellowed, his voice reverberating through the air. The corpse of the master was cast into the enemy's ranks, inciting chaos among them. The tragic death of a master shattered the morale of countless Hunnic soldiers. The flight of the two masters further diminished the fighting spirit of these Hunnic warriors to a freezing point. Yang Yi stepped into the fray of the charging Hunnic forces, wielding his formidable spear technique, slaying dozens of Hunnic foes with a single thrust. The supreme cultivation of a master, penetrating the enemy ranks, was akin to wielding a devastating weapon. With Wang Xian providing support, Yang Yi was unleashed to wreak havoc. Observing Yang Yi charging into the fray, King Zhou hurriedly ordered a retreat, fearful that Yang Yi would storm his command tent and bring about his demise. He was no master, merely a perfectionist in innate cultivation. That if Yang Yi were to breach his command, he would find himself in grave danger. The Hunnic army withdrew, and those of innate strength began to flee. Anxious not to be cornered by Yang Yi, Xiao Tuyao also abandoned the thought of slaying Sheng Huayan and commenced his escape. Kill, brothers, do not let them escape, General Zhao Yong'an shouted fervently. Follow me to slay the enemy. Sun Hao leapt from the walls, pursuing the Hunnic army. After enduring so much, the defenders of Anning Pass finally launched their counterattack. The Hunnic forces that had ascended the walls were swiftly decimated. Sheng Huayan also leaped down from the wall, pursuing the Hunnic army. The defenders on the walls, along with the residents of the city who spontaneously joined in the fight, all surged forth, pursuing the Hunnic forces outside the pass. In this moment, with the death of the Hunnic master, the morale of the Anning defenders soared to its peak. Everyone recklessly charged out, pursuing the Hunnic enemy. Boom! Yang Yi struck, slaying an innate Hunnic warrior with one thrust. The remaining innate Hunnic warriors, witnessing this, fled even faster, cursing their parents for not granting them 2 extra legs to run more swiftly. Yang Yi, unrestrained, swiftly eliminated 4 innate Hunnic warriors. Among the 7 innate warriors that had stormed the walls, only 3 managed to escape. Zhao Yong'an, Sun Hao, Li Daoru, Sheng Huayan, and other strong warriors plunged into the Hunnic ranks. Their lethality was terrifying. Without the restraint of innate masters and martial masters, the 2,000 to 3,000 Hunnic soldiers were relentlessly hunted down and slaughtered. After the battle, the fields beyond the pass were littered with corpses. The Hunnic army retreated a distance of 20 kilometers. Yang Yi did not lead a large force to continue the pursuit into the grasslands had it not been for his prior invitation to strong allies. It is likely that the defense of Anning Pass would have faltered. The Huns abandoned tens of thousands of corpses in their flight, and the defenders on the walls erupted in cheers.
We have triumphed, oh a great victory, 10,000 victories, we have held our ground, laughter filled the air, yet amidst the joy, many defenders of Ninh Pass found themselves in tears. The Hunnic army, excluding the supply units, had mustered over 100,000 troops to defend Ninh Pass. The local forces had paid a heavy price. It was likely that the true defenders of Ninh Pass had dwindled to less than 1 in 10. Gazing at the multitude of Hunnic corpses, Sheng Huayan wiped the blood from his face. Indeed, the stronger the power, the greater the slaying. General Yang Yi and the 5 deputy generals had slain more Hunnic foes than he himself had. Especially Yang Yi, as a master, inflicted a one-sided massacre upon the ordinary soldiers. With a single sweep of the overlord spear, the might of a master could slay dozens with a mere palm strike. The Hunnic army, now in retreat, dared not test Yang Yi's prowess any further. With Wang Xian imposing his presence, Yang Yi unleashed his fury, venting the pent-up rage within him. With great ambition, feast upon the flesh of the Hu invaders, and drink deeply of Hunnic blood. Sheng Huayan laughed heartily. Such poetry! What great ambition in the lines, feast upon the flesh of the Hu invaders, drink deeply of Hunnic blood. What spiritedness, upon hearing Sheng Huayan's poetic exclamation. Yang Yi could not help but laugh loudly. Truly, a scholar of great talent, your verses soar high, and in battle, you were equally fierce, a true embodiment of both culture and martial prowess. The spirit of ambition surged within them. They were men who laughed in the face of battle. Jia Yong'an could not restrain his laughter. Huayan, another verse. At this moment, Sun Hao's heart brimmed with ambition. Not if only the Dragon City could have the flying general. We would never allow the slave horses to cross the Yin Mountain. Sheng Huayan sang out boldly. The slave horses, the Hunnic cavalry, the Ninh Pass, lay nestled amidst the Yin mountain range. Thus Sheng Huayan made a slight alteration. What splendid poetry, a great talent. Yang Yi felt his heart swell. What a line! If only the Dragon City could have the flying general, we would never allow the slave horses to cross the Yin mountain. The crowd could not help but praise. Was this not their own reflection, fighting to the death, defending against the enemy at Ninh Pass? As long as they stood firm, the Hunnic cavalry would never breach the southern slopes of the Yin mountain range. After repelling the Hunnic forces, the time for cleanup began. The residents of the city also came forward to assist in managing the Hunnic corpses, with 20 to 30,000 bodies to dispose of. Neglecting them could lead to an outbreak of plague. In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of the defenders of Ninh Pass, the Hunnic army was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of despair. What had initially seemed like a guaranteed victory had turned into a catastrophic defeat. With the loss of 20 to 30,000 soldiers, a master, and 4 innate warriors, this was indeed a grievous defeat. Nearly 200,000 troops had besieged Ninh Pass, yet they had not succeeded in taking it and instead faced heavy losses. King Zhuo was so furious he spat blood. Incompetent fools! All of you! Roars of the king resounded within the camp, but the remaining commanders kept their heads down, shivering in fear. The 2 masters had already departed, retreating deep into the grasslands. The death of one master at Yang Yi's hands had already instilled terror in them. They were unwilling to march forth to their deaths once more. Without the 2 masters to lead, King Zhuo found himself lacking the strength to continue the assault on Ninh Pass. He could only retreat in disgrace. Upon returning, he would face the wrath of the great chieftain of the Hunnic steppes, his iron-fisted father. As the Hunnic army fled, the defenders of Ninh Pass silently tended to their wounds. Although they had repelled the Hunnic forces, their losses were severe. Along with the reinforcements from Yangzhou and Dingzhou, the defenders of Ninh Pass numbered fewer than 10,000. Over 50,000 had perished in the battle. One could only imagine the tremendous toll they had paid to hold Ninh Pass. Chapter 48. Colonel Shang. By nightfall, Ninh City was bustling with activity. The residents were celebrating their victory. The Yichuan Tower had reopened for business, and many gathered there to drink and revel. With great ambition, feast upon the flesh of the Hu invaders, drink deeply of Hunnic blood. Colonel Shang was filled with exuberance. Fierce in battle, and his literary talent was equally commendable. Indeed, that line possesses such spirit. What fervor! Drink deeply of Hunnic blood, how invigorating! Let me tell you, that Colonel Shang is my neighbor. He was once a scholar. This brother speaks truthfully. If only the Dragon City could have the flying general, we would never allow the slave horses to cross the Yin mountain. Each line reflects the determination and resolve of the Ning army. It is a true depiction of their reality. Inside Yichuan Tower, the vast majority were discussing the day's great battle and the 2 lines of poetry crafted by Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan's fame spread widely throughout Ning City. Wang Shen looked at Yang Yi, adorned in golden armor, and sighed. Brother Yang, had you devoted yourself solely to martial arts, unburdened by military duties, you would likely have already surpassed the great master by now.
Do you not regret your choice? I have never regretted. You know well that I am a man of the borderlands, raised in this environment. Mastering this martial art was always in service of protecting the border and ensuring the safety of the people. Yang Yi replied resolutely, much like you, Brother Wang, who grew up in the rivers and lakes, yearning for the freedom and thrill of the world. Alas, I lack your talent. Otherwise, I would have long since surpassed the great master and established my own sect. Wang Xian remarked, a distinguished master like yourself, wishing to establish a sect, countless people would vie to learn from you. Yang Yi chuckled. Enough, our transaction is complete, should we not settle your reward? Wang Xian smiled. I truly do not understand your obsession with spear techniques. You are a master of the fist. Yang Yi handed over the overlord spear technique. You fail to see, spear techniques and fist techniques are not that different. I wish to learn from your spear techniques to see if I can achieve a breakthrough, Wang Xian explained. During their youth, they had met by chance, journeying together through the rivers and lakes. And by fortunate coincidence, they had inherited their respective techniques. Yang Yi had acquired the Overlord Spear technique, while Wang Xian had learned the Thunder Fist technique. I wish you fruitful gains, Yang Yi smiled. Well, the reward is settled, farewell, and I hope to see you again alive next time. Wang Xian bid farewell, departing with an air of nonchalance. That night, Sheng Huayan sat cross-legged on his bed after slaying countless enemies during the day. He had amassed a significant amount of killing points. Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, postnatal extreme, cultivation techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, minor completion, rampaging bull strength, minor completion. Blood slaughter saber technique, major completion, projection, overlord spear technique, minor completion, strength, 35,000 gene talent, divine marksman kill value, 8,200 with the addition of his previous kill value. His current total has surpassed the significant threshold of 8,000. Having slain countless enemies during the day, he accrued 4,000 kill points, marking a substantial harvest. Gazing at such an abundance of kill points, Sheng Huayan ultimately decided against allocating them for enhancing his cultivation. He resolved to reserve them for a later time, believing that when the moment is ripe, advancement would come naturally. To make consecutive breakthroughs in the innate realm at this moment would be excessively ostentatious. At just 17 years of age, he stands as a rare innate martial artist across the vast expanse of the Wei dynasty. Furthermore, considering he had only been engaged with martial arts for barely a month. Should this attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, it could lead to significant troubles. As the war came to an end, the Yinning Pass gradually returned to normalcy, the Xiongnu forces were in retreat. And the heavy atmosphere of warfare dissipated. However, the Yinning army remained vigilant. Despite the temporary cessation of hostilities, the fallen soldiers still required the court's compensation. New recruits needed to be enlisted, the army trained, and the defense forces restored. Compared to the Xiongnu army, which could launch another assault at any moment, vigilance was paramount. On this day, Sheng Huayan was promoted to the position of school officer, though he had been elevated to this rank. He commanded merely the 300 cavalrymen who had survived their return from the grasslands. Congratulations, school officer, Guo Xiaoping exclaimed. Indeed, all of you are now school officers. It seems that the rank of general is not far off. Wang Wu added with a smile, genuinely pleased for Sheng Huayan as school officer. Congratulations. His subordinates, including Tang Yunshan and Haidai, expressed their congratulations to Sheng Huayan. Both Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing possessed sufficient cultivation and military merit. Yet opportunities for promotion in the Yinning army were limited. There were not enough school officer positions available for them. Even Sheng Huayan's promotion appeared to be more of a ceremonial title than a practical one. Originally, the Yinning army could have a structure of 50,000, allowing for 25 school officer positions, but with the army's actual strength limited to 30,000, only 15 such positions were available. And Sheng Huayan was not among them. Their battalion had merely 300 ragtag soldiers who had yet to start forming properly. It was merely a titular designation for now. School officer, with your promotion today, our battalion is on holiday. Shall we go to Yichuan Tower? I'll treat you all to drinks, Guo Xiaoping suggested loudly. Yes, school officer Shang, now that you've been promoted, you should indeed treat us to a night of revelry. Wang Wu added with a grin. Wait a moment, you promised that after the war ended, you would treat me to drinks. How is it now that I'm expected to treat you? Sheng Huayan looked at Wang Wu in bemusement. That's out of the question. You are now a school officer. It is only right that you treat us right, brothers, Wang Wu proclaimed loudly. Indeed, his subordinates chimed in, filled with mirth. Very well then, tonight at Yichuan Tower I shall host the gathering. Sheng Huayan acquiesced, not wishing to dampen their spirits. Brother Guo, tonight I will treat you. You can take care of the next gathering, he added to Guo Xiaoping. Agreed, no problem, Guo Xiaoping replied. Fully on board. As evening fell, they changed into their usual attire and made their way to Ichiwan Tower. Upon seeing the impressive procession of over 300 men, the Madam of Ichiwan Tower feared a military raid and turned pale. "Madam, arrange accommodations for all my brothers, or else I will hold you accountable," Gua Xiaoping commanded. Realizing they were soldiers, the madam breathed a sigh of relief. "Gentlemen, please come in. Ladies, hurry and attend to our guests." With so many soldiers present, she could not afford to offend them. After all, this was Ning Pass, the territory of the Ning army. "Bring forth your top courtesan, Huayu Ru, to accompany our esteemed school officer." Gua Xiaoping added. "Of course, I shall summon her immediately," the madam replied, realizing she had no choice but to comply. As Sheng Huayan and his entourage made their grand entrance into Ichiwan Tower, many curious eyes were drawn to them. "Who are those individuals? They appear to be from the Ning army." "I know, the young leader among them is none other than Shang Bingwei, who famously expressed his desire to feast on the flesh of the Hu and quench his thirst with Shang new blood." Someone recognized Sheng Huayan. "I witnessed him in battle that day, displaying unparalleled prowess, and even heard him recite poetry on the spot." "Wait, did you not hear? Shang Bingwei has now been promoted to school officer." "Such youth, a school officer at such a tender age, and he can compose poetry, truly a man of both literary and martial talents." People continued to discuss Sheng Huayan and his companions as they ascended to the second floor. Filling it to capacity, the third floor was reserved for the courtesans' quarters, while the first floor featured a stage surrounded by numerous tables laden with drinks. The entire Ichiwan Tower, while not small in Ning Pass, paled in comparison to the establishments in the provincial capital and Luojing. On stage, slenderly clad dancers performed, accompanied by melodious instruments. After taking their seats, the attendants hurriedly brought forth fine wines and dishes. The madam arranged for 3 courtesans to serve each table, understanding that accommodating everyone with 1 courtesan each was impractical, given the lack of sufficient ladies in the establishment. Huayu Ru, adorned in delicate sheer garments, approached with an enchanting grace, her beauty undeniable. Her fair skin and delicate features exuded charm, explaining why Gua Xiaoping and others could not forget her. "Honorable generals, I humbly greet you," she said, bowing gracefully before taking a seat next to Sheng Huayan. Pouring wine for him and his companions, raising his cup, Sheng Huayan declared, "Brothers, the first toast is for our fallen comrades." The soldiers raised their cups in unison. To our fallen brothers, they shouted, their unintentional display of ferocity causing the courtesans to tremble. "What are you doing, you brutes? Do not frighten the ladies," Sheng Huayan said, feeling a headache coming on. His subordinates quickly reined in their intensity and resumed a more relaxed demeanor. "Drink. We shall not return until we are intoxicated." Sheng Huayan proclaimed, "Not returning until we are drunk." The others echoed, and the drinking commenced in earnest. After several cups, spirits lifted, and they began playing drinking games with the courtesans. "Ru, you must treat our school officer well. This is his first visit." Wang Wu grinned at Huayu. "It is an honor to meet school officer Shang. I raise my glass to you," Huayu Ru replied, leaning against Sheng Huayan. Chapter 49. Still a dreamer in the spring chamber, the delicate fragrance of her body wafted through the air, stirring the heart and mind, igniting a restless yearning within. Feeling her softness and warmth was truly intoxicating. At 17, a time of youthful vigor, even the slightest provocation could elicit a response. But what sort of man was Sheng Huayan, with 2 lifetimes of experience and as a formidable master of postnatal extremes practicing the Great Sun Heart Sutra? He was not easily swayed by such trivial temptations. "Cheers." Sheng Huayan clinked his cup with Huayu Ru's, tilting his head back to drain it in one go. The wine lacked potency. He estimated it to be merely around 10 to 20 degrees, still decent wine. The taste was reminiscent of beer from his previous life, not particularly enjoyable. If the brewing techniques of this world were at this level, he could easily become wealthy by producing high-proof spirits. As night fell, more patrons arrived at Ichiwan Tower. Those who frequented such establishments were either wealthy individuals or single men well fed enough to indulge. Of course, there were also scholars unable to withstand loneliness. Noticing that the second floor was fully occupied, latecomers either settled on the first floor or paid to access the third. "Why are there so many people tonight, completely filling the second floor?" One scholar inquired. "Having read a few pages of the spring and autumn annals at home, I could not resist coming to study practical techniques." Another replied, "They are all from the Ning army." "You've heard of school officer Sheng Huayan, right? The one who composed bold verses about feasting on Hu flesh and quenching thirst with Xiang new blood while hosting his subordinates." Someone added, "What, that young general?" The scholar exclaimed in surprise. In Ning City, everyone knew of Sheng Huayan's renown, having penned such grandiose verses that far surpassed their own talents. "Indeed, I wonder if he will complete his poem tonight. Otherwise, it feels incomplete with only half a verse," a scholar remarked. Quite right, it would be a great fortune to witness the birth of a complete poem, many expressed, wishing to raise their cups in tribute. But seeing Sheng Huayan entertaining his subordinates, they refrained. Thanks to the scarcity of entertainment venues in Ning City, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. After all, it was a border region, often embroiled in conflict, leading few to establish businesses here. It seems Huai Ru has been summoned to accompany the young general for drinks tonight. We may not witness her exquisite dance, someone lamented, while the first floor buzzed with guests drinking and socializing. The second floor was reserved for Sheng Huayan and his companions. As for the third, it remained a mystery. Come, school officer, I toast to you. Tang Yunshan raised his cup in salute to Sheng Huayan. Cheers, Sheng Huayan responded, equally in high spirits, clinking glasses with Yunshan and school officer Shang. I also toast to you. Haidaho raised his glass in a toast to Sheng Huayan. Are you all trying to get me drunk? Sheng Huayan replied with a smile, one must not speak in such a manner, esteemed guests. Given your distinguished status, we must naturally toast you first, Haidaho said, shamelessly grinning. Yunshan observed Haidaho's sycophantic demeanor with disdain, wondering if this was all just to curry favor for a mere position of commander. Indeed, Captain, you have led us through life and death, vanquishing the Xiongnu foes. It is only right that we toast you first. Tang Yunshan quickly added, enough with the flattery, tonight is meant for enjoyment. Let us all have a good time. I was merely jesting. Even if all of you ganged up on me, you could not intoxicate me. Sheng Huayan chuckled, shaking his head. These two were clearly trying to win his favor for their own gain, and he saw through their little schemes quite clearly. The group raised their glasses in a toast to Sheng Huayan, and he mused to himself that one cannot escape the customs of the drinking table, whether it was to honor a leader or a superior. However, he was no longer the one being toasted. No longer a nameless subordinate in the corner among the table, only Wang Wu seemed to be enjoying himself freely, sitting closely with the courtesan, exchanging embraces and laughter, clearly a man of experience. As for Sheng Huayan, he discreetly surveyed Ichuan Tower, feeling a sense of novelty as it was his first visit to a brothel, yet, with subordinates present, he feigned composure, not revealing his intrigue. After all, this was a world where visiting such establishments was legal, without the need for secrecy. Here you are, my lord, allow me to toast you once more. Huaiwei raised her glass, inviting Sheng Huayan. She felt an irresistible comfort in his presence, longing to nestle in his embrace. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation of the Great Sun Sutra, that intense yang energy radiated from him, stirring her heart. Sheng Huayan accepted the toasts without hesitation. His previous life had equipped him with the ability to down 2.5 gin of liquor and drink beer at will. Now, with his martial prowess, it would take an unrelenting 3 days and nights of drinking to intoxicate him with the low-alcohol beverages of this world. He made no advances towards her, leaving Huaiwei feeling somewhat disheartened. Did her appearance fail to captivate him? Little did she know, Sheng Huayan refrained out of respect for his vows. At that moment, he cursed the Great Sun Sutra inwardly. What a ridiculous technique that prevented him from indulging. To have a beauty in his arms to see and touch but not to possess, was a torment indeed. What if I perform a dance for you, esteemed lords? Huaiwei proposed, ready to showcase her talent. Excellent, excellent, the crowd eagerly agreed. Then I thank you for entertaining my brothers with your dance. Sheng Huayan nodded with a smile. Huaiwei gracefully descended the stairs, her delicate silks and fair skin drawing gasps from the audience. Huaiwei is coming down. Is she to perform? What a treat for the eyes! As she took the stage, the other dancers harmonized with her, and the musicians began to play. In an instant, her enchanting movements captured everyone's gaze, including Sheng Huayan's, whose heart was stirred by the beauty of her performance, surpassing many he had witnessed in his past life. No wonder the nobility of ancient times cherished dancers, as their elegance was truly a feast for the eyes. As the dance concluded, many were lost in the allure of her graceful movements, which were at once captivating and elusive. Indeed, it is no wonder so many are entranced. Sheng Huayan nodded appreciatively. If this were his previous life, a performance like this would surely garner tens of thousands of views online. After her dance, Huaiwei glanced at Sheng Huayan, noticing his appreciation but not the rapture displayed by the others. This left her feeling somewhat defeated. Could she not entice him even with such a display? Returning to sit beside him, she abandoned her pursuit of capturing his heart and quietly poured him more wine. The elegance of Miss Huaiwei has left many of these rough soldiers spellbound. Sheng Huayan remarked, your lordship makes me smile. Huaiwei replied with a charming smile, thinking to herself that she had yet to captivate him. Sheng Huayan sighed inwardly, recognizing that she was indeed a beauty of the brothel, each expression laden with allure. Were he an ordinary, naive young man, he might have lost his resolve entirely. Watching his subordinates enjoy their drinks and revelry, he reflected that perhaps for these soldiers stationed at the frontier, This was their only opportunity for such merriment. Before long, several scholars, emboldened by drink, approached to toast him. "Esteemed Captain Shang, may I have a word?" A young scholar in a green robe began. "I am indeed here." Shang Huayan nodded. Had it not been for the conscription by those cursed soldiers, dragging him to the city walls and activating the system, he might still be a mere scholar. We raise a glass to you, Captain, thanking you and your generals for safeguarding our peace and creating a tranquil life for us, the leading scholar proclaimed. Shang Huayan nodded, recognizing the eloquence of the learned. "Let us drink together." He raised his cup in response. After finishing the toast, the scholars showed no sign of departing. "Your ambitions to feast upon the flesh of the barbarian and drink the blood of the Xiongnu, along with the lines about the flying general of Longchang, inspire us greatly. We wish to study them further but lament the incompleteness of the verses. Might you bestow upon us the complete poem for our admiration?" the leading scholar earnestly requested. They were all learned men, paying great respect to those of talent and literary skill, and they regarded Shang Huayan with reverence. "Indeed, Captain, those lines ignite our passions. Please complete them for us." Gua Xiaoping chimed in. "Do you have writing materials?" Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Shang Huayan replied, "I shall fetch them." Huaiwei personally rose to retrieve the materials. Once she brought back the ink, paper, and brush, she prepared the ink for Shang Huayan. The crowd below buzzed with anticipation at the prospect of witnessing the completion of the renowned battlefield verses. Grateful for his previous life's excellent calligraphy skills, he crafted the lines with ease. "In the age of the Qin, the moon shines over the Great Wall. The long march is fraught with those who have not yet returned. As long as the flying general of Longcheng exists, no Xiongnu horse shall cross the Anshan." Having composed the first poem, he hesitated before revealing the second. The audience watched in fervent anticipation as he penned the complete verse, igniting a fiery passion within the scholars. In the age of the Qin, the moon shines over the Great Wall. The long march is fraught with those who have not yet returned. As long as the flying general of Longcheng exists, no Xiongnu horse shall cross the Anshan. This timeless couplet would echo through history, and they felt honored to witness the birth of such a masterpiece. Although they knew not the specifics of the Qin dynasty, they appreciated the beauty of these words destined to endure through the ages. Huaiwei gazed at Shang Huayan, her eyes sparkling. This charming man, skilled in poetry and martial arts, was indeed the dream lover she longed for, though she found herself trapped in this realm of pleasure. "What of the other poem, my lord? What of the other?" the scholars urged eagerly. "The second has yet to be composed. I only have a line," Shang Huayan stated. The audience felt disappointment wash over them. However, the mere utterance of that word rekindled their spirits, their eyes fixed upon him with hope. "I possess another poem." He swiftly penned the next lines, "Sworn to sweep the Xiongnu without regard for my life. 5,000 sable furs lost to the dust of the barbarian. Alas, the bones by the indifferent river still haunt the dreams of those in the spring chamber." This poem, originally crafted by the Tang poet Chen Tao, was left unnamed by Shang Huayan as the words flowed. Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing Wangwu, and Tang Yunshan fell into silence. It summoned memories of their fallen comrades by the riverbank, their bodies scattered, awaiting a return that could only be dreamt. "Sworn to sweep the Xiongnu without regard for my life, 5,000 sable furs lost to the dust of the barbarian. Alas, the bones by the indifferent river still haunt the dreams of those in the spring chamber." This verse, devoid of bravado, conveyed the brutality of war, evoking empathy for the countless bones strewn along the riverbank, each one a beloved figure mourned by women in secluded chambers. Gua Xiaoping and the others looked at Shang Huayan, finally grasping the depths of his unresolved sorrow. So many brothers had perished in the wilderness, and they had failed to grant their fallen comrades a dignified burial. That night, the revelers became intoxicated. The residents of Anning City, who had recently endured the Xiongnu siege, felt the weight of their experiences deeply. Meanwhile, these two poems spread swiftly through the city, resonating across the land. The line, "Alas, the bones by the indifferent river still haunt the dreams of those in the spring chamber," articulated boundless longing and heartache, illustrating the mercilessness of war, striking a chord with many. Chapter 50, Hushi County, October. The northern wind swept through. Sharp as a chilling blade, the conflict at Anning Pass had concluded, with the northern troops steadfastly repelling the onslaught of 300,000 Xiongnu warriors without yielding an inch, still locked in bloody combat. The Qishan stronghold fell to the Xiongnu's right noble king, who led his forces southward, trampling the territories of Yen, Qi, and Deng. The three regions had succumbed, with women abducted by the Xiongnu, the elderly, weak and infirm slaughtered mercilessly, and able-bodied men captured as slaves. Waves of refugees fled southward, while vast treasures and provisions were seized by the marauding Xiongnu, leaving devastation in their wake. The lands of the three states have fallen. causing an uproar throughout the realm of Wei. Countless scholars and literati have vociferously condemned the court for its inaction and criticized the commanders guarding the passes for their cowardice. Jin Daorong, the commander of the garrison at Xishan Fortress, succumbs to the public outcry and is dismissed from his post. The second prince, tasked with overseeing the state, did not foresee the gravity of the situation.
The fall of the three states placed immense pressure and scrutiny upon him. Left with no other option, the second prince issues an order for General Li, the Marquis of Li, to lead an army of 200,000 northward to expel the Xiongnu. The second prince's most formidable ally, Marquis Li's leadership of this vast force adds further complexity to the political landscape in Luojing, leaving the second prince increasingly beleaguered. At present, the entire realm of Wei is engulfed in a tempest of intrigue among princes, nobles, and ambitious figures engaged in a fervent contest of power. The upheaval within the capital significantly affects the border regions. Yang Yi's application for compensation remains unanswered, while the request from the northern marquis for reinforcements has been disregarded. The Anning army, having endured the crucible of warfare, continues to recruit and train, gradually regaining its vigor. On this day, a letter seeking aid arrives in Yang Yi's hands. 200 miles west of Anning Pass lies a county named Heshi, the northwesternmost county of the Wei dynasty. To the northwest of Heshi County stretches the Heshi grassland, once part of Wei's Heshi prefecture, now seized by the Rongdi tribe, leaving Heshi County as the last bastion. The letter in Yang Yi's possession is a plea for assistance from Heshi County. The Rongdi army, numbering 30,000, has besieged the county, and its 2,000 defenders have already suffered heavy losses. The county magistrate implores the Anning army to dispatch troops for support. Yang Yi presents the letter to 5 subordinate generals, who, after perusing its contents, were grave expressions. Indeed, we are in a time of great turmoil. Sai Sun, how the entire northern frontier is ablaze with conflict, devoid of a single safe haven. Reports from scouts indicate that the forces of the left noble king have retreated 20 kilometers, not returning deeper into the grasslands, suggesting lingering resentment and a persistent watch over Anning Pass. As Li Daoru remarks, with the Anning Pass now mostly manned by fresh recruits, should the left noble king return, the pressure would only mount. It is at the most challenging times, when border troops feel neglected and abandoned by the court, that they face the greatest trials, the duty to defend their territory juxtaposed with the court's disregard, leaving them with no option but to fight to the death. Presently, the Anning army harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards the court, rife with grievances. What should be done? Who shall we send for reinforcement? Yang Yi inquires. Casting a glance at his subordinates Zhao Yong'an and Sun Hao exchange glances, knowing they must remain at Anning Pass and can only send subordinates, yet those under their command are few and far between who can stand alone in battle. Perhaps we should send that fellow Sheng Huayan. His strength rivals that of innate warriors, and I believe he could withstand the Rongdi tribe, as they are not the larger clans. Sun Hao proposes. Among the officers, Sheng Huayan stands out as the strongest, possessing some skill in warfare. Indeed, I also endorse sending Sheng Huayan. He is an exceptional combatant and a fierce warrior, and he would surely be willing to go. Zhao Yong'an concurs. In that case, we have no choice but to send him. Prepare the soldiers and ensure his troop is complete, allowing him to depart immediately for Heshi County. Yang Yi commands without hesitation. Soon after, Sheng Huayan receives the military order. What? Our camp is to reinforce Heshi County. Sheng Huayan gazes incredulously at the messenger, convinced he misheard. With only 300 men, still unformed, how could 300 possibly provide aid to Heshi County? The general has decreed that you must prioritize completing your camp's numbers before setting out. Shang Xiaowei, you are to lead your troops at once to support Heshi County, the messenger clarifies, upon learning that his camp would be bolstered. Sheng Huayan breathes a sigh of relief. Leading merely 300 men would be akin to a death sentence. He immediately orders the rapid assembly of his 300 soldiers. Xiaowei, why the urgent gathering? Is there a battle? Wu Xiaoping inquires. Indeed, we have received orders. Heshi County is under attack by the Rongdi army, and General Yang Yi commands our unit to provide assistance. Sheng Huayan announces loudly. Xiaowei, are you certain of the orders? Hu Bing's face is filled with skepticism. There are only 300 of us. How can we reinforce? There is no error. An additional 1,700 will be added to our ranks, Sheng Huayan explains. Upon hearing Sheng Huayan's clarification, the others dispel their doubts. Set forth, Sheng Huayan leads the assembly to the parade ground where Yang Yi has completed the troop mobilization, 2,000 steeds and 1,700 soldiers. Reporting to the general, our unit is assembled, Sheng Huayan states as he approaches Yang Yi, with Sun Hao and Zhao Yong'an flanking him. Yang Yi regards Sheng Huayan. Heshi County is in dire straits. I shall supplement your force with 2,000 soldiers.
You are to hasten to reinforce them, ensuring that the Rongdi do not breach Hushi County's defenses. Can you accomplish this? I vow to defend our territory and expel the invaders. Sheng Huayan proclaims resolutely. Very well, I await your good news. Yang Yi nods with a smile. Mount. Sheng Huayan promptly issues the command. The 2,000 soldiers mount their steeds, with Sheng Huayan brandishing the battle standard. Signaling their advance, they set forth without delay, 2,000 iron cavalry galloping out of Anning Pass towards Hushi County. As Yang Yi watches Sheng Huayan lead the troops away, he entrusts the hope of reinforcing Hushi County to him. For he and the remaining generals are unable to leave Anning Pass. They yearn to witness if Sheng Huayan can perform a miracle. This is a desperate measure, as they cannot muster elite forces to aid Hushi County. The 30,000-strong Rongdi army will undoubtedly have innate warriors among them. For Sheng Huayan, this represents a formidable challenge. Moreover, the 1,700 reinforcements are untrained and lack coordination, leaving Sheng Huayan with a sense of trepidation. However, Hushi County cannot be forsaken. Should the Rongdi breach its defenses, Yangzhou would also face their iron cavalry out if the Rongdi were to launch an offensive against Anning Pass in conjunction with the Xiongnu. The consequences could be catastrophic. At this moment, the 4 gates of Hushi County are tightly shut, with the Rongdi army poised at the walls. Last night, the Rongdi conducted a probing attack, sending nearly 2,000 troops to besiege the city, resulting in over 500 casualties among the defenders. To garner aid, the magistrate and the garrison commander exaggerated the losses. Today, the Rongdi army renews its assault, with 3,000 soldiers incessantly attacking the walls. The defenders resist fiercely, hurling stones and other projectiles to thwart the Rongdi advance. The county magistrate and the garrison commander wield swords upon the ramparts, leading the charge, with their leaders at the forefront. The 2,000 local soldiers do not waver, bravely engaging the enemy. Soldiers, hold fast. Soon the reinforcements from Manning army will arrive, and victory shall be ours. Magistrate Chen shouts to rally morale, with 30,000 Rongdi invading. They could scarcely hold their ground without reinforcements. Observing the resolute defense of the Wei troops on the walls, Yu Danjuan's lips curl into a mocking smile, as if toying with prey. My lord, why not simply send the main force to seize Hushi County and plunder its riches? An elderly advisor suggests. Xianyu, when hunting prey, one must strike decisively. There is no thrill in a swift kill. We must relish the process of pursuit and capture. Just as now we must savor the Wei people's resistance, allowing it to evolve into despair, enjoying the sight of their hopelessness to truly feel the satisfaction of conquest. Yu Danjun replies with a smile. They are part of the Xinyu tribe of the Rongdi, one of the major clans inhabiting the Hushi grassland. This campaign is a chance for Yu Danjun, the young heir of the Xinyu tribe, to seize the moment and lead 30,000 troops southward against Hushi County. In light of Yu Danjuan's assertion, Xianyu refrains from further comment, were it not for the meager garrison defending Hushi County. His innate prowess alone could take the city. Send another 3,000 troops to the forefront. I wish for these Wei people to experience true despair. Yu Danjun commands further. Chapter 51. The divine troops descend upon Yu Danjuan's orders. The Rongdi forces send an additional 3,000 soldiers to lay siege. As the pressure mounts, Magistrate Chen Tianhua and Garrison Commander Wu Cheng feel the weight of their burden intensify. Fortunately, the high walls provide some measure of defense against the Rongdi cavalry, forcing them to rely on infantry for the assault, significantly diminishing their advantage. The Rongdi and Xiongnu, skilled in mounted archery, excel in cavalry tactics, and are not as adept at sieging fortifications. They can only expend soldiers to breach the walls. The elite nobles remain indifferent to the lives of commoners. These ordinary Rongdi soldiers are no different from cannon fodder. Wu Cheng directs the troops to repel the enemy while Magistrate Chen, though a mere scholar, bravely joins the fray. Sword in hand, though a man of letters, he dares to wield his blade, greatly bolstering the defenders' morale. Hold fast, reinforcements are on their way. Once they arrive, we will surely drive back the Rongdi. Wu Cheng shouts, slaying an enemy soldier who scaled the walls. Having lost 500 defenders yesterday, only 1,500 remain today, augmented by the local warriors and men of valor. However, the attacking Rongdi force numbers between 5 to 6,000. Outmatching them by 4 or 5 times. Even with the advantage of the walls, their hold cannot last long. Though continuously rallying morale, Wu Cheng feels a deep sense of uncertainty if he knows that Anning Pass has been embroiled in conflict with the Xiongnu for a month and likely cannot spare many soldiers for reinforcement. Claiming that help is imminent serves merely to instill some hope among the defenders. As for whether Hushi County can withstand the siege, Wu Cheng remains profoundly uncertain. The formidable army of the Rongdi besieged the city until noon. Yet the defenders exhibited unwavering resistance, preventing the enemy from breaching the walls. However, the garrison of Hushi County had suffered heavy casualties, with more than half of their ranks decimated. As they beheld the dwindling number of merely 700 soldiers, many of whom bore wounds, both Captain Wu Chang and County Magistrate Chen Tianhua wore grave expressions. Would they be able to endure until the day's end? The two were uncertain, and within their hearts lay no answers. Meanwhile, Sheng Huayan was galloping forward with his troops. The reinforcements, numbering 1,700, were divided into two contingents, each led by Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, commanding 1,000 men apiece. He appointed seasoned veterans as squad leaders, warriors as team leaders, and experienced soldiers as sub-team leaders, believing that with the guidance of 300 veterans, this new force would not disintegrate upon first contact. In the northern realm of October, the leaves had turned brown and withered. Along the path strewn with yellow leaves, a troop of cavalry raced forth, sunlight cascading down as the fallen leaves danced like butterflies. Yet Sheng Huayan and his companions had no time to admire such beauty. Go, they urged their subordinates, pressing forward without pause, hastening towards Hushi County. The urgency of their mission felt akin to extinguishing a raging fire. Should they arrive too late, the city might fall, rendering their efforts futile. The cavalry surged like the wind, banners fluttering, emblazoned with the prominent character for Shang, signifying that Sheng Huayan was the commander of this force. At midday, after a brief respite and a hasty meal, the Rongdi army renewed their assault on the city. Of brothers, repel the enemy, Captain Wu Chang bellowed. The remaining 700 soldiers, along with several hundred local constables, brave men, and warriors, grasped their weapons and prepared to confront the onslaught. The clarion call of the Rongdi army echoed ominously, instilling fear among the townsfolk. Wealthy families hurriedly gathered their valuables, preparing to flee to safety should the city fall. Participating in the defense of the city? Regrettably, they were affluent lords, not commoners, lacking both the mentality and obligation to defend their home. As the city falls and lives are lost, our county magistrate bravely fights atop the walls. Dare you, gentlemen, to wield your swords alongside me and ascend the walls to battle the enemy? A scholar proclaimed loudly. If only the valiant General Longcheng were here, he would not allow the slaves to cross Anshan. The same can be said for the young General Shang, though he is but a scholar. He dares to fight for his country. We too can do the same, another scholar promptly asserted, with a fierce appetite for the flesh of our foes, and a thirst for the blood of the Xiongnu. Should the Rongdi dare to invade our great way, we those scholars understand a thing or two about combat. Come, let us ascend the walls and slay the enemy. A group of scholars, brandishing their 3-foot swords, climbed the ramparts. Where there are passionate scholars, there are also those fearful of death. Timid scholars, merchants, and wealthy lords hastily packed their belongings, ever ready to flee. The majority willing to defend the walls against the enemy were common folk, for their homes lay within the city. In this vast world, where else could they escape? Kill, crush these vile Rongdi. Stones, timber, molten gold, and weapons for fending off the besieging forces were prepared. Let the flames of battle ignite. A laborer shouted, pouring scalding gold upon the heads of the Rongdi. The searing liquid cascaded down, sending many Rongdi tumbling from their ladders. The clamorous cries of battle melded with the anguished wails of the fallen, encapsulating the brutal reality of war. Only blood, blades, life, and death remained. Jin Song Qingwen cried out, his heart heavy with grief and vengeance as he witnessed the death of a former friend. Kill, he cleaved through a Rongdi soldier, only to find himself beset by 2 more. The Rongdi army pressed forward with relentless fury, and the defenders fell in droves. At that moment, Chen Tianhua, the scholars, brave men, and laborers were all stained with blood. Captain Wu Chang, a post-heaven martial officer, faced the onslaught of 2 formidable Rongdi warriors. Hushi County stood on the precipice of disaster. After a fierce battle that extended into the afternoon, only a mere 300 defenders remained atop the walls. County Magistrate, when will our reinforcements arrive? A bloodied scholar inquired. Soon, they shall arrive shortly. We must hold our ground. County Magistrate Chen replied, Captain, hold on, you must not perish. A squad leader shook Wu Cheng's wounded body. Wu Cheng fought valiantly against 2 Rongdi martial artists, his own injuries rendering him gravely weakened. Within the ranks of the Rongdi, the commander Yudan Jun observed the steadfast resistance of the Wei defenders, his mocking smile fading. That he did not witness fear or despair in the faces of the Wei soldiers, rather, he beheld their unwavering resolve to fight to the death. Is this truly the great Wei my father spoke of? Their bones are indeed sturdy, Yudan Jun mused. Having held their ground thus far, the Wei have not retreated a single step nor fled the city. Send in 3,000 more troops to capture Hushi County, he commanded, abandoning his earlier mockery. It was no wonder his father referred to the Great Wei as a formidable adversary. Their resilience against the Xiongnu and Rongdi, the 2 dominant powers of the steppes, Was not to be underestimated. Yes, your highness, replied Yudanjuan's subordinate. The Xinyu tribe, a noble lineage among the Rondi, enabled Yudanjun to command 30,000 troops to march south against Hushi County upon seeing the Rondi reinforcements of 3,000 troops advancing. Despair flickered in Chen Tianhua's eyes. With Wu Chang gravely injured and uncertain of life or death, he stood as the highest-ranking official remaining in Hushi County. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Chen Tianhua did not falter nor entertain thoughts of retreat. He was the county magistrate of Hushi. In his realm, there were only those who died valiantly, not those who fled, whether or not he had retreated in the past, and what the future held. He cared not, however, he resolutely refused to yield even an inch. Chen Tianhua possessed his own unwavering spirit. Gentlemen, we may not survive to see the arrival of our reinforcements. Are you afraid of death? Chen Tianhua called out loudly. All the soldiers atop the walls turned their gazes to him. Not afraid. Let us slay those dog-like Rondi scum. In 18 years, we shall be heroes again. What is there to fear? Let us slay them, indeed, let us slay them. The remaining soldiers regarded death with indifference, and at that moment laughter erupted rather than tears of fear. Well said, all of you are brave warriors, the finest sons of our great way. I Chen take pride in fighting alongside you, and now together we shall face this national calamity and vow to battle the Rondi to the bitter end. Chen Tianhua raised his sword, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice. At that moment, he appeared less as a scholar or magistrate, but rather as a valiant general. To fight to the last breath, to fight to the last breath. The resolute voices upon the walls united as one. With none retreating, all embracing the determination to share the fate of Hushi County. Such impotent barking, Yudanjun remarked, observing the fervent cries erupting from the walls. Hushi County is already within my grasp. Today, we shall repay our country's gratitude with our lives. At this moment, Chen Tianhua's spirit shone brightly, his aura surging with vigor. Kill. The Rondi army surged forth like a tidal wave, their momentum overwhelming. Hushi County could no longer withstand this wave of assault, and the city would soon fall. Chen Tianhua cast a glance toward the direction of Anning Pass. They had ultimately not awaited their reinforcements. How far is it to Hushi County? Sheng Huayan inquired. Galloping on horseback, Captain, we are still 10 miles from Hushi County, Guo Xiaoping replied. Order the troops to quicken their pace. The cavalry flowed like a torrential river, banners billowing as if they were a great serpent in motion. Scarcely pausing for rest, were it not for the horses' endurance, they would have continued without a moment's respite. 10 miles was but a quarter-hour's journey for cavalry. Soon Wang Wu, dispatched for reconnaissance, returned with 2 scouts. What is the situation? Sheng Huayan asked, his gaze fixed on Wang Wu, reporting to the captain. The Rondi army is still besieging the city, and Hushi County is on the brink of collapse. Wang Wu panted. Having raced back, the walls of Hushi County now bore only 200 to 300 remnants valiantly holding their ground full speed ahead. We must not allow the Rondi to breach the gates of Hushi County. Sheng Huayan bellowed, hastening their march. Guo Xiaoping, take 500 soldiers into the city to assist on the walls. The rest follow me. Yes, Captain, follow me. Guo Xiaoping immediately selected 500 men and set off towards the city. Sheng Huayan led 1,500 cavalry directly toward the enemy encampment. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonated for miles, nearly impossible to conceal. Brave sons of the Great Way, follow me to slay the enemy. If there is an afterlife, we shall surely toast to our camaraderie. County Magistrate Chen Tianhua rallied the remaining soldiers, fiercely engaging the enemies ascending the walls. Young Prince, enemy cavalry approaches. Reinforcements from the Great Way have arrived. A Rondi scout reported swiftly. How many? Yudanjun inquired immediately. 1,500 riders. 1,500 riders think they can save Hushi County. They have arrived too late, Yudanjun replied with a faint smile. Dismissing the Great Way's cavalry with disdain, should it come to a cavalry clash, he was confident that the Rondi cavalry would prevail. Trampling the Wei forces, send 2,000 cavalry to annihilate this 1,500. He commanded. Yes, from the Rondi ranks, a contingent of 2,000 cavalry swiftly departed towards Sheng Huayan's position. Soon, a soldier atop the walls spotted the approaching banner of the Great Wei. County Magistrate, look, an excited soldier pointed towards Sheng Huayan's direction. What is it? Reinforcements, our Great Wei reinforcements have arrived. The soldier shouted joyfully, his voice tinged with emotion. Upon hearing this, the others turned to look. The remnants of soldiers atop the city wall erupted in jubilant shouts. For they had finally endured until the arrival of reinforcements. Kill. Guo Xiaoping led 500 soldiers, the first to enter the city and ascend the walls. The resounding cries of battle echoed like celestial music in the ears of County Magistrate Chen and his companions. Haha, salvation is at hand. Chen Tianhua wept tears of joy, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted, relying solely on sheer will to sustain him. The troops of Sheng Huayan descended like divine warriors, propping the crumbling edifice of hope for the beleaguered soldiers of Heshi County. Chapter 52. The great battle against the Rongdi army. Guo Xiaoping commanded his troops to seize control of the city defenses. You may withdraw and rest. My regiment shall guard the city and confront the enemy, he proclaimed loudly to County Magistrate Chen and the others. We can still fight. Many soldiers refused to retreat, still capable of wielding their swords against the foe. Observing the battered remnants of 200 or 300 soldiers, Guo Xiaoping sighed. For these men, slaying the enemy and defending the city was their unwavering conviction. Unable to impose his command upon them, he let them be. With Guo Xiaoping's 500 men arriving, they temporarily halted the assault of the Rongdi forces. Sheng Huayan led his cavalry, intending to charge directly from the rear to scatter the Rongdi army. However, the Rongdi scouts had already detected their presence, prompting Yu Danjun to dispatch 2,000 Rongdi cavalry to annihilate them. The two cavalry forces met in the vast plains, forming their lines and charging forth into battle without a word. The Rongdi cavalry sought to exterminate Sheng Huayan's unit, and Sheng Huayan's men aimed to slay the 2,000 Rongdi riders. Kill. The cavalry clashed, iron steeds thundering, battle flags fluttering as they crashed into one another. Sheng Huayan brandished his iron spear, fixating on the leader of the Rongdi cavalry, charging forward with fury. The overlord's spear technique, Wild Dragon, his spear surged forth like a ferocious dragon aimed directly at the Rongdi cavalry commander. The commander, witnessing Sheng Huayan's formidable assault, was struck with terror. He had expected little strength from a commander of 1,500 cavalry. Unaware that he faced Sheng Huayan himself, Xian Yufei unleashed all his power. Swinging his long spear in defense, bang! In a single exchange, Xian Yufei was sent flying, his organs shattered, meeting his end. How could a mere late-stage postnatal warrior withstand Sheng Huayan's strike? With one thrust, he decimated the Rongdi commander. And Sheng Huayan unleashed a merciless slaughter, his spear technique resembling a deadly specter, piercing through the ranks of the Rongdi cavalry. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haidai followed closely behind, charging into the enemy's cavalry formation like ferocious tigers. With Sheng Huayan leading the charge, the momentum of 1,500 cavalry was overwhelming, shattering the Rongdi forces. In a single charge, they annihilated the Rongdi cavalry, leaving no survivors. Sheng Huayan alone dispatched 300 to 400 Rongdi riders, while Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and the others, not lacking in strength themselves, crushed the enemy in a display of overwhelming force. The crux of their triumph lay in Sheng Huayan's unparalleled strength, rivaling that of innate warriors. His swift slaying of the Rongdi cavalry commander decisively determined the outcome of the battle. Blood and iron filled the air, the ground strewn with corpses. It was inevitable that casualties would arise among Sheng Huayan's troops. With dozens of cavalrymen falling, many of whom were new recruits lacking sufficient skill in horsemanship, Sheng Huayan continued to lead his men in a relentless charge without pause. Not good, Your Highness. The cavalry we dispatched has been entirely wiped out by the way cavalry's charge, a scout reported in a panic. What? Yu Danjun leaped to his feet from his tiger-skin seat. What did you say? He could scarcely believe his ears, deeming it absurd that 2,000 Rongdi cavalry had been obliterated by merely 1,500 Wei riders. Had they truly encountered the elite cavalry of the Wei, the enemy commander was too formidable. Xian Yufei had been slain in a mere encounter, leading to the near-total slaughter of their cavalry. Shall I lead a force to annihilate this cavalry? Xian Yufei proposed. As a guardian of Yu Danjun, he was an innate warrior, confident that no Wei general could match him in strength. Prior to their attack on Heshi County, spies had already gathered intelligence, revealing that the Wei court was unstable, and the troops stationed at Anning Pass were embroiled in a fierce battle with the Xiongnu, unable to muster sufficient strength to reinforce Heshi County. Thus, they dared to attack with 30,000 troops. Then it falls to you, Uncle Xianyu, to lead 3,000 cavalry to extinguish Heshi County's last hope. Yu Danjun nodded. For this expedition, he had brought 3 innate warriors, a force sufficient to devastate Heshi County. Yes, Your Highness. Xianyu led 3,000 cavalry towards Sheng Huayan's unit. Sensing the aura of innate warriors, Sheng Huayan turned to flee, avoiding direct confrontation. Chase and retreat. They distanced themselves considerably. It was not that Sheng Huayan feared the innate warrior, rather, the disparity between his 1,500 cavalry and the Rongdi's 3,000 iron steeds was considerable, and a direct clash would result in heavy casualties. Xianyu led 3,000 cavalry in pursuit, believing he could easily annihilate this Wei cavalry unit, yet Sheng Huayan sought to draw out the hungry wolf, with 3 innate warriors among the Rongdi forces. Even if he were to break through to the innate level, facing them would still be daunting. By luring one out, he could then strike them down separately. which was his strategy. At this moment. To eliminate this innate adversary, Shang Huayan ceased to conceal his intentions and directly allocated points to enhance his cultivation. Name: Shang Huayan Race, Human Realm, Postnatal Limit, Cultivation Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, Minor Completion. Wild Bull Strength, Minor Completion, Blood Fiend Blade Technique, Major Completion, in progress, Overlord Spear Technique, Minor Completion, Strength, 35,000 Gene Talent, Divine Marksman Kill Points, 9450 previously possessing 8,200 kill points. He now had 9,300. Having just annihilated a 2,000 strong Rongdi cavalry unit, he had slain over 300 to 400, earning 1,250 kill points. Without hesitation, he directly allocated points to enhance himself. Expending 1,000 kill points. A powerful surge of energy coursed through him, rapidly fortifying his flesh and bones. This force was even more potent and ferocious than before. Shang Huayan was astonished to discover that breaking through from postnatal limits to innate realm consumed 1,000 kill points instead of 500. The immense power erupted within him, swiftly elevating his realm to the innate level. His flesh, bones, tendons, and true essence underwent a transformative process. Innate, transcending from postnatal to innate, from mortal to saintly. This was a fundamental metamorphosis. Stepping into the innate realm, shedding the postnatal mortal body, this marked the true beginning of martial arts. His true essence transformed into innate true essence, his physique multiplying in strength, vitality surging forth like a dragon. This metamorphosis was extraordinary, as if shedding the corporeal shackles of the mundane world. Hu Bing and the others gazed at the changing aura surrounding Shang Huayan, their expressions filled with astonishment. Is he growing stronger? Sensing the subtle traces of innate energy, they found themselves agitated. Could he truly advance to the innate realm while running? It seemed as though they were witnessing the unbelievable, as Shang Huayan effortlessly broke through the innate realm. As simple as eating or drinking, this scene struck them with profound impact. Shang Huayan silently contemplated the changes brought forth by his breakthrough to the innate realm. Name: Shang Huayan Race, Human Realm, Early Innate, Cultivation Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra, Minor Completion. Wild Bull Strength, Minor Completion, Blood Fiend Blade Technique, Major Completion, in progress, Overlord Spear Technique, Minor Completion, Strength, 45,000 Gene Talent, Divine Marksman Kill Points, 8450 with his cultivation breaking through to Early Innate. His strength surged to 45,000 Gene, a level comparable to innate grandmasters. Simultaneously, the transformation of his innate true essence, vitality, and physique far surpassed that of the postnatal realm. If his vitality in the postnatal realm resembled that of a dragon, now it was akin to smoke from a burning fire. His physique was immensely powerful, each blood cell brimming with strength. Moreover, the innate true essence could be projected outward, significantly enhancing his lethality and power. All these changes were the fruits of his breakthrough to the innate realm. Chapter 53, Slaying the innate Rongdi warrior. Having elevated his cultivation to the innate realm, Shang Huayan could no longer suppress his urge to let out a triumphant roar. Breaking through to the innate realm felt as though he had shattered a layer of shackles within, allowing him to sense the spiritual energies of the world with greater clarity, and his ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth had accelerated. Achieving the innate realm meant he was now a true martial powerhouse, capable of a modicum of self-preservation. A smile graced Shang Huayan's lips. The pursuing Rongdi innate warrior seemed to have sealed his fate. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Shang Huayan halted his horse, his soldiers following suit. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and the others were filled with excitement. They understood that it was time to counterattack. Being chased was truly disheartening. Now that Shang Huayan had broken through to the innate realm, it was their moment to strike back. They were eager to witness just how formidable Shang Huayan had become post-breakthrough, considering he had been able to contend with innate warriors even in the postnatal realm. The soldiers stood atop their steeds, watching the approaching Rongdi army with quiet resolve. Observing the way cavalry no longer fleeing, Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Have they resigned themselves to fate? Men, follow me and slay the enemy. He bellowed, leading his 3,000 cavalry into a charge. Shang Huayan merely raised his iron spear in anticipation. You shall remain at the side, waiting for me to vanquish that innate powerhouse, and only then shall you charge forth to encircle and annihilate the 3,000 cavalry. With that, he mounted his steed and surged forward. In Shang Huayan's grasp, his spear gleamed with innate true energy, transforming into a resplendent golden hue, radiating brilliance. At that moment, the spear appeared to morph into a genuine golden dragon. And he himself was enveloped in a surging aura of true energy, shining like a blazing sun. Xian Yu observed the sudden ascent of Shang Huayan's innate true energy and immediately grasped the situation. This individual was indeed an innate powerhouse, which explained how he could effortlessly defeat 2,000 Rongdi cavalry. The demise of those 2,000 was not in vain. A smile crept upon Xian Yu's lips as he pondered. Luring him out, was he truly naive enough to think he could slay him? Judging by the aura surrounding Sheng Huayan, it seemed he had only recently broken through to the innate realm. As for Xian Yu, he was a seasoned innate warrior, at the pinnacle of the mid-innate stage. With sufficient opportunity, he could advance to the late innate stage. To think of killing him, such aspirations were mere folly. Unwilling to be outdone, Xian Yu unleashed his innate true energy and charged forward with his halberd. The two warriors leapt from their steeds, momentarily defying gravity as they hurled themselves into combat. Sheng Huayan executed a vertical strike, the tyrant spear technique, with an overwhelming force. With a might that could cleave mountains and seas, it was unstoppable. Xian Yu's crimson halberd, ablaze with fiery true energy, also struck towards Sheng Huayan. The clash of spear and halberd erupted in the air, illuminating the surroundings like a thunderous explosion. The terrifying waves of true energy surged like a tidal wave, evaporating the moisture in the air. The Rongdi army charging from behind was left in awe, deterred by the fearsome innate true energy, no longer daring to advance. The fluctuations of true energy from innate warriors could slay ordinary martial artists. Upon engaging in a direct confrontation, Xian Yu immediately sensed something was amiss. The overwhelming power he faced was far beyond his own. The sheer force sent him reeling backward, nearly scattering his internal blood in true essence. Dislocating his organs, that previous strike was entirely unlike the output of an initial innate warrior. It resembled the full-force attack of a late innate or perfected innate powerhouse, tyrant spear technique, rampaging dragon. Sheng Huayan wielded his spear like a golden dragon, having transcended to the innate realm. Xian Yu was the perfect sparring partner for him. Engaging in battle with him would allow Sheng Huayan to swiftly adapt to the newfound strength of his breakthrough. Faced with the formidable onslaught of Sheng Huayan, Xian Yu could only exert every ounce of his strength. He had initially thought he was up against a manageable opponent, but instead found himself facing a cunning and powerful adversary. Bang, 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 the two clashed, the ferocious true energy whipping up dust and debris as if a tempest had descended. From a distance, it appeared as if two radiant figures, one gold and one red, were locked in combat. The overwhelming aura made Hu Bing and the others watch from afar. No wonder Sheng Huayan had instructed them to hold their charge should they join the fray now. The residual shockwaves from the battle of innate warriors would be lethal to many of the lower-ranked fighters. Such a fierce battle, Tang Yunshan remarked. To break through so swiftly and exhibit such power, he was entirely suppressing the Rongdi innate warrior. Could it be that Shang Xiaowei is the reincarnation of an ancient monster? Haide mused. I have never witnessed such rapid advancement in cultivation. Those direct disciples of the sacred sects would likely only be comparable to him. Hu Bing added, a 17-year-old innate warrior is only spoken of in a few sacred sections. At 17, what were they doing? Still honing their bodies, perhaps just stepping into the martial apprentice realm. Gazing at the formidable figure of Sheng Huayan, Hu Bing felt a pang of envy, uncertain if he would ever have the chance to break through to the innate realm. After all, advancing from the postnatal realm relied heavily on the fourth-grade breakthrough pills. The thought of breaking through to the innate was currently beyond his imagination. Boom, a single thrust of the spear cleaved the ground, creating a long fissure. In that moment, Xian Yu became increasingly alarmed. The youth before him wielded an overwhelming might. Having experienced the transformative power of the innate realm, he now found himself bloodied and battered. Despite being merely at the initial innate stage, it felt as though he were contending with a perfected innate powerhouse, tyrant spear technique. Establishing the nation, Sheng Huayan unleashed another strike, his spear like a blade, dominating the battlefield, a single thrust that determined the fate of nations. Boom, Xian Yu, with all his might, attempted to resist but found it futile as he was pierced through the left shoulder. His body, having cultivated to a state where blades and spears could scarcely penetrate, was now drenched in blood. Had he known of Sheng Huayan's might, he would never have foolishly volunteered to lead the charge against him. Now seeking to flee, he found himself ensnared by Sheng Huayan, unable to escape a tyrant spear technique. Kidney piercer, a thrust pierced through Xian Yu's waist, blood gushing forth. Were Yang Yi present, he would surely chastise Sheng Huayan. Did this technique truly exist among the tyrant spear techniques? Such indignity, to kill and yet humiliate. Xian Yu gazed at the wound on his waist and uttered in the language of the Great Way, I cannot withstand your blows, nor can I flee. To be reduced to mere practice fodder is already tragic enough, and now I have lost a kidney. A slip of the hand, a slip of the hand. Sheng Huayan did not intend to do so. It was merely an unfortunate slip that led to the thrust aimed at Xian Yu's kidney. Curse you, Xian Yu retorted, furiously swinging his halberd, yet it was effortlessly blocked by Sheng Huayan. The disparity between them was not merely in strength. Sheng Huayan's physical prowess far surpassed that of Xian Yu. Even after his advancement to the innate realm. He believed he could contend with perfected innate warriors. In dealing with Xian Yu, he was merely using him for practice, to familiarize himself with the powers of his newfound realm. Enough of this, I have become accustomed to the strength, it is time to send you to your final resting place. Sheng Huayan decided to end the confrontation with a single decisive blow against the Rongdi innate warrior. Tyrant spear technique, heavenly fire ravaging the plains, with a single thrust it descended with the ferocity of celestial flames. Unrelenting, Xian Yu beheld his heart being shattered by the strike, blood trickling from his lips as he slowly collapsed. This blow was beyond his capacity to withstand. Had he the chance, he would never have pursued Sheng Huayan, thus forfeiting his own life. Brothers, charge with me, Hu Bing commanded. Witnessing Sheng Huayan slay the Rongdi innate warrior. He immediately ordered the cavalry to charge. Upon witnessing the death of their innate warrior, the Rongdi cavalry turned their steeds and fled, their formation thrown into disarray. With the slaying of Xian Yu, Sheng Huayan gained 70 points of slaughter value. He paid no heed to the corpse of Xian Yu, but rather leapt onto his horse and galloped forth, pursuing the fleeing Rongdi cavalry. It was the ordinary Rongdi soldiers who constituted the bulk of slaughter value. The more he killed, the greater the harvest. Having slain Xian Yu, he had earned merely 70 points of slaughter value, equivalent to the worth of slaying 70 ordinary soldiers at the initial martial apprentice stage. The Rongdi cavalry's formation was in chaos, and these soldiers were paralyzed by fear in the presence of Sheng Huayan. Focused solely on escape, Sheng Huayan promptly led his subordinates in pursuit. Akin to hunting lambs, facing little resistance, the Rongdi cavalry left behind over 2,000 corpses, with fewer than 500 managing to flee the range of pursuit. In such circumstances, those who lagged behind met their demise. With another victory, the newly reinforced soldiers began to gaze at Sheng Huayan with growing admiration. The entire cavalry unit underwent a transformation, no longer resembling a mere new troop. Leave a portion behind to gather the steeds, the rest follow me, Sheng Huayan bellowed. Chapter 54. A single arrow slays the innate. Having left behind 50 cavalrymen to gather the Rongdi steeds, Sheng Huayan led his troops to further constrain the Rongdi army, alleviating their offensive on Hushi County. The fleeing Rongdi cavalry was in a state of panic. It's bad, Your Highness, it's terrible. What is it? What has happened? The enemy, there are strong warriors among the enemy. Lord Xian Yu has perished, the returning soldier exclaimed in terror. What? Yu Danjun rose from his tiger skin seat, his face a mask of shock. Xian Yu was a mid-innate powerhouse. To slay him, one would at least need to be a pinnacle late innate warrior, would they not? Moreover, Xian Yu was his personal guard. How could he have fallen? For a moment, Yu Danjun struggled to accept this reality, gazing at the remnants of the 500 soldiers who returned. He felt a sense of disbelief. Your Highness, the one who slayed brother Xian Yu must be a perfected innate warrior. We must prepare to retreat swiftly, said Julin, his expression grave. As one of the 3 innate powerhouses on this expedition, he was well aware of Xian Yu's strength. As a mid-innate pinnacle warrior, it would be challenging for even a typical late innate warrior to slay him. Even if they could not win, escaping would usually be no trouble at all. Yet now, with Xian Yu dead, it was clear that even he could not flee. Hearing this, Yu Danjun felt a jolt of fear. A perfected innate warrior was beyond their means to contend with. Even with 20,000 troops, it would be difficult to withstand the advance of a perfected innate warrior leading a charge. From the distant wilderness came the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. A formidable presence, not good. The strong warrior is leading his troops to kill us. Yulin sensed an overwhelming aura. Peering ahead, he saw a billowing cloud of blood energy rising ominously. The powerful essence made him tremble. Another innate warrior also perceived the ominous blood energy. Such terrifying essence could only belong to a perfected innate warrior, perhaps even one on the verge of breaking through to the master level. Withdraw, quickly retreat, Yu Danjun shouted. He could hardly comprehend why the Anning army would send forth a perfected innate warrior to aid them. As Yu Danjun and his men fled, they paid no mind to the soldiers still besieging the city. Sheng Huayan, seeing the Rongdi army prepare to flee, felt a pang of urgency. If they escaped, where would he gather his slaughter value? Charge! He hastened his pace to catch up, hoping to leave a portion of the Rongdi army behind. The Rongdi forces still besieging the city were suddenly alerted by the sound of retreat horns. Bewildered, as they were on the verge of capturing Hushi County, upon turning back, one discovered the Grand Army in retreat. Seemingly in flight, the soldiers of the Rongdi, besieging the city, were thrown into disarray, hastily abandoning their assault. Those who had scaled the walls found themselves trapped, unable to escape. As the remaining assailants fled, the soldiers on the ramparts were left isolated. destined only for slaughter. On the walls, Guo Xiaoping and Magistrate Chen, upon witnessing the Rongdi forces withdraw, could not contain their shouts of triumph, exclaiming, "They are retreating, the Rongdi army is in flight, we have won. We have triumphed." Laughter erupted as one bold figure from the crowd shouted, "Do not flee, you Rongdi scoundrels, your grandfather has yet to taste enough blood, do not boast, for if more of the Rongdi forces come, we shall perish here." Another voiced in caution, yet Magistrate Chen could not help but join in the laughter, declaring, "Indeed, we have emerged victorious." The walls echoed with cheers, filled with the jubilance of victory. Guo Xiaoping gazed beyond the ramparts, where the valiant Colonel Shang Huayan led the charge against the retreating Rongdi forces. "Is that General Shang, the one leading our troops?" Magistrate Chen inquired beside Guo Xiaoping. Guo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is our esteemed colonel. Such a fierce warrior, it is no wonder he can compose verses of such audacity as to feast upon the flesh of the barbarian and to drink the blood of the Xiongnu." Magistrate Chen marveled, reflecting on his own inability to craft such bold poetry despite his scholarly background as a jinshi appointed to govern Hushi County. With Colonel Shang's arrival, the situation stabilized, compelling the Rongdi forces to retreat. Although the reason for their sudden withdrawal remained a mystery, Shang, unable to pursue them further, readied his bow. After all, he was an exceptional archer. Fixating on a preternaturally strong foe, he notched an arrow, infusing it with his innate energy, focusing his spirit into a singular, lethal projectile. As the arrow soared, those on the walls beheld a brilliant streak of light hurtling towards the Rongdi ranks, resembling a meteor with devastating destructive potential. "Is that the work of a divine archer?" Magistrate Chen exclaimed, awestruck by the dazzling arrow. Though divine archers were rare, he had encountered few, and those dedicated to archery were even scarcer. He had not anticipated that Shang Huayan was indeed one of them. "Indeed, our colonel is a divine archer," Guo Xiaoping affirmed with a grin. "When a divine archer strikes, the target is assuredly doomed unless the opponent possesses a superior realm or extraordinary might to counter it. Shang's arrow, unless intercepted by a master, would surely claim a life. A preternaturally strong individual could not withstand such a formidable shot, even one at the pinnacle of their realm would face substantial consequences." Within the Rongdi ranks, Dang Kuan felt an overwhelming dread, sensing he was marked by an unseen terror, as though a master had set his sights upon him, recently having broken through to a preternatural state. He had unwittingly become the target of Shang's arrow. Turning back, he beheld a terrifying glow racing towards him. It's over. Dang Kuan's countenance shifted dramatically, realizing there was no escape from the divine archer's shot. "What is it, another preternatural warrior?" Yulin glanced back, his scalp prickling in alarm. This was the lethal arrow of a preternatural divine archer, imbued with a murderous intent that promised certain death if it locked onto its target. "Run!" Yulin urgently seized Prince Yudan and fled desperately. Yet he could not fathom that the Wei's preternatural warrior was also a divine archer. If he did not flee, he too would perish here. "Ah!" Dang Kuan bellowed, his expression frenzied. With no way to escape or evade, he ignited his blood essence, fiercely resisting the arrow in a last bid for survival. The shield of his condensed preternatural energy shattered as the arrow pierced his chest, pinning him to the ground, blood staining the earth. The surrounding Rongdi cavalry were flung aside by the force of his energy, their insides shattered, meeting their demise, witnessing the fall of a preternatural warrior to a single arrow. The remaining Rongdi soldiers were consumed by terror, fleeing with even greater haste. Yulin raced for his life. Finding his steed too slow, he summoned his energy and carried Prince Yudan in his flight. Upon witnessing Dang Kuan's demise, Prince Yudan stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. If that arrow had targeted him, he would surely have met the same fate. On the walls, Magistrate Chen and his companions, positioned high above, witnessed the horrifying yet awe-inspiring arrow that felled a preternatural warrior, overwhelmed with shock. A preternatural being, Magistrate Chen stammered it. Guo Xiaoping, too, was engulfed in tumultuous emotions, astonished that Colonel Shang had transcended to such heights so swiftly. Shang sensed an increase of 60 points in his kill value, confirming his arrow had indeed dispatched a preternatural warrior, likely one in the early stages of their realm, as he had targeted the weaker of the two. The expenditure of energy had been significant, preventing him from targeting the other preternatural warrior. Unable to pursue the fleeing Rongdi forces, Shang turned his attention to the more sluggish ones retreating from the walls, over 1,000 in number. "Do not engage, simply encircle those Rongdi soldiers. Do not steal my kills," Shang instructed his subordinates. The soldiers, bewildered by his directive, complied, charging forth to block the path of the retreating Rongdi. Shang plunged into the throng of abandoned Rongdi soldiers, unleashing a fierce slaughter, his spear reaping the lives of his foes while his kill value surged upward. As Shang moved through the ranks like a harbinger of death, many Rongdi soldiers discarded their weapons and fled.
Resistance, against a preternatural warrior. What could mere martial practitioners hope to achieve? Those who fled were driven back by Hu Bing and Wang Wu. Sheng swung his spear, golden energy slicing through the air, instantly claiming the lives of several Rongdi soldiers with each strike. A thick aura of bloodlust gathered around him, enveloping him in a crimson mist that contrasted with the golden energy, rendering him both divine and demonic. Many Rongdi soldiers, intimidated, knelt and begged for mercy. Surrendering, however, Sheng paid them no heed, slaying them all without sparing a single captive. Witnessing the ferocity of Sheng's onslaught, Wang Wu and the others were struck by fear. "Colonel, could it be that you are embracing the path of slaughter?" Wang Wu swallowed hard. "Who would believe that our colonel was once a mere scholar?" Hu Bing remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. The transformation from a scholar to a relentless killer was astounding. Over 1,000 Rongdi soldiers had been exterminated without a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing as Sheng wiped the blood from his face, his spear dripping with the life essence of his victims. The slaughter of over 1,000 Rongdi soldiers yielded a staggering 3,467 points of kill value. Sheng felt no remorse for the massacre of these foreign invaders. Glimpsing at the shimmering golden interface, he noted, "Name: Sheng Huayan race, human realm, early preternatural, techniques, Great Sun Sutra, minor completion. Rampant bull strength, minor completion, blood saber technique, major completion, in progress, overlord spear technique, minor completion, strength, 45,000 gene talent, divine archer kill value, 13717 system upgrade available, seeing the kill value surpassing 10,000. Sheng's lips curved into a grin, more gratifying than any reward. In a single day, he had personally slain over 2,000 Rongdi foes, amassing an unprecedented bounty of kill value. At last, he observed a change in the golden interface, an opportunity for an upgrade. Was it transitioning to T1 version? Was the current version T0? Sheng smirked, intrigued by the prospect of an upgrade or update. Yet, why was the upgrade option presented only after exceeding 10,000 kill value? Did it require the expenditure of that amount to evolve? Sheng pondered, feeling satisfied with the current T0 version and deeming an upgrade unnecessary. Setting aside the contemplation for later, Sheng led his troops into the city. Magistrate Chen and Guo Xiaoping had already opened the gates, welcoming them inside. As for the bodies, horses, and resources left behind by the fleeing Rongdi army, others would attend to such matters, requiring no concern from Sheng. "Welcome, General Sheng. On behalf of all the citizens of Hushi County, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your rescue and for driving away the Rongdi forces, saving our entire county." Magistrate Chen bowed earnestly in appreciation. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the life-saving grace bestowed upon them. "This is the duty of us soldiers. There is no need for such formalities," Sheng replied, accepting the gesture with humility. Had he not possessed preternatural capabilities, rescuing Hushi County would have been impossible. Leading his subordinates into the city, Sheng was met with a warm reception from the townsfolk, for without his leadership, they would have fallen beneath the iron hooves of the Rongdi. As he gazed upon the enthusiastic citizens lining the streets of the city, Sheng Huayan felt a profound sense of emotion. Clad in splendid attire and mounted on spirited steeds, wielding weapons and donning armor, they stood as guardians of peace. This is the essence of a general. This is the essence of a soldier. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the populace, Sheng Huayan's troops were escorted to the military camp by Magistrate Chen. The military forces in Hushi County had suffered catastrophic losses, leaving only a remnant of over 200 soldiers. Thus, Sheng Huayan's unit temporarily assumed the duty of defense. "General Sheng, I kindly request that your esteemed troops rest here for the time being. This evening, I shall host a welcoming feast to celebrate your contributions, and I will report your merits to the court, advocating for your commendation," Magistrate Chen remarked to Sheng Huayan, observing the young visage of Sheng Huayan. One could discern an air of authority and valor, an enviable youth among the ranks of commanding leaders. "Very well, Magistrate Chen, you may attend to your affairs. My unit shall take charge of the city's defense for now." Sheng Huayan replied with a nod. With the soldiers of Hushi County having been largely decimated, he had no choice but to oversee the defense of the county. The recent cessation of hostilities meant that many matters required the attention of Magistrate Chen. "The chief officer, then I shall ensure to enjoy a few drinks with the general tonight," Magistrate Chen said, cupping his fists in salute before taking his leave. Tasks such as comforting the citizens, providing reparations for fallen soldiers, and managing the handling of remains all fell upon the shoulders of Magistrate Chen. With 200 casualties among Sheng Huayan's troops, the fallen soldiers would be interred in Hushi County.
While the injured would be sent for treatment after assuming control of the city's defense, Sheng Huayan remained industrious. He dispatched Wang Wu with scouts to investigate whether the enemy forces had truly retreated, and assigned Guo Xiaoping to lead 500 men to take over the northern city wall, while Tang Yunshan was tasked to manage the southern gate with 100 soldiers. Haide was also directed to patrol the city with 100 troops. Instilling fear in potential troublemakers and maintaining stability in Hushi County. Witnessing Sheng Huayan's prowess, Magistrate Chen grew envious and wrote to the court and the garrison at Anning Pass, requesting that Sheng Huayan be appointed to oversee all of Hushi County. At that moment, Sheng Huayan was inspecting the camp of the injured soldiers, unaware of Magistrate Chen's ulterior motives. Within the infirmary, there were wounded soldiers from both his unit and the county's militia. "Captain, General," the injured men greeted Sheng Huayan. "Gentlemen, please rest assured and receive your treatments. I will request Magistrate Chen to bring in additional physicians for your care. I hope you recover swiftly so we may fight together again." Sheng Huayan encouraged. After soothing the wounded, he noticed a man lying on the ground, garbed in the attire of a captain. "Who is this?" he inquired, reporting to the general. "This is our Captain Wu Chang, who valiantly fought against two formidable foes, sustaining severe injuries himself," one of the wounded men explained. It turned out that he was a captain from Hushi County. No wonder Sheng Huayan had not seen him before. He was on the brink of death. Sheng Huayan produced a healing elixir from his collection, pried open Wu Chang's mouth, and administered it. Whether he would survive now depended on Wu Chang's own fortune. After surveying the infirmary, Sheng Huayan proceeded to inspect the captured warhorses, discovering over 3,000 pristine steeds. Coupled with the 2,000 horses from his own unit, they had enough to assemble a cavalry of 5,000. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought, as he was but a captain, commanding only 2,000 soldiers. That evening, a bonfire blazed in the military camp, while Magistrate Chen provided an abundance of meat and wine to entertain Sheng Huayan's unit. "Magistrate Chen, there shall be no drinking. Let us enjoy tea in place of wine, and indulge in the feast," Sheng Huayan insisted, as he would not allow his men to drink, especially so soon after the end of hostilities. "I was remiss. We shall save the wine for another occasion and feast on meat instead." Magistrate Chen quickly apologized. It seemed that Sheng Huayan was unlike others. Rather than revel in grand celebrations following victory, he maintained a level head. "General, our county's soldiers have been decimated. Until reinforcements arrive from the court, I implore you to remain vigilant." Magistrate Chen raised his tea in salute to Sheng Huayan. "That is my duty." Sheng Huayan nodded in agreement. Little did he know that Magistrate Chen was plotting to keep him there. "I have heard that General Shang was once a scholar. What prompted your shift from the literary to the martial?" Magistrate Chen inquired. Sheng Huayan glanced at the young magistrate, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, and deduced that such a young man holding the position of magistrate must either possess great talent or have influential connections. "From a young age, I yearned for a life of warfare, to combat foreign foes. Studying was merely a requirement from my father. After his passing, I devoted myself to the military." Sheng Huayan fabricated an answer. Observing this, Wang Wu could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Were it not for the knowledge that Sheng Huayan had been forcibly conscripted, he might have believed the tale. "Such a young innate warrior, his future is boundless." Magistrate Chen flattered. "I have only heard of young innate warriors. I have never encountered one until now." The two engaged in conversation, growing more familiar with one another. The celebratory feast was simple, meat and broth, but Sheng Huayan forbade the consumption of alcohol. In the ensuing days, Sheng Huayan dedicated himself to training the troops, with 1,500 new recruits under his command. He recognized the necessity of training to enhance their combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Magistrate Chen busied himself with the aftermath of the conflict. One day, Sheng Huayan received orders from General Yang Yi, instructing him to temporarily oversee Hushi County and not to rush back. Sheng Huayan did not dwell on it. Wang Wu took the scouts to patrol, confirming that the enemy forces had indeed retreated, indicating that Hushi County could enjoy a period of tranquility. Chapter 56, Heavy Snow in the Absence of Conflict. Sheng Huayan tirelessly trained his subordinates. Mornings were spent honing the martial arts of the army, while afternoons were dedicated to practicing horsemanship, archery, and cavalry coordination. As he now held the rank of a general, it was only natural that he train his troops to enhance their combat effectiveness. To retain Sheng Huayan's unit, Magistrate Chen ensured that provisions were plentiful, allowing his soldiers to eat their fill and gain strength for training. He recruited additional soldiers from the county, and lightly injured troops were discharged, restoring Sheng Huayan's forces to 2,000. Concurrently, Sheng Huayan persuaded Magistrate Chen to issue a decree to recruit an additional 1,000 county soldiers as reserves. which Magistrate Chen agreed to, enlisting 1,000 laborers to join the county militia under Sheng Huayan's command. After the retreat of the enemy forces, a full half-month passed without further incursions. In mid-October, heavy snow descended upon Hashi County. The snowflakes fell like goose feathers, blanketing the northwestern frontier in a pristine white. Overnight, the snowfall reached knee-deep, transforming the landscape into a realm of white. With the heavy snowfall came a sharp drop in temperature, rendering the air bitterly cold. Standing atop the city gate, Sheng Huayan admired the snow-covered scenery. Following the snowfall, the border county experienced a true tranquility. With snow blanketing the ground, the enemy forces would find it arduous to advance southward, effectively thwarting any attempts to attack Heshi County. The entire northern region lay enveloped in ice and snow, and the Xiongnu forces had retreated deep into the grasslands, bringing peace to Wanning Pass. Beyond the northern pass, the Xiongnu's 30,000 troops, unable to breach the defenses of the northern city, diverted towards the Qishan Pass, where 40,000 Xiongnu soldiers occupied the territories of Yan, Shi, and Deng. In these three regions, the populace of the Great Wei had been decimated, with barely 1 in 10 surviving the massacre, while many were taken as slaves. Those who managed to flee sought refuge in the interior provinces, rendering the three regions utterly devastated, a recovery from which would take at least a century. The commander of the Qishan Pass garrison, Jin Daorong, could not protect the second prince, who was ultimately imprisoned for questioning. The Xiongnu's 40,000 troops clashed with the 20,000 forces of Li Ho in the territories of the three regions, effectively restraining Li Ho, one of the second prince's key backers. Within the northern territories, the other princes in the court began to grow restless, launching attacks against the second prince. The court of the Great Wei descended into chaos. Amidst the heavy snowfall, Sheng Huayan did not allow his troops to rest. He dispatched them to assist in clearing the accumulated snow within the city. Once the snow was cleared, he entrusted the training of his troops to Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, while he himself sought out Magistrate Chen for a drink. This proved taxing for Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, as they were compelled to train the troops despite the harsh weather, without any respite, though they were acquired martial artists, whose blood ran hot. They too wished to partake in the drinking. Sheng Huayan and Magistrate Chen gathered around a tea stove to brew wine. On such a snowy day, I wonder how many citizens will suffer from the cold. Magistrate Chen lamented, "Let us hope that the citizens have sufficient firewood to endure this snowfall." Sheng Huayan responded, acknowledging the limitations of his influence. The world beyond the city was a vast expanse of white snow. He was not a deity, unable to prevent the suffering of the people from the cold. As for provisions, we have enough. Let us avoid any instances of starvation among the populace, aside from a few villages ravaged by the Xiongnu. The other settlements are holding up well, Magistrate Chen admitted, cautiously wary of making grand claims about the prosperity of his subjects. Has there been any word from the court regarding when reinforcements will be dispatched to garrison Hashi County? Sheng Huayan could not help but inquire. It has been nearly 10 to 15 days without a single update, he continued, expressing his frustration. He was a soldier of Anning, not a mere county captain, and it was perplexing to remain stationed in a single county. Magistrate Chen, sensing the discontent in Sheng Huayan's tone, quickly interjected, "Let us wait a while longer. The court has yet to respond." Unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Great Wei court, Sheng Huayan was oblivious to the fact that the princes were embroiled in a fierce struggle for power, leaving little room for concern over the fate of a small border county captain. Even as the territories of Yanqi and Deng fell to the Xiongnu cavalry, the court had merely instructed Li Ho to lead 20,000 troops to defend against the incursion. As a county magistrate, Chen had some insight into court affairs, recognizing that these matters would not be resolved swiftly. The two men continued to brew wine around the tea stove, and it was evident that Magistrate Chen was a man of integrity. Without indulging in lavish entertainments or maintaining numerous servants, both took turns preparing the brew. "Brother Chen, are you from Yingchuan?" Sheng Huayan inquired with curiosity. The Chen clan of Yingchuan is a prominent family, with its members dispersed throughout the Great Wei. Chen Tianhua replied, "I suppose I am a branch that has diverged for quite some time, otherwise, he would not have been assigned to this remote border county as the county magistrate." Given his distinguished status as a jinshi, Sheng Huayan nodded. The clan indeed wielded substantial influence. This county magistrate Chen, hailing from the Chen family of Yingchuan, would likely not remain in this border town for long. Initially, Sheng Huayan intended to leverage his connection with Magistrate Chen to procure some elixirs for himself from the clan, but upon discovering that he was merely a collateral branch, he abandoned the idea. The cultivation of martial arts is inherently resource-intensive. One either possesses exceptional talent or ample resources, or else must rely on slow, arduous self-training. He had hoped to acquire some elixirs to bolster the strength of his subordinates. But it seemed he would have to devise another strategy. Why do you inquire about this, General Shang? Magistrate Chen questioned, skeptical that Sheng Huayan was asking without ulterior motives. I wish to procure some elixirs for my men to enhance their abilities. Sheng Huayan replied candidly. Magistrate Chen shook his head, stating, it is difficult. Elixirs are seldom sold except at the black market, and even then, they are rare. Of the court, noble families, and sects monopolize elixirs, leaving very few for the common folk. You may not be aware, but only the Taoist sect possesses the means to concoct these elixirs. With so many factions eyeing the elixirs released by the Taoists, finding a reliable channel to purchase them is nearly impossible. After hearing Magistrate Chen's words, Sheng Huayan realized how elusive elixirs truly were, which explained the excitement displayed by Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing upon seeing a fourth-grade breakthrough elixir, which sect is renowned for its alchemical skills within the Taoist community. Sheng Huayan inquired, noting Sheng Huayan's persistence. Magistrate Chen responded, the sect with the finest alchemical techniques is undoubtedly the Dan sect of Burning Spirit Mountain. 80% of the elixirs in the Great Wei Empire originate from there. Dan sect. Sheng Huayan etched this name into his memory. The more he learned about this world, the deeper and more intricate it seemed. The Great Wei was not the only power in the realm. Neighboring it were the Great Li and Great Xian dynasties, both of which held territories comparable to that of the Great Wei. Furthermore, there were numerous Taoist sects and demonic sects throughout the land. Martial arts was merely one of the many cultivation systems. Sheng Huayan enjoyed drinking with Magistrate Chen, as it allowed him to gradually gather more information about this world. With the prospect of obtaining elixirs through Magistrate Chen now dashed, Sheng Huayan would have to think of alternative methods in the future. As evening descended on the city of Hashi, the most vibrant establishment was the Smoke Willow Tower. At night, wealthy young masters and noblemen would gather in groups to indulge in the pleasures offered at the Smoke Willow Tower. The atmosphere there was most lively after dark that night. Magistrate Chen invited Sheng Huayan to join him for an evening of entertainment, and unable to decline the warm invitation, Sheng Huayan acquiesced. It was his first visit to the Smoke Willow Tower in Hashi County. The two men made no attempt to disguise their entrance, strolling confidently into the establishment. Frequenting brothels for leisure was quite normal in this world, so there was no need for pretense. Oh, Magistrate Chen! What a rare and esteemed guest! The madam of the Smoke Willow Tower's eyes lit up upon seeing Magistrate Chen. And this young gentleman is remarkably handsome. I wonder from whence he hails. Sheng Huayan was dressed in plain attire that day, so the madam naturally did not recognize him. This is General Shang, Magistrate Chen introduced. General Shang, the General Shang? What an esteemed guest! Having you grace our Smoke Willow Tower is truly an honor. Please do come in. The madam beamed with enthusiasm, personally guiding the two men to a private booth on the second floor. She then hurried off to summon the tower's top courtesan to attend to their esteemed guests. Miss Qin, quickly, Magistrate Chen and General Shang have arrived. Hurry and come to greet them, General Shang. A cold yet alluring voice echoed from the hall. Sheng Huayan, who had valiantly led his troops to repel the invading forces and saved Hashi County, was well known among its populace. While many had not seen him, none were unaware of his name. Chapter 57. Xinyao, a striking figure clad in red, emerged from the inner chamber, her graceful silhouette accentuating her exquisite curves. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her stunning beauty radiated an enchanting allure. Xinyao approached, her red gown trailing behind her like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. Hurry up, my little ancestors, do not keep our distinguished guests waiting. The madam, visibly anxious, urged Xinyao along. This courtesan, having arrived from the capital a month prior, became the top courtesan of the Smoke Willow Tower due to her unparalleled beauty and mesmerizing dance. Captivating the hearts of countless noblemen in Hashi County, many had offered as much as 10,000 gold for a night with her, but all had been turned away. The madam led Xinyao to the booth where Magistrate Chen and Sheng Huayan were seated. Esteemed guests, the courtesan Xinyao has arrived, she announced. Miss Qin, please be sure to attend to our honored guests. With that, the madam left the room, granting privacy to the gentleman. Indeed, this is the famed Xinyao. Truly, the reality exceeds the rumors. Her beauty is unparalleled. Had I known she was so stunning, I would have come much sooner, Magistrate Chen exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he admired Xinyao. Sheng Huayan glanced at Magistrate Chen, surprised to find this seemingly upright scholar to be so captivated by beauty. Dressed in white, with an air of elegance about him, Magistrate Chen appeared virtuous, yet now Sheng Huayan saw through his facade. This fellow was merely pretending. Now that he beheld a stunning beauty, his true nature was revealed. Greetings, my lords, I am Xinyao, thank you for your kind words. Magistrate Xinyao curtsied gracefully, her enchanting smile radiating charm. The sparkle in her captivating eyes seemed to ensnare one's very soul. For a moment, Magistrate Chen was entranced, pondering how a woman of such beauty could exist in this world. Cough, cough. Sheng Huayan, unable to bear the sight any longer, cleared his throat twice, bringing Magistrate Chen back to reality. It was inappropriate to stare so openly at another, and Sheng Huayan felt embarrassed on behalf of the scholar. We are all learned individuals.
Must we not maintain some decorum? Regaining his composure, Magistrate Chen realized his lapse in propriety and awkwardly raised his cup to drink, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Miss Qingyao, please have a seat.
Sheng Huayan said with casual grace. He found Qingyao to be breathtakingly beautiful, almost surreal. Although he could not help but steal a few glances, he assured himself that it was merely a modest number of looks. Certainly not excessive. Sheng Huayan would stake his reputation on it. Yes, yes, Miss Qingyao, please take a seat, Magistrate Chen echoed enthusiastically, even altering her title to fairy. I thank both lords, Qingyao said, sitting opposite Sheng Huayan. Her gaze appraising him, the robust, vigorous aura emanating from him made her hesitant to approach, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Internally conflicted, Qingyao was captivated by the young man before her, yet sensed a perilous aura surrounding him. It seems our esteemed magistrate has taken a liking to Miss Qingyao, Sheng Huayan teased with a smile. Chen Tianhua's gaze towards Qingyao was almost comically enamored. Was this what one referred to as love at first sight? Nonsense, I have not, Magistrate Chen quickly retorted, eager to clarify. General, you jest, the status of the county magistrate is of such high regard, how could I possibly entertain thoughts of a mere courtesan like myself? Qingyao poured wine for Magistrate Chen, her delicate fingers dancing about the cup. Miss Qingyao, you are no mere courtesan, but a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, Sheng Huayan quipped with a grin. This cool yet subtly alluring woman deserved the title of top courtesan. No wonder she bewitched so many men. Even Magistrate Chen, a man of integrity, appeared somewhat entranced upon their first meeting. Thank you for your kind words. General, I raise a toast to you, Qingyao said, lifting her glass with her slender, pale fingers, her eyes like flowing water gazing at Sheng Huayan. He raised his cup in return, musing inwardly, surely she cannot be an enchantress. Those gentle, beguiling eyes can ensnare anyone's heart. I have heard General Shang is quite talented in poetry and excels in verse. Might you compose a poem for me? Qinyao's eyes brimmed with affection as she gazed at Sheng Huayan. Beside them, Magistrate Chen felt a pang of jealousy that he was handsome too and well-versed in poetry. Why was Qingyao so fixated on Sheng Huayan? You flatter me, but I am merely a novice in the art. Sheng Huayan replied sheepishly, feeling like a mere transcriber of the wisdom of the ancients. I wish to see Miss Qingyao. Let her join me for a drink. Zhang Yuanwei bellowed. Lord Zhang, please refrain. Miss Qingyao is attending to esteemed guests. We cannot afford to disturb them. The madam hastily pulled Zhang Yuanwei aside, fearful of him offending the noble patron's esteemed guests. How esteemed? Am I not a noble myself? Zhang Yuanwei shouted, evidently intoxicated. Clearly, he has had too much to drink, someone remarked, noting Zhang Yuanwei's flushed face. If he disrupts the magistrate in general, the Zhang family might well find it untenable to remain in Hushi County. Lord Zhang, Miss Qingyao is with the county magistrate and General Shang. Are you certain you wish to cause a scene? The madam spoke with a grave expression. What? Zhang Yuanwei's drunken stupor faded as he realized the gravity of his situation. No longer daring to shout, although the Zhang family was wealthy in Heshi County, they paled in comparison to the two most esteemed figures in the region. Magistrate Chen oversaw the county, while General Shang commanded a formidable force of 2,000 elite soldiers. Who would dare offend them? Upon learning that Miss Qingyao was attending to Magistrate Chen and General Shang, Zhang Yuanwei made a hasty retreat behind the screen on the second floor. Sheng Huayan and County Magistrate Chen naturally observed the scene on the first floor. Yet neither of them chose to dwell on it. General Shang, since the beauty has invited you, why not compose a verse? County Magistrate Chen remarked. If a beauty were to invite me to recite poetry, I would compose 10 verses on the spot, he continued. Sheng Huayan regarded Chen with a bemused expression, pondering how he had transformed into such a sycophant. This Miss Qingyao possessed an extraordinary allure, rendering Chen utterly captivated after just one meeting, as if he had succumbed to her charm at once. Come now, Chen, I believe Miss Qin greatly admires your talent. 10 poems are hardly generous. Let our esteemed county magistrate compose 100. Sheng Huayan jested, feigning enthusiasm. What a transformation into a sycophant! Has he not heard the saying that sycophants often face ruin? Well, I find myself lacking inspiration today, Chen admitted, slightly embarrassed. Sheng Huayan shot him a disapproving glance, considering him quite presumptuous. General, does my humble form not merit a poem? If you could compose just one for me, I would gladly spend the night in your company, Qingyao purred, biting her lip with an enticing gesture. Shen's heart swelled with envy and resentment, gazing upon Qin Yao's enchanting visage. Sheng Huayan felt a tumult within, struggling to maintain his composure. Was this woman a siren, so adept at seduction? Nevertheless, as the celestial maiden beckoned, he resolved to present her with a poem, but he feared that should he decline, this enchantress might leap into his arms, seeking to beguile him. Upon his acquiescence, Qin Yao promptly fetched ink, paper, and brushed. I shall prepare the ink for General Shang.
Chen offered eagerly. You have my gratitude, Qin Yao replied, as she personally laid out the paper for Sheng Huayan. Frustrated that Chen had taken over the ink preparation, Sheng Huayan wished to kick him aside for his obsequiousness. Once the materials were ready, he began to compose. No, not compose, rather he was reciting, for a scholar's craft should not be deemed mere copying. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers seek countenance, spring breezes caress the railing, dew glistens like pearls. Were it not for the meeting atop the Jade Mountain, would I encounter you beneath the moonlight at the Yao Terrace? County Magistrate Chen gazed in rapture, his eyes glazed over as if he beheld a divine goddess. Transformed into the exquisite form of Qin Yao, a beauty akin to a peony swaying under the gentle spring breeze, or a celestial maiden gracing the moonlit Yao Terrace, Qin Yao softly recited the verses. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion, reflecting a portrayal of herself as the unparalleled fairy beneath the Yao Terrace. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers seek countenance, spring breezes caress the railing, dew glistens like pearls. Where did this enchanting poetry emanate from? It seemed to be coming from the second floor. Chapter 58, Not taking me to the Willow Pavilion, has affection faded, were it not for the meeting atop the Jade Mountain? Would I encounter you beneath the moonlight at the Yao Terrace, accompanied by a melodious voice and enchanting song? Those on the first floor reveling in drink and dance felt as though a celestial being had descended. Petals fluttering down, illuminated by the moonlight, as the goddess danced gracefully upon the Yao Terrace. Such poetry, such beauty, whose work is this? A true talent, a remarkable talent. Many scholars rejoiced, recognizing it as a timeless masterpiece destined for posterity. Madam, who resides in that elegant chamber on the second floor? Someone inquired, eager to uncover the identity of the author behind such transcendent artistry. Esteemed guest, within that chamber are our county magistrate and General Shang. The madam replied, her smile stretching from ear to ear. A creation of such caliber within her Willow Pavilion would surely bring renown, attracting countless literati seeking inspiration, and her establishment would flourish. Who could have penned such exquisite lines? After all, there are two individuals in the elegant chamber. Could it be the county magistrate? He is, after all, a scholar of distinction. Not quite. While the county magistrate is indeed a scholar, he has never composed poetry. Then it must be General Shang, without a doubt, General Shang. Let us not forget that he has two celebrated poems to his name, having once been a scholar himself. Indeed, General Shang's verses, with a hunger for the flesh of barbarians. I laugh and quench my thirst with the blood of Huns, and the bones by the indeterminate river are but dreams of spring chambers, are now known far and wide. Such an exquisite composition could only be his. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers seek countenance, spring breezes caress the railing, dew glistens like pearls. Were it not for the meeting atop the Jade Mountain, would I encounter you beneath the moonlight at the Yao Terrace. Such poetry, such beauty, let us drink and celebrate. With this poem, we shall float a grand toast. Truly, this journey has not been in vain. Ha! Tonight, the Willow Pavilion was abuzz with excitement. I in the elegant chamber on the second floor. Qin Yao's gaze toward Sheng Huayan shifted, recognizing his remarkable talent, handsome countenance, and noble demeanor, marking him as a commendable suitor. She admired Sheng Huayan's artistry, expressing her gratitude for the poem he had composed for her. Claiming, I have no means to repay you, Sheng Huayan looked at Qin Yao, pondering the implications of her words. Did she intend to pledge herself to him? We shall speak of repayment in due time. She finally said after a pause, Miss Qin, next time you speak, please do not pause. Promise me, will you? Sheng Huayan replied, somewhat at a loss. Such poetry, County Magistrate Chen exclaimed excitedly. It is acceptable, rather mediocre, Sheng Huayan responded nonchalantly. At that, County Magistrate Chen nearly choked on his own saliva, taken aback by the unexpected bravado. General Shang, such remarks may lead to trouble. Chen glared at Shang, feeling that the implication of mediocrity was a subtle jab at his poetic prowess. You cannot best me, Sheng Huayan retorted dismissively. Chen clenched and then relaxed his fists, choosing to remain composed in the presence of the fair maiden. Unwilling to lose his poise, Qin Yao offered a gentle smile. Finding Sheng Huayan amusing, that smile nearly bewitched County Magistrate Chen, while Sheng Huayan's heart raced uncontrollably, realizing the seductive nature of this enchanting woman, were it not for his rigorous training in the Sun Scripture.
He would have succumbed to temptation. How is it that such a stunning beauty as you finds herself in such a place? Shang Huayan inquired, intrigued by her presence among the courtesans. General Shang, you are unaware of my plight. I lost my father at a young age, and my mother remarried. Xinyao began, her voice tinged with sorrow as she recounted her tragic past. The tale of her misfortunes evoked sympathy from all. County Magistrate Chen felt an overwhelming urge to protect her, while Shang Huayan was taken aback by the familiarity of her narrative. Tonight, allow me to attend to your needs, General Shang, as you have gifted me with such a remarkable poem. Xinyao gazed at Shang with longing. Shang Huayan found himself wavering, tempted by her allure, akin to being captivated by the soulful gaze of a beloved, yet he regretted his chastity training, yearning for a different choice if given the chance. But alas, such opportunities were fleeting. Miss Qin, you misinterpret my intentions. My composition was merely a reflection of your beauty, Shang Huayan declared with feigned righteousness, almost inscribing upright gentleman on his forehead. Xinyao regarded him, her expression a mix of intrigue and skepticism. Unlike other men who were entranced by her beauty, he remained steadfast, refusing to be ensnared. I see that County Magistrate Chen holds a fondness for Miss Qin. Perhaps he should spend the evening with her. Shang Huayan suggested, cursing himself internally. In ancient times, Han Paopao had his way with a maiden, and now Shang Huayan found himself in a similar predicament. He envied those like Su, who could cultivate together and elevate their prowess while enjoying the pleasures of love. Indeed, splendid, County Magistrate Chen eagerly nodded, his demeanor toward Shang now warm and brotherly. As Shang Huayan beheld Xinyao's enchanting eyes and features, every gesture seemed imbued with seduction, and he felt overwhelmed, fearing that prolonged interaction would lead to his downfall. He resolved to take his leave. Miss Qin, County Magistrate Chen, I must return to attend to matters of the military, Shang Huayan announced, turning to depart. If he lingered any longer, he feared he would succumb to desire. This treacherous siren was truly perilous. Watching Shang Huayan leave, Xinyao pondered his thoughts, uncertain whether he was truly impervious to her charm or if he simply lacked the capacity for desire. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Chen regarded Shang as a true brother, grateful that he had allowed him this opportunity. As Shang Huayan descended the stairs, the fervor within him gradually subsided. He glanced back at the elegant chamber, contemplating whether she was indeed a seductress capable of igniting such fervor within him. Ah, General Shang, are you departing? The madam inquired with a cheerful smile. Shang Huayan nodded in acknowledgement. General Shang, many patrons on the first floor greeted him with smiles, to which he responded with polite nods. Upon leaving the Willow Pavilion, Shang Huayan made his way back to the military camp, leaving the expenses of the night to County Magistrate Chen. Why has General Shang departed, after such a remarkable poem? He should have been retained by Miss Qin. Could it be that the poem was actually penned by County Magistrate Chen, and we have misjudged? I suspected as much. Such a timeless masterpiece could only be crafted by a scholar of his caliber. After Shang Huayan departed, Xinyao gazed at County Magistrate Chen. In comparison to Shang Huayan, this magistrate fell woefully short, whether in talent, cultivation, or appearance. Master Chen, General Shang has left. Will you not follow suit? Xinyao's brows arched like flowing water, her voice imbued with a cold yet enchanting allure. I shall take my leave immediately. County Magistrate Chen rose and exited. Upon stepping out of the elegant chamber, Chen suddenly realized that he had intended to spend a delightful evening with the enchanting Xinyao. Why had he left so obediently? This was not how it was meant to unfold. Wasn't the goal to embrace the beauty this night? As he descended the stairs, the onlookers again beheld County Magistrate Chen. Oh, esteemed magistrate, are you departing already? Shall you not linger a while longer? Inquired the old proprietress. Chen shook his head. No, thank you. Esteemed magistrate, might that poem we heard earlier have been composed by you? One individual ventured to ask. No, it was penned by General Shang, replied Chen, exiting the smoke and willow tower. As he emerged into the brisk night air, clarity washed over him. What had transpired? Had he been ensnared by some enchantment? Curse it, could it be that the enchanting Xinyao had mastered the art of allure? How utterly embarrassing. Reflecting on his conduct within the chamber, he felt as though he had shamed himself beyond measure. He, Chen Tianhua, a scholar imbued with righteousness, had behaved like a smitten fool, as if he had not encountered a woman in 3 centuries. The most absurd part was that Shang Huayan had gifted him the opportunity to be with Xinyao, and he had foolishly welcomed such fortune. A shiver ran down Chen's spine. He could almost hear Shang Huayan's laughter ringing in his ears. Truly, she was a bewitching calamity for the realm, and this place was indeed cursed. He vowed never to return. Hastening his steps, he departed. Meanwhile, Xinyao returned to her chamber on the 3rd floor, holding the poem composed by Shang Huayan. She was astonished that in such a remote corner of Dewei, She had encountered such a talented individual. It appeared that his cultivation was also remarkably profound. Upon returning to the military camp, Sheng Huayan encountered Wang Wu. "You returned quite late, my brother Huayan," Wang Wu remarked. Observing Sheng, "Are you on watch tonight, brother Wang?" Sheng nodded. "Wait a moment, why do you carry the fragrance of rouge? Have you been to the Smoke and Willow Tower?" Wang Wu sniffed the air like a hound. Detecting a woman's scent on Shang, "Not at all. Are you a dog able to discern such things?" Shang replied incredulously. "Brother Huayan, you have gone astray visiting the Smoke and Willow Tower without me. How disappointing for our bond. Forged in life and death, to become so weakened." Wang Wu lamented dramatically. "You're mistaken. It was County Magistrate Chen who invited me," Sheng explained. "I refused to listen. I refused to listen." Chapter 59, The Emperor's Demise. After returning to his quarters, Sheng Huayan commenced his cultivation.